Chapter 1, Crossing the Great Villain. Lin Mo Yuan frowned tightly, only to feel a splitting headache. He felt as if he was having a dream, a long yet vague dream. The scene in the dream appeared to be somewhat light and strange, but at the moment it was completely impossible to remember what he had dreamed. Yunhai City, East Garden Hotel. Within the luxurious but romantic couple's suite, there were pieces of clothing all over the floor. In the midst of the mess, Lin Mo Yuan realized that he was naked, and the coolness made him feel very uncomfortable. These clothes on the ground, they couldn't all be his own, right? What's going on here? Was he robbed? But it's not quite like that. How do these pieces look like women's clothing? Lin Mo Yuan's mind was in a daze. His memories were still stuck at the edge of the cliff at the moment. In the midst of that very tragic leap, could it be that he was saved by the search and rescue team on the beach? That's not right. That place is rare. And he was seriously injured. Even if someone really saved him, it would be impossible for him to recover in a short period of time. Reaching out and rubbing his still somewhat painful brow, Lin Mo Yuan slowly turned his gaze towards the window. Suddenly, Lin Mo Yuan froze. It turned out that on the balcony outside the window, there was actually a clothed girl sitting on the balcony. Simply by looking at the side of this girl's face, Lin Mo Yuan froze. Frost and snow-white skin, the standard delicate melon face, coupled with the black hair of the shoulders, as well as the starry eyes with tears, typical of the first love in the dream. Seeing her hands clasping her knees, a sad look instantly provoked a strong desire for protection in Lin Mo Yuan's heart. After all, Lin Mo Yuan's age also has the age of a man. Have this feeling is not strange. However, Lin Mo Yuan was suddenly aware that something was wrong. The hotel's couple suite, the lone man and woman, the two are almost naked. The mess all over the place, all the pieces of clothing, how to make people suspicious. Lin Mo Yuan did not care if he was naked or not, immediately lifted the bedding on the bed. But fortunately, Lin Mo Yuan didn't find any strange liquids on the bed, nor any strange, hormone-filled scent. Lin Mo Yuan instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Don't be a simple child for others to spoil, then they can be a great sin. But even so, Lin Mo Yuan's face was somewhat ugly. If he hadn't done this thing, then there was no doubt that someone had definitely planted evidence to frame him. If he really had something to do with this girl, then Lin Mo Yuan would definitely be responsible to the end. At least if you die under a peony flower, you can be a ghost. That's exactly what happened. But to be planted by someone, this was something Lin Mo Yuan absolutely could not endure. Right at this moment, such an electronic beep suddenly appeared in Lin Mo Yuan's mind. Dropping. The Heaven's Path villain system is activating. Drop. The host's missing memories have been detected. The system is being repaired. Drip. Repair progress has been completed. Repair complete. Drop. The newbie gift pack has been placed into the host's backpack. Lin Mo Yuan seemed to be feeling a sudden blackness in front of his eyes, and then a strange electronic panel appeared in front of him, just like a game screen. Host, Lin Mo Yuan. Identity, only son of the richest man. Traveler, system bound. Camp, villain. Physical fitness, 30, average healthy adult 90. Average person peak 100. Battle strength, 45. Actual battle experience is assessed by the combination of physique. For reference only. Skills, intermediate Chinese. Intermediate driving. Luck value, 15. Luck value is zeroed out. Host is subject to luck value backlash. Villain value, 0. Backpack, newbie gift pack. Before Lin Mo Yuan had time to figure out why his physique was actually so bad, countless fragments of memories directly flooded into his mind. After a long time, Lin Mo Yuan slowly opened his eyes once again. After fusing all the memory fragments together, Lin Mo Yuan had a face of disbelief. He himself turned out to have traveled across the world, and his soul had possessed the body of a rich young master and was bound to assist him. Can't it be that this is God's way of compensating him for his last life, which was too frustrating? Only the name of this system is too strange. What is the Heavenly Tao villain system? Is he going to be a rat in the street? Everyone shouting villain not? However, after the memories that have been sorted out so far, it seems that he is really an uncompromising villain. According to the memories of his predecessor, this unlucky bastard, also called Lin Mo Yuan, had a marvelous old father, as well as an old mother who was also a business tycoon, and the entire family could be said to be rich and strong. As the richest man in Yunhai City and the only son of a tycoon who ranked 5th on the national tycoon list, Lin Mo Yuan could be said to have been born with a golden key. With Lin Mo Yuan's understanding, it was completely comparable to that national husband Wang Gongzi from his previous life. For their family, $100 million was indeed just a small goal. Only that other Wang Gongzi was also a super rich second generation, but he didn't grow crooked. But the original owner is different. From a young age, he grew up in fine clothes, mansions and cars, but at a young age, he was crooked. Not to mention not learning, but also often do some jaw-dropping things. In school, bullying classmates as well as beating teachers that are not worth mentioning. A common occurrence. To the middle school after that aspect of the Enlightenment. A hair out of control. Directly from the bad boy upgraded to the scum. And bad and scum. Do things also have no bottom line? So these years Lin Duke in the whole Yunhai is also considered a big name. No. It should be infamous. If it wasn't for the fact that his parents had a large family and were well versed in the world, Lin Mo Yuan would have already been in jail through and through. It is also because of the parents of the bottom again and again. So that Lin Mo Yuan's behavior since then, even more unscrupulous. Just this matter in front of me is more or less a bit of magic. In the eyes of outsiders, this girl is undoubtedly by Lin Mo Yuan forced captivity. But Lin Mo Yuan couldn't recall a thing about it. But the girl in front of him is recognized. The girl is called Tang Euro, is a freshman student of Yunhai University, is his schoolmate. Tang Euro was born in a remote small county. Family conditions can only be said to be general. However, by virtue of her beauty, she has just been recognized as one of the 4 school flowers of Yunhai University. Originally, Lin Mo Yuan was pursuing Tang Euro, but Tang Euro never agreed. Just last night, Lin Mo Yuan's fiancée suddenly said that she wanted to invite Lin Mo Yuan for dinner. And after Lin Mo Yuan was invited, he opened his eyes again and saw this scene in front of him. Things were a bit weird, but Lin Mo Yuan couldn't think about it in time. So from this stance of Tang Euro, it was obvious that she was going to jump off a building. Here is more than 80 floors of skyscrapers. Jump down which is not fall into the mud. Cannot put together. If you watch this little girl jump from your own eyes, then you can be the yellow mud to the crotch. Jump to the yellow river cannot be washed. Lin Mo Yuan didn't know how to stop it for a while. And in a hurry, he said viciously, "Stop it for me. Even if you jump, I can still find your family and friends. I won't let go of any of them." Drops. You have threatened and terrorized a simple girl. Villain value plus 999. Drop. You scared a kind girl. Villain value plus 999. Holy, this is how this villain value is actually obtained. Lin Mo Yuan felt like he had discovered a heavenly secret. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Tang Yuro couldn't help but shiver in winces. She knew that Lin Mo Yuan was really capable of doing these things. Just at this moment, a loud noise came from outside the door. Chapter 2, Encountering the Son of Qi. Hearing the noisy voice outside the door, Lin Mo Yuan subconsciously walked towards Tang Yuro. No need to think. The probability that the noisy voice outside the door was coming for her. At this moment, Tang Yuro was still in a state of extreme terror and helplessness. Being grabbed by Lin Mo Yuan like this, she was startled, and then struggled fiercely. Lin Mo Yuan turned to look at Tang Yuro, his eyes coldly saying, "If you don't want the people outside to see you in this unclothed state, you'd better be honest." Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Tang Yuro really honestly gave up struggling. This scum in front of her was just too scary. She didn't have half the courage to resist. And Lin Mo Yuan's side was already dressed. Only when he turned to look at Tang Yuro, he looked a little embarrassed. Because Tang Yuro's clothes had already been torn to shreds. She no longer had any clothes to wear. Unable to do anything else, Lin Mo Yuan had no choice but to take off his valuable shirt and throw it to Tang Yuro. Of course, Lin Mo Yuan could only do this. As for whether Tang Yuro wore it or not, that was her business. With that, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes became somewhat sharp as he walked towards the room door. Outside the door of the hotel room, Xiao Fan and a few of his classmates were angrily looking at the door of the couple's suite in front of them. Xiao Fan knew that behind this door was the Lin family dude that he hated with a passion, in addition to his most beloved girl. Moreover, he also knew that the reason why Tang Yuro was sent to this room was all because she was betrayed, and the one who betrayed her was no one else but her best friend. That hateful woman had collected $500,000 from another hateful woman, and then drugged Tang Yuro and sent her to the bed of this scum of the Lin family, to be used as a victim to destroy the marriage between the Lin family and the Qin family. Looking at the hands on his watch that were crossing by the minute, Xiao Fan's heart became more and more anxious. If there was no accident, soon the girl he loved the most would jump off the balcony of this room and perish. The reason why Xiao Fan knew these things was because he was a reborn person. That's right, he was a reborn person who came back from the future after more than 10 years. Xiao Fan had grown up with Tang Yuro since he was a child and could be said to be a childhood sweetheart, but no one had taken that step between the two, yet they were both secretly in love in their hearts. Even when filling out the volunteer, they all tacitly chose the same university. It can be said that she is his white moonlight, and he is also her vermilion sand mole. But the good times didn't last long. Tang Yuro, who had just entered the school not long ago, was targeted by the vicious wolf Lin Mo Yuan. But because Tang Yuro always had herself in her heart, she didn't agree to that lawless dude. In the end, Tang Yuro finally fell into the clutches of that Lin family dude and then jumped off a building. In his last life, Xiao Fan chose to hide in the shadows after Tang Yuro's death. Not only because the Xiao Fan at that time was weak, In the eyes of the Yunhai Lin family, it was nothing more than a tiny mole cricket. If the Lin family lifted their feet, Xiao Fan would be annihilated. More importantly, that matter also involved the Qin family's eldest lady as well as more powerful families. Some of them were directly involved in this matter, while some of them were secretly contributing. All of them were the murderers who killed Tang Yuro. With so many enemies, Xiao Fan alone was incapable of defeating them. Therefore, he could only choose to hold back. 10 years later, through his own efforts, Xiao Fan had become a rising star in Yunhai's business. At the same time, the Lin family was declining and falling apart due to a number of reasons, and even the person at the helm, Lin Mo Yuan's father, was in jail. At this time, Xiao Fan, who had already stood on an equal footing, immediately retaliated and finally uprooted the Lin family. As for Lin Mo Yuan, he was even made to go to prison and tortured to death. Even several families, including the Qin family, were retaliated against by Xiao Fan, triggering a bloody war. Although the vengeance was avenged, but Tang Yuro's departure, after all, has been irretrievable, resulting in Xiao Fan has been depressed. What Xiao Fan did not expect was that he had actually returned to that decade or so ago, or before the tragedy had occurred. Surprised, it was too late to think carefully. Xiao Fan immediately called up a few of his buddies and came to this hotel without stopping. There was no doubt that at this time, the Lin family's power was still very strong. However, Xiao Fan believed that with the general advantage of unforeseen brought about by being reborn, he could definitely reverse a lot of things. After all, he was a reborn person, and he had the existence of a golden finger. However, just after arriving at the hotel, the cruel reality gave Xiao Fan a heavy blow. The East Garden Hotel is the most luxurious hotel in Yunhai City. People like them who looked like poor boys could not enter at all. Dressing up ordinary Xiao Fan several people, a glance by the security guards to see out, like school students, directly be stopped. However, the good thing is that Xiao Fan is also considered to be a small success of a person. Good talk plus under coercion, finally came to the interior of the hotel. However, just by virtue of memory to find Tang Yuro's room, Xiao Fan and others were once again stopped by the heavy metal door. Xiao Fan was able to fool the security guard at the entrance, but there was no way to deal with this special security door in front of him. The door of this room was made of bulletproof material. Even if it was hit with a gun, it would not necessarily be able to be shot through. At this time, the door was suddenly opened from the inside. Lin Mo Yuan, who had a sleepy face, walked out from inside the room. Where did the wild dog come from? Barking in front of someone's house in the morning? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to bark again in the future? Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, although there was a surge of anger in his heart, one of Xiao Fan's diehard friends still subconsciously asked, "Why can't you scream anymore?" "Because I will make him shut up forever." Lin Mo Yuan skimmed Xiao Fan's deadbeat and said indifferently. This diehard of Xiao Fan naturally knew Lin Mo Yuan's great name and couldn't help but shiver as he subconsciously took a step back. Dropping. You terrorized a timid college student and left a shadow in the hearts of others. Villain value plus 999. Holy? Still coming? Wasn't it just putting out a harsh word? That's a bonus? Then this villain value is too good to brush. Right? Broken system. This isn't right, is it? Aren't you luring me to become a villain? Lin Mo Yuan's heart secretly spat. Drop. Detected dumping behavior. This is supposed to be the truest thought in the host's heart. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. In my last life, I was a popular third-grade student. You're just messing around. Drops. In his previous life, the host was a good person, but was betrayed by his brother and his wife, and his company was taken away from him, which inspired a shocking resentment, and before he died, he swore that he would rather be a villain than a good person. This system is also activated as a result. Lin Mo Yuan suddenly recalled. It seems that the moment he leapt off the cliff, his own heart really did have such a thought crossed, but such an embarrassing thing. Would Lin Mo Yuan admit it? Of course not. With that, he once again dumped the pot. I poo. You broken system. It must be this predecessor's thoughts that influenced Little Master. Otherwise how could Little Master have such thoughts? Dropping. Detected the dumping behavior. The host has fully developed his shameless personality. The villain value plus 999,999. Cam. Is this even possible? Just as Lin Mo Yuan was about to argue with reason, a discordant voice rang out. Lin Mo Yuan, give you row back to me. Otherwise I'll call someone. The one who uttered these words was none other than Xiao Fan. At this moment, his fists were clenched so tightly that he didn't even realize that his nails were piercing into his palms. Chapter 3, Initial Encounter. Looking at the furious Xiao Fan in front of him, Lin Mo Yuan just raised his eyes and said with some lethargy, "Whose pants are these unzipped? Exposing you?" Drop. Detected that the host has encountered a rebirth-type son of Qi, and his Qi is in a suppressed state. Drop. The host has successfully used language to humiliate and enrage the son of Qi. Villain value plus 999,999. Seeing the series of 9s on the illusory panel, Lin Mo Yuan instantly widened his eyes. I'll go. It seems that this kid is actually a boss? He had only cursed him, but he had this much villain value? Wait a minute. What the hell is a reborn type son of Chi? Can't it be that this kid is like those protagonists in the books, reborn from decades ago? If that's really the case, then this would be fun. Lin Mo Yuan, I'm telling you, hurry up and hand over Euro. Others are afraid of you, but I'm not. Noisy, shut up. Just after saying out these words, the system's beep sounded once again. Drops. Hostile intent detected. Suggest activating the villain's newbie gift pack. Newbie gift pack? What is this? Drop. Hostile intent detected. Host's current battle power is too low. The newbie package includes rewards to enhance battle power as well as physical condition. There's such a good thing? So what if this Xiao Fan is a reborn person? So what if he's the son of good fortune? Today, even if you were the reincarnation of the great Luo Golden Immortal, you'd have to tuck your tail between your legs. Use it immediately. The thought in his heart just appeared. Lin Mo Yuan felt a warm current flow through his body, and his body seemed to be filled with strength as if it had been doped up. Looking at Xiao Fan in front of him, Lin Mo Yuan laughed as he stepped forward and slapped Xiao Fan's face. A crisp sound echoed inside the hotel's corridor, and Xiao Fan's cheek swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dropping, beating the son of Qi, thwarting the opponent's Qi, Qi value +1, drop, son of Qi Luck's Qi is crushed, -1 Qi Luck value, drops, detecting a declaration of dominance in the host's heart, villain value +9,999, drops, strike against a love rival, villain value +9,999. Lin Mo Yuan felt very satisfied with the effect of this slap going down. But what satisfied Lin Mo Yuan the most was the reward that came from this slap. He had to sigh. Worthy of being a boss-level character? This experience was just good. But this slap went down. Not only did it not make Xiao Fan understand his situation, instead it made him even more furious. Who was he? That was a reborn person who was 1 in 10,000. The 1 in a million son of Qi. How could he possibly suffer at the hands of this uneducated dude who only knew how to bully others? Lin Mo Yuan, you're a street rat who's worse than a pig or a dog. Sooner or later, you will receive retribution. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed but grinned. Retribution? Retribution will have to walk around me when they see me. Lin Mo Yuan didn't stop there, but continued to laugh. I like to see how you can't stand me, but you can't get rid of me. So what? Come and bite me? While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan also hooked his finger towards Xiao Fan. Lin Mo Yuan, I'm trampling. Drop. Detected that you have angered the son of Qi with your words. Villain value +99,999. Still dare to speak out of turn? Continue to give me a beating. There was a crunching sound of snap, and this time Lin Mo Yuan hit, but the other half of Xiao Fan's face. Xiao Fan, who was originally quite clean looking, was swollen like a pig's head at this time, and no longer had the same spiritedness he had before he came. At this time, Xiao Fan brought a few students. Has been Lin Mo Yuan's ruthlessness as well as domineering shocked. Standing on the side simply do not even dare to say. A shivering look. Drops. You have once again assaulted the son of Qi, causing the other party's temperament and image to be severely lowered. Luck value +1. Drop. You shocked everyone on the other side with your ruthless and domineering image. Villain value +9,999. Drops. Your actions have caused the son of Qi's aura to be suppressed once again. Qi luck value +1. After the slap, Xiao Fan also calmed down a bit. He knew that with his current strength, wanting to rely solely on these few deadbeats around him was obviously impossible. However, it was good that before he came, he had thought of this outcome and had long left his backhand behind, and according to the time, it was about time for his support to arrive. As if to corroborate Xiao Fan's thoughts, the elevator not far away, came a ding light sound, followed by a few uniformed police officers, walked out from inside the elevator. The police officer in the lead was a middle-aged man, with a serious face, looking like he was all righteousness. Seeing these few policemen, Xiao Fan's mouth revealed a smile. That's right, his plan was to use these policemen to sanction Lin Mo Yuan. Before coming to the hotel, Xiao Fan had expected that according to the character of the scum Lin Mo Yuan, he would definitely not easily hand over Tang Yuro to him, so he thought of getting help from the police. And the reason why Xiao Fan had come to this hotel was to stall for time and gain some valuable opportunities for Tang Yuro. For this reason Xiao Fan also deliberately made a call to Quiet Hill, the head of the serious crimes unit himself. As for why he called Quiet Mountain, Xiao Fan naturally had his own thoughts. In his previous life, after the defeat of the Lin family, the one who personally sent Lin Mo Yuan's father to prison was Quiet Mountain, because when Lin Mo Yuan was in high school, he had once gotten the daughter of a close friend of Quiet Mountain pregnant, and refused to admit it afterwards, causing the girl who had moved her heart at that time to be heartbroken, and subsequently got severely depressed. But on this matter, due to the girl was willingly, simply not set up the standard of illegal and criminal. Quiet Mountain although Lin Mo Yuan hate to the bone, but also can only do nothing. Until later, the collapse of the Lin family, new hatred and old hatred mixed under. Quiet Mountain not less in which the force, today received a call from Xiao Fan. Quiet Mountain naturally rushed over in a hurry. Under the circumstance that the human evidence and material evidence are all there, Xiao Fan has 10% certainty that Lin Mo Yuan can't escape today. When it comes to rape, violence, this kind of vicious criminal case, it is not likely that this time can directly let the scum of the Lin family go into squat for a few years. If, afterward, he himself then sent this matter to the internet and brought a wave of rhythm, the Lin family behind Lin Mo Yuan would inevitably also be unable to eat. Quiet Mountain had just stepped out of the elevator when he saw the two groups of people who were confronting each other, and immediately walked over with a serious face. Moving sharply to show his credentials, Quiet Mountain said in a calm voice, "We received a report that someone committed a crime here. Who reported it to the police?" Before Lin Mo Yuan could speak, Xiao Fan immediately climbed up from the ground and said with grief in his voice, "I'm the one who reported it to the police. Comrade police officer, my girlfriend was forcibly brought here by this beast last night, and has more than likely been raped/violated by him. Please arrest him immediately." When Quiet Mountain heard this, his heart was already filled with rage. Looking at this face of Lin Mo Yuan, he instantly remembered his best friend's daughter. "Cuff me." Hearing Quiet Mountain's words, Lin Mo Yuan, however, was still calm and composed, without any trace of panic. Chapter 4, Strong Threats. Why do you police officers only listen to one side of the story when handling cases? If something goes wrong, can you afford it? Lin Mo Yuan's words could be said to be not at all polite. Quiet Mountain also froze for a moment at his words, but then immediately reacted and said to Lin Mo Yuan, "Good. In that case, is there anything you want to say?" Lin Mo Yuan turned his head to look at Xiao Fan and then said in an organized manner, "First, this girl came to the hotel to find me voluntarily. It wasn't me who forced her. Second, inside this room, is my girlfriend? Not his girlfriend at all. You fart." Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Xiao Fan was instantly enraged and directly wanted to rush up, but was stopped by a policeman in time. "You think what I said is wrong? Then you said that Tang Euro is your girlfriend. Do you have any proof? I haven't even pursued you for thinking about my girlfriend, but you're hitting me back instead?" Xiao Fan's face instantly turned red as he listened to Lin Mo Yuan's strong words, but he couldn't produce any evidence. Dropping, "You have successfully gone through the strong words and inverted black and white, causing a serious blow to the psyche of the son of Qi. The system gives you kudos and doubles the gift of villainous values. Villainous value plus 99,999. Low key, saying so to the system in his heart. Lin Mo Yuan's face remained unchanged and coldly diluted. In fact, the reason why Xiao Fan hadn't confessed to Tang Euro until now was because Tang Euro was a very traditional girl who treated her feelings with great importance. If he suddenly confessed, I'm afraid that it would bring her no small amount of pressure. Of course, there was also the reason of her own family. Tang Euro's mother was a typical snob who disliked the poor and loved the rich, and always hoped that her daughter could marry into a rich family. And Xiao Fan's family was not even as good as Tang Euro's family, let alone comparing with Lin Mo Yuan. So in this situation, Xiao Fan could only keep the matter of confession in the bottom of his heart, wanting to wait until he had some achievements in the future, and then boldly go in front of Tang Euro's mother to propose marriage. Unexpectedly, the plan could not catch up with the changes, and a Lin Mo Yuan was killed out halfway. "You say that Ro is your girlfriend and you have proof? I think you are clearly a thief. It's obvious that you're the one who took Ro captive." Xiao Fan spoke sternly, clearly not believing Lin Mo Yuan's sophistry. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan also sneered and said, "Since you guys don't believe me, then fine, then let Ro tell you herself." While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan opened the door of the hotel room. Quiet Mountain, as well as Xiao Fan and several others, followed behind Lin Mo Yuan and wanted to go in, but they were directly glared back by a cold look from Lin Mo Yuan. "My girlfriend just got up and is still getting dressed. What do you guys want to do? Taking advantage? Wait here for me." With that, the door of the couple's suite was directly shut. Drops. The son of Qi Luck's blood pressure spiked because of your evocative words. Luck value -2. Drops. Your aura once again crushes everyone on the opposite side of the room. Luck value +2. Beside the large peach-shaped bed in the couple's suite, Tang Euro clutched the shirt that Lin Mo Yuan had just thrown to her in one hand and didn't put it on. Tang Euro was a little disheartened, and the despair in her heart had reached an extreme point. The noise outside, Tang Euro naturally heard it, and also heard her favorite Xiao Fan's voice, but she bit her lips to death and did not make a single movement, not even daring to cry. The reason was simple. Tang Euro felt that she had already been defiled by Lin Mo Yuan and was no longer pure. She simply didn't have the face to see her own brother Fan anymore. Originally, she had planned to jump from the hotel's balcony and die, but she was coerced by Lin Mo Yuan, using her own family and friends, to give up the idea. According to Lin Mo Yuan's current family fortune, just a little move of the mouth can directly let their own families will never recover. Tang Euro simply do not dare to bet. Noticing a movement in front of her, Tang Euro saw the cheeks that she would never forget. It was Lin Mo Yuan, holding his arm, standing in front of Tang Euro with a gloomy face. Tang Euro had just wanted to open her mouth when she was directly pinched by Lin Mo Yuan's cheeks. Shoo, Lin Mo Yuan said while using his own index finger at his lips, comparing it to a silencing gesture. The breeze with a refreshing scent blew onto Tang Euro's face, causing her not to be able to help but to have a sharp chill. Recalling those ruthless methods of Lin Mo Yuan, Tang Euro instantly didn't dare to make another sound. Drops. Your behavior has frightened a kind girl. Villain value +9. Lin Mo Yuan, who had gradually gotten used to the system's voice, didn't bother this time, but continued coldly. Little girl, right now there's a person outside who wants to see you, saying you're his girlfriend. Tell me, are you or aren't you? When Tang Euro heard these words, she instantly wanted to nod her head, but seeing Lin Mo Yuan's face, she could only ruthlessly and slowly shake her head. She was afraid that if she admitted it down, Lin Mo Yuan would take it out on Xiao Fan when he was infuriated. I didn't expect you to be quite up to the task. Not bad, I am very satisfied. For your sake, this Xiao Fan will be able to bounce around for a few more days. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Tang Euro immediately became a bit flustered and asked with a trembling voice, You don't want to kill brother Fan, do you? Lin Mo Yuan raised his eyebrows and said with a few moments of doubt in his voice, That's for sure. If I don't finish him off, will I still keep him for the new year? I beg you, don't do this, okay? Why are you doing this? Because of you. Why because of me? The woman that I, Lin Mo Yuan, have my eyes on can't be missed by anyone else. Before I get tired of playing with her, even whoever dares to think about it will have to be thrown into the sea and fed to the fish. Hearing this, Tang Euro could tell that Lin Mo Yuan really wasn't joking. He really wanted to finish off Xiao Fan. In terms of Xiao Fan's current strength, if Lin Mo Yuan wanted to take him down, it wouldn't be much more difficult than killing a chicken. Please don't do this, I beg you. While begging Lin Mo Yuan, the teardrops in the corner of Tang Euro's eyes slipped down once again. Looking at Tang Euro expressionlessly, Lin Mo Yuan said coldly, It's fine if you want me to not do this, but there's one condition. Tang Euro seemed to understand what Lin Mo Yuan wanted to say, yet she still opened her mouth to ask, What condition? Be my woman and let Xiao Fan die. This, disagree? That's even better. Not only Xiao Fan, your parents, friends, I'll make them live happily. I promise, I promise. Hearing these words, Lin Mo Yuan loosened his grip on Tang Euro's cheeks and asked with an evil smile, Promise what? To be your woman. As soon as the words fell, Tang Euro felt like she had lost all her strength and sat on her knees on the cold floor. Chapter 5, The First Battle. Dropping. You used verbal coercion to gain the girl's submission, refreshing the villain's lower limit. Villain value +999,999. Hearing this beep, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes instantly lit up. Almost 1,000,000 villain values. I didn't realize that doing this kind of thing could have such a large reward. Although he didn't know exactly what the function of this villain value was, it sounded very powerful. After receiving Tang Euro's answer, Lin Mo Yuan then nodded in satisfaction and continued, I greatly appreciate your attitude. As long as you stay by my side at ease, Xiao Fan can continue to bounce around. I hope you keep your words, otherwise, I won't let you go even as a ghost. You who? Threatening me? If you want to be a ghost, your good brother Xiao Fan is going to be a ghost along with you. Tang Euro's face became even paler. I didn't think that when I fell into the hands of this Lin Mo Yuan, that even being a ghost had become a luxury. Don't just stand there. Why don't you quickly clean up my room? If anyone asks about the relationship between you and me, remember what you said. Tang Euro only felt as if her heartbeat had missed a beat. It was only at this time that she remembered that there were still police outside. If she admitted that it was a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship between herself and Lin Mo Yuan, then it would undoubtedly be cutting off her way back. But if she didn't admit it, then the consequences would be even more serious. Because with the Lin family's power in Yunhai City, Lin Mo Yuan wouldn't receive any serious punishment at all. And there were even more people willing to take the blame for Lin Mo Yuan, while Lin Mo Yuan can continue to get away with it outside, and then will undoubtedly launch a crazy revenge on the people around him. This is where Tang Euro's greatest fear lies. This ending was definitely not something Tang Euro could bear. Thinking of this, Tang Euro could only stand up from the ground. But because the drug that was drugged by her best friend hadn't passed, Tang Euro's body was so sore and weak that she almost collapsed on the floor. Fortunately, Lin Mo Yuan on the side was quick, directly supported Tang Yuro, and then draped his shirt over Tang Yuro's body. Originally, Lin Mo Yuan said those vicious words, but also just want to let Tang Yuro give up the idea of light life, get rid of their own trouble. See Tang Yuro weak appearance, naturally is up compassion. Subsequently, in the midst of Tang Yuro's evasive and shy gaze, Lin Mo Yuan fastened the buttons of his shirt one by one, and only then nodded with satisfaction. The original Tang Yuro, even with the shirt on, could still vaguely see the spring light from the clothes full of holes, but after fastening the buttons, you could only see a pair of tantalizingly straight long legs. Stretching out his hands to copy Tang Yuro's long legs, Lin Mo Yuan unexpectedly held Tang Yuro and walked towards the entrance of the hotel room. At this time, at the doorway of the room, Xiao Fan as well as Quiet Mountain and the others could hardly wait. Just as they were about to break through the door and rush in, the door of the room was finally opened once again. Seeing the sight in front of them, everyone was dumbfounded with a look of disbelief. It turned out that in Lin Mo Yuan's arms, there was a beautiful young girl snuggled up, and was actually wearing a wide men's shirt, but underneath was a pair of straight, snow-white long legs exposed, looking like the two were very close. Yuro, what are you? Xiao Fan's words were directly interrupted by Lin Mo Yuan before he could finish. Who let you call so intimately? Remembering to eat and not remembering to fight, isn't it? 2 slaps just now didn't wake you up? Lin Xiao, please pay attention to your words. You're suspected of verbally abusing others. Hearing Quiet Mountain's words, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes widened. I say this, officer, are you not mistaken? If someone addresses your wife so affectionately, with their eyes darting around your wife's body, do you want to watch yourself wear a green hat before you're happy? Lin Mo Yuan, dropping. You taunted a police officer with vicious language. The positioning of the villain shines through. Villain value plus 999. Just this much villain value added? This police officer is really not easy to deal with. It seems like the experience on him is not easy to brush. Thinking this in his heart, Lin Mo Yuan's face was an expression of impatience. The person is right here. If you have any questions, you guys hurry up and ask. Don't delay us from catching up on our sleep. I slept too late yesterday. I'm sleepy. Hearing these words, Quiet Mountain as well as Xiao Fan both were obviously infuriated. But Quiet Mountain took a deep breath and still calmly looked at Tang Yuro and asked, this Mr. Xiao called the police to us, claiming that you were brought here by force and that this Mr. Lin had committed rape/violence against you. May I ask if this is true? Tang Yuro's eyes held some hesitation, and didn't dare to look directly at Quiet Mountain's gaze, but still said slowly, it's not true. As the leader of the Serious Crimes Unit, Quiet Mountain could easily tell that Tang Yuro was lying, so he spoke out again. If you were coerced, it's perfectly fine to tell us. I'll ask again, is this situation true? Mentioning the word coerced, Tang Yuro once again gave a shiver of excitement, followed by a much firmer voice. Not true. It was me who came to the hotel to find him. Tang Yuro said this sentence very firmly. She knew what kind of person Lin Mo Yuan was. If she now balked at the fact that it was indeed Lin Mo Yuan who had raped her, then Xiao Fan would definitely not be able to see the sun tomorrow. So right now, for the sake of Xiao Fan, she can only endure the humiliation. Quiet Mountain remained undeterred and once again pursued. Then what exactly is your relationship with Lin Mo Yuan? Is it convenient to tell us? Tang Yuro bit her lip, then firmly said, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Hearing Tang Yuro's words, Xiao Fan immediately said, Yuro, I know it must be Lin Mo Yuan forcing you. Just tell us the truth. Xiao Fan's face was anxious at this moment. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way. Tang Yuro's eyes looked at Xiao Fan with an apology that she couldn't hide, but her tone remained firm as she said, Brother Fan, I know you've always liked me, but I only treat you as my brother. And just yesterday, I already promised Lin Mo Yuan to be his girlfriend. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tang Yuro turned her head away and hid her face in Lin Mo Yuan's arms. She didn't know what Xiao Fan would think of her from today onwards, love of vanity or self-deception, but as long as she could keep Xiao Fan alive, it was all worth it. Brother, good ha 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 ha. Xiao Fan was already in a state of madness at this time, and after he laughed a few times up to the sky, a mouthful of blood was sprayed out and he collapsed straight down. Drops. You borrowed the kind girl to hurt the feelings of the son of Qi, causing the son of Qi to suffer a major blow. Qi value minus 15. Drop. You have successfully broken up the son of Qi and your beloved, successfully flipping the tables. The plot of the Son of Fortune has been thwarted, and the first encounter is complete. Luck value plus 15. Chapter 6, The System is a Traitor. Noticing Tang Yuro's struggles, Lin Mo Yuan whispered, don't move around. My patience is limited. If you move again, he'll die now. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Tang Yuro immediately shivered once again, before she honestly stopped struggling. In order to reassure Tang Yuro, and as a reward for her, Lin Mo Yuan made a call to the hotel lobby manager and asked them to send Xiao Fan to the hospital. Afterward, Lin Mo Yuan then looked at Quiet Mountain and the other police officers and said in a cold voice, "That's how the situation is. This kid is jealous of me and reported a false police report. You all saw it in your eyes. Seeing as this young master is in a good mood today, I won't pursue it. Be my guest." As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo Yuan carried Tang Yuro back inside the room. The door of the room closed with a bang. After returning to the room, placing Tang Yuro on the bed, and not bothering with the girl who was already in tears, Lin Mo Yuan went to the balcony on his own. This time should not go to comfort Tang Yuro, let her vent a little or not. Looking at the scene of traffic outside, Lin Mo Yuan sighed deeply. The pile of mess left behind by the previous owner of this body was finally cleaned up, and until now he was still immersed in a very marvelous feeling. There was still one more question. This blah 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 system, what the hell was it? According to what happened before, this system was something very important for himself, and it was imperative to figure out how it actually worked. That blah 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 broken system, are you there? Dropping. The host's tone is ruthless and decisive. Villainous style is on display. Villainous value plus 99. Can the young master take it as if you're complimenting me? Drops. This system does not have this function for the time being. It requires the host's level to reach. Then what are you whining about? Tell me what you're really for. The large electronic screen that had appeared before reappeared in front of Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan curiously reached out his hand and unexpectedly touched it. Apparently this screen was visible only to himself. Awesome such a cool screen. It had to be something from 200 or 300 years later, right? Only then did Lin Mo Yuan shift his gaze to the data in the screen. Host, Lin Mo Yuan. Identity, only son of the richest man. Traveler, system bound. Camp, villain. Physique, 50, average value of 80 for healthy adults. Peak value of 100, newbie gift pack has been used. Battle strength, 65, assessed by a combination of physical fitness, skills, and combat experience, newbie pack used. Skills, intermediate Chinese, intermediate driving. Luck value, 38, if the luck value is zeroed out, the host will be affected by the backlash of luck. Villain value, 267, 3700. Current opponent, reborn type son of Qi, Xiao Fan. Current opponent's Qi value, 301. After carefully studying the information on the sheet, Lin Mo Yuan frowned. This height and such was still acceptable. 177 wasn't too short. But what's with this physique that's only half the average? Also, looking at this battle power, it's according to a full 100 points. So this is too bad, right? 65 points? What had this brother done before? This is the result of using the newbie pack? As if sensing Lin Mo Yuan's doubts, the system's voice sounded again. Due to the previous host never focusing on exercising, pampering himself, and spending his days drinking, the result was that the shell had been severely broken and was in a state of being hollowed out. Lin Mo Yuan's mouth was twitching at this time, only wanting to curse. Okay, the last Lin Mo Yuan. You are really good. You are really powerful. But have you yet ever considered the feelings of my brother? I am also very difficult, right? Leave me such a body that looks like a candle in the wind. What do you want me to do? I understand. But what does this luck value do? What happens if it gets revolted? Drops. Luck value is the specific expression of luck. If the luck value is zeroed out, then it will be rejected by the heavenly Tao. No matter what you do, your life will be in danger. Is it that serious? Taking a quick glance at his only 38 points of Qi luck value, Lin Mo Yuan instantly developed a strong sense of crisis. Then how can I increase this what so-called Qi luck value? Drop. The host can get the other party's Qi luck value by snatching the chances of the son of Qi luck, or by suppressing the son of Qi luck. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, according to your kind of argument, won't I be able to get rid of this Xiao Fan once and for all by directly finishing him off? Drop. The method is not feasible. The host's current Qi value is too low. Forcing his hand will cause the heavenly Tao to backfire, and will cause his soul to fly away and the system to collapse. Lin Mo Yuan immediately frowned and asked, then when will I be able to make my move? Is it possible to just watch him be arrogant in front of me? Drop. If the host's Qi counter surpasses the son of Qi, he can do as he pleases. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan nod his head. It seemed that this system wasn't completely rigid. He still had the chance to make a move after all. Lin Mo Yuan didn't think that Xiao Fan would be so willing to give up. He had dominated his most beloved woman, and this was always a fact. What about the villain value? And what is this thing for? Drops. The villain value is equivalent to currency, and can be used to purchase items in the system store, or used to open treasure chests. Oh, there's also this setting of treasure chests? Then I like it. How much villain value is a treasure chest? Drops. Treasure chests are divided into 5 levels. Black iron treasure chests, 10,000 villainous values. Bronze treasure chests, 100, 000 villainous values. Silver treasure chests. 1, 000 villainous values. Gold treasure chests. 10, 000 villainous values. Diamond treasure chests. 100, 000 villainous values. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan cursed straight in his heart. This system was also too pitiful, right? He dominated a simple girl like Tang Euro and only gave less than 1,000,000 villain value. To get the diamond treasure chest, how many girls would he have to dominate? The unscrupulous system that pits people to death. After figuring out the role of the villain value, Lin Mo Yuan focused on the treasure chest. He now had more than 2,000,000 villain values and was able to buy 2 silver treasure chests, but Lin Mo Yuan didn't intend to spend it all. In his last life as a once-in-a-century genius in the business world, he decided to test the waters first. System, open 10 black iron treasure chests for me to play with first. Drop. Command confirmed. Treasure chest is opening. In Lin Mo Yuan's expectant gaze, a total of 10 virtual treasure chests slowly appeared in front of him. Open one first. Drop. Treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for winning the thank you award. Hearing this voice, Lin Mo Yuan was a bit dumbfounded at that moment. What is it? Why is there a thank you patronage here? Then what are you congratulating? Drops. Treasure chest explosion rate is not high. The final interpretation right belongs to the system. Well, this system is still a traitor. Chapter 7, Attribute Increase. Lin Mo Yuan helplessly rubbed his eyebrows. The system is a real dog, but the treasure chest had already been bought, so he could only hold his nose and admit it. Alright, open the rest of the chests for me. Drop. Command received. Opening all the treasure chests now. Drop. Congratulations, you have obtained Smiling Powder X1. It has been deposited into the host's warehouse. Drops. Congratulations on winning the thank you award. Drops. Congratulations on obtaining the primary luck talisman ×1, which has been deposited into the system space. A few minutes later, all the chests were opened, and this burst rate was quite alright. 10 black iron chests, 7 thank you favors, a chi luck talisman, a reverse luck talisman, and a what's his name smile powder. But what the hell are these rewards? Why did it feel like props from some unscrupulous game? I say, that blah 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 broken system, tell me, what are all these rewards? Drop. Elementary Chi Luck Talisman can increase the applicable object's Chi Luck by a small margin. Elementary Reverse Luck Talisman can decrease the object's Chi Luck by a small margin. And Laughing Powder will cause the object to laugh out loud for 1 hour. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan nodded and then said, how does that what's his name Chi Luck Talisman work? Drop. Just say the name of the object of use. Elementary Chi Luck Talisman. Object of use. Lin Mo Yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Mo Yuan directly spoke his name. A white light flashed for a moment, and then Lin Mo Yuan felt something fly into his body. Lin Mo Yuan then said once again, System, continue opening the treasure chest, a silver level. Drop. Command received. Silver level treasure chest confirmed. A treasure chest that shimmered with silver light instantly appeared in front of Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, the glittering bright silver color. Shaking Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but squint his eyes. This time I don't believe I can't open something. Open it for me. Drop. The treasure chest has been opened. Gained a basic ability bonus. Reward has been issued. In a flash, Lin Mo Yuan only felt a warm current flowing through his limbs and bones. Indescribably comfortable. As if he had taken some kind of tonic. This feeling took a long time to dissipate. The original feeling of some discomfort was also instantly reduced by a lot. And then lifting up his arm, Lin Mo Yuan realized that he could already vaguely see the angular muscle lines. Calling up the personal panel. As expected, the data on it changed again. Host, Lin Mo Yuan. Identity, only son of the richest man. Traveler, system bound. Camp, villain. Physique, 55, average 80. Peak 100. Battle strength, 70, assessed by a combination of physique, skills, and real-world experience. Skills, intermediate Chinese. Intermediate driving. Stores, primary reverse luck charm X1. Primary smiling powder X1. Luck value, 39, when the luck value is zeroed out. The host will be subjected to heavenly reversal. Villain value, 1573700. Currently encountered opponent, reborn type son of Qi, Xiao Fan. Current Qi value, 301. Although this system was pitiful, it was indeed very powerful in this regard, and the physique had indeed been enhanced quite a bit. Even his own Qi luck value has increased a bit, so it seems to be believable. Overall, the harvest was quite good. System, inside that newbie gift pack, what else is there? Drops. In addition to the physical enhancement as well as the battle power enhancement, the rookie gift package also had a limited edition Aston Martin sports car. valued at 160 million US dollars. It turned out to be a sports car, but this kind of thing was the last thing Lin Mo Yuan lacked. Inside the underground garage of his villa, there were as many as a dozen of them, which made it a bit chickenish. Stretching a lazy waist, Lin Mo Yuan turned around and returned to the bedroom. Looking at Tang Yuro, who was still sobbing, a few moments of softness and apology flashed in his eyes. Truthfully speaking, Lin Mo Yuan wasn't a bad person in the first place. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that before crossing over to this body, Lin Mo Yuan was a typical good person. He would often sponsor the children in the orphanage, and would also build houses for the poor people who didn't have a place to live. But in the end, the bloody facts told him that being a rotten good guy only meant being ridden on his head. This matter was obviously arranged by someone secretly, and in Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, it was definitely the fiancé of his predecessor who was behind it. But right now there was no evidence. Even if it was said, no one would believe it. Yunhai City's infamous young master Lin, sharing a room with a female college student. Nothing happened for one night? Who would believe such a thing? In the final analysis, it was also that ex, that Xiao Fan, that fiancé, and this inhuman and ghostly system that was to blame. Drops. Your style of dumping pots and pans has once again set a new lower limit for villains. Villain value plus 999. Screw you. Shut up. After mentally cursing the system, Lin Mo Yuan took out his cell phone and made a call to the hotel manager, asking him to go to the mall to buy a few pieces of women's clothes and come back, and also repeatedly emphasizing that it should be the most expensive and upscale kind. How to say that now Tang Yuro is also her own woman, still wearing ordinary clothes? Is that like words? Not long after, the manager came back with a big bag of clothes. As for paying, even if Lin Mo Yuan paid, the owner of the mall dared to accept it? All the shopping centers in Yunhai City are owned by Lin Mo Yuan's father, so if he dares to let the young master pay for it, then he really doesn't want to do it. Taking these expensive clothes and throwing them at Tang Yuro's feet, Lin Mo Yuan said coldly, 5 minutes, change your clothes and get ready to depart. Depart? Where to go? Ah, of course it's home. Back to whose home? Hearing this question, Lin Mo Yuan turned around and came to Tang Yuro's front, bent down and said coldly, of course it's back to my home. Beautiful girl, the conditions you promised me just now, are you going to back out so soon? The words just fell, and no longer bothering with the disheveled Tang Yuro, Lin Mo Yuan turned around and went to wear his own clothes, dropping, your strong behavior has once again caused a kind girl to lose hope. The villain's temperament becomes more and more obvious. Villain value plus 999. A few minutes later, Lin Mo Yuan wrapped his arm around Tang Yuro's willow waist and walked out from inside the East Garden Hotel. What Lin Mo Yuan didn't know was that not far away, there was a woman wearing sunglasses and a mask, who had seen all of this in her eyes, and then turned away indignantly. Of course Tang Yuro didn't want Lin Mo Yuan to touch her body so close, but Lin Mo Yuan's strength, was it something she could match? Dropping, you forcefully forced a girl, making her heart very uncomfortable. Villain value plus 999. Stop struggling and be honest. If I'm in a bad mood, then someone will be in trouble. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's threat, Tang Yuro could only give up struggling. Dropping, your cold and harsh tone scared the girl, and caused her to be grief-stricken. Villain value plus 9,999. It seems that in the future, I'll have to take Tang Yuro out for a walk more often. Lin Mo Yuan thought so in his heart. The experience on Tang Yuro's body could be really good. I wonder if she really did something, then how much experience would be added. Drops, evil thoughts have arisen in your mind. It fits the villain's persona. Villain value plus 999. What kind of system is this? I don't have one. Shut the up. Chapter 8, Accident. The East Garden Grand Hotel was right in the middle of Yunhai City's business district, so right in front of the hotel was the bustling shopping mall. Noticing the strange gazes coming from the streets, Tang Yuro was simply mortified. There were a lot of students coming and going in the shopping district, and there were also many students from Yunhai University. Yunhai University is not far from the business district, and Tang Yuro is more or less a celebrity in the school. Following this infamous dude out of the hotel today, there is no telling what will be rumored about. However, Tang Yuro didn't dare to say a word at this time. The reason was very simple. If she dared to say anything, this Lin Mo Yuan would definitely use Xiao Fan to threaten him. The reason was very simple. If she dared to say anything, this Lin Mo Yuan would definitely use Xiao Fan to threaten him. For the sake of Xiao Fan's safety, Tang Yuro could only endure. After walking out of the hotel entrance, Lin Mo Yuan discovered a problem. He did not drive when he came to the hotel. He could not take a taxi home, right? That would be too much of a drop, right? But then, Lin Mo Yuan remembered. Inside his newbie gift package, wasn't there a limited edition Aston Martin? Rotten system. Take out my sports car. Drop. Command confirmed. The Aston Martin has been transmitted into real space. Lin Mo Yuan looked up but didn't find the shadow of the Aston Martin. I say, you Thai system, are you playing with me? Where's the car here? Drops. The vehicle has been placed in the nearest underground garage to you. Please go there yourself. It's even put in the garage. I say you dog system, next time you directly throw me into my garage, and save me from dumping it in myself. Drops. The system has accepted your proposal and will seriously consider it next time. Shut up. Bringing Tang Euro to the underground garage of the East Garden Hotel, Lin Mo Yuan directly pulled open the passenger door. Tang Euro looked at this $100 million sports car that would attract countless envious gazes if she drove out, but her eyes were somewhat resistant. Getting into this sports car was like really selling herself to Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan of course saw Tang Euro's hesitation and then said in an indifferent tone, "What, eldest Miss Tang? It's come to this point, you're not going to back out again, are you? You have to remember, Xiao Fan's life is in your hands." Lin Mo Yuan's words caused Tang Euro's face to turn white, and she finally obediently sat in the co-pilot. Dropping. You shamelessly threatened a kind girl again. Villain value plus 999. Lin Mo Yuan had gradually gotten used to the system's sudden beeps, and gradually and surprisingly, some sense of accomplishment arose. Just after this thought arose, Lin Mo Yuan immediately came back to his senses and cursed in his heart, "I blame this former host, as well as this broken system. Brother used to be such a kind and good young man. Now I actually feel a sense of accomplishment because I threatened a little girl?" Drops. You have once again dumped the pot on this system as well as the previous host. The villain's style is once again revealed. Villain value plus 999. A few minutes later, Lin Mo Yuan was already driving an Aston Martin, galloping through the streets of traffic, as if he had vented all the anger he had received from the system on this sports car. Lin Mo Yuan's speed was very fast at this time, and he had already driven up to 200 kilometers inside the city. Tang Euro was so frightened that she clutched the handrail of the car door, her face turning white. She who had never been in a sports car before, looking at the traffic on both sides of the car window that was being thrown behind at a rapid pace, she was already shivering a little. At an intersection in the center of Yunhai, Lin Mo Yuan slowly lowered the speed of the car. The traffic ahead had already formed a long line. It was obvious that it was a traffic jam. Lin Mo Yuan for this situation, naturally is also very helpless. Aston Martin again fast. After all, just a sports car, not an airplane. Tang Euro also loosened her grip on the handrail of the car door at this time, and let out a sigh of relief. Just at this time, the two people inside the car heard the noise coming from the front. "I say you a dead old man, you but crashed my car. This matter cannot just how to forget. At least you have to compensate me $200,000. My car is a limited edition." Lin Mo Yuan couldn't see the situation in front of him inside the car, so he opened the door and stepped out of the car. Seeing Lin Mo Yuan's behavior, Tang Euro also hurriedly followed. The two came to the front of the crowd, only to see an old man wearing thin clothes, with a bicycle falling down next to him. Obviously this was the old man's car, and in front of the old man was a Lamborghini sports car with a shallow scratch on the door. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes were very old, and with a glance, he could see that this matter was not the old man's fault, but the owner of this Lamborghini. This young man who was screaming, opened the car door without looking in the rearview mirror and hit the old man who was riding his bicycle past. It wasn't the old man's fault in the first place, but this young man is asking for $200,000, obviously with the intention of extortion. The murmurs of passers-by were also endless. "This is over. This is a Lamborghini. Look at this old man's appearance. How can he afford to pay for it? That's right, I've never seen a Lamborghini before. I didn't think anyone would dare to crash it. TSK, it's really an eye-opener, but I just saw that it was clearly the owner of the Lamborghini." "Shoo, keep your voice down. Is someone who drives a Lamborghini someone we can mess with?" Seeing this, Lin Mo Yuan snorted, then turned around and walked towards his Aston Martin. When Tang Euro saw Lin Mo Yuan unexpectedly leave in such a desperate manner, her heart was instantly filled with disgust. That's right, like a thin-skinned person like Lin Mo Yuan, how could he care about the lives of these poor commoners? Dropping. Your behavior of turning around and leaving has caused the kind girl to become disgusted. Villain value plus 999. What the hell? You can add villain value just like this? Lin Mo Yuan's heart was crying and laughing a little. This little girl, what does she take herself for? Coming to the front of the Aston Martin, Lin Mo Yuan directly got into the car. Tang Euro reluctantly pulled open the car door, but at this time, she saw Lin Mo Yuan's cold eyes. "You wait here." Dropping. Your words scared a kind girl. Villain value plus 999. Tang Euro wanted to voice her resistance, but she swallowed the words that were on her lips. Resisting Lin Mo Yuan? One wouldn't have a good ending. Waiting until Tang Euro stood pitifully on the side of the road. The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth once again revealed a wicked smile, and then directly stepped on the gas to the bottom, accompanied by an engine roar that resounded through the streets. The Aston Martin directly rushed towards the Lamborghini. The onlookers immediately dodged with their hands and feet. Dropping. Your crazy behavior scared a passerby. Villain value plus 999. Drops. You hit the opponent's sports car with your sports car, causing it to be scrapped. Villain value plus 9,999. Chapter 9, You Crashed My Car. Lin Mo Yuan was still holding the steering wheel of the Aston Martin tightly in his hands, as if the person who crashed into the Lamborghini was not him, while the owner of that Lamborghini, the arrogant and domineering rich second generation, was already dumbfounded. Originally, he was in a pretty good mood today, but then an old man came out of nowhere, and good death, just when he opened the car door. This old man happened to pass by the side of his car door. You know, this Lamborghini, but he just got it last month. Looking at the long scratch on the car, this rich second generation's heart is naturally very angry. This is what led to the scene that Lin Mo Yuan saw. The atmosphere in the scene became somewhat stagnant. The rich second generation incredulously looked at his car has become scrap metal, still cannot believe the fact in front of him. At this moment, Lin Mo Yuan also opened the door of the Aston Martin and stepped out of the car. What are you looking at? Does not have eyes? Crashed into my old man's car. Say it. How do you want to solve this matter? If it just sounded like it. This sentence did have some truth to it, but the person who spoke these words was Lin Mo Yuan. It was Lin Mo Yuan who drove his own car and crashed this rich second generation's car. Now Lin Mo Yuan was instead looking like he was greatly aggrieved, which couldn't help but make it a little difficult for the crowd to accept the shift in the scene. Drops. Your shameless behavior made Chen Jingyi furious. It matches the villain setting. Villain value plus 9,999. Drops. Your alternative problem-solving behavior caused the heroine's attitude towards you to shift. Villain value plus 99,999. Luck value plus 5. I drop. That's how you add chi value. So this arrogant little brat is called Chen Jingyi? It seems like it should be someone from the Yunhaichen family. Also, if crashing a car can give you luck value, then in the future, if I catch a sports car on the street, I'll crash it? However, this kind of thought only just appeared in Lin Mo Yuan's mind before he cleared it out. Obviously, the fact that he had crashed the sports car itself, in addition to arousing the anger of this second-generation rich man, was not going to increase any luck value. This dog system would at most give a villainous value of nearly 10,000, and that would be the top. The main reason for the increase in fortune value was because of what he did, which made Tang Yuro's opinion of himself change. In short, changing Tang Yuro's opinion of herself was the best way to gain chi fortune value. Lin Mo Yuan was in a very happy mood at this moment, but Chen Jingyi, who was standing on the side, was the polar opposite. Kid, you damn well say it again. It was clearly you who didn't grow eyes. You hit my car. Hurry up and give me a statement. If not, I'll let you go to the police station for 10 days and half a month. Lin Mo Yuan just scratched his ears, the disdainful smile on his face even more conspicuous. I said you hit my car, then you hit my car. I don't care who you call today. You have to pay me back. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, the passers-by surrounding the perimeter all looked at each other in disbelief. Why did this sentence sound so familiar? Right. Wasn't that what this arrogant rich second generation had just said to this old man? Thinking of this, the hearts of the crowd were all bursting with joy. Really cool. This is the so-called evil people have their own evil people. Kid, aren't you rich? Aren't you arrogant? Now there's one who's richer and more arrogant than you. This is the karma of the present. The creation of such thoughts from the crowd was also what brought Lin Mo Yuan a large amount of villainous value. Drops. Your arrogant and domineering behavior has caused Li Changyuan's admiration. It fits the villain's compulsion. Villain value plus 999. Drops. Your arrogant and domineering behavior has aroused Zhang Tsongka's admiration. It matches the villain's compulsion. The villain's value is plus 999. Drops. Your old man's aura of being number one in the world has shocked Chen Jingyi. Conforms to the villain's setting. The villain's value is plus 999. Lin Mo Yuan looked at his insanely growing villain value, and was also pleased for a moment. It seemed that the power of the masses was, indeed, still strong. Just the 20 or so passers-by who had gathered around had provided themselves with such a generous amount of villain value. It seemed that in the future, if he wanted to brush up on his villain value, he would have to find a breakthrough point from the masses. Although he was pleased in his heart, Lin Mo Yuan's face was still arrogant. Chen Jingyi was incomparably annoyed at Lin Mo Yuan's play of treating others the way they treat you. It was the first time he had encountered such a situation, ever since he was a child. Who dared to be so arrogant in front of him? Never. Kid, I'll give you 5 minutes. You come up with a satisfactory solution for me right away. Otherwise, I will make you regret being born in this world. When Lin Mo Yuan heard these words, but a strong disdain rose on his face. The Chen family of Yunhai City, although it was a family, was nothing more than a third-rate family. On the contrary, although the Lin family had been passed down for a generation, what was the status of the Lin family? It was an existence that stood at the top of the food chain in Yunhai City. As long as young Master Lin showed the slightest bit of dissatisfaction towards this Chen family, there would be countless forces that wanted to curry favor with the Lin family. This Chen family, not even a single intact tile would be left. This is the villain's hegemony. Kid, my butler has 3 more minutes to arrive at the scene. If you get lost now, I won't hold you accountable for offending me. How about that? Chen Jingyi's face, however, was full of mockery. A butler? A mere butler. What could be so great about it? It was just an underling. Chen Jingyi then put on a good-natured look, obviously waiting, just to see what kind of character the butler Lin Mo Yuan spoke of was. Right at this moment, Tang Yuro was standing behind Lin Mo Yuan in a playful manner. Lin Mo Yuan certainly sensed Tang Yuro's movements, but he didn't pay any attention to it. This girl's current state was still very dangerous. Once Lin Mo Yuan made any drastic moves, it would be tantamount to pushing Tang Yuro into the arms of the son of Qi once again. So Lin Mo Yuan's attitude towards Tang Yuro was a nonchalant one, waiting for Tang Yuro to come out of the shadows. That would be the best time for Lin Mo Yuan to strike. In a short amount of time, a long convoy slowly appeared from the end of the road. This convoy had a total of 15 cars, all of which were clear-colored Maseratis. In the midst of the crowd's envious gazes, it steadily stopped at the side of the road. The door of the first Maserati was opened, and then an old man with gray hair but gleaming eyes stepped out of the car, only to see this old man, in Chen Jingyi's eyes filled with shock, slowly walking towards Lin Mo Yuan's direction. Chapter 10, A City of Absolute Beauty. Young master. The old man slowly stood in front of Lin Mo Yuan and said respectfully. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then looked in Chen Jingyi's direction and spoke. Uncle Zhong, my car broke down. Let someone fix it, and then let this Chen family's eldest son give this old man all the money for the car repair. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, the onlookers in the field froze for a moment, and then the applause that rose and fell echoed above this intersection. This is the real rich man. That's right, this male is simply a clear stream amongst the rich second generation. But then again, do you guys know who this male is? Speaking of this, the crowd froze once again. In Yunhai City, they hadn't heard of any rich second generation being so educated. While these people were wondering, Chen Jingyi couldn't help himself. He forced up his courage and went forward to ask in a stern voice, you say I have to pay for it? Who do you think you are? Today I really won't pay. What can you do to me? When Lin Mo Yuan heard this Chen Jingyi's words, he frowned and was about to open his mouth when he saw the housekeeper, Zhang Bo, step forward and said in a cold voice, someone from the Chun family in Yunhai City, right? Is this your attitude in front of my young master? It's fine if you don't compensate. Turn around and have your father head to the Lin's group and thank my young master face to face. Lin's group, master? According to this, then this arrogant young man in front of her was the son of the chairman of the Lin group? At that thought, sweat instantly appeared on Chen Jingyi's forehead that was visible to the naked eye. This Lamborghini, that was a year's worth of his own pocket money, but in the eyes of this young master Lin, he could buy one in a month. There was even a lot of balance. This is the difference between the two. Thinking of this, Chen Jingyi also lost his previous mind, but immediately waved his hand and replied, no. How can there be such a thing? Compensation. Compensation must be made. I will give this old man money now. Is $100,000 enough? While speaking, Chen Jingyi carefully glanced in Lin Mo Yuan's direction. Lin Mo Yuan waved his hand impatiently. He just wanted to go home and rest and relax right now. Today's was just too much. He really needed to organize his thoughts. Afterwards, Chen Jingyi opened the door of the Lamborghini that had almost turned into a pile of scrap metal, and took out $100,000 in cash from inside the car, and stuffed it into the old man's hand before he let out a sigh of relief. The old man grasped the box containing 100,000 yuan of cash in his hand, somewhat at a loss for words. The situation changed, really is a bit sudden. However, not only did he not need to pay compensation, but he also got 100,000 yuan in cash. This ending was still beyond the old man's expectations. The old man's eyes were also filled with gratitude when he looked at Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan was already sitting inside the Maserati at this time, looking at Tang Yuro, who was standing still with no movement. His eyes were instantly a little gloomy. What? Ms. Tang, have you forgotten something important? Do you want me to help you recall your memories? After this incident, Tang Yuro originally thought that Lin Mo Yuan was considered to be a good talker, so she thought of taking this opportunity to leave and go check on Xiao Fan's injuries. But after hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, she immediately trembled and could only reluctantly get into the car. Dropping. Your bullying makes a kind little girl very aggrieved. Meets the identity of the villain. Villain value plus 999. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, a whole row of Maseratis went away in the dust. In the outskirts of Yunhai City, Dongshenghuating was a high-grade villa complex. This villa complex was invested and established by the Lin family, but in the back of the villa group on the Huating mountain, there is a single villa that is extremely luxurious. This villa was the residence of the Lin family's eldest son, Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan and his father like some disconnect, so does not live in the city, but has been living in Dongshenghuating. Opened the car door and stepped out of the car. Looking at this palace-like villa in front of him, Lin Mo Yuan also let out a long breath. The original owner of this body is really a lucky kid. Surprisingly, he had such a family. Although he had also reached such a level in his previous life, he had gotten it through his own struggles. Collecting these messy thoughts, Lin Mo Yuan turned to look behind him, at Tang Euro who was still sitting in the car and unwilling to get off. From now on, you'll live here. I'll live on the second floor. You'll live on the third floor. Turn around and I'll have someone go to the school to get all your stuff back. Any request, mention it to Uncle Zhong. He will help you. Also, when you go to school and come back from school, Uncle Zhong will arrange a special car to pick you up. These things were the existence of how many girls could only dream of. But Tang Euro, who was sitting in the car, shook her head and said, I still want to live inside the school. I still have classes tomorrow. Lin Mo Yuan heard Tang Euro's words. His face sunk like water. His hands rested on the Maserati's carport, looking at Tang Euro inside the car, his tone revealing a few points of coldness and impatience. Ms. Tang, I see that you're not too clear about the current situation. It's not impossible that you don't live here. I'll have someone do Xiao Fan tomorrow, and then throw it at the gate of your school. What do you think? Do I throw him at the east gate of Yun University? Or the west gate? Dropping. You threatened a poor kind girl with vicious words. In line with the villain's style. Villain value plus 999. Hearing these words, Tang Euro, who had originally held a hint of fluke in her heart, had her heart's defenses instantly shattered. I'll live. Please don't do this. I'll listen to you. Lin Mo Yuan was indeed still the same unscrupulous villain. Dropping, coercing a kind little girl, and put her in her place. Consistent with the villain's style. Villain value plus 99,999. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth. Then he took out his cell phone from his arms and dialed his man. Hello? Give me a deadly eye on that Xiao Fan. Report back to me at any time if there are any moves. Put some more eyes on his side. Record the number of times he goes to the restroom in a day for me. On the other side of the phone, came the voice of a subordinate. Okay young master, don't worry. I'll find out what this kid eats for 3 meals. Hearing the underling's reply, Lin Mo Yuan hung up the phone with satisfaction, and then shook the cell phone in his hand in front of Tang Euro's eyes. Tang Euro looked at the scene in front of her and closed her eyes in pain, tears sliding down her cheeks. Drops, suppressing the female lead, making the female lead initially submissive. Villain value plus 9,999. Even the shedding of tears has a few hints of being an overwhelmingly beautiful woman. It's really to my liking. Chapter 11, Opening the Treasure Chest Again. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, an ominous premonition rose in Tang Euro's heart. She quickly opened her eyes, and sure enough, she saw Lin Mo Yuan's hand, which was about to be placed on her face. What are you doing? Don't touch me. Originally wanting to reach out and help the girl wipe the tears off her face. When she heard these words, Lin Mo Yuan's face instantly sank. Come here. The voice that seemed like it could freeze the air with its coldness instantly made Tang Euro shiver. Of course she wanted to refuse, but when she thought of the words Lin Mo Yuan had just uttered over the phone, she was forced to compromise. Trembling, Tang Euro stepped forward and asked with a trembling voice, what are you going to do? Drops. Your tone scared a kind girl. Villain value plus 999. Lin Mo Yuan silently sighed in his heart, then said in a cold tone, I don't care where your heart is, but you have to remember that so far, your person is mine. Understand? Tang Euro sniffed and gently nodded, then replied in a voice as thin as a mosquito. Understood. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan nod, before he was about to turn around and leave. After walking not more than a few steps, he stopped once again and said to the housekeeper without looking back, Uncle Zhong, find someone to buy her some clothes. My Lin Mo Yuan's woman must be the noblest princess in this world. If you don't want to wear them, then wear your underwear to school for me. Tang Euro's eyes once again flashed with a little bit of tears. Of course she wanted to resist, but didn't have the guts to do so. Xiao Fan's life was now firmly tied to herself. If she dared to speak words of resistance, then Lin Mo Yuan would definitely let her see Xiao Fan's corpse immediately. Ding! You have once again caused a kind girl to succumb. Consistent with the behavior of a villain. Villain value plus 999. Not caring about how Tang Euro felt, Lin Mo Yuan returned to his study. Rotten system. Do you have any methods that can quickly enhance your physique? With only 55 points of his own physique, Lin Mo Yuan really had a bit of a headache. No matter what the situation was, a strong physique was always the most important bargaining chip. If one didn't even have a healthy body, then how could one even fight the son of Qi? A weak physique alone could already make the opponent win without a fight. Drops. Currently the villain value is sufficient. It is recommended to open the silver treasure chest. There's a chance that you can open an elixir that strengthens your body. Open the treasure chest. Right, almost forgot. There was such a precious benefit as a treasure chest. Lin Mo Yuan glanced at his current villain value. Opening a few silver treasure chests was still more than enough. More than 3 million villain values. This is enough. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the categorization of these treasure chests with a somewhat dizzying feeling. Rotten system. Open 8 bronze treasure chests for me. Drops. Contributed 100,000 villainous values to this system. Good luck next time. Drops. Contributed 100,000 villain values to this system. Good luck next time. Drops. Congratulations. You've won the primary lucky charm X1. It's been placed in your backpack. A total of 8 treasure chests. 8. Only 2 lucky charms were opened, as well as 1 bad luck charm. Rotten system. Give me the lucky charms to use. Target, Lin Mo Yuan. Drop. The command collected the channel. Lucky charm has been used. Watching the 2 white lights drill into his body, a smile appeared on Lin Mo Yuan's face once again. With the lucky charms, it was a good thing to do. Rotten system. Open 2 silver treasure chests for me. Drop. Command received. The silver treasure chests have been redeemed. Do you want to open them now? Open them all for me. This time it's definitely a full burst. Drops. Command received. As the 2 silver white treasure chests were opened one after another, the dazzling silver light once again caused Lin Mo Yuan to squint his eyes. Drop. Congratulations on winning the body refining elixir X1. It's been placed in your backpack. Drops. Congratulations. You have drawn the marrow refining elixir ×1. Really drew the elixir. I'll be damned. This system is truly divine. If this world really has such a heavenly setting as pills, wouldn't it be possible for one to live forever just by eating one? Drops. Your nonsensical thoughts are in line with the villain style. Villain value plus 999. What the hell? Rotten system. Sooner or later, I'll smash you one day. Tell me what all these elixirs do. Right now. The most important thing was not to fight with this system, but to figure out the effects of these elixirs. As soon as possible, he would make himself strong before he could deal with Xiao Fan with more certainty. Drop. Command received. Pellet refining pill, second order pill. Mainly can strengthen the foundation and cultivate the energy. Remove impurities in the meridians. Cleanse the essence and marrow. And strengthen the physique. Body tempering pill, second order pill. Strengthens the body. Increases bone density. And strengthens the physique. Powerful. This time finally, I didn't trap little master. I appreciate you. Rotten system. Give me more strength in the future. Lin Mo Yuan then looked at this elixir in his hand and without the slightest hesitation, he directly swallowed it. After the elixir entered his throat, it didn't have the bitter taste that Lin Mo Yuan had imagined, nor was it as sweet as a sugar bean, but rather it melted in his mouth and turned into a cool liquid that disappeared directly into his esophagus. After waiting for a while, the body did not produce any reaction. Just when Lin Mo Yuan thought he had drawn a fake, he suddenly felt a sharp pain all over his body. Immediately following that, Lin Mo Yuan realized that some black sticky liquid was overflowing from the pores of his skin, and it was very fishy, as if it had fallen into the toilet. What's all this smell? It stinks. While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan directly rushed into the bathroom. After carefully cleaning his body, Lin Mo Yuan sprayed several tens of thousands of dollars of men's cologne inside the room. After the smell finally dispersed, Lin Mo Yuan then took out the body refining dan again. According to the order given by the system, after taking the marrow refining pill first, one could then continue taking the body refining pill, putting the body refining pill into his mouth. Just when Lin Mo Yuan thought that just like the marrow refining pill, it would take a while for it to take effect, his entire body immediately resounded with the toothsome sound of bones colliding. What followed was a blackness in front of his eyes. Lin Mo Yuan felt as if he had lost his sight. His eyes were in a state of chaos. 1.5 hours later, Lin Mo Yuan, who was sitting on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. After adapting to the bright light in front of him, Lin Mo Yuan immediately called up his profile panel. Host, Lin Mo Yuan. Identity, only son of the richest man. Traveler, system bound. Camp, villain. Physique, 70, average 80. Peak 100. Battle power, 80, assessed by a combination of physique, skills, and real-world experience. Skills, intermediate Chinese. Intermediate driving. Stores, elementary reverse luck charm X2. Elementary smiling powder X1. Luck value, 44, when the luck value is zeroed out. the host will be reversed by the heavenly Tao. Villain value, 2354. Chapter 12, Xiao Fan's vow. Looking at his attributes, Lin Mo Yuan then nodded in satisfaction. Although the 70 physique, compared to the average value of a normal person, was still short by 10 points, it was simply too much better than the 55 points of physique. As long as one could draw another body tempering pill, then one could basically reach the level of a healthy normal person. Moreover, the chi value had gone from a pitiful 15 points at the beginning to 44 points now. This was already a qualitative leap. It seemed like he was destined to go further and further down the road of villainy. Then, Lin Mo Yuan thought of Tang Yuro. This girl, Lin Mo Yuan really didn't know what to do. However, the only point he was clear about was that he absolutely could not let Tang Yuro return to Xiao Fan's side. It wasn't that he had the intention to break up these two people. As the saying went, it was better to tear down 10 temples than to break up a marriage, and Lin Mo Yuan was certainly aware of this. But once he allowed Tang Yuro to return to Xiao Fan's side, causing the chi of the son of chi to skyrocket, then the one who was finished would be himself instead. If it was his own self in his last life, he would only bother with other people's affairs if he was too idle to do so. But this life was completely different. He is now the villain. The slightest carelessness would be the end of everything. So for this girl, Lin Mo Yuan could only say sorry. Thinking about it, Lin Mo Yuan had already arrived at the door of Tang Yuro's room. There was no relationship between himself and Tang Yuro. This was something that had to be made clear. Otherwise, if this little girl had a misunderstanding, it would be difficult to carry out some of his plans. Just after pushing open the door to Tang Yuro's room, a scream came from inside. Immediately following, a black shadow flew towards Lin Mo Yuan's cheek. Lin Mo Yuan, who had just finished transforming his body with the body refining pill as well as the marrow refining pill, naturally dodged this hidden weapon with great ease. I say, what are you shouting for? How dare you throw something at me? Fixing his eyes, Lin Mo Yuan realized that Tang Yuro was hugging her knees and hiding in the corner of the room with a terrified face, and on her body, she was wearing Lin Mo Yuan's bathrobe. Through Tang Yuro's wet hair, it wasn't hard for Lin Mo Yuan to tell that Tang Yuro had also just finished her bath. What are you doing coming in? Don't come over. Tang Yuro's mood was simply hard to describe in words. In the morning, she woke up from the hotel, but found herself in rags, and there was also Lin Mo Yuan, the infamous dude, lying beside her. For a moment, Tang Yuro thought she had been poisoned, but after careful inspection, she realized that although her clothes were in pieces and she had some marks on her body, she didn't see any plum blossom marks on this bed. This shows that she is still intact. However, what made Tang Yuro feel devastated was that even if she told this matter out, how many people would believe it? Who would believe that a wonderful college girl, who stayed in a hotel room with the #1 dude in Yunhai City for a night, would come out still intact? Even Tang Yuro herself couldn't believe it. That's why Tang Yuro was in the bathroom, worrying about the gossip that would come, while desperately rubbing her body, fear of leaving any traces. But it was futile to try any harder. Now the matter of Yun University's #1 civilian schoolgirl, having a room with the only son of Yunhai's richest man, was already well known. Tang Yuro knew that although she was still intact, but falling into the hands of this playboy, losing her innocence was already doomed. That's why she was so scared when she saw Lin Mo Yuan push open the door to her room. Before Lin Mo Yuan had time to speak, a system beep sounded in his head. Drops. You scared an innocent girl. In line with the villain's style. Villain value plus 999. Yuck. You crappy system. My heart is so pure. I just want to care about people. How could I have known that I'd run into a beautiful woman taking a bath? Dropping. Your sophistry is consistent with villainous behavior. Villain value plus 999. No longer paying attention to this infuriating system, Lin Mo Yuan turned his gaze back to the little girl in front of him. The Tang Yuro in front of her was like a scared quail, her delicate body trembling non-stop. However, because she was wearing Lin Mo Yuan's bathrobe, it appeared a bit loose. Even from the collar area, one could vaguely see the tantalizing spring light. However, Lin Mo Yuan didn't have the heart to care about this. He looked at the girl's appearance, but in his heart there was some pity. So Lin Mo Yuan stepped forward and reached out his hand to Tang Yuro. When Tang Yuro saw Lin Mo Yuan's actions, she was immediately about to scream out. Quiet! The icy cold voice that seemed like it could freeze the air, causing Tang Yuro to stifle a shiver. Conditionally reflexive, Tang Yuro swallowed back the scream that was just about to come out of her mouth. Lin Mo Yuan, however, gently copied Tang Yuro's long and slender legs, and then gently placed her on the big bed. At this moment, Tang Yuro was ready to accept her fate. Could it be that this moment is finally coming? As if resigned to her fate, Tang Yuro closed her eyes, no longer caring about the teardrops sliding down her cheeks. Just when Tang Yuro was ready to accept the coming storm, the door of the room was gently closed. Tang Euro opened her eyes, only to find that Lin Mo Yuan's figure had already disappeared from the room. While breathing a sigh of relief, Tang Euro also felt filled with doubt. Why didn't Lin Mo Yuan move himself? In the dormitory building of Yunhai University, Xiao Fan's mood was simply mixed. Earlier, Xiao Fan, who had been sent to the hospital, slowly awoke not long after. According to the doctor, he was only stimulated and a bit emotionally unstable. There was nothing else wrong with him. After prescribing Xiao Fan several medications that could calm his emotions, Xiao Fan then left the hospital. In the morning's events, it was not difficult for Xiao Fan to guess that it must have been that goddamned Lin Mo Yuan who had threatened Tang Euro with his words. Otherwise, Tang Euro would never have been able to say something like that. However, after Xiao Fan came to his senses, he discovered a problem. That was that although he was a reborn person, he currently did not have any strength at all. To put it simply, with a position like Lin Mo Yuan's, wanting to pinch himself was as simple as pinching an ant. If one wanted to deal with Lin Mo Yuan, this matter could not be rushed. Only when you have accumulated enough strength, you can win in one blow. Rubbing the cell phone in his hand, on the screen was Tang Euro's pure and lovely photo. You row, if I don't get you out, I, Xiao Fan, swear not to be a human being. Lin Mo Yuan, wait for my Xiao Fan's revenge. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Fan made a heavy oath. Chapter 13, The Chance to Rise Up. In his last life, Xiao Fan was considered a proper successful person, but he had a huge regret in his heart that he could not make up for. That was Tang Euro's suicide. But in this life, the heavens had given himself a second chance. Although this time, he was still a step too late. But the tragedy still didn't happen after all. At least now, although Tang Euro had fallen into Lin Mo Yuan's hands, she was still alive. This was already an excellent beginning. Xiao Fan's identity as a reborn person was enough to change many things. Within his memories, there were not only countless business knowledge, but also many chances. Taking out any one of these chances could make Xiao Fan rich. At the same time, Xiao Fan's mind also contained many memories about the Lin Group that were not allowed to see the light of day. These were the shady secrets of the Lin Group. As long as he had enough substance, it would only take 2 years. In 2 years' time, he would be able to bring down the behemoth that was the Lin family completely. However, although Xiao Fan already had such an idea, after all, everything was difficult at the beginning. Sitting on the bedboard of the dormitory, his eyes looking at the ceiling listlessly, Xiao Fan's heart was without a single thought. Where in the world should he start? Xiao Fan wanted to quiet his mind and think carefully, but no matter whether he closed his eyes or opened them, his eyes were all filled with Tang Euro's voice and smile. It simply couldn't be waved away. Just at this time, the door to the dormitory was pushed open, followed by a burst of noise. I told you that buying this was right. How about it? Li Yang, didn't you earn it? Yeah, Li Yang, you have to treat us this time. That's absolutely no problem. At this time, one of the housemates was the one who saw Xiao Fan, who had already come to his senses. Brother Fan, Li Yang just bought a lottery ticket and won $200. He was about to treat us to dinner. Are you coming? When Xiao Fan heard these words, he subconsciously wanted to refuse, but abruptly, it was like some memory was awakened in his mind. The word lottery directly evoked a memory in Xiao Fan's mind. The young man had insisted on buying lottery tickets for 2 years and finally won a huge prize of $300 million. This young man had been buying a special set of numbers for 2 years, and this set of numbers was the birthdays of both this young man as well as his girlfriend. Buying a lottery ticket is really an investment in luck. Not many people win the lottery, and even fewer win the jackpot. But in the previous life of Yunhai City, something like this had happened. So much so that for a while, all the major media were scrambling to report on this matter. Once again carefully recalled. At that time when the interview, this young man with a happy face pulled his girlfriend's hand, saying that this number has a very special meaning to him, and this time it is also all because of the good luck that his girlfriend brought to him Yun. But then, Xiao Fan finally remembered the most important piece of information. That was the date. The day of the lottery was exactly the day before the monthly examination of Yunhai University. And now, there were still more than 4 days before the monthly exam. That meant that he could completely seize this opportunity and firmly hold this grand prize in his hands. And there's one more piece of information, which is that the total prize pool for this time has reached as much as $1 billion. That's a whole $1 billion. But how exactly this matter would be operated still needed further planning. The reason is very simple. Just at this time, that young man's hands are already buying a lot of bets. According to common sense to deduce, the prize pool in the prize pool has been locked by him quite a lot. And at a time like this, if one wanted to get this huge amount of prize money, there was only one way to go. That was to dilute the amount of the first prize. According to the rules of this lottery station, the first prize as well as the second prize were not actually fixed. As long as one bought enough bets, then no matter what, there was still a high chance that the $1 billion in the prize pool would fall into one's hands. However, there was a problem that could not be ignored right now. And that was that Xiao Fan simply did not have enough money to buy tens of thousands of lottery tickets. That would require tens of thousands of dollars. This was simply a sky-high price for a poor student like him who came out from the mountains. The startup capital was a big problem. Although Xiao Fan was very good at what he did and had a few reliable friends in the dormitory, but borrowing tens of thousands of dollars from them? That was simply impossible. The most that could be gotten out of the dormitory was $4,000 at most. This is already the limit that can be taken out. And with $4,000, you can only get 2,000 bets. But even if it's just 2,000 bets, that's still a lot of money. At least he could use it to implement his plan. At this thought, Xiao Fan immediately straightened his face and said to his housemates, "Brothers, I have some urgent matters, but my hands are a bit tight right now. Can you support me with some money?" Xiao Fan usually got along well with his housemates, so as soon as he heard his words, his housemates were all generous. Soon, with enough money in his hand, Xiao Fan decided to head to the entrance of the lottery station and wait for his lucky star, the young man, to arrive. Dongsheng Huading Villa. The night slowly passed and the sunrise rose once again. Early in the morning, Lin Mo Yuan met Tang Yuro downstairs. However, the two just glanced at each other and didn't say anything. It wasn't just Tang Yuro who hadn't slept well last night. Even Lin Mo Yuan hadn't slept well, so both of them had faint dark circles on their eyes. However, this sight fell into the eyes of the housekeeper Zhong Bo. But there was another explanation. It seems that the young master had a good time last night. The young master is worthy of being a young master. The vision is still a top one. Look at this girl. Is simply the future of the young grandma. Look. This is the first time the young master has been so patient with a girl. It seems like this is something that has a door. Lin Mo Yuan didn't know what the butler was thinking. His attention was fully focused on the breakfast in front of him. I still have class today, so I have to go back to school. Tang Yuro originally thought that Lin Mo Yuan wouldn't agree, but she ended up seeing Lin Mo Yuan nodding painfully. Okay, no problem. Tang Yuro was a school bully, and Lin Mo Yuan knew that for school bullies, missing school was simply worse than killing them. After all, Lin Mo Yuan was also a resounding school bully before he crossed over, so he couldn't understand Tang Yuro's mood any better. However, Lin Mo Yuan smiled faintly and made a condition. Going to school is fine, but I'm going to personally send you there. Hearing this, Tang Yuro instantly changed her face. How was this possible? In this way, wouldn't the relationship between herself and Lin Mo Yuan be even more indefinable? But looking at the serious Lin Mo Yuan in front of her, Tang Yuro didn't dare to refuse, because she knew that it was useless to refuse. A person like Lin Mo Yuan had 100 ways to make her agree. Chapter 14, I like obedient people. Watching Tang Yuro not utter a word of rejection, Lin Mo Yuan nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that his image had gradually buried a shadow in Tang Yuro's heart. This would be a good thing to do. Soon after breakfast, Lin Mo Yuan brought Tang Yuro out of the villa's front door. Just after arriving at the gate of the villa, Lin Mo Yuan extended his hand towards Tang Yuro. Tang Yuro was startled by Lin Mo Yuan's move and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then she saw Lin Mo Yuan's scrutinizing eyes. The shadow that this look brought to Tang Yuro was too severe. So much so that Tang Yuro subconsciously wanted to avoid this dude's gaze. Lin Mo Yuan's hand, however, still didn't retract. After a while of stalemate, Tang Yuro finally couldn't hold on and passed her hand over. If this went on, the one who would suffer would only be herself. Tang Yuro was very clear in her heart. Just after touching Lin Mo Yuan's hand, Tang Yuro felt a strong force come from her, and then her entire body was pulled into Lin Mo Yuan's arms. Lin Mo Yuan looked at Tang Yuro in his arms, sniffing the ghostly body scent of the girl's body, his face carrying some frivolity as well as dominance. I like obedient people. Remember, don't hesitate in the future. This is the last time. While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan gently traced the girl's jaw with his fingers before releasing her delicate body. Lin Mo Yuan's fingers brought Tang Yuro a tingling sensation that made her come back to her senses after a long time. Drip! Your frivolous behavior scared a kind girl. In line with the villain style. Villain value plus 999. Listening to the system's beep, a sense of accomplishment rose in Lin Mo Yuan's heart, and then very gentlemanly opened the door of the limousine in front of him. Tang Yuro didn't hesitate this time and directly sat in. This limousine was this year's new Bentley, limited to 10 units globally. Throughout the Dragon Kingdom, there were only 2 people who owned it. One of those people was Lin Mo Yuan's father. Tang Yuro didn't have a concept of these limousines, because she never thought that she would one day be able to sit on a seat that she couldn't afford in her entire life. Just after sitting on the seat, Lin Mo Yuan's voice once again rang in her ears. Pretty? Tang Yuro subconsciously looked up, only to find that the roof of this extended Bentley was covered in roses of all shapes and colors. As far as the eye could see, there were roses all over the place. This scene caused Tang Yuro's heart to be somewhat shocked. Which girl isn't in love? Since she was a girl, she more or less wouldn't reject romantic things. Right at this time, a small seed was planted in Tang Yuro's heart, hidden very tightly, just waiting for that day of germination. Looking at the girl's side face that was red from the roses, Lin Mo Yuan's heart was instantly a little firmer. Himself and Xiao Fan were destined to be enemies in life and death. That was why Tang Yuro could never rejoin Xiao Fan's embrace. Otherwise, God knows what kind of changes would occur. With the degree of exaggeration of this system, it was estimated that one could be directly struck to death by heavenly thunder. So this person, Xiao Fan, must be resolved. Tang Yuro's heart, he must also get his hands on it. Just at this time, Lin Mo Yuan's phone was ringing. Picking up his cell phone and opening the caller ID, the one who called was Lin Mo Yuan's right-hand man, Ji Kuan. Ji Kuan's loyalty to Lin Mo Yuan was obvious to all. Ji Kuan's father had been following Lin Mo Yuan's father to fight the world back then, and was his right-hand man. Ji Kuan was also the same. From a young age he had followed Lin Mo Yuan around, from kindergarten to elementary school, then from elementary school to junior high school, and all the way to university. He had followed Lin Mo Yuan's left and right. In fact, Ji Kuan's academic performance was not good at all. Basically it can be said that he couldn't even get into high school. But what kind of person is Lin Mo Yuan? The son of the richest man in Yunhai. Just by opening his mouth, Ji Kuan was able to get into Yunhai University without any obstacles. He was in the same class as Lin Mo Yuan. However, these two brothers basically did not go to class. The only time the class or go to talk to the female teacher Love. Although Ji Kuan's grades are not good, but he is really loyal to Lin Mo Yuan, and the level of work is absolutely first class. Lin Mo Yuan had asked him to keep an eye on Xiao Fan, and now that he was calling, there must be a situation on Xiao Fan's side. Without any hesitation, Lin Mo Yuan directly picked up the phone. Hello, young master, that little brat has made a move. Lin Mo Yuan raised his eyebrows at the words. It was only the second day and Xiao Fan had made a move? What did he do? That brat went to a lottery station. He squatted at the door early in the morning before it opened and waited, but he didn't see him go in when the door opened, as if he was waiting for someone. Young master, should I find some people to clean up this kid? The lottery station? What is this kid doing at a lottery station? Does he want to earn some extra money? Just at this time, an idea but suddenly appeared in Lin Mo Yuan's mind. This kid, he's a reborn son of fortune. All the things he did, he must have a goal. If this kid wants to deal with himself, what does he lack the most? Money. For a person who came back from rebirth to buy a lottery ticket and win a prize, it was simply too easy. Lin Mo Yuan quickly calmed down and then said, don't worry about this, just keep a good eye on him for me. Also, don't scare the snakes. Remember, don't let this kid discover your existence. Just after the words were said, Lin Mo Yuan felt his sleeve being tugged on. Lin Mo Yuan looked down, and it was none other than Tang Yuro who grabbed his sleeve. Didn't we agree that if I go with you, you won't make a move against Brother Fan? Seeing Tang Yuro's expression, Lin Mo Yuan's heart was a little annoyed. Did you hear me say I would do him? I'm just being wary of him. Beware, a rich second-generation son worth hundreds of billions of dollars would be on the lookout for a tiny college student? Who would believe this sentence? Xiao Fan's origin. Tang Yuro couldn't be clearer. What kind of threat would an ordinary college student who came out from inside the mountains pose to Lin Mo Yuan? Obviously, Tang Yuro thought that these words were just excuses that Lin Mo Yuan had said in order to threaten himself. When Lin Mo Yuan saw Tang Yuro's expression, he knew that she didn't believe his words. I'm telling you, the reason I'm doing this, that's all forced. You have to know that this Xiao surnamed, but he's watching me all the time. You wouldn't be unaware of his feelings for you. Now that this kid thinks that I've done something to you, he'll surely try to retaliate in any way he can. If not, would I care about a mole? I'm merely trying to protect myself. Lin Mo Yuan's words were indeed a few words from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 15. To gamble or not to gamble? Tang Yuro knew that what Lin Mo Yuan said was true. She could also hear the helplessness in Lin Mo Yuan's mouth. However, she was still worried for her brother Fan. I think that brother Fan, Xiao Fan, is not such a person. I understand his character. Definitely won't take a shot at you. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the somewhat apprehensive girl and asked with a smile. Oh, is that so? Since you're so sure, do you dare to make a bet with me? Hearing this, Tang Yuro raised her head and gathered her courage to look at Lin Mo Yuan. What do you want to bet on? Lin Mo Yuan turned to look out the window, faintly inhaled a breath, then said, just bet that within 3 weeks, will this kid throw dirty water on my head? If this kid is really honest and doesn't come to mess with me, then I'll have the people watching him all withdraw. However, if this kid makes a move, then don't blame me. Tang Yuro sniffed and immediately said, good, I'll bet with you. Xiao Fan definitely won't be someone who actively causes trouble. I'm sure of it. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the girl in front of him who had suddenly been galvanized into a fight, but there was some mockery on his face. What if you lose? Tang Yuro was caught off guard by this question. She hadn't even thought about what to do if she lost. Inside her subconscious mind, Xiao Fan really wasn't this kind of person. So for a moment, her face became a little embarrassed. Lin Mo Yuan smiled and shook his head, then spoke. If he loses, then you shouldn't mention him in front of me in the future. How about that? Tang Yuro clenched her silver teeth and thought for a moment before replying. Good, I promise you. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan withdraw his gaze. Yunhai University, West Gate. Yunhai University's West Gate was a gate close to Yunhai Road, so this place had the most vehicles coming and going. There were quite a few luxury cars as well. What with Lincoln Mercedes-Benz BMW and so on, they were everywhere. But the appearance of a lengthened Bentley, but the wind of these luxury cars, all covered down, extended Bentley, many people have not even heard of, let alone sit. This lengthened Bentley, in the envious gazes of the crowd, slowly parked at the location of the West Gate. Just after stabilizing the car, an upright figure walked down from the car. It was none other than Lin Mo Yuan. On the other hand, Tang Yuro also stepped out of the car. Before Lin Mo Yuan could make a move, Tang Yuro took the initiative to pull up Lin Mo Yuan's hand. Lin Mo Yuan didn't react for a moment, but then he realized, Tang Yuro had done all of this for Xiao Fan. Lin Mo Yuan was not a cutie, just the opposite. He was an uncompromising business genius. His IQ and EQ could not be measured by an ordinary person at all. The reason why Tang Yuro did this was all to let her guard down against Xiao Fan. Lin Mo Yuan's heart felt like it was being clutched by someone at this moment. This behavior of Tang Yuro made him feel the taste of betrayal. It was like in his last life, the woman he loved. He had trusted her so much, and in the end, what did he get in return? It was betrayal, anger, unwillingness, almost all the negative emotions have surged to the heart. Looking at the girl beside him, whose movements were intimate but whose face was without a trace of a smile, Lin Mo Yuan slowly opened his mouth and asked, for that poor boy, is it worth it? When Tang Yuro heard this, her lips pursed up tightly, but she still didn't say a word. Lin Mo Yuan took a deep breath, then reached out and wrapped his arm around Tang Yuro's soft waist. Tang Yuro's body stiffened, subconsciously wanting to refuse, but still gave up resistance. Just like this, the two of them walked towards the school. This scene, however, set off a huge wave. What kind of person is Lin Mo Yuan? The only son of the richest man in Yunhai. That's the only heir of the Lin group in the future. And Tang Yuro, the schoolgirl of Yunhai University. How many boys dream of her? These two people came together and directly set off a storm in Yunhai University. Could it be another Cinderella and Prince drama? Just as Tang Yuro's heart was infinitely apprehensive, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth lifted up a smile. Little girl, you think this is the end? Brother's killing move is still behind. Lin Mo Yuan then lifted his jacket and took out a bunch of roses from the inner pocket of his jacket. What made people feel most dumbfounded was that this rose was actually made of gold, and on top of the roses, there were diamonds inlaid with stars. What girl doesn't like diamonds? Especially when these little things that looked like stars twinkled as if they were glowing. They were even more striking. Tang Yuro, who usually lived a very frugal life, was naturally not exempt, and the moment she saw the diamonds, although she was still very disgusted with Lin Mo Yuan, she froze for a moment. In the eyes of some thoughtful people, this was a sign of surprise. Not far away, some Yunhai University students saw the scene and took up the cameras in their hands. Isn't this the first folk school flower of Yunhai University? Looks like this was taken by young Master Lin? You don't know about this, do you? Young Master Lin has his sights set on this civilian school flower. Oh, could it be that young Master Lin planted roses around the entire playground for Tang Yuro? Clever. The children are teachable. These murmurings certainly fell on Lin Mo Yuan's ears. But Lin Mo Yuan didn't think about it. Let them talk about it. Talking about it to the Xiao Fan's ears was the best. Using public opinion to achieve one's goal. This had long been in Lin Mo Yuan's plan. And these comments likewise fell into Tang Yuro's ears. Originally, Tang Yuro didn't want to accept this valuable rose, but after all, she had just made a bet with Lin Mo Yuan, so it wasn't good for her to back out. So she could only hold back the disgust in her heart, and reached out her hand to accept it. This scene fell in the eyes of those who were interested, but once again turned into a refusal. It seemed that the so-called commoner schoolgirls, in the end, couldn't resist the ability of real banknotes. Within just a few minutes, during the time that Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro, the divine couple, walked into the school building, the entire campus website as well as the posting bar, were already full of intimate photos of the two people. Of course, Tang Yuro understood that the moment she made her decision, there was no turning back. To put it simply, even if she wanted to turn back, that would be a dream, because no matter how she explained herself, these people wouldn't believe that between herself and Lin Mo Yuan, nothing had happened. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the blanched Tang Yuro, but became more and more calm. Since Tang Euro knew this, how could young Lin not understand it in his heart? Chapter 16, Fight Me? South Gate of Yun University, Lottery Station. Just as young Master Lin, as well as Tang Euro, both of them, walked into the school building, Xiao Fan, however, was already at the lottery station. Xiao Fan was very clear that his only chance to turn the tide was the lottery. Currently this was the safest way to accumulate strength that could be done, relying on his memories from his previous life. This time it all depended on that young man's lottery numbers. When Xiao Fan arrived at the lottery station, it was a sparsely populated time period. The owner of the lottery station was looking at a newspaper in boredom, looking for a lace news with strong tea, which was also considered a small pleasure in life. Suddenly, a sound of knocking on the table came. The boss put down the newspaper in his hand, pushed the old presbyopia glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked at the young man standing in front of him. Come to buy a lottery ticket. Ha, the young man said with a smile. That's right, a few scratchers, I just happened to try my luck. The boss smiled and handed the young man a few lottery tickets. Looking at this young man's appearance, he didn't look like a rich man, and the clothes on his body were ordinary. He looked like a student from Yunhai University. But that's right, why would a rich person come to a lottery station? Holding this kind of thought, the boss once again sat back on his recliner. At this time, the young man who was scratching the scratchers in his hand while doing so, turned his head and said, Boss, I heard a while ago that there is a person chasing a group of numbers chasing a long time. The results really let him give the jackpot, said to get more than 100,000 it. I do not know if it is true or not. This boss heard, also came to the interest. Just now is not much business, so sex directly to their full cup of tea. Narrated. Young man, this news is really true, not false. In fact, there are many people are deadlocked on a set of numbers. As long as it is one, that is certainly the opportunity to soar. But this is also divided into luck. May to death you may not be able to win. In the end the lottery this thing is still luck first after all. Without luck, hey, everything is all for nothing. The young man nodded, sort of coming to a realization. So that's how it is, then my luck is really not good. You see, this is not even a single scratch card one. Boss, do we have such a person here? The kind of person who keeps chasing after a set of numbers? The boss sniffed, put down the rusty iron pot in his hand, pushed the old glasses, and said, Young man, when you say that I do remember, there really is such a strange person, also a young man, but a little older than you. He is every time to buy a set of numbers, quite a long time. Hearing this, the corner of the young man's mouth pulled out a smile. He then changed to a curious expression and said, There really is such a person? My goodness, then why don't you tell me about the set of numbers he often buys? I'll buy a couple of bets to try, in case I win. The boss obviously scoffed a little at the young man's statement, but it wouldn't be a cutie if he didn't make money. But if you don't make money, you're not a cutie. All lottery stations love this kind of customer the most, the one who comes to the door and kills with his neck. Hey, young man, you're just being rude. I like it. I'll tell you this number. You can remember it. Red is 06, 01, 12, 27, 04, 31. The blue number is 07. It's all pretty good to memorize, because this young man, I don't know how many times I bought it from me. It's all been rolled out long ago. The young man hurriedly wrote down the string of numbers with a pen, then said with a smile, Thank you boss. Right, boss, you this double color ball, are win the lottery The boss smiled and replied, Thursday and Sunday draws, don't miss it. The young man smiled and nodded, then walked out of the lottery station. The boss smiled and shook the fan in his hand and sighed. They were all stupid boys. It wasn't like they didn't know how low the probability of winning the lottery was. Even so, there were still so many wrongdoers who wanted to bump into it. But there is no way. After all, now the world is like this. The lottery, that is the most convenient way to get rich. At the same time, the young man with a set of numbers in his hand also came to the gates of Yun University, and the smile at the corner of his mouth also became more obvious. This young man was naturally Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan looked at the set of numbers in his hand and finally let out a sigh of relief. This time, the plan could not allow for any mistakes. Otherwise not only would it not be able to play the role of reversing the situation, but it would also add to the problem. To put it simply, Xiao Fan had put his life on the line this time, and if he failed, not only would he not be able to change his luck, but he would also make him, who was originally not rich, once again be in debt. The current self, with Lin Mo Yuan, that was not comparable at all. Lin Mo Yuan is now the only son of the richest man in Yunhai City. What kind of status is that? He's always been high and mighty, and he's just a mudblood now. But Lin Mo Yuan is not relying on himself, but on the fact that he has a very rich father, whereas Xiao Fan's own mind had memories of his previous life. Just by virtue of this, Xiao Fan was also certain that he could directly pull Lin Mo Yuan down directly. His memories were the best weapon. Just like this lottery, with his memories, Xiao Fan could completely have many opportunities, as long as they could be grasped. Then bringing down Lin Mo Yuan and the Lin family behind him would not be difficult. Yunhai University, Classroom 303. This classroom was precisely the regular classroom of Tang Yuro's class. And as for Lin Mo Yuan, in this school, who dared to say that Lin Mo Yuan was not doing his job? This big young master is naturally idle in general. Wherever he wants to go, people in the classroom, Lin big young master is very likely to pull the hand of the little girl in the lake to talk about love. Teachers are not indifferent, is no way to manage. Lin Mo Yuan's family alone had become his best talisman. Basically, the attitude of the principal of the school was that as long as Lin Mo Yuan didn't break the sky, everything was turned a blind eye. When Lin Mo Yuan, as well as Tang Yuro, both appeared in the classroom, all the students' eyes were about to hit the table. Holy, isn't this young Master Lin? Why did he come to the classroom? Isn't he followed by his side? Isn't that Tang Yuro? I said I haven't seen the goddess at school lately, so it's because she's gone with Big Prince Lin. In fact, Lin Mo Yuan's pursuit of Tang Yuro was well known throughout Yunhai University. After all, Lin Mo Yuan in this school, that is a big-name star character. Even what he eats for dinner, with whom he eats will be someone's concern. The matter of pursuing Tang Yuro was even more impossible to hide. Chapter 17, The Game, about to begin. One of the most significant news in Yunhai University lately was not the fact that Grand Young Master Lin Mo Yuan wanted to pursue Tang Yuro, but rather Tang Yuro's refusal. In the eyes of Yunhai University students, there was hardly any girl who could resist Lin Mo Yuan's money offense, because in this society where money talks, as long as you have money, what do you want that you can't get? However, this new freshman, Tang Yuro, did the opposite and directly rejected Lin Mo Yuan's pursuit. This news at that time that was a sensation, and the young Master Lin is also an unbeliever. Tang Yuro saw a refusal. He in turn is more energetic, directly is set off a more violent attack. Tang Yuro cannot posture. Why would Tang Yuro reject Lin Di Xiao? This could not be hidden at all, and it did not take long for Xiao Fan, this person, to be dug out. This person and Tang Yuro had a connection, and Tang Yuro had always been in love with Xiao Fan. Tang Yuro's origin, although it wasn't anywhere close to Xiao Fan, it was just as ordinary. But who would care about a girl's origin? Directly look at the value of the face, to see whether she looks pretty or not. It's over. There is a saying, as long as there are a few girls, the final luck will not be bad. But the moment Xiao Fan's origin was revealed, it drew a chorus of boos. This Xiao Fan couldn't even be compared to Lin Mo Yuan Lin Di Xiao. Xiao Fan was just a poor student from the mountains. And Lin Mo Yuan? He was the only son of the richest man in Yunhai. If nothing else, the entire Lin group would be in this young master's pocket. At that time, these students were not optimistic about Xiao Fan and Tang Yuro as a couple. So now that they saw Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro finally come together, they felt that this was the result of the water coming together. However, not everyone had the attitude of eating melon, like some girls inside the classroom, looking at Tang Yuro's expression, but not the slightest bit of undisguised jealousy. Who wouldn't be attracted to the future heir of the Lin group? Who wouldn't want to replace Tang Yuro? Lin Mo Yuan naturally noticed the various gazes in the classroom, but young Master Lin had always been unconcerned. Regardless of whether it was the previous young Master Lin or the current Lin Mo Yuan, he wouldn't be bound by the eyes of the world. When he came to the classroom, the teacher was already preparing for class, and after Lin Mo Yuan nodded to the teacher, he pulled Tang Yuro to the last row of the classroom. The teacher, who was greeted by Lin Mo Yuan's nod, instead froze for a moment. Was this the lawless Lin Mo Yuan? How come he was so polite to himself? I also remembered that the Lin Mo Yuan of the past was in existence that had beaten the teacher with his hands off, but soon this teacher came back to his senses, and in his heart, a few feelings of being flattered. Lin Mo Yuan, who had already taken his seat, naturally put his arm on Tang Yuro's shoulder, as if he had practiced it countless times. However, this sudden movement startled the little girl, and the textbook she was holding in her hand nearly fell to the ground. What are you doing? Hearing Tang Yuro's voice of shame and embarrassment, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled up an odd smile. What? Regretting it so soon? Tang Yuro had just wanted to reach out and slap Lin Mo Yuan's claws away, but after hearing these words, she instantly didn't dare to make any more movements. It couldn't be helped. Right now she was being eaten to death by Lin Mo Yuan. She couldn't resist at all. Once she resisted, not to mention herself, this unforgiving devil would definitely spread his anger all over Xiao Fan. He had already persevered up to here. Wouldn't he have to give up? Thinking of this, Tang Yuro could only just give in once again. Drops. Your behavior has once again caused a kind girl to give in. Villain value plus 999. Listening to the cold beeps coming from his mind, The smile at the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth also became more meaningful. For a girl like Tang Yuro, it would only be chewy if she slowly let her opinion of herself shift. In a subtle way, let her like herself. In this way, only then can she have the leverage to completely defeat Xiao Fan. In the final analysis, all of Lin Mo Yuan's plans could not hide from the word hearts. Compared to Lin Mo Yuan's ease and comfort, Tang Yuro could be considered to be sitting on pins and needles. This class was simply the hardest class since the beginning of the school year. Even though they were sitting in the last row, there were still quite a few students' gazes casting their way. Shocked, curious, and even contemptuous and indignant. To put it simply, their gazes were like a sharp blade, directly inserted in Tang Yuro's heart. Obviously, some gossip was definitely unavoidable, and Xiao Fan would definitely hear it. This was what Tang Yuro found most difficult. Right at this time, the class bell that Tang Yuro had been waiting so hard for finally rang. In Tang Yuro's ears, this dismissal bell sound was simply like heavenly music. It was really overwhelming. Seeing Tang Yuro, who left her seat in a panic, Lin Mo Yuan's face relaxed a little. Afterward, as if he had remembered something, a smile once again surfaced at the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth. Little girl, with this amount of Dao you have now, you're also fighting with me? Simply too naive. 2 flowers bloomed, each with its own branch. Now it is summer, so the weather in Yunde is a bit dreary. Even if the sun has already gone down, there will still be a feeling of heat waves spreading on the surface. Unconsciously, it was already 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, and the sky wasn't completely dark yet, so this time was also the best time for couples to go out for a walk. Dragging a tired body, Xiao Fan pushed open the door of his dormitory. He had strolled around all the lottery stations near Yun University and froze without even seeing the shadow of his target. However, Xiao Fan was not frustrated, and his heart was still full of fighting spirit. There was an old saying that good things come in small packages, and how could anything succeed easily? Just after coming to the dormitory, he heard a few of his roommates discussing hotly. If you ask me, we should take the initiative. What? Do you still want to go and scold people? Scolding people is too vulgar. We need to expose the facts, or we can give Brother Fan an outlet. Hearing this, Xiao Fan asked with a smile, Yo, what are you chatting about so happily? Still want to take it out on me? At this time, several housemates stood up. Brother Fan, you're back. Brother Fan, nothing, we are just fooling around. Alright, it can't be hidden. Why don't we show it to Brother Fan earlier? Or let him see that woman? When Xiao Fan heard this, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. At this time, a roommate walked over with a tablet computer. Brother Fan, this post was posted today. Take a look at it. Chapter 18, Suppression of Qi Luck. What post? With a curious face, Xiao Fan took over the tablet in the hands of this roommate. What was visible to the eye was a piercing title. Shocking. Civilian School Flower Falls? Underneath, there was a picture of Tang Yuro and that Lin Mo Yuan, making love to each other. The forum comment pool below exploded. I knew it. Under young Master Lin's monetary attack. Where's the unbreakable barrier? What do you know? What if there's an unknown hidden agenda? I only believe in my own eyes. After all, the facts are right here right now. The moment he saw the photo, Xiao Fan's hands immediately clenched into fists. Even the joints of his fingers were glowing white. Xiao Fan's hatred towards Lin Mo Yuan at this moment had already reached the extreme. Lin Mo Yuan, I knew it. This is all you're doing. You must have forced Yuro's sister to do this. Xiao Fan's roommates did not notice Xiao Fan's actions. They just spoke out to comfort him. Brother Fan, calm down. I'd say this kind of gold-digging girl is not worthy of you at all. That's right, Brother Fan. You see that the brothers are all on your side. What do you think we should do? If I were to Lin Mo Yuan directly, I wouldn't even frown. Don't blow it off. With this small body of yours, what can you do? You'd better plunder at the back. When the time comes, a few of us will go on and give Brother Fan a chance to get rid of his anger. Xiao Fan also slowly came back to his senses when he heard the comforting voices of his housemates, then exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said with a smile, Brothers, don't worry. I have a sense of proportion. It's fine. This matter is just over. I don't want to pursue anything further. Xiao Fan's housemates carefully observed Xiao Fan's face, and after determining that Xiao Fan was not holding on strongly, they also let out a sigh of relief. It would be better if he himself could look away. In fact, what was said about going to beat up Lin Mo Yuan to take out his anger was just a harmless joke. What was Lin Mo Yuan's status? The son of the richest man in Yunhai City. Don't say beat him up. Is a little what small cuts. That is not their group of poor students can afford to pay. Xiao Fan slowly climbed onto the bed and lay down on his top bunk, then closed his eyes. Does he really not care? That was bull asterisk 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 asterisk. How could Xiao Fan be willing to let his childhood sweetheart of more than 10 years be snatched away by a vicious and bad young man just like that? If Tang Yuro really moved on and fell in love with someone better than him, then it would be fine. Xiao Fan would not only not block it, But would bless it. But what kind of goods is Lin Mo Yuan? A big city of Yunhai. How many people do not have a number in their hearts? Not to mention that Tang Euro still likes herself. This is simply the hatred of wife snatching. After slowing down for a while, when he opened his eyes again, Xiao Fan's gaze had already become very firm. Overall, the current result was already much better than the previous life. At least he could still have the chance to fight with all his might. This lottery is the first step to fight back. As long as the prize money arrived, he was guaranteed to arm wrestle Lin Mo Yuan. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan was immediately energized. No matter what, the main goal now is one. That is to get all the prizes in hand. Yunhai City was in the rainy season, so for a whole week, the sky was overcast, without a trace of sunshine. At this time, just after a light rain, Lin Mo Yuan Lin Deshao was watering flowers on the balcony. Just after watering a pot of blossoms, Lin Mo Yuan's mind sounded the system's beep. And with that, Lin Mo Yuan's hand holding the kettle trembled a little, dropping. Your domineering behavior has caused the son of Qi to suffer a blow. It conforms to the villain setting. Villain value plus 999. Drop. Your words and actions have caused the son of Qi to have his Qi suppressed. Luck value -5. Drops. You have utilized the strategy of saving the country through curves and successfully counted on the son of luck. Luck value +5. Lin Mo Yuan secretly cursed the broken system and almost threw the kettle to the ground in fear of himself. Then a smile appeared on his face after hearing these messages. Kid, aren't you a reborn person? How come you can't even withstand this blow? Brother, I still have a more ruthless strategy did not come out. This if the real sword/gun. You kid will not be the liver and gall. Kneeling to beg for forgiveness? This time on the campus website. About Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Euro, two people's things. In fact, all in the control of the young Master Lin. After all, young Master Lin had made a bet with Tang Euro, so if he didn't make something happen to stimulate this Xiao Fan, would he really let him go once the betting time was over? It doesn't exist. Lin Mo Yuan didn't need to think carefully to know that I'm afraid that this what's-his-name son of Qi, no matter how kind he was to him, this kid wouldn't let himself go. This is a kind of intuition. Between them, it was destined to be a fight to the death. This was why Lin Mo Yuan had gotten someone to go out and make a big deal out of the move between himself and Tang Euro. Lin Mo Yuan put down the kettle in his hand and looked up at the gloomy sky. His own behavior was undoubtedly very shameless. All along, Lin Mo Yuan was very clear about this. But if he put Tang Euro back and watched her grow old with Xiao Fan, could he make things better? It wouldn't, because Xiao Fan simply couldn't, and didn't intend to just tolerate it. Lin Mo Yuan could tell from this brat's eyes that he hated to eat himself alive. So all of this that Lin Mo Yuan had done was really just to survive. Lin Mo Yuan, who had figured all this out, slowly exhaled a breath, and then his eyes once again became incomparably sharp. At this time, there was a cell phone ringing. Lin Mo Yuan turned around and went back inside the room before he took out his cell phone. Hello? I'm Lin Mo Yuan. On the other side of the phone, came Ji Kuen's voice. Hello? Young master, this is Ji Kuen. Xiao Fan has made a move on his side. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed and immediately raised his head. Where did he go? What has been done? Ji Kuen didn't dare to be lax and reported Xiao Fan's whereabouts one by one to Lin Mo Yuan. After going out from the school entrance, he actually went to the lottery station? What is this kid doing? Hearing that Xiao Fan entered the lottery station and just bought a few tickets, staying for a while before leaving, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes were filled with doubt. Could Xiao Fan be idle? Actually going to play something like the lottery to try his luck? Could it be that he was really poor and crazy? But then, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes became sharp. He was clear about Xiao Fan's current situation, and it was impossible for Xiao Fan himself not to know. He clearly knew that Tang Euro was in his hands, so how could he still have the leisure to play some lottery? Chapter 19, Lin Mo Yuan's Vigilance. The outside world thought that Lin Mo Yuan was an uneducated anointed son, an unapologetic dude. That much was true, but that was the previous Lin Mo Yuan. Now this body in the shell, but in the previous life, the business world, known as the first time in 100 years of business wizards Lin Mo Yuan. Although their names were exactly the same, the difference was almost heaven and earth. If it were the Lin Mo Yuan of the past, he would not have cared about Xiao Fan or not, and would have had someone put a sack on him and thrown him into the turbulent waters of the river. But right now, obviously it cannot be so simple. Lin Mo Yuan gripped the cell phone in his hand tightly, his brows locked. Are you sure yet? That kid went to the lottery station and didn't do anything else? Ji Kuen was very curious. If his own young master saw this Xiao Fan as unpleasant, why didn't he just find someone to finish him off? However, these questions were obviously not something he could ask himself. Although Ji Kuen was a villain, he could put himself in the right position. This is why Lin Mo Yuan can be in his favor. On the other side of the phone, Ji Kuen answered truthfully. That's right, this kid did go to the lottery station. As for the strange behavior, The owner of the lottery station said that Xiao Fan just had a chat with him, specifically asking about some double color balls. Lin Mo Yuan nodded and was just about to say something when his heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat. It was also because of this sentence that caused him to not notice that a delicate figure was already standing behind him. What did you say? That brat asked their question about the two-colored ball? Ji Koan nodded and said with a certainty in his tone. That's right. I just asked the owner of this lottery station. In the morning there was such a customer as Xiao Fan. He remembered it very clearly. The boss said that there was a young man who had been buying the same set of numbers for several years in a row, and Xiao Fan was very curious, so he asked for this number. I also inquired with this boss and now have the number as well. Young master, what do you see next? What to do? Lin Mo Yuan sniffed, while he had been pondering. As a reborn person, was it possible for Xiao Fan to memorize a certain set of winning numbers? This thought had just risen in Lin Mo Yuan's mind before he discarded it. Even he himself, who possessed a talent that could be said to be unforgettable, did not have the certainty of completely memorizing a set of winning numbers. Even if the Xiao Fan was even more divine, how could he possibly do such unthinkable things? Then take a step back and look at it again. Since the problem is not in Xiao Fan here, then it is in this set of numbers. What to buy a scratch-off is just a cover-up. What Xiao Fan is really scheming for is definitely the double color ball. After this idea took root in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, he directly said to Ji Koan, keep an eye on him for me. Don't relax for a moment. Only after Ji Koan answered did young Master Lin hang up the phone. Just as young Master Lin was planning to go back and think of countermeasures, he saw Tang Euro with a pearly face. Seeing the expression on the little girl's face, Lin Mo Yuan was extremely helpless. Obviously, the conversation between himself and Ji Koan just now, this little girl had more than likely heard it all. Didn't you say that you would no longer take action against Xiao Fan, brother? Xiao Fan? Why do you still have to do this? I don't know why. Hearing this girl's questioning voice, Lin Mo Yuan's heart was extremely irritated. It was as if one's most beloved thing had been snatched away by someone who was suffocating. So Lin Mo Yuan raised his head, and his eyes took on a few moments of coldness. I won't go back on my promise, but I have to know what this kid is doing. Whether you are willing or unwilling, I have to do it. This matter is not negotiable. While speaking, Lin Mo Yuan blandly walked past Tang Yuro's side and once again coldly threw down a sentence. This is the first warning. I don't want in the future to appear to contradict me again. You have to remember your own identity. You are just a tiny chip in my hands, a chip that can only be left behind if it has value. Subsequently, with a loud bang, Lin Mo Yuan's figure disappeared behind the door of the room. Above the large balcony, only Tang Euro with a tear-stained face was left behind. Drops. Your words caused a kind girl to be hurt. Fits the identity of a villain. Villain value plus 999. Drops. Your unreasonable behavior fits the definition of a villain. Villain value plus 999. Drops. Your heated words have caused a kind girl to feel despair. Villain value plus 999. Lin Mo Yuan, who had just arrived at the study on the third floor, couldn't help but skim his lips after hearing the system's beep. In fact, to deal with a girl like Tang Euro, one could only use the method of simmering the eagle. Changing her opinion of herself in a subtle manner was the primary task. If one could truly take down Tang Euro, even with her heart, then how much of a blow would Xiao Fan receive? In other words, wouldn't one's grasp of dealing with the son of luck be a few more points? Lin Mo Yuan's heated words just now were in fact another sense of trying to escape. If you were to be obedient to Tang Euro, not only would it not play a role in suppressing Xiao Fan, but it would make Tang Euro even more unable to let go of Xiao Fan. Although this reasoning was strange, it was the only result. Lin Mo Yuan had just sat down on the recliner outside the study when he saw Tang Euro, who was lost in thought, walking down from the top of the stairs. Don't worry, although I, Lin Mo Yuan, am not considered a good person, but the truth of a promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. I still understand. As long as this kid doesn't make a move on me first, I won't move him, that is. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's much eased tone, Tang Euro was also relieved. When Lin Mo Yuan saw Tang Euro's long breath of relief, his heart was a burst of annoyance for no reason, and he simply walked directly inside the study and closed the door with his backhand. Of course he knew why Tang Euro would be relieved. It was because she had gotten the assurance that she would not target Xiao Fan for the time being. I don't know why, but after seeing Lin Mo Yuan's back, Tang Euro actually felt a bit of sympathy. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan, surprisingly, was giving people a lonely feeling. Thinking of this, Tang Euro couldn't help but shake her head. Lonely? How could that be possible? According to Lin Mo Yuan's current illustrious fortune, it could be said that he had all the wind and all the rain. How could such a person be lonely? Afterwards, Tang Euro returned to her room. Lin Mo Yuan came to his own bed, sat on top of the expensive bed sheets worth thousands of dollars, and began to think how he should deal with Xiao Fan. Chapter 20, Xiao Fan in Action. The next day was one of the few vacations at Tianhai University. However, Tang Euro still said that she wanted to go to school because Tang Euro had enrolled in an interest class that had something to do with the national style. After taking a closer look, Lin Moyuan realized that this interest class was a place to learn something about the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, among other things. Although Lin Moyuan didn't want to let Tang Euro out of his sight, he realized the truth that it was better to block than to sparse. If one were to stop Tang Euro, not letting her do this and not letting her do that, it would obviously push her into Xiao Fan's arms once again. So when Tang Euro said that she was going to attend the National Wind Interest class, she was actually already prepared to be rejected. But unexpectedly, Lin Moyuan actually agreed to it painfully. Tang Euro, who was in some disbelief, after confirming it again, her face was also a bit strange. And then only then did she get into one of the sedans arranged by the housekeeper and headed to the school. Lin, the young master, really just let Tang Euro out of their sight? The answer was of course no. The sedan Tang Euro was riding in had just driven out of the courtyard, when a black-painted Lamborghini Aventador followed closely behind. On the driver's seat of this Lamborghini sat none other than young Master Lin. In fact, this Lamborghini was still considered a cheap existence inside young Master Lin's garage. In Lin Moyuan's garage, there was also a Lamborghini Sixth Element, as well as a hardtop Poison. The most expensive one was none other than that hardtop Poison. However, out of a low-profile choice, Lin Moyuan still planned to drive a lower-profile car. This Aventador, in fact, wasn't cheap. After all, $7 million was already beyond the imagination of ordinary people. But in the middle of young Lin's garage, it really wasn't the top one. It didn't take long before Tang Euro had arrived at the main gate of Yunhai University, and after getting out of the car, she lifted her feet and walked towards the inside of the school. Lin Moyuan, who had parked his car not far away, also followed closely behind Tang Euro, walking towards the school. Some of the students on the road, seeing young Master Lin, all of them were showing surprised expressions. Obviously, they hadn't expected that Lin Moyuan, the dude who had never had a proper lesson, would appear inside the school during vacation. Lin Moyuan didn't care about the gazes of the students, but followed Tang Euro all the way to the activities of the National Wind Interest Club. This National Wind Club was located in a hall of Yunhai University. Yunhai University was still considered to be quite important for the construction of the national wind, so it divided a not-so-small activity hall into clubs, but this not-so-small, if compared to young Master Lin's garage, is directly dwarfed. After all, Lin Moyuan's underground garage in Dongsheng Huating was a full 6,000 square meters. With a hat that wasn't very eye-catching, Lin Moyuan sat in the back row of the audience, intending to rest for a while. After all, he wasn't here to enjoy the performance, but to keep an eye on Tang Euro and prevent her from making any other moves. For anything like zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, young Master Lin had never been a fan. In the midst of a burst of melodious gouging sounds, Lin Moyuan's cell phone suddenly began to vibrate. Lin Moyuan held up his hat, then not caring about the dissatisfied gazes thrown over by the people around him, he answered the phone. Hello? I'm Lin Moyuan. Upon hearing the three words Lin Moyuan, the few viewers who were originally still indignant had turned their heads away, their hearts palpitating for a moment. I really leaned in. What did I just do? How dare I curse this evil god? Lin Moyuan didn't bother to care about these people's reactions, but concentrated on listening to the phone. Young master, that Xiao Fan has made a move. Near Cloud University, the lottery station. Xiao Fan wiped the few beads of sweat on his head and took a sip of the chilled soda he had just bought. Although it was the rainy season, the weather in Yunhai City was very dull, creating a few moments of irritation. Xiao Fan had been squatting in the vicinity of the lottery station for almost 3 hours. The young man still had not appeared by now, which made Xiao Fan's heart a bit annoyed. He had confirmed time and time again that according to the time projection, that young man would definitely appear today. But the 3 hours of waiting still caused a few discouragement in his heart. Could it be that I remembered wrongly? This can't be possible. That young man should have been the one who bought the lottery ticket today, and there would definitely be no mistake. But why hasn't it appeared even now? Just when Xiao Fan was about to give up and plan to leave, a figure appeared at the street corner. The moment Xiao Fan saw this figure, his attention instantly focused. After seeing this young figure, walking towards the lottery station with a light hand, Xiao Fan was ecstatic. It was this kid who was right. Afterward, Xiao Fan pulled down the brim of his hat and followed the young man into the lottery station. The owner of the lottery station didn't notice Xiao Fan with his hat, but instead looked at the young man in front of him. Boss, how's business today? The lottery station owner smiled when he heard the young man's words. Hey, it's just a small business. How can I make any money? What? Same numbers today? The young man smiled and nodded, saying, that's right, give me a last 200 bets today. The boss raised his eyebrows at this. I say, Lee family boy, are you rich? Made a fortune? This 200 bets. He's not a small amount. The young man was obviously very familiar with the boss. Pulling a small bench to sit down and said with a smile, "Boss, you guessed all this? Isn't this the recent demolition of the wasteland to the south? We just happened to get a compensation, and our wallets are kind of wide open." The boss then realized, and then said with a smile, "Okay, it seems like you're about to get out of this little life. Okay, 200 bets is 200 bets. I'll give you a 20% discount, just take it away." While saying this, along with the chaotic sound of the ticket dispenser, the ink-scented lottery ticket arrived in the young man's hands. After the young man collected the ticket, he said hello to the boss and turned to leave. Xiao Fan, who had been motionless on the seat of the lottery station until after the young man's figure had left. Then he stepped forward and said with a serious expression, "Boss, give me 1,000 bets on the number of that person just now." When the boss heard this, the tea that he had just drank inside his mouth spewed out. "What did you say? You want to buy 1,000 bets?" The boss's eyes carefully stared at Xiao Fan's face, and after determining that this kid was not joking, he asked again, "Are you sure? It's 1,000 bets, not 100. Chapter 21, Interception. Seeing the boss's puzzled look, Xiao Fan once again said in an affirmative tone, "That's right, 1,000 bets." The boss looked Xiao Fan up and down with a strong look of incomprehension on his face. Just by looking at this youngster's face, he didn't look like a reckless person. How come he was staring at a common number and wouldn't let go of it? I didn't realize that this was also a head that couldn't be carried. Okay, really can't understand you guys. How can you just stare at a number and not let go of it? Strange. Just as Xiao Fan was purchasing the lottery ticket, a tall man wearing a casual suit and sunglasses also slowly came to the entrance of the lottery station, his eyes staring tightly at Xiao Fan without the intention of entering the lottery station. Only when Xiao Fan suppressed the ecstasy within his heart and walked out of the lottery station did the tall man walk inside the lottery station. "Boss, that person just now, what did he buy?" The owner of the lottery station, who was counting the bills in his hands, raised his head in some confusion after hearing the tall man's voice. "That young man just now? Bought the double color ball bought a full 1,000 bets." The tall man nodded, then picked up his cell phone. "Hello, young master, I figured it out. This kid just bought a full 1,000 bets on double colored balls. How do we mess it up?" This tall man was none other than Ji Koen. On the other side of the phone, Lin Mo Yuan's serious voice came. "After you get me this set of numbers, have someone go to the lottery stations in the entire Tianhai city and buy the same numbers. I'll give you guys one day." Ji Koen sniffed and nodded, then asked, "Young master, then how much should we buy?" Lin Mo Yuan sniffed and said after a little thought, "Just try to buy as much as possible. If we win the lottery, you guys will split the winnings." To be honest, Lin Mo Yuan really didn't care how much money this number would win. As long as the money didn't reach Xiao Fan's hands, it didn't matter if it was given away for nothing. After Ji Koen responded, Lin Mo Yuan hung up the phone. Ji Koen turned his head to look at the owner of the lottery station. His eyes wearing sunglasses revealed an inexplicable gaze. "Boss, I'm going to buy this set of numbers too." Xiao Fan, who had just returned to the dormitory, did not realize that he had just fallen into a huge trap dug by Lin Mo Yuan. At this moment, he only felt a burst of pain in his heart. "Lin Mo Yuan, you wait. I will soon have the capital to fight against you. With a bonus of $300 million, one could get a full 200 million more." But this was enough. Although it was said that compared to Lin Mo Yuan, this man, 200 million were just a drop in the bucket. But he himself had the business experience as well as valuable memories from his previous life. So as long as he was given a bit of time, he could completely turn 200 million into 400 million, 800 million, or 1600 million. Holding such a mentality, how could Xiao Fan not feel pain? With this amount of money, he could completely speculate on stocks and even touch securities. With this kind of interest calculation, he could completely use these lotteries to get the capital to fight against Lin Mo Yuan. With this in mind, Xiao Fan looked at the lottery tickets in his hands and smiled from ear to ear. What Xiao Fan doesn't know is that Lin Mo Yuan's mood at this moment is just as pleasant as his. In the Dongsheng Hua Ting Villa, Lin Mo Yuan was wearing a bathrobe and looking at today's stock market briefing. The old housekeeper standing on the side had a strong suspicion in his eyes. The original young master had never looked at such things. Even the young master basically hadn't read much since he was born. Now, why was he reading the stock market news that usually gave him a headache just by hearing the name? Just as the old housekeeper was puzzled, Lin Mo Yuan suddenly put down the tablet in his hand. "Uncle Zhong, Tang Euro hasn't come back yet? Did you send a car to pick her up?" Zhong Bo, the old butler who had been in the Lin family since the day Lin Mo Yuan was born and had been loyal to the family, smiled and said, "Young master don't worry, Miss Tang has already received it and is now on her way back to Dongsheng Huating." Lin Mo Yuan smiled and nodded, then said to Uncle Zhong, "Uncle Zhong, it's fine, you go down and rest. Uncle Zhong sniffed and once again raised his eyebrows. This handsome young man standing in front of him with a warm smile, was he really his own young master? Why had he become so respectful towards himself? It is really strange. Could it be that the young master has recently become enlightened? While frowning and pondering this question, Zhong Bo walked downstairs. Looking at Zhong Bo's departing back, Lin Mo Yuan also slowly let out a sigh of relief. This old housekeeper was indeed trustworthy, yes, but Lin Mo Yuan had some unknown heart weakness. After all, this old housekeeper could be said to have watched Lin Mo Yuan grow up. What kind of virtue Lin Mo Yuan was, he was more than clear. Now that the original Lin Mo Yuan had disappeared, replaced by his own imposter, it would be strange not to have a weak heart. But then, Lin Mo Yuan straightened his face and then opened the tablet in his hand. According to the time, the double color ball would soon announce the winning numbers. I wonder what kind of face Xiao Fan, who had learned the facts, would have? An eerie laughter echoed in the living room on the third floor of the villa for a long time. Sure enough, the notice on the top of the official website appeared soon after. The winning numbers were the same as the ones he had gotten from Xiao Fan, but the first prize, however, was a full 10,000 notes. A smile slowly rose on Lin Mo Yuan's face. Xiao Fan, you got 2,000 out of 10,000 bets. How does it feel? Does it feel good? The original prize money of $200 million just flew away, leaving only a few hundred thousand, not much left. Lin Mo Yuan guessed correctly. Xiao Fan's face, indeed, was very wonderful. In the middle of the Cloud University dormitory, Xiao Fan's was directly dumbfounded. How is this possible? That other extra few thousand lottery tickets, who in the world bought them? This is not a pitfall. Seeing the unsightly Xiao Fan, his roommates all looked at each other, not knowing what had happened. They agreed that it must have been because of Tang Euro's matter that Xiao Fan had been unable to walk out, so they all looked away and pretended that they hadn't seen it. According to their view, this kind of thing could only be done by Xiao Fan himself, otherwise it wouldn't matter how others persuaded him. However, it is also true that somehow more than 8,000 bets such things really can only rely on Xiao Fan's own digestion. These bonuses, after some of Lin Mo Yuan's operations, in fact, really loaded into Xiao Fan's pocket, can be said to be not much. After all, hundreds of thousands of dollars is not a small amount for a poor college student. When Xiao Fan came to his senses from the muddle, it was already the middle of the night. Looking at the twinkling stars in the sky, Xiao Fan wanted to cry without tears. Chapter 22, Shi Jinyu, Dongsheng Hua Ting. At this time, it was already nearly 1 in the morning, but Lin Mo Yuan did not have any half sleep. Although just a moment ago, he had stopped Xiao Fan's action and could basically be said to have won a great victory and returned home fully loaded. But in the end, he had still allowed Xiao Fan to get some money. Lin Mo Yuan was a very cautious person, and this also reflected from the side that Lin Mo Yuan valued the word control very highly. Xiao Fan's behavior had undoubtedly irritated Lin Mo Yuan, knowing that although Lin Mo Yuan had always let Ji Kuan keep an eye on Xiao Fan, there would always be some mistakes. Change would always be faster than the plan. No matter how good Ji Kuan was, he was still Lin Mo Yuan's man after all. There would always be a time when Xiao Fan would find out. At that time, Xiao Fan will undoubtedly become very vigilant, which will make Lin Mo Yuan's many tactics completely useless. This was not the situation Lin Mo Yuan wanted to see, because Xiao Fan was obviously a smart person. Plus this kid had the bottom card of reborn identity. Once he let him seize the opportunity, then the one who would never be able to recover would be himself. Lin Mo Yuan paced on the balcony and began to think of a foolproof countermeasure. Just at this time, an idea slowly appeared in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, an eye line. That's right, if he wanted to know Xiao Fan's movements at all times, then he would need a trusted eye, an eye spy that could observe Xiao Fan's movements at all times. Lin Mo Yuan sat on top of the soft recliner on the balcony, his face somewhat gloomy. He didn't understand Xiao Fan at all before, let alone Xiao Fan's living situation. So if he wanted to find an informant, there was no place to start, right? Rubbing his somewhat dry cheeks, Lin Mo Yuan sighed and then thought of Ji Kuan. Letting Ji Kuan to check out the movements of the people in Xiao Fan's neighborhood was obviously the only option at the moment. With this thought, Lin Mo Yuan also stopped fretting and instead stood up and returned to his bedroom. Early the next morning, Lin Mo Yuan woke up early and then made a call over to Ji Kuan. Hello, young master, up so early? Lin Mo Yuan was a bit surprised. Although Ji Kuan was considered his own subordinate, he was also a son of a big family. According to the work schedule of these male sons, how could they wake up at 6 or so? I say Kunzi, you didn't sleep? Why are you up so early? Ji Kuan sniffed, but replied with a smile. No, isn't it because you, young master, recently asked me to keep an eye on this Xiao Fan? I've been keeping an eye on him in the vicinity of Yunde. I slept in the car last night, so I just woke up here. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan's face brought on a few smiles. It seemed that this Ji Kuan's loyalty was already evident. He simply made a phone call and asked him to keep an eye on Xiao Fan, and he really slept for a night outside of Yunhai University. Ji Kuan is also considered to be in the city of Yunhai, some famous illustrious children, but because of their own words, busy, making Lin Mo Yuan has a few points of surprise. It seems that this Ji Kuan can be reused. Okay, hard work, let's do it this way. For the time being, you don't need to keep an eye on this Xiao Fan. You go and collect the information of Xiao Fan's friends around him for me. I want to use it. Remember, be more exhaustive. Ji Kuan, who was still a little sleepy, instantly got energized, then said with a smile, no hard work, no hard work. Young master, you're being polite, aren't you? I'll go and do it. After gagging with Ji Kuan again for a while, Lin Mo Yuan put down the phone in his hand. His face couldn't be seen as a happy or sad one. In his last life, how did Lin Mo Yuan treat his brother? That in the entire business circle, it was all there for all to see. But what happened later? But then, his own best brother had driven himself to the brink of extinction. Now that he had the chance to live a new life, how could Lin Mo Yuan make the same mistake? From the moment he woke up in the hotel bed, Lin Mo Yuan had never trusted anyone. In his last life, there was a well-known entrepreneur who said something that was especially worth thinking about. The so-called loyalty was nothing more than not having enough leverage for betrayal. Putting down his cell phone, Lin Mo Yuan walked over to the windowsill and looked at the round of bright sun that had just risen, his eyes instantly becoming sharp. Yunhai University, Academic Labor Office. The Academic Engineering Office was a place where student records were stored. In short, it had all the students' personal information. Right at this moment, a clamor came from the entrance of the archive room of the Academic and Labor Office. Young man, you can't go in here. What you're looking for? You need special authorization from the school leader to do so, a file room administrator said in a serious tone as he looked at the tall, sunglassed man in front of him who was wearing a casual outfit. This man, naturally, was Ji Kuan, who had come to look for information on Xiao Fan's friends. Although Ji Kuan was tall and had fought for Lin Mo Yuan since childhood, it did not mean that he was a simple muscular man. On the contrary, Ji Kuan was a dude who had a lot of scheming. After getting Lin Mo Yuan's authorization, the first thing Ji Kuan came to was the school's file room. Can't stand directly opposite Xiao Fan and ask what friends you have, right? So starting with the roommates in Xiao Fan's dormitory first was the most convenient method. The archive room was certainly not a place that could be entered and exited at will. So Ji Kuan went to the vice president of Yunhai University before coming here. The vice chancellor of Yunhai University had always wanted to climb the high branch of the Lin family. So seeing Ji Kuan, the number one right-hand man under Lin Mo Yuan, he naturally welcomed him with open arms. After Ji Kuan briefly explained his intentions, the vice chancellor immediately gave Ji Kuan access to the files. So when Ji Kuan took out the vice principal's signed note, the administrator of the archive room, with a look of disbelief, what in the world was this young man's origin? The vice chancellor's signature said take can take out? It can't be. The vice chancellor's illegitimate son, right? But this kind of question killed him also will not say out. After all, managing files, this kind of easy job, cannot be easy to find. This gentleman, what kind of file are you looking for? Hearing the administrator's words, Ji Kuan replied indifferently. There's a finance department class 1, a student called Xiao Fan. I want all the information on him and his housemates. The administrator immediately answered and then bumbled off to get all the files out. While finishing organizing the files of Xiao Fan's several people and handing them over to Ji Kuan's hands, he said offhandedly, I don't have much of an impression of this Xiao Fan, but I do have some impression of one of his roommates, a young man called Qi Jinyu. Ji Kuan sniffed as if he had caught some clue, raised his eyebrows and asked with interest, how so? This Qi Jinyu, what's so special about him? The administrator didn't expect that this young man, who came from quite a long line of people, would be interested in Qi Jinyu. Yeah, this Qi Jinyu and his girlfriend are considered to be one of the most enviable and regrettable couples in Yun University. This Qi Jinyu's girlfriend was diagnosed with leukemia and needs a large sum of money for treatment. In Ji Kuan's thoughtful eyes, the administrator rambled on about some of Qi Jinyu's circumstances. Chapter 23, Bought. Ji Kuan heard the administrator's words, but he became interested and asked with a curious face, Qi Jinyu's girlfriend has leukemia? Can this news be confirmed? The administrator looked at Ji Kuan with a confused face and said, of course, who doesn't know about this matter in the entire Yunhai University now? Say, are you a student of our university? Ji Kuan nodded helplessly. Of course he was a student of this university, but he was similar to young Master Lin. Basically he hadn't attended a few classes from his freshman year to his senior year, so there wasn't much understanding of this matter that was spreading so much amongst the campus. However, since Qi Jinyu is now in urgent need of a large sum of money for the treatment of his girlfriend's leukemia, then this is an opportunity if grasped well, It might be possible to develop this Chi Jinyu into a young master's side of the eye. This idea just rose. Ji Kun immediately wrote down Chi Jinyu's phone number, and then said goodbye to the administrator and left the file room. Just out of the office building, Ji Kun found a silent corner with no one around, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and dialed Lin Mo Yuan's phone. Soon, the call was answered. Hello? Found the seedling? Ji Kun sniffed and immediately informed Lin Mo Yuan in full about what he had investigated. Among Xiao Fan's housemates, there is a person called Chi Jinyu. His girlfriend, Lin Mo Yuan, who was in the middle of his own gym, sitting on a bench press, heard Ji Kun's words, slowly stood up, wiped off the not-so-much sweat, and said in a deep voice, "This matter, is it reliable? Is there any certainty?" Ji Kun heard this and immediately patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, young master, I'll definitely get this done. This Chi Jinyu is now on the verge of being desperate. If we give him a straw to save his life, he will absolutely grasp it." Hearing Ji Kun's words, Lin Mo Yuan then put his heart down. For this right-hand man who had some heart and was quite deep in the city, young Master Lin was still very trusting. Then grasp this Chi Jinyu, ask him out to talk, and turn him into our eyes as soon as possible. After Ji Kun once again responded with a promise, only then did Lin Mo Yuan hang up the phone. "Fight with me? You, Xiao Fan, right now, don't have this capital." A hidden smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, too, became sharper and sharper. "If I don't play you, the son of Qi, in the palm of my hand, how can I call myself a villain?" On Ji Kun's side, he once again picked up his cell phone and dialed Chi Jinyu's number. The phone was connected after a few short beeps. In the phone, a low, but somewhat magnetic voice was heard. "Hello? Which one?" Ji Kun smiled. Just by listening to the voice, it wasn't hard to guess that Chi Jinyu was bound to be preoccupied right now as well. "I'm Ji Kun, but that's not important. I heard that your girlfriend has leukemia, right?" When Chi Jinyu heard these words, he immediately lowered his voice. "This matter, right now throughout Yunhai University, is there anyone who doesn't know? Who the hell are you, making this call? What is the meaning?" Hearing Chi Jinyu, who was already a little impatient, say these words, the corner of Ji Kun's mouth suddenly curved into a mocking arc. "Chi Jinyu, you could have just asked your girlfriend to break up with you, for the sake of a girl with an almost incurable disease, delaying all of your great studies. Is it worth it? Don't be stupid." In fact, this is Ji Kun's method of provocation. In his opinion, this is the way to immediately know Chi Jinyu on his girlfriend, in the end, is not true love. The result was just as Ji Kun had guessed. Chi Jinyu directly burst into a rage. "What kind of bull are you talking about? Am I Chi Jinyu this kind of person? I can wait until she gets better and then leave her, as long as she nods her head, but it definitely won't be now." Ji Kun sniffed, but he laughed aloud. "Good, Chi Jinyu, I'm giving you a chance now, a chance to save your girlfriend, but you have to record all of Xiao Fan's movements, all of them, and then tell me, can you do it?" On Chi Jinyu's side, but he suddenly fell silent. He realized that things like pie in the sky really did not exist. If he really did this, then it was tantamount to betraying Xiao Fan. In short, it was betrayal. But his girlfriend was still waiting for him to rescue her. He was now working 3 jobs a month at the same time, and could only get some meager income. The initial treatment was fine, but this kind of disease, leukemia, was simply a bottomless pit. He is a child of an ordinary family. How can he afford such a large sum of money? So he simply had no choice left. "I promise you, as long as you can save my girlfriend." When Ji Kun heard these words, a smile also appeared on his face. The ancients were true to their word. Money makes the devil work. This was really true. Subsequently, Ji Kun asked Chi Jinyu out, and the two of them were in a hidden cafe, and once again, they had a specific discussion. Chi Jinyu would provide all of Xiao Fan's movements to Ji Kun, while Ji Kun would be responsible for all of Chi Jinyu's girlfriend's expenses during the treatment of leukemia, which could be said to be very fair. If Chi Jinyu was still skeptical about Ji Kun's words, but when he saw Ji Kun hand over a whole box of advance payment, he completely put down his heart. Subsequently, Chi Jinyu thought of Ji Kun's identity. Ji Kun was one of the most loyal little brothers who had been following Lin Mo Yuan around. Frankly speaking, the Ji family behind Ji Kun was the loyal eagle dog raised by the Lin family. So why would Ji Kun be so interested in Xiao Fan's movements? Although Chi Jinyu was a good student, it didn't mean that he was a nerd. Instead, Chi Jinyu saw through the mystery at once. This must be the great young master Lin Mo Yuan Lin behind Ji Kun. It was because Xiao Fan's childhood friend, after being captured by eldest young master Lin, Xiao Fan harbored a grudge and wanted to retaliate, but was detected by eldest young master Lin. However, Chi Jinyu also had a very strange point. That is, this eldest young master Lin Why on earth would he be so concerned about Xiao Fan? He had been spending time with him every day, but he hadn't seen any retaliatory actions from Xiao Fan? Shaking his head, he drove these chaotic thoughts out of his mind. How this matter would develop next had nothing to do with himself. Now, he was also considered a pawn under Lin Mo Yuan. Although there was some guilt in his heart towards Xiao Fan, Qi Jinyu had no choice. Brotherly intentions, in the end, were not as important as the life of one's beloved. Chapter 24, The Mall Storm. After getting the news that Ji Koan had successfully taken down Qi Jinyu, a smile appeared on Lin Mo Yuan's face. It seemed that money was good in the end. There was no way around it. This society was just so realistic. The brotherhood in the eyes of the young. In the end it was just because of youth. Waiting until they had truly stepped into society, they would understand that the so-called brotherly love, in the face of money, in the end, it was unbearable. Just as young Master Lin was sitting on top of the sofa with a lewd smile on his face, the sound of Tang Yuro descending the stairs was what brought young Master Lin back to his senses. Where are you going? Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's voice, Tang Yuro subconsciously had a jolt, then said softly, I have an appointment with a friend to go to the mall. According to Tang Yuro's speculation, Lin Mo Yuan should clearly not be here. Right now at this time of day, Lin Mo Yuan should either be in the gym or in his study. Every time Tang Yuro subconsciously tried to avoid Lin Mo Yuan, she would be bumped right into by young Master Lin. The little girl was really suffocating, so that's why she secretly made a date with a friend, intending to go to the mall and take a break. But if that foppish young master saw her, God knows if he would let himself go. Lin Mo Yuan looked in front of him. This cowering kind little girl, hard as iron heart, is also slowly become soft a few points. He knows that if he just keeps this girl by his side, doesn't let her do this, doesn't let her do that, in the end she will still return to Xiao Fan's side. Being overly possessive would only make this kind of girl resentful. So thinking of this, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth revealed a smile. Go, be safe and come back early. When Tang Yuro heard these words, she froze in place. What did he say? He agreed? But, how was this possible? Shouldn't it be logical for him to let himself go back to his room and stay honestly? Noticing that Tang Yuro was still standing in place without any movement, Lin Mo Yuan looked at the little girl suspiciously. What? Don't want to go? Or do you want to invite me along? If you don't want to go anymore, then stay and accompany this young master. This young master is naturally welcome. If you're trying to invite me along, then it's better to forget it. Your friends will be embarrassed. After hearing these words, Tang Yuro then made sure that Lin Mo Yuan had really agreed, and then walked straight towards the outside of the villa. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the girls departing back. The smile in the corner of his eyes also slowly tightened. The words were said, yes, but would Lin Mo Yuan be at ease? Of course it wouldn't. So young Master Lin took the keys to his sports car and similarly left the villa. Pushing open the gate of the villa and casually throwing the keys to a bodyguard standing at the gate, Lin Mo Yuan said, Li Quan, drive and follow Tang Yuro. Li Quan was one of Lin Mo Yuan's one bodyguard in the Dongsheng Huating. Among the many bodyguards, Li Quan's ability was considered outstanding. The previous young Master Lin, of course, wouldn't have noticed these details, but through this young master's memories, Lin Mo Yuan was able to see a detail. Almost every time young Master Lin went to smash someone's venue, he was able to get out in one piece. All because of this Li Quan. Lin Mo Yuan had always seen Li Quan's ability in his eyes. For Li Quan, no matter what young Master Lin did, since he took the paycheck from others, he had to be competent. Lin Mo Yuan's favorite was such a person. Holding the key Lin Mo Yuan threw over in his hand, Li Quan was a bit confused. What was wrong with this young master? Before, these expensive sports cars, that would never let the bodyguards touch them, now actually let himself drive. It is really a little difficult to understand. However, since the young master's words had been said here, then Li Quan could only nod his head and agree. As a matter of fact, looking at these sports cars that were almost priceless on the market, Li Quan had long coveted them for a long time. For example, this car that Lin Mo Yuan let him drive. It was the famous Dodge Challenger, the famous muscle car. Sitting down in the driver's seat, Li Quan realized that Lin Mo Yuan had already sat in the passenger seat. Without saying anything more, Li Quan immediately inserted the key in, and then stepped on the gas. Listening to the roaring sound coming from the engine, Li Quan was about to close his mouth. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the giddy Li Quan and said with a smile, What? First time driving this kind of car, right? Do you like it? Li Quan sniffed and immediately nodded, smiling. Like it? Of course I like it. This is simply my dream. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the scenery that quickly crossed the road and said with a smile, If you like it, I'll give it to you as a year-end bonus. Hearing these words, Li Quan but froze for a moment, apparently letting the Challenger's front end hit the guardrail on the side of the road, rapidly back to correct the steering wheel in the middle. Li Quan, this only again some excitement, asked, less. Young master, you say is true? Lin Mo Yuan, on the other hand, slapped the back of Li Quan's head without any good reason and scolded. Drive properly if you're driving. The young master almost followed you to reincarnation. Of course it's true. Besides, this car isn't a rare thing. It really doesn't have much value in young master's eyes. In the past, when I smashed the scene, you didn't protect me much. A small broken sports car of $1 million or so just makes you cry? As my Lin Mo Yuan's bodyguard, just this bit of insight won't do. Li Quan nodded heavily, then just drove seriously without saying another word. The young master was so good to himself. There was no point in saying some fancy words of respect. In Li Quan's opinion, there was no need to say much at all. When Lin Mo Yuan was in real danger, he would just go up and block the knife. While thinking this way, Li Quan and Lin Mo Yuan, following behind the lengthened Lincoln that Tang Yuro was riding in, had already arrived at the top 3 shopping centers in Yunhai City, Hanhai City. This Hanhai City was considered to be one of the nation's chain companies, and its strength was very strong. Some of the luxury branded duty-free stores in its malls were very popular existences. Lin Mo Yuan didn't need to think to guess that although Tang Yuro had chosen such a mall, she wouldn't buy anything. In Lin Mo Yuan's world, there were also girls like Tang Yuro who knew how to be thrifty. Basically, just shopping was just poor shopping. Letting Li Quan park the car in an inconspicuous location, Lin Mo Yuan then opened the car door, stepped out of the car, and followed behind Tang Yuro. Of course, Lin Mo Yuan would not let himself be exposed. So in the clothing store in front of the entrance, he bought a several $100 hat and put it on his head before he continued to follow Tang Yuro forward. Soon, Tang Yuro met up with her friends. Chapter 25, Chance Encounter Conflict. Seeing Tang Yuro's giddy appearance after meeting up with her friends, a smile also surfaced at the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth. In his opinion, a girl with a pure and flawless soul like Tang Yuro, who also looked like a faraway mountain with her eyebrows, didn't need to do anything. Just standing here would be the best looking scenery in the world. How could such a girl let Xiao Fan get his hands on her? That was bound to follow him. Just at this time, a QR code, but it reached out to Lin Mo Yuan's eyes. Handsome guy, can you add a friend? Hearing this voice, Lin Mo Yuan came back to his senses and found that a woman whose posture could only be described as medium, but who had a face of heavy makeup, stuck her cell phone out in front of her. Lin Mo Yuan helplessly pulled down the brim of his hat, then made a wink towards Li Quan behind him. After Li Quan understood, he immediately stood in front of this woman with a fierce face. Go go go, hurry up and go. Is my young master something you can touch just because you want to? The woman had a dissatisfied face, but there was nothing she could do, so she could only turn around and leave. Seeing this, Lin Mo Yuan was relieved. Then he turned his head to look again, but there was no figure of Tang Yuro and her friends. After cursing in his heart, Lin Mo Yuan began to search for the little girl's figure in the huge mall. Li Quan, who was standing behind Lin Mo Yuan, was confused. Why did young master follow behind that little girl and not go forward to greet her? According to the young master's family background, it shouldn't be difficult to make a girl fall in love with him, right? How did it become such a big deal when it came to the young master? But although he couldn't figure it out, Li Quan still silently followed the young master. Let the young master have a headache with these problems. Finally, at the entrance of a clothing store on the second floor, Lin Mo Yuan found the figure of the little girl. It turned out that the little girl was trying on a dress that looked somewhat high and elegant. Lin Mo Yuan was very fond of this style. In his heart, he was also calculating, or wait until after Tang Yuro left, he would buy this skirt and give it to her as a surprise. This method, the more he thought about it, the more feasible it became. Right at this time, an unexpected character appeared in Lin Mo Yuan's field of vision. Surprisingly, it was Xiao Fan. How did this kid appear here? Could it be that Tang Yuro had planned this long ago? The reason why she told herself that she was coming to the mall to find a friend to go shopping was to come and meet Xiao Fan? But soon, this thought was dispelled by Lin Mo Yuan, because Tang Yuro's reaction was similar to her own. The moment she saw Xiao Fan, she was also surprised. Lin Mo Yuan's position, which was not very far away, could clearly hear what Tang Yuro said. Brother Fan, Xiao Fan, why are you here? Xiao Fan's appearance, obviously he had drunk a lot of wine, and he was followed by a few housemates, which included Qi Jinyu's figure, a person that Lin Mo Yuan had never seen before, who was obviously also one of Xiao Fan's housemates, saw Tang Yuro and immediately said to Xiao Fan, I say brother Fan, look, now that she's with that young master Lin Mo Yuan, the clothes she's wearing are goods that we can't even buy with a month's living expenses. What's the point of staying with such a materialistic woman? Why don't we just forget about it early? Xiao Fan's face was not very good either. This shopping center is a set of catering, entertainment, shopping is one. Xiao Fan today is also with a few roommates, came to Hanhai City upstairs a good barbecue restaurant to eat. Who knew that when he had just finished eating and came downstairs, he actually met Tang Yuro. Xiao Fan's head wasn't very clear right now, and coupled with the radical remarks of this roommate on one side, his gaze towards Tang Yuro gradually became gloomy. What are you here for? Are you here to see me laugh? Hearing Xiao Fan's questioning voice, before Tang Yuro could open her mouth, a friend beside her was not happy. I say Xiao Fan, they didn't mean this at all, but it's you. Who are you putting on a face for? With two casual lines of suspicion. You believe that Yuro is a vain person? You grew up with her as a childhood friend. What kind of character does she have? Don't you know in your own heart? Xiao Fan sniffed and his face immediately became more and more gloomy. What do you count? This is between me and Tang Yuro. Who are you to interrupt? What qualifications do you have? If it was in normal times, Xiao Fan certainly wouldn't have said such words. But now, after all, he had just finished drinking white wine. Encountering Tang Yuro was originally in a bad mood. Coupled with the words of Tang Yuro's friend, Xiao Fan was suddenly like a powder keg. A little bit of it would explode. Tang Yuro's friend just wanted to open his mouth to curse again, but was stopped by the little girl with her hand outstretched. Xiao Fan, listen to me. Me also means well. She doesn't mean anything else. Xiao Fan was furious when he saw that Tang Yuro was even protecting this friend. Tang Yuro, don't you dare play the good old boy for me here. It seems that after following Lin Mo Yuan, you did live a very nourishing life. This dress on you, it's Chanel, right? I said why are you pandering to Lin Mo Yuan on weekdays? While saying that, Xiao Fan actually stepped forward and grabbed Tang Yuro's skirt, then pushed her down to the ground. A piercing sound rang out, and the sleeves of this skirt had, surprisingly, been torn to shreds. Tang Yuro's white and delicate collarbone, along with her jade root-like white shoulders, were all exposed. The little girl was already born with a delicate and touching face, coupled with the fact that she was now collapsed on the ground and pitiful. It was even more so that it stirred up a crowd of passers-by's desire to protect her. Even some people, sense of smell is very sensitive, sense that things are not right, have taken out a cell phone, began to video. Just when Tang Yuro couldn't believe in her heart that Xiao Fan had become so irascible, a man's jacket with a faint scent was covering her body, helping her to cover up some of the beautiful scenery that was leaking out. Xiao Fan, making a move with the girl. Your kid is really getting back to life. Turn around and don't say that you're a senior student of Yunhai University. Our Yin University can't afford to lose this person. The one who came out in time to save the day in the nick of time was naturally the young master Lin Mo Yuan who had followed Tang Yuro all the way to Hanhai City. Previously, Lin Mo Yuan didn't come out because the development of things was still considered to be under his control. But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Fan, this little girl, had moved against the little girl, and Tang Yuro, this silly girl, actually did not even dodge, and was directly pushed to the ground by Xiao Fan. Lin Mo Yuan, whose temper had changed greatly after originally taking over this body, had directly exploded this time. Chapter 26, Digging a Pit for Xiao Fan. On the second floor of Hanhai City, the atmosphere at the entrance of the Chanel boutique became more and more condensed. In the eyes of the onlookers, it was obvious that Xiao Fan had started the fight, pushing a weak little girl who looked like a favorite to the ground. When some passers-by were filled with righteous indignation and wanted to help, a rich son who was dressed in expensive clothes and looked like he came from a family of bells and whistles, but he grabbed the front of them and stepped in. And this rich family's son, even with his hands to beat the girls, people know. After the two people's conversation, they then realized that this young man who had committed the bastard act was actually a student of Yunhai University. For a moment, the entire second floor was pointing. Unexpectedly, a young man who looks quite easygoing is actually such a commodity. That's right, this kid is even a student of Yunhai University. It seems that this Yunhai University isn't a good place either. How can you say that? Look at this young man who just struck out. So rich and polite. Isn't he also from Yunhai University? How can you generalize? Listening to these comments around him, Xiao Fan nearly exploded his lungs with anger. How could he not have expected that the situation would develop into this? On the other hand, on Lin Mo Yuan's side, although he looked like he had a righteous look on his face, his heart was rising with killing intent. Kid, Tang Yuro, this girl, I am careful to love and protect. It is not too late. You this little even dare to make a move. If it is not what the dog/fart system restrictions, tonight I will sink you in the river. At this time, the system's voice suddenly rang. Drops. Your behavior has changed. Passerby Li Chuanxiang's opinion of the son of Qi. It matches the villain's identity. Villain value plus 999. Drop. Your waywardness has gained the favorable opinion of passerby Liang Jingyi. It matches the villain's compulsion. The value of the villain is plus 999. Drops. Your righteousness has won Sumi's admiration. You've earned Sumi's admiration. The value of the villain is plus 9,999. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Mo Yuan froze for a moment. It seemed like he should be much brighter in the eyes of passersby than this Xiao Fan right now. Himself, a villain. had become a positive character instead? It had to be said that this was a marvelous thing that could not be explained. But why were the villain values added differently for these several prompts? But on second thought, Lin Mo Yuan figured it out. It seemed that this person called Sumi, the one who had brought herself nearly 10,000 villain values at once, should be Tang Yuro's friend. Her opinion, that would inevitably affect the direction of the plot. And that, in turn, was why she was able to bring so much villain value to herself. At this moment, Xiao Fan, who was standing opposite Lin Mo Yuan, was already furious. It was clearly Tang Yuro who had left and abandoned herself first, and went to find Lin Mo Yuan. It was clearly Lin Mo Yuan who first defiled Tang Yuro. Why did he become the one who was spurned instead? This was not right. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan's gaze towards Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro was like a desire to spit fire. On the ground of the second floor of the shopping mall, there was a pile of steel pipes left over after the completion of the renovation. Xiao Fan, in his anger, no longer thought much about it, and directly drew out a steel pipe from amongst the pile of steel pipes, and rushed straight towards Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan, I'll kill you. Lin Mo Yuan subconsciously sidestepped, and the steel pipe hit the ground with a shower of sparks. Lin Mo Yuan was about to say something else, but he realized that Xiao Fan, who was about to lose his mind, was actually charging towards Tang Yuro, who had just been helped up by her friends and was still draped in her own clothes. The muscles in his body immediately tightened. Lin Mo Yuan directly rushed forward. On Xiao Fan's side, the steel pipe that he was just about to swing out towards Tang Yuro directly hit Lin Mo Yuan, who arrived in time. Fortunately, Lin Mo Yuan's body, which had already undergone a transformation, was already much stronger than before. So this steel pipe came down. Basically it was just a bruise on the skin, not any serious injuries. At this time, Xiao Fan was also awake a bit, and when he thought back to what he had done before, his face suddenly became even more ugly. In Tang Yuro's eyes, he saw a look of horror. This time, however, it wasn't because of someone else, but because of himself. Tang Yuro also realized that Xiao Fan might have acted like this because he had drunk too much, so her initial panic was reduced a bit. The two of them, Tang Yuro and Xiao Fan, could be said to have grown up together since childhood. So Tang Yuro came right in front of Xiao Fan, blocking Lin Mo Yuan behind her, and said softly, Xiao Fan, this matter, let's forget about it here. You go, I won't see you again. Before Xiao Fan could speak, his collar was yanked by someone. It was the bodyguard who followed Lin Mo Yuan. Li Quan, little brat, you want to run away after hitting my young master? What kind of good thing is that? Apologize to my young master. Although Xiao Fan was yanked by his collar, he still had a disdainful smile on his face. Making me apologize to Lin Mo Yuan? I pooh. What qualifications does he have? By what right? Tang Yuro was naturally unwilling to see the scene, but she had just walked up and wanted to dissuade Xiao Fan when she saw Xiao Fan's gaze. That was something that had never appeared before. A gaze that looked at strangers. I know what you're going to say. You also want to persuade me to be soft, right? Ha 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 ha. You people, you're all the same. When you see a rich person, you want to go over and hug their thighs. At this time, the crowd of onlookers made way, and then a few uniformed police officers came to the center of the crowd. Under Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, Li Quan let go of Xiao Fan's hand and retreated behind Lin Mo Yuan. The police officer in the lead, who was Lin Mo Yuan's old acquaintance, was none other than Quiet Mountain from the Serious Crimes Unit. Quiet Mountain looked at the mess on the second floor of the shopping mall, and his face immediately sank, especially when his gaze landed on Lin Mo Yuan. It was even more gloomy. Lin Mo Yuan, you're messing up again. Someone reported a brawl here. Wherever you brat goes, there's no peace. Come with me. While saying this, Quiet Mountain waved his hand, and instantly two policemen walked forward, about to take Lin Mo Yuan away. But at this time, the onlookers were unwilling. What's going on with you police? Why are you arresting people indiscriminately? Yeah, the one who beat up that kid over there. This young man is seeing justice. What do you guys mean by this? Look at the police nowadays. What have they become? Simply indiscriminate. When Quiet Mountain heard the words of these onlookers, he was instantly filled with questions. What is this situation? Chapter 27, Detention and Disposal. Looking at these righteous crowds around him, Quiet Mountain's eyes gradually turned suspicious. Wait, don't move first. Hearing Quiet Mountain's words, the two police officers who had already drawn out their handcuffs stopped their hand movements. Quiet Mountain turned around, turned his gaze to the surrounding crowd of excited people, and opened his mouth to ask, is there anyone who can come forward and explain what exactly happened? A middle-aged man wearing a tie walked out from the crowd with a serious expression. I'll say it, I'm the foreman of a store in this mall. I witnessed the whole process. Quiet Mountain carefully sized up this middle-aged man and then said, yes, tell us in detail what happened. The middle-aged man nodded, then narrated everything he had seen. In just a few minutes, the ins and outs of the matter, Quiet Mountain had already understood as 7 to 8. However, precisely because of this, the eyes of Quiet Mountain as he looked at Lin Moyuan also became more and more unbelievable. This Lin family's youngest master, the number one dude known to everyone in the entire Yunhai city, actually had no intention of fighting back after being knocked by Xiao Fan with a steel pipe? Was the one standing in front of him really Lin Moyuan himself? Lin Moyuan had been waiting quietly on the side, and when the middle-aged man had finished his words, he sneered, then spoke. What, officer, and, knowing the facts, are you surprised? Still want to arrest me now? I, Lin Moyuan, am standing right here, not going anywhere, come on. While saying that, Lin Moyuan also stretched out his own hands and handed them in front of Quiet Mountain. Although Quiet Mountain's face was a bit ugly, the truth was right in front of him after all. The other person, young Master Lin, was not only not at fault for anything, but instead wore a reputation for bravery. The one who really should have been taken away was Xiao Fan. Lin Moyuan saw that Quiet Mountain was silent, so he was no longer aggressive, but slowly lowered his hands and said in a serious voice, Officer, and since it's been established that this young master didn't do anything, then you can take the real culprit over there, away. Although I, Lin, don't know any legal terms, but I still know exactly how willful injury should be dealt with. After Quiet Mountain glared at Lin Moyuan with a gloomy gaze for a while, he then waved his hand, signaling for Xiao Fan to be taken away. Xiao Fan's face was also very ugly at this time, and the eyes that looked at Lin Moyuan were filled with anger. Lin Moyuan, however, had a face that didn't care. Look as much as you like. If you could kill someone just with your eyes, wouldn't I have been killed by 1,000 cuts long ago? Young master, Lin Moyuan, you wait for me. This matter is not over yet. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Lin Moyuan had an indifferent face. Who wouldn't know how to say something vicious? If one could scare someone to death with just a mouth, then young Master Lin wouldn't mind letting this unlucky child see what it meant to be an executioner. Slowly came to the side of Tang Euro. Lin Moyuan lifted up the clothes draped over the shoulders of the little girl, but found in the little girl's white jade-like shoulders, there is a faint bruise traces, obviously was torn by Xiao Fan. Lin Moyuan's eyes, once again, became a few points colder. He didn't bother to ask Tang Euro if it hurt or not, such a brain-dead question, but directly called Li Quan. Take Euro to the hospital for a checkup. Make sure you check carefully. Li Quan nodded with a serious face, then turned his gaze to Tang Euro. Tang Euro's gaze, however, was always on Lin Moyuan's body. This man, why on earth, was he so good to himself? There was also brother Xiao Fan. Why had he become so grumpy today? This was simply like a different person from the Xiao Fan he perceived. Although the little girl was a little puzzled at this time, but in the nick of time, it was indeed Lin Moyuan who stood in front of her. This point was real. Moreover, the person who wanted to hurt himself had turned out to be Xiao Fan's brother, whom he had originally admired the most. This was simply unbelievable. After hearing Lin Moyuan's words that he wanted to take himself to the hospital, the poor little girl only just came back to her senses, and then she stretched out her hand and gently touched Lin Moyuan's place that was hit by the steel pipe, and softly asked, I'm sorry, I didn't think it would be like this. I didn't want Xiao Fan to actually. When Lin Moyuan heard these three words, his face immediately became serious. Silly girl, remember for me, in the future don't casually say something like sorry. You're not wrong. I'm not wrong. The one who's wrong is him. Xiao Fan. Hearing Lin Moyuan's words, not only Tang Euro, even the surrounding onlookers who hadn't dispersed yet were loudly applauding. Young man, well said. That's what a man is. That's right. That makes sense. Young man has a future. Your girlfriend is not bad after you. Lin Moyuan sniffed, but he didn't care, but came right into the middle of this Chanel store and asked aloud, who is the store owner? Come out for a moment. A bald middle-aged man sniffed and stood out with a difficult face. This dress on Tang Euro's body, although it wasn't expensive, but in the end, there was more than $5,000. Originally, according to reason, it should be for Xiao Fan, who hit the man, to compensate, but now Xiao Fan has been taken away by the police. If this person cannot be found, then their money is considered to be a waste of money. When Lin Moyuan saw the face of this boss, he naturally understood what he was thinking. Then he patted the shoulder of this bald shopkeeper and said, this dress, I'll buy it, just tell me straight how much it costs. Also, find me another one exactly the same. I'll pay for it together. Hearing Lin Moyuan's words, these onlookers were instantly nonchalant. Tens of thousands of dollars smashed out without even thinking about it? At this time, there were sharp-eyed people who recognized Lin Moyuan's identity. Holy, isn't this the young master of the Lin Group, Lin Moyuan? You're not talking about that. That's right. It's that dude who's the number one in Yunhai City's heavenly character. After this sentence was said, everyone's gaze towards Lin Moyuan changed. When did this great young master become so righteous? Lin Mo Yuan didn't bother with these people's gazes. After paying the bill, he was going to follow Li Quan and send Tang Euro to the hospital for a checkup. At this time, the girl called Mini, who first stood out and spoke for Tang Euro, quietly stood in front of Lin Mo Yuan and gave him a thumbs up. Nicely done. I, Su Mi, admire you. I'm relieved that Ro Ro is following you. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the girl in front of him, who was fully half a head shorter than himself. Chapter 28, Beautiful Tutor Mo Tanxian. When Tang Euro heard Su Mi's words, her pretty face also flew a bright red. Me, don't talk nonsense. I won't accompany you guys. You guys shop by yourselves. Let's shop next time. After saying these words, Tang Euro pulled up Lin Mo Yuan's hand and left the second floor of the mall. Lin Mo Yuan, on the other hand, was astonished. This was the first time, without any purpose, Tang Euro took the initiative to pull up her hand. It seemed that this steel pipe hadn't been taken in vain. Thinking of this, an imperceptible smile also surfaced on Lin Mo Yuan's face. Compared to Lin Mo Yuan's ease, Tang Euro's mood could be described as a mess. Lin Mo Yuan had draped himself in his own clothes and righteously stood in front of his own body. At that time, Lin Mo Yuan's not exactly strong, but very tall figure had already been deeply engraved in her heart. It was only that she didn't realize it. If one said that just because of this one incident, Tang Euro was dead set against Lin Mo Yuan, that was absolutely impossible. But under subtle influence, who would know what kind of flowers would grow from this tiny seed in Tang Euro's heart? Yunhai City Police Station. Xiao Fan, who was sitting in the middle of the interrogation room, had a worried look on his face. How could he not expect that in the end he would somehow be sitting in this dark little black room? This is also something that can't be helped, although nowadays everyone is advocated to be equal. But Lin Mo Yuan's identity that can scare people to death just by saying it, after all, is there, without absolute evidence. Who dares to move this great young master? Moreover, this time, it was clear that the fault was not on Lin Mo Yuan's body, so there was even less reason for Quiet Mountain to be able to detain Lin Mo Yuan. In order to prevent the middle-aged man who spoke the truth from being Lin Mo Yuan's trustee, Quiet Mountain even called up the mall's surveillance. But no matter from which point of view, the other young master Lin's is indeed innocent. Quiet Mountain looked at Xiao Fan in front of him with a helpless face. Young man, I'm not saying that if you drink some alcohol, you should honestly go home and sober up. What's the point of running inside the mall? What is the punishment for intentional injury? You are not unaware of it, are you? That's punishable by up to 3 years in prison or detention. Okay, I will not say more. You hurry to find someone, can find what people count. You are still a college student, can not really squat in it? After Quiet Mountain put down these words, he turned around and walked out. In the middle of the interrogation room, only a phone was left behind. Xiao Fan was also at a loss. He was not Lin Mo Yuan. Where did he get any backstage However, just at this time, he had a flash of light in his mind and thought of someone. In his own past life, the news of the Mo family's eldest miss leaving home in Jiangbei City could be said to have shocked the entire southern region. The power of the Mo family in Jiangbei City was one of the most powerful in existence. Plus the Mo family's eldest young lady was even more talented. At the age of 6, she could make a 7-character poem, which was enough to see her literary talent. But since the young lady ran away from home, she never heard from her again, until Xiao Fan was in his own school and was about to graduate. Only then did the news come out that shocked both Yunhai City and Jiangbei City. The Mo family's Miss Mo, who had left home and had not been heard from, had actually taken up the position of director of instruction at her own university. In fact, according to this Mo family Missy's background, being a principal was more than enough, but after all, she was hidden from her family, so it was inappropriate to be too high profile. If it wasn't for an accident at the graduation ceremony, this Missy could have continued to hide in this Yunhai University. Coincidentally, he had previously submitted an investigation report, and this young and deep background instructional director, after reading the report, was also appreciative of himself. This princess of the Mo family's name was called Mo Tanxiang, but now she had changed her surname and called herself Su Tanxiang. In fact, according to her age, this Missy was only 23 or 24, but it was only because of her intelligence that she had already obtained a doctoral degree at the age of 20, which was why she was employed by Yunhai University as the director of instruction. Some information about this Su Tanxiang quickly flashed through his mind before Xiao Fan picked up the phone in his hand. After a few short beeps, the phone was connected. On the other side of the receiver, a light voice that was like a lark singing in the valley came from the other side of the receiver. Hello? This is the Yunhai University Instruction Office. Which one are you? Xiao Fan took a deep breath and then said, Director Su, I'm Xiao Fan. I'm currently in the Yunhai City Police Department. After briefly introducing his situation, Xiao Fan then stopped and quietly waited for Su Tanxian's reaction. Not much time passed before Su Tanxian's light voice once again sounded. Xiao Fan, it's not that teacher is talking about you. How could you do such a thing? Although this matter, it is true that Lin Mo Yuan, this evil young man, was at fault first, but you can't just do it in a moment of hot blood, right? Alright, wait for me for a while, teacher will go over right now. Remember, absolutely don't make this kind of mistake again in the future. What else could Xiao Fan say? Naturally, he obediently nodded his head and agreed. Time was not long, just half an hour's time had passed. A beautiful woman who was standing upright, with a temperament like a white lotus standing proudly in a lotus pond after a rain, stood at the door of the police station in a playful manner. The guard standing at the door unexpectedly even stopped down. The heart cannot be borne, is to let this beauty into the police station. This young lady, may I ask who you are looking for? This beauty with an extraordinary temperament was naturally Yunhai University's director of instruction, Su Tanxian. Su Tanxian's eyes slowly made a round in the large hall before looking at the small police officer who stood in front of her, somewhat lost in thought. Hello, I'm looking for Xiao Fan. I'm his teacher, the same Xiao Fan who was brought over in Hanhai City this afternoon. The small police officer sniffed and managed to come back to his senses before he said, Xiao Fan, is currently in interrogation room number 3. After politely nodding her head and expressing her gratitude, Su Tanxiang then lightly lifted her jade feet and walked in the direction of interrogation room number 3. Pushing open the door of interrogation room number 3, Su Tanxiang saw the student who had always had a very favorable impression. Seeing Su Tanxiang push the door in, Xiao Fan also immediately stood up from his chair. Teacher Su, please. Su Tanxiang helplessly slowly sat down on the chair and said, Xiao Fan, this time the matter you have caused is rather tricky. When Xiao Fan heard this, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. Chapter 29, Apologize to Lin Mo Yuan? The moment Xiao Fan heard the words of the beautiful young director of instruction in front of him, his face immediately became a bit ugly. Teacher Su, what does this mean? Su Tanxiang sighed and said, I've already gotten a lawyer friend to understand. If Lin Mo Yuan wants to sue you, there's almost no chance of failure. The most important thing at the moment is to ensure that Lin Mo Yuan's side will not sue you. Hearing Su Tanxiang's words, Xiao Fan's eyes immediately dimmed. How could Lin Mo Yuan give up this opportunity? All along, Lin Mo Yuan had hated to get rid of himself. It was only because Tang Euro had stopped him. Lin Mo Yuan did not have this opportunity. Now that he had such a good opportunity, of course he wouldn't let it go. Su Tanxiang naturally noticed the change in Xiao Fan's face and said in relief, Don't worry, I'll personally go find Lin Mo Yuan and have a good talk with him. I've already released you on bail, but you still have to come back if you are summoned by the court. Xiao Fan nodded when he heard this, but there was not much hope in his heart, because he didn't believe that Lin Mo Yuan would really let go of this opportunity to suppress himself. When Su Tanxiang saw Xiao Fan, who still had a somewhat lost look, a pair of good-looking eyes, however, slowly narrowed. This dude who was famous in Yunhai City for his wickedness, it was reasonable to say that he should have let someone take action on the spot to teach Xiao Fan a hard lesson. Then the one who was brought to the police station for investigation should also be him, and the one who was summoned and sent to court should all be this unforgiving playboy. How in the world could he hold back and not make a move? Holding this doubt, Su Tanxiang slowly stepped out of the police station. According to the regulations, Xiao Fan would have to stay in the police station temporarily. After leaving the police station, Su Tanxiang directly decided to find an opportunity to talk to this young master as soon as possible, and must not let him prosecute this student of his. Xiao Fan's performance in the classroom, as well as his usual achievements, were all very much in the eyes of the young lady. In her opinion, a person of Xiao Fan's origin should not be buried. Children who came out from the middle of a depressed family often had greater achievements. Su Tanxiang had always believed in this. Therefore, Xiao Fan is a student. She, Su Tanxiang, guaranteed it. Yunhai City, Dongsheng Huating. At this time, it was already time for the sun to go down, and the afterglow sprinkled down on the wigwam in the courtyard, and even the gurgling water on the wigwam became golden. Lin Mo Yuan and Li Quan both took Tang Euro to the hospital. After a thorough examination, there was no serious harm, and only then did young Master Lin let go of his heart. In fact, of course there wouldn't be any major hindrance, only that if Lin Mo Yuan wanted to fundamentally destroy the little girl's relationship with Xiao Fan, then any hint of an opportunity couldn't be spared. To put it simply, this time, Lin Mo Yuan was definitely going to take the opportunity to sue Xiao Fan. This was something that Xiao Fan had asked for himself. When Lin Mo Yuan brought Tang Euro and returned to Dongsheng Huating, it was already sunset. At this time, there was a call from the police station. Hello, this is Lin Mo Yuan. A serious voice came from the other side of the phone. Hello, Mr. Lin, we still need to take a statement over here. Please come to the police station and cooperate with us. Lin Mo Yuan glanced at Tang Euro, who had already gone upstairs to rest, and said in a deep voice, "It's already very late today. Plus my girlfriend just came back from the hospital after her checkup. This matter, let's talk about it tomorrow." The police officer on the other side of the phone smiled bitterly. "I knew this would be the result. If I had known this, I wouldn't have made this call." No wonder once they heard the name Lin Mo Yuan, the police officers in the office turned their heads away as if they hadn't heard it. But since young Master Lin had said so, there was naturally nothing that could be done. After all, the Lin family was one of the top existences in the entire Yunhai city, so there was always a need to give some face. "Alright, Mr. Lin, then I'll trouble you to bring Miss Tang tomorrow and come to our Yunhai City police station." Lin Mo Yuan faintly answered and then put down the phone in his hand. This matter of Xiao Fan would definitely not end so simply. This was Lin Mo Yuan's intuition. In short, a son of Qi like Xiao Fan would definitely encounter a certain turnaround. It was precisely because of this that Lin Mo Yuan never dared to let his guard down. At the same time, in Tang Euro's room on the second floor of the villa, Tang Euro was lying on the soft Simmons, some teardrops still hanging from the corners of her eyes. The little girl's mind was now filled with the horrible appearance of Xiao Fan when he pushed her down. But when she heard Lin Mo Yuan mention a word about prosecuting Xiao Fan, she immediately turned from sadness to worry. In her opinion, there was a reason why Xiao Fan had become like this, and no matter what the reason was, in any case, doing this would definitely not be his intention. Because of this, Tang Euro was so worried. Then she gritted her teeth and dialed the phone of her friend who had gone out to the mall with her today. That is, the girl called Sumi. "Hello? Mimi ah. This is you Ro. Sorry for calling you so late." On the other side of the phone, a soft and cute voice came from the other side of the phone. Ro, it's fine. If there's any problem you can just say it. Is there something wrong with the test?" "I knew it. Xiao Fan, this what a complete asshole." Tang Euro's pretty face reddened, obviously a little anxious. "No, me. I don't have any problems. It's just Lin Mo Yuan side." Lin Mo Yuan said that he is suing Xiao Fan. "I'm a little worried about Xiao Fan. After all, Xiaomi, who was obviously Tang Euro's best BFF, was instantly furious when she heard the little girl's words. "I say Ro, that Xiao Fan has roughed you up, and you're actually thinking of speaking up for him? If you ask me, Lin Mo Yuan is the real man. Following him is the right thing to do." Tang Euro's face also dimmed for a few moments, then carefully said, "I just want to ask you, if Lin Mo Yuan really sues, then how much success is there? What would Xiao Fan's punishment be?" Sumi on the other side of the phone also calmed down. After all, this was considered Tang Euro's personal matter. It wasn't considered appropriate for her to come out and meddle in this and that, so she said patiently in a low voice, "According to the current situation, it's absolutely impossible for Lin Mo Yuan's prosecution to fail, because according to the strength of the Lin family, finding a good lawyer in Yunhai City is not a problem at all. Plus it is indeed Xiao Fan who is at fault now, so it's basically a prison sentence of less than 3 years, or detention." Hearing Mimi's words, Tang Euro's pretty face instantly turned pale. Chapter 30, Meeting Again. Slowly putting down the cell phone in her hand, Tang Euro only felt cold all over. According to Sumi's opinion, if Lin Mo Yuan really didn't intend to let Xiao Fan go this time, then Xiao Fan's life would be completely over. Although less than 3 years of imprisonment or detention was not a long period of time, Xiao Fan's life history from now on was destined to have a stain that could not be erased. In short, Xiao Fan's future was ruined. Although Xiao Fan had done such a thing to himself, it wasn't at the cost of his entire life. Obviously, Tang Euro was still thinking about Xiao Fan, not remembering that if Lin Mo Yuan hadn't carried this stick for her, she would have been lying in a hospital bed by now. Perhaps, this was the power of the son of Qi. This night, the little girl was tossing and turning, her heart infinitely complicated. In her opinion, this choice question was just too difficult. On one side was Xiao Fan, her childhood friend, the big brother like Xiao Fan that she had adored since childhood. On the other side was Lin Mo Yuan, who had always treated himself well and would often look out for himself. For Tang Euro, in her heart, they were now more or less the same. But in the end, it was always Xiao Fan's position that was a step above. After making a determination, only then did the little girl fall into a deep sleep amidst her exhaustion. In the blink of an eye, time came to the next day, and when the sun had just come out, Tang Euro opened her somewhat heavy eyes. The half-night of tossing and turning had ultimately caused some impact on this country-sweeping schoolgirl, causing a pair of delicate eyes to have some blood in them, and around the eye sockets, there were even faint traces of dark circles. Lin Mo Yuan just frowned when he saw Tang Euro in this state. "Didn't sleep well? Why don't you not go to the police station today? You stay at home." "I'll just go." Tang Euro sniffed, then came back to her senses, then said in a low voice, "It's fine, I have one thing I want to discuss with you." Young Master Lin put down the freshly warmed milk in his hands and looked at Tang Yuro with some curiosity in his eyes. Tang Yuro had just summoned up the courage to ask for a favor with Grand Young Master Lin, and through the corner of her eye, she saw the 2 breakfasts placed on the counter. Obviously, this was made by Lin Mo Yuan himself, because at this time, the villa's housekeepers, cooks, and housekeepers hadn't arrived at work yet. Seeing this breakfast that didn't look good, but was filled with full of emotions, Tang Yuro swallowed the words she just wanted to say. Since Tang Yuro was able to become a high achiever who had gotten into Yunhai University, she was naturally not stupid. She also knew that if she said something like asking Lin Mo Yuan to be merciful and let Xiao Fan off the hook at this time, it would inevitably hurt Lin Mo Yuan. After all, just yesterday, Lin Mo Yuan had just clashed with Xiao Fan. If right now, she went up and asked Lin Mo Yuan to be lenient with this culprit, then what would Lin Mo Yuan think? Therefore, Tang Yuro still chose to keep this matter in her heart for the time being. Lin Mo Yuan saw that after Tang Yuro said the first half of her sentence, she was actually silent once again. She couldn't help but feel a few moments of strangeness, and then couldn't help but open her mouth to ask, "What's wrong? What is it?" Tang Yuro came back to her senses, then pulled a smile from the corner of her mouth and said softly, "It's fine, let's eat first." Then, she sat down at the table and picked up her chopsticks. Seeing this, Lin Mo Yuan had a face of uncertainty, but Tang Yuro's smile was what made his originally dull mood relax a bit, and he also sat down at the table, and began to enjoy his breakfast. What Lin Mo Yuan didn't notice was that Tang Yuro's expression while eating was a little strange. After finishing breakfast, Lin Mo Yuan called on Li Quan to drive, while he and Tang Yuro sat in the back seat of the Bentley. On this journey, Lin Mo Yuan didn't flirt with Tang Yuro as usual, instead he was silent. Such an abnormal young Master Lin. But it made Tang Yuro's heart clench a few points. Could it be that Lin Mo Yuan guessed what he was going to say? But obviously, Tang Yuro guessed wrong. Lin Mo Yuan was just thinking, if it was just according to the current plot development, would there be any backstabbing on Xiao Fan's side again? If Xiao Fan's side had already made preparations, then would it be worth it or not to sue him yourself? After all, like Xiao Fan, such a son of fortune, the variables are endless. In case the whole body to retreat, it is not impossible. On the contrary, on his own side, it was not unlikely that all sorts of circumstances would arise to hinder his plans. It was necessary to find this variable first, in order to fundamentally put an end to the situation of a reversal on Xiao Fan's side. Thinking of this, Lin Mo Yuan's face became even more ugly. It looked like his side was occupying a lot of heaven and earth, but under the influence of Xiao Fan's powerful qi, it was simply a nullity. Time is not long. This young Master Lin garage is considered to be barely on the stage of the Bentley, slowly parked in front of the police station, because Lin Mo Yuan left Dongsheng Tingwen, has already passed the rush hour, so did not encounter what traffic jam situation. Opening the car door and stepping out of the car, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes became a bit gloomy. This was because he had unexpectedly seen Xiao Fan's shadow in the middle of the hall. Logically, Xiao Fan should be in a state of detention right now. How could he be sitting openly on a chair in the middle of this hall? Obviously, the thing that Lin Mo Yuan was most worried about had already appeared, and that was that Xiao Fan had now ushered in a turn of events that belonged to him. In his heart, he secretly cursed the heavens for being unfair. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan pull Tang Yuro's hand and walk towards the hall of the police station. Xiao Fan, who had sat in the hall early, waiting for Su Tangxiang, naturally noticed Lin Mo Yuan's appearance. At the same time, he also noticed that Lin Mo Yuan's hand was holding Tang Yuro's snow-white soft razor. Xiao Fan, who had originally seen Tang Yuro and had a little apology in his heart, immediately had eyes like they wanted to burst into flames. Originally he thought, with Tang Yuro apologized. After all, that day he really wanted to hit only Lin Mo Yuan, for Tang Yuro's shot, absolutely not intentionally, but because of anger, cannot control themselves. But now see Tang Yuro let Lin Mo Yuan this hand holding, also a submissive look, directly as angry, Tang Yuro until she stepped into the middle of the police station. Only then did she come back to her senses. Before that she was thinking about how to open her mouth and plead for mercy against Lin Mo Yuan. So for the actions made by Lin Mo Yuan, she didn't make any resistance. When she saw the haggard Xiao Fan, her heart immediately softened. Lin Mo Yuan, can you not prosecute Xiao Fan? Finally, after a struggle, Tang Yuro finally opened her mouth. Chapter 31, Police Station Confrontation. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes slowly became gloomy. It had come to this point. Tang Yuro was actually still speaking for Xiao Fan. This was something Lin Mo Yuan did not expect. What do you mean? Let this matter go? Just let him off the hook? Not to prosecute him? Tang Yuro also knew that this request of hers was obviously a bit too much, but she still nodded her head. The feelings in her heart for Xiao Fan were really a bit hard to part with. Lin Mo Yuan let out a long sigh and suddenly thought of a saying. People are good at being bullied. Horses are good at being ridden. His own gentleness towards Tang Yuro had caused her to subconsciously think that he was a kind person. It's true that what is easily obtained will not be cherished. Alright, I'll fulfill this wish of yours. I won't prosecute him, but if he ever messes with me again, I will never let him off lightly. For some reason, hearing Lin Mo Yuan's tone without a trace of emotion, Tang Yuro's heart vaguely ached a little, but she still wiped her tears, then stood up and walked towards where Xiao Fan was. Lin Mo Yuan, who was at the corner, watched Tang Yuro's movements with burning eyes and did not leave, although in his heart, he was a little disappointed with this behavior of Tang Yuro. Lin Mo Yuan would not give up just like that. According to Xiao Fan's character, how could he possibly change his mind back to Tang Yuro? On Tang Yuro's side, she had also come to the room where Xiao Fan was. The moment she saw Xiao Fan, her eyes revealed a strong reluctance. For Xiao Fan, she naturally couldn't forget him all the time. Xiao Fan naturally saw Tang Yuro as well, but his eyes, however, were somewhat grim. The people from the Yunhai City Police Department had directly separated the two people in order to prevent a conflict between Xiao Fan and Lin Mo Yuan. But Xiao Fan had already seen that Tang Yuro had arrived at the police station in Lin Mo Yuan's car. These two people, it was clear that they were already as close as glue. What are you doing here? Hearing Xiao Fan's cold words, Tang Yuro couldn't help but take a step back, feeling a little off. Was this still the same, gentle and humble Xiao Fan she knew? The previous Xiao Fan had never yelled so loudly at himself. I have come to tell you that Lin Mo Yuan won't sue you. I have. Xiao Fan sniffed and directly stood up from his chair with a cold smile on his face. What? You've already begged him, right? It seems like your relationship is really developing rapidly. How long has it been? You and this new favorite of yours are already inseparable? Tang Yuro's face had an expression of disbelief. Why was today's Xiao Fan, like the previous Xiao Fan, simply judged like two people? Xiao Fan did not bother about Tang Yuro. He just walked out of the room on his own, preparing to leave the police station. In Xiao Fan's heart, Tang Yuro from this moment on, with him no longer have the slightest relationship. Seeing this, how could Tang Yuro let Xiao Fan leave like this? She directly stepped forward and pulled Xiao Fan's arm. Xiao Fan, listen to me. Things are not what you think. Xiao Fan, however, directly shook off Tang Yuro's arm and looked back at her with a strange look. I originally thought that you were different from those gold-digging women. I originally thought that you weren't a girl who sees money, but it was me who was wrong. It's this society that's wrong, not you. This society is simply a money-oriented society. I shouldn't have believed what you said. After throwing down these words, Xiao Fan left the police station without looking back, without the slightest bit of attachment. Tang Yuro was like she had lost her soul, sitting directly on her knees, her hands covering her cheeks, her shoulders shrugging as if she was sobbing. The young policeman who was originally on duty, immediately panicked. If two people fight, they can still go up to persuade the fight, but this girl is sitting on the ground and crying. What should be done? This has exceeded the scope of their ability. Just at this time, a figure that wasn't too tall, but made people feel warm, appeared in Tang Yuro's blurred vision. Dry your tears. What's the use of going back to those now? I've told you before, even if he left you, he's still Xiao Fan, and you're still yourself. There's no change in all this. Do you understand? Tang Yuro wiped the tears that were still flowing outwards. Her eyes were a little confused, and when she saw this handsome face in front of her, the tears once again couldn't stop slipping down. The person in front of him was Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan was in the middle of the corridor, rubbing shoulders with Xiao Fan, during which the two of them glanced at each other, and although they didn't say anything, they both understood each other's meaning. The next struggle, it would be a scene of no end. The son of Qi, with the villain system, was destined to only exist as one. Lin Mo Yuan slowly stretched out his hand and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Tang Yuro's eyes, before assisting her to stand up, not saying anything, just walking towards the outside of the police station. Originally, according to the program, Lin Mo Yuan still have to do a series of formalities, but at this moment, Lin Mo Yuan still where there is time to care about those minutiae? Of course, it was most important to coax Tang Yuro well first. After opening the door of the Bentley and watching Tang Yuro sit in, Lin Mo Yuan sat in the driver's seat. The driver was left behind to handle the rest of the formalities, so of course the car had to be driven back by Mr. Lin himself. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's soft voice, Tang Yuro's psychological defense was completely breached. Compared to Xiao Fan's desperation, Lin Mo Yuan's tolerance and generosity was the most fatal. One after another, Lin Mo Yuan's position in Tang Yuro's heart was finally dominant. I want to eat steak. Right at this time, in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, the system's beep sounded. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining the female lead's devotion. Villain value plus 999,999. Chi luck value plus 20. Drop. Congratulations to the host. for obtaining one lottery right. It has been put into the backpack. Hearing the system's beep, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth slowly rose. It seemed that on Tang Yuro's side, there was no need to worry at all. The current Xiao Fan, if he knew that he had gotten so much villainous value, would definitely even regret his intestines. After all, the reason why Tang Yuro had fallen to her side, she also had to thank Xiao Fan's push and pull. By the time the vehicle slowly returned to Dongsheng Huating, it was already 2 hours later, just in time for the peak of the traffic flow. Even if it was a Bentley, there was nothing that could be done about it. Opening the car door and stepping out of the car, Tang Yuro's sadness was relieved for a few minutes. Chapter 32, Xiao Fan's Action. Lin Mo Yuan pulled Tang Yuro's hand and walked into the middle of the living room. Unprecedentedly, Tang Yuro did not make any rebellious emotions and appeared to be very obedient. Quietly recalling all the previous things, Tang Yuro felt more and more that Lin Mo Yuan was really better than Xiao Fan. Previously, when she was inside the school, there were a lot of rumors that Lin Mo Yuan was such a playboy, such a loser, and such a hypocrite to the girls, but all this after this period of time, Tang Yuro realized that it was all just rumors, because apart from himself, he really hadn't chatted much with any other girls, and hadn't even looked at them. This kind of behavior couldn't be said to be how noble it was, but it really wasn't related to the rumors at all. Only when you actually walk up to someone who has one, will you realize a lot of places that you overlooked before. Lin Mo Yuan of course noticed Tang Yuro's distracted thoughts, but didn't bother to interrupt her, instead coming to the table that had already been set up and cutting up the steak. For Lin Mo Yuan, no matter what Tang Yuro thought anymore, it didn't matter, because Xiao Fan's approach had completely and utterly broken this simple girl's heart. Yunhai University. Xiao Fan walked alone on the silent playground, looking at the class in front of him that was having a physical education class. His heart was full of mixed feelings. When Xiao Fan left, he seemed to be very desperate, but where were the feelings that could be easily put down just by saying so? However, just as he passed by a billboard, Xiao Fan was attracted by the content on it. The city will be holding a business expo at the Yunhai Center Plaza. A business expo? In an instant, it was as if countless data flew by in front of Xiao Fan, and a memory that was originally fuzzy gradually became clear again. It was at the business expo in the previous life that someone had opened a jadeite raw stone while gambling on it. It was worth around $1 billion. $1 billion. A fortune that an ordinary person wouldn't be able to accumulate for many years. At that time, when he got this news, it was already 7 days after the end of the gambling session, and the day of the gambling coincided with an exam on Xiao Fan's side, so he wasn't able to go to the scene. However, Xiao Fan had firmly memorized the appearance of that piece of raw stone. Now that he saw this billboard again, Xiao Fan naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Taking out his cell phone and glancing at the time, there were still 2 days before the stone gambling started, and this stone was worth more than $200,000. Although expensive is expensive, but the value of the emerald stone is simply immeasurable. At that moment, Xiao Fan made up his mind to buy this stone. That was a full $1 billion. Once he had such a sum of money, then his own certainty against the Lin family was a few more points. The next morning, Lin Mo Yuan slowly opened his eyes and saw Tang Yuro, who was still by his side, sleeping like a kitten. The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth revealed a smile and gently kissed Tang Yuro's forehead before he left the bed. Looking at the wind and sunshine outside, Lin Mo Yuan was just about to go downstairs to prepare breakfast when his cell phone rang. Picking up his cell phone and glancing at the screen, it showed that the caller was an unknown number. Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but frown before he answered the call. Hello? Which one are you? From within the receiver, a voice came out that made Lin Mo Yuan very surprised. Lin Mo Yuan. Hello, I'm Su Tanxiang. Su Tanxiang? Who was that? Lin Mo Yuan's eyes gradually filled with doubt, then asked, This, Miss Su, right? May I ask if we've met before? Why are you calling me? Su Tanxiang's current mood was also very complicated. The reason she called Lin Mo Yuan on this phone was of course to express her gratitude, to thank Lin Mo Yuan for not pursuing this matter of Xiao Fan. But what kind of character was Lin Mo Yuan? Although Su Tanxiang did not understand, but more or less also have some two people heard. In case this second generation of rich people directly come to a mess, then what should be done? Su Tanxiang, who was born in a prestigious family, naturally has no good feelings towards these playboys, but Lin Mo Yuan's generous approach has changed her perception of Lin Mo Yuan as a person, so she wanted to see with her own eyes. This Lin Mo Yuan, in the end, what kind of person? Only after seeing it with her own eyes could she have a finalization. Mr. Lin, I'm Xiao Fan's teacher. What about this call is that I also want to invite you for a meal. Thank you for not pursuing Xiao Fan's behavior. Xiao Fan's teacher, who was that? Lin Mo Yuan carefully recalled, but there was still no news about this teacher in his mind. This, Miss Su, is it? I really don't know you. There is a reason for Xiao Fan's tolerance. Dinner is not necessary, right? Su Tanxiang instantly froze for a moment, not expecting that she would have a day when she would be rejected. Around her, she didn't know how many people wanted to have dinner with her, yet this Lin Mo Yuan even thought about how to reject herself? Since childhood, this was the first time. Of course Su Tanxiang wouldn't just let it go, so she continued, Mr. Lin, I think it's better to express my gratitude in person so that it seems more sincere. What do you think? Lin Mo Yuan helplessly skimmed his mouth. This has all been said to this point. Wouldn't it be too disrespectful for him not to agree? So Lin Mo Yuan could only say with a smile, since Mr. Su has said so, then I will no longer excuse myself. It's really too much of a favor to pass up. Just name a place. I'll directly rush over then. Su Tanxiang sniffed, then she let out a sigh of relief. Then reported the name of a restaurant. Lin Mo Yuan nodded his head and once again said that he would definitely go to the appointment before hanging up the phone. Lin Mo Yuan walked downstairs into the living room, suddenly remembering that he still had one more chance to draw a treasure chest that he hadn't used, so he simply sat down directly on the sofa. System, give me out. So what opportunity to draw a treasure chest? How do I use it? Drop. Directly pick the treasure chest raffle ticket, followed by a silent chant in your heart. Hearing these words, Lin Mo Yuan directly meditated in his heart. System, open the treasure chest for me. Incidentally, give me 10 lucky charms, accompanied by the light that only he could see passing by. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes gradually took on some anticipation. Exactly what kind of things would be opened? Drops. Congratulations to the host for winning the silver level treasure chest. It has been placed into the backpack. Is it opened immediately? Lin Mo Yuan's eyes slowly became firm. Silver level treasure chest? That would be considered okay. Open. Let me see what goodies there are. Drops. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a hall level music skill. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a high level lucky charm. It has been placed in the backpack. Chapter 33, The First Encounter with Mo Tanxiang. When Lin Mo Yuan followed the address that Su Tanxiang had said and arrived at this restaurant, the expression on his face looked a little tearful. The reason was simple. This restaurant was actually a property under the name of the Lin family. This restaurant called Jane Eyre had always been offered to some foreign guest-level characters, so it was basically not open to the public. But this Su Tanxiang obviously had two brushes, and could actually book a seat in this restaurant. Thinking of this, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he picked up his cell phone. Hello? Ji Kuan. Where are you? On the other side of the phone, Ji Kuan's voice came. Young master, I was just about to call you from my side. The thing you asked me to investigate. There's an answer. Hearing Ji Kuan's words, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes instantly sharpened. Behind Su Tanxiang, what kind of person is she? What background does she have? After learning that Su Tanxiang was going to invite herself for dinner, Lin Mo Yuan immediately sent Ji Kuan to check out the background behind Su Tanxiang. Young master, this Su Tanxiang was originally the eldest miss of the Mo family in Jianbei City, called Mo Tanxiang, but there seems to be some friction with her family, which is why she ran away from home and came to Yunhai City. This Mo Tanxiang also has an older brother who is also in Yunhai City, but currently we haven't found any news about her brother. After listening to Ji Kuan's words, Lin Mo Yuan's heart then had a bottom. It seemed that this Su Tanxiang, Mr. Su, was not an oil lamp, inviting himself to dinner. He definitely had a purpose. As for the real purpose, one didn't need to guess to know that it was most likely to let himself not hold a grudge against Xiao Fan. But the problem was that Lin Mo Yuan absolutely could not let Xiao Fan go. Xiao Fan. Once there was an opportunity, Lin Mo Yuan would definitely get rid of him, for the simple reason that between these two people, it had already reached the point where it was either you die or I die. After organizing the casual suit on his body, Lin Mo Yuan walked straight into this restaurant. Arriving at a window seat on the second floor of the restaurant, Lin Mo Yuan saw a very obvious slender figure. This must be that teacher Su, who looks like she has a few moments of beauty. But a woman's beauty in Lin Mo Yuan's eyes is nothing more than a dangerous hidden weapon. Lin Mo Yuan, who had once been deeply victimized by it, how could he fall victim to it again? Hello, you are Su Tanxiang, Mr. Su, right? Truly a person like your name. First time meeting. Hearing this clear voice, Su Tanxiang then looked back at this young man sitting across from her. As a matter of fact, this was also the first time Su Tanxiang had met this famous Yunhai City's #1 dude face to face. Originally, Su Tanxiang had already made preparations to leave at any time. As long as this dude dared to make any out of the ordinary moves, she would immediately leave this place of wrongdoing. But unexpectedly, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes were unexpectedly clear, without the slightest hint of other colors mixed in. This made Su Tanxiang very surprised. Could it be that Lin Mo Yuan didn't have any heartbeat when he saw himself? In fact, that was exactly the case. Lin Mo Yuan really didn't have any feelings for this big miss who had run away from home. Miss Su, You invited me to dinner this time. It can't be that you want to see whether or not this person, me, is like the rumors, an uneducated rich second generation, right? Su Tanshan obviously didn't expect that Lin Mo Yuan would be so blunt and say all the doubts in her heart, but after all, coming from a family like the Mo family in Zhangbei City, so Su Tanshan wasn't much flustered, but instead smiled gently and said softly, so young Master Lin also knows about his reputation. Then is young Master Lin such a person or not? Lin Mo Yuan smiled, but didn't answer this question from Su Tanshan. Instead he called for the waiter. Sir, is there anything you need? Lin Mo Yuan handed the waiter the menu and said with a smile, give me a dessert first, and a fiery rose for this young lady. The waiter nodded and then turned to leave. Su Tanshan, however, frowned. The flaming rose was this restaurant's specialty dish. Of course she was aware of it. But why did Lin Mo Yuan know this dish without even looking at the menu? Lin Mo Yuan certainly saw Su Tanshan's doubts, so he smiled and said, Miss Su, there's no need to be surprised. After all, this restaurant is also my Lin family's property. It's only normal for me to know the name of one or two dishes, isn't it? Su Tanshan instantly came to a realization, and then a few moments of vigilance rose in her heart. From the moment Lin Mo Yuan sat on the chair, she had never gotten the upper hand. It had always been led by Lin Mo Yuan. This feeling was simply too passive. Thinking of this, Su Tanshan's eyes turned and thought of a solution. Young Master Lin, I still have to thank you for raising your hand so that this student of mine can return to campus. I'll first toast you with tea instead of wine. The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth revealed a smile, clearly understanding that Su Tanshan was taking the initiative. A few points of vigilance likewise rose in his heart. At this time, Su Tanshan's phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo Yuan originally will raise the wine glass, is also slowly put down. Su Tanshan glanced at the caller ID. It was Xiao Fan who called. This time was clearly the school's evening study time. Why would he call himself? Hello? Xiao Fan. Is there something wrong with calling me this late? Xiao Fan's voice sounded a little embarrassed. Teacher, I'm really sorry, but this matter is really important and I have to disturb you for a bit. Lin Mo Yuan certainly heard Xiao Fan's voice and instantly focused his attention. This brat Xiao Fan, what tricks is he playing again? Su Tanshan did not notice Lin Mo Yuan's change in demeanor as she continued to open her mouth and asked, go ahead, Xiao Fan, I'll see what's going on. Xiao Fan's voice sounded in the receiver. Teacher, isn't this the central square of Yunhai City, where a business expo will be held soon? I was thinking of taking advantage of this opportunity to go to the expo site to observe, or to open my eyes. You also know that my family is in a more remote area, so I'm still interested in knowing about this kind of business expo. I wonder if I can take a day off on the day of the exam. Su Tanshan was a little hesitant after hearing Xiao Fan's words. Should Xiao Fan be allowed to go or not? This exam was actually quite important. After all, it was a final test. But what Xiao Fan said seemed to be somewhat reasonable. After all, a business expo of this scale was rare in the entire Dragon Kingdom. After a moment, Su Tanshan finally made up her mind. Let Xiao Fan go. Okay, just this once. After you come back from the expo, you'll have to retake the test once. Xiao Fan was overjoyed when he heard this. Chapter 34, Challenge. Only after Su Tanshan put down the phone did Lin Mo Yuan's attention slowly retract from the phone. Xiao Fan was going to a business expo? This kid had always been unprofitable. And now that he would rather give up his exams and go to this what business expo, it meant that this expo, there was definitely something fishy about it. Lin Mo Yuan, but he had always remembered that Xiao Fan was a reborn person. In other words, all of his special moves could potentially bring him great benefits. Under this preconceived notion, whenever Xiao Fan had any ideas, Lin Mo Yuan would track them down to the end. Silently, he took out his cell phone from his arms, then edited a message and sent it to Ji Koen. The content of the message was very simple. Find out for me what's in the business expo that's going to be held soon in the Yunhai City Center Square. Also, get me an entry ticket to the expo. The top of the cell phone had just shown that the message had been delivered when Su Tanshan's voice rang out. Young Master Lin, I didn't see that you're still a busy man, working so hard at the dinner table? Su Tanshan's words obviously carried a few hints of mockery, but Lin Mo Yuan naturally wouldn't care about these details. Su, it's the same with each other. Aren't you also busy with official business? To be able to find the time to invite me to dinner in your busy schedule, it's really not an honor. Su Tanshan raised her eyebrows, obviously not expecting this young Master Lin's words to be so dry as well. Then she continued. What? I remember that young Master Lin is also still a student at Yunhai University now, right? Don't you have exams as well? Lin Mo Yuan pulled the corner of his mouth. Exams? When did exams also become one's job? As far as he could remember, he hadn't been to school a few times. Miss Su was joking. I haven't picked up a textbook in how many years? Just at this time, in the center of the second-floor restaurant, but the sound of a violin came. Lin Mo Yuan was attracted by this sound, then frowned and turned to look, only to see that on a table not far from them, two couples had already sat down, and in front of them, a man in a tuxedo was holding a violin in his hands precisely. Obviously, the identities of these two couples were not simple, and they could even come to this restaurant that was not open to the public. But so what if it was no longer simple? The real owner of this restaurant was still not this foppish young master sitting in front of Su Tanxiang? Lin Mo Yuan simply glanced at him and stopped observing, but Su Tanxiang was immersed in the wonderful melody of the violin, unable to extricate herself. What? Miss Su likes the violin? Su Tanxiang nodded at his words and said with a smile, I've wanted to learn since I was a child, but I've never had the time. At this time, the man in the tuxedo had already finished playing a violin, and in the middle of the large restaurant, applause instantly rang out. Su Tanxiang also couldn't help but applaud. This man obviously had a lot of attainments in the violin. Just the only exception was young Master Lin, but he skimmed his mouth and said, not enough attainments, the Tao is too shallow. After saying that, Lin Mo Yuan picked up the champagne that was set in front of him and gently took a sip. The words were not loud, but the repercussions were very strong. Su Tanxiang looked at Lin Mo Yuan in front of her with a puzzled gaze, a few points of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Mr. Lin, there's no need to say that, right? Lin Mo Yuan tugged at the corner of his mouth and said in a somewhat puzzled manner, what's wrong? I'm just being honest. Indeed, in Lin Mo Yuan's original world, how many violin masters were there? Listening to their tunes was what was called a comfort. Although this dude played well, he could only be described as average. At best, he was a fresh graduate of the Conservatory of Music. At this moment, a hand gently reached out to the table and knocked in front of Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan turned his head to look. It was the man who had just played the violin. What is it? The man looked Lin Mo Yuan up and down twice, then said with a serious expression, this gentleman, listening to what you just said, I think you're quite knowledgeable about the violin as well. How about this? You come and play a song as well and we'll compete. How about it? This sounds like he's touting Lin Mo Yuan, but in reality, it's a little bit of a stick in the mud. Lin Mo Yuan naturally heard the targeting in this man's words and said with a smile, what? Competing with me? Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Su Tanxiang secretly shook her head. It seems that this Lin Mo Yuan is really quite crazy. At this time, if he can take a step back, wouldn't things be solved? At the same time, the two couples on the other side also started to provoke one another. Kid, weren't you quite wild just now? How come you're not talking now? That's right, with $2, you really take yourself seriously? What kind of person this is? In my opinion, you just apologize to Master Zhuo Ming, and we'll pretend we didn't see this matter today. The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth surfaced a mocking smile, then under the crowd's astonished gazes, he actually reached out his hand towards this Master Zhuo Ming, and gestured. Su Tanxiang's gaze immediately tightened. Obviously, he did not expect that Lin Mo Yuan would have such guts. The name Zhuo Ming, Su Tanxiang had naturally heard of it. In the entire music circle, it was a resounding presence. Zhuo Ming's master, that was a top 10 violinist in the world. How could Lin Mo Yuan dare to accept his challenge? Of course Lin Mo Yuan didn't know the identity of this Zhuo Ming. In fact, even if he did, he wouldn't put it in his eyes. The violin masters that he had seen in his last life were just too many, and according to their level of strength, every single one of them standing here, that was an existence that could be directly sealed as a god. Moreover, the last time he drew a treasure chest, he had drawn a trump card. That was the hallowed music skill. With this skill, Lin Mo Yuan had reached the level of proficiency in all musical instruments. This was a necessary skill for traveling and picking locks. With this skill, even if the world's #1 violinist was standing right in front of him, he wouldn't have the slightest fear. I accept your challenge, but one thing, if I win you, you should never take out your violin in front of me in the future. Hearing these incomparably wild words, Zhuo Ming's eyes narrowed. Why does this kid look so confident? This wasn't right, but looking at the way this kid grabbed the violin, he was simply a white level. He must be bluffing. Thinking of this, Zhuo Ming's eyes became firm once again. Good. I'll agree to your conditions, but what if you lose? Chapter 35, Beautiful Tutor's Shock. Hearing Zhuo Ming's words, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth lifted into a smile. Took the bait. Since this was the case, it was much better. If I lose, this restaurant is yours. Hearing these words, Zhuo Ming's eyes suddenly sharpened. What are you babbling about? What does this restaurant have to do with you? Lin Mo Yuan smiled faintly and snapped his fingers. Then a waiter walked over. Tell this violin master, this Jane Eyre restaurant, which group's property it is. The waiter was a foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes, but could speak fluent Mandarin. This restaurant is the property of the Lin Group, and this is the heir of the Lin Group, young Master Lin Mo Yuan. Hearing the waiter's words, Su Tanxiang was a little better, but the other 5 people were shocked. This is actually the son of the richest man in Yunhai City, Lin Mo Yuan, the number 1 dude in the entire Yunhai City? This is too much of a coincidence, right? In fact, it was quite normal for such a situation to occur. After all, isn't it normal to come to eat at a restaurant owned by one's own family? Lin Mo Yuan looked towards the dumbfounded Zhuo Ming and said with some impatience, "Stand back, I'm going to start playing." Only then did Zhuo Ming come back to his senses, and was a little apprehensive in his heart. If he won the bet with this young master, but if the Lin family blamed him, wouldn't he be doomed? After all, he was just a violinist. No power, no influence, and if he fell into the hands of the Lin family, would he still be able to eat? Just as Zhuo Ming was hesitating at this moment, Lin Mo Yuan's face changed, no longer the cynicism of before, but a solemn demeanor. Noticing the change in Lin Mo Yuan's demeanor, Su Tanxiang's gaze was immediately attracted. Could it be that Lin Mo Yuan really knows how to play the violin? Lin Mo Yuan, on the other hand, answered her question with his actions. It was like a flowing motion, connecting the notes that danced out from each string closely together, a very cheerful sounding tune, just like that in the middle of the restaurant on the 2nd floor, began to echo. Su Tanxiang's eyes were instantly filled with shock. What is this situation? How did this uneducated rich young master suddenly transform into a master violinist? But soon, these doubts were directly pressed down by Su Tanxiang. The reason was simple. Lin Mo Yuan's playing was just too appealing. In her entire life, Su Tanxiang had never heard such an evocative violin piece. In the midst of Lin Mo Yuan's playing, Su Tanxiang seemed to see a picture. In the summer afternoon, on top of a green lawn, a boy was holding flowers in his hands, confessing to his beloved girl. Around the 2 of them, there were a few small birds, fluttering. This scene simply immersed Su Tanxiang in it, unable to extricate herself. It wasn't just Su Tanxiang. The 2 couples sitting on the table not far away were likewise the same. They also didn't expect that this only son of the richest man in Yunhai City would have this skill. They who had heard the rumors about Lin Mo Yuan were also shocked by Lin Mo Yuan's abilities. The one who felt the most deeply in the entire room was still Zhuo Ming, because at this moment, this violinist was already in tears. He had never imagined that there was still someone in this world who could play the violin to such an extent. This was simply a miracle. His own master didn't even have this level. This was something Zhuo Ming firmly believed. In fact, when the sound of Lin Mo Yuan's violin had just begun to echo in the restaurant, Zhuo Ming realized that he had already lost all. A piece of music was quickly played out, and Lin Mo Yuan gradually came to his senses from his oblivious state. In fact, although he had been exposed to many violin tunes before, it was still the first time that he had actually gotten his hands on a violin tune and played it himself. But fortunately, he had the system's hall-level music skills, so when the violin was placed in his hands, it was as if it had come to life. There was no need to think about how to play it at all, and the notes flowed out naturally. Lin Mo Yuan, who opened his eyes again, saw Su Tanxiang's shocked eyes. Not saying anything, Lin Mo Yuan just handed the violin back to Zhuo Ming, and then patted his shoulder, signaling that it was his turn to play. But Zhuo Ming's face was solemn, respectfully bowing to Lin Mo Yuan. "Mr. Lin, it was me who offended before. I apologize. In the future, on occasions where you are present, I will absolutely not touch the violin." After saying those words, Zhuo Ming straightened up and looked into Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, his eyes filled with sincerity. "Mr. Lin, I wonder if I have the honor to know the name of this piece?" Lin Mo Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Of course you can. This tune is called Where is the Love, which translated into Chinese is, Where is the Love? Where is the Love?" A good name. Su Tanxiang silently memorized this violin tune in her mind, thinking that after she went back, she must listen to it again. This tune was just too sensual. After Zhuo Ming learned the name of the piece, he turned around and left the restaurant, having a violin master so deeply hidden right here and giving him a lesson. Of course he had to go back and sharpen his skills. The 2 couples sitting on the other side of the table also cast respectful glances at Lin Mo Yuan from time to time. Zhuo Ming was the one they had invited over, but now he was easily defeated, which was enough to show that this Lin Mo Yuan, young Master Lin, was the true hidden expert. Lin Mo Yuan naturally noticed their gazes, only to shake his head and smile, not caring. His reaction was also what completely aroused Su Tanxiang's curiosity. This Lin family's youngest master, what exactly was his origin? Why did he have so many secrets? Lin Mo Yuan sensed Su Tanxiang's gaze, raised his head, smiled faintly and said, "Miss Mo, could it be that you like me because of a simple violin song?" Su Tanxiang spat lightly, then only then did she react to the fact that just now Lin Mo Yuan had called herself Miss Mo. Immediately afterward, Su Tanxiang's eyes became grave. She obviously hadn't thought that her originally well-hidden identity had been uncovered by Lin Mo Yuan. "Young Master Lin, What Miss Mo? What are you talking about? Lin Mo Yuan said casually as if he was focusing all his attention on the dessert in front of him. Mo Tanxiang. You can fool others, but not my Lin family. The Mo family in Jiangbei City is now searching for clues about you with all their might. You are hiding comfortably inside Yunhai University. Hearing this, Su Tanxiang's eyes instantly sank. Chapter 36, Business Expo, Stone Gambling. Looking at Su Tanxiang's eyes, Lin Mo Yuan, however, remained indifferent. Mo, I have no interest in meddling in your Jiangbei City Mo family's affairs, but you have to remember that you should not arbitrarily meddle in my affairs either. Just like Xiao Fan's matter, don't casually stand up for him. As someone who doesn't understand the situation, I hope I won't hurt you by mistake. I'll take your favor for this meal. I won't take the initiative to lay any heavy hands on Xiao Fan, but once Xiao Fan tries to make any small moves against me, then I'm sorry. After saying these words, Lin Mo Yuan picked up the tissue on the table and wiped his mouth with elegant movements before raising his eyes and looking in Su Tanxiang's direction. Su Tanxiang's face was cloudy, obviously not expecting that Lin Mo Yuan had come prepared. Once one's own news leaked out, then one was definitely going to be brought back by the family. At that time, even her own brother would not be able to protect herself. After a moment of silence, Su Tanxiang gritted her teeth and finally made a decision. Good. I hope you can keep the secret for me. As for Xiao Fan, you just don't take the initiative to target. I won't interfere. When Lin Mo Yuan heard this, the corner of his mouth lifted up into a smile. Regardless of whether you are Su Tanxiang or Mo Tanxiang, you are always still too tender. Putting down the dessert plate in his hands, Lin Mo Yuan stood up and extended his hand towards Su Tanxiang. Miss Su, since we've already reached an agreement, then dinner will be here. Su Tanxiang bit her lip and also stood up, extending her hand to slowly shake Lin Mo Yuan's. Afterwards, Lin Mo Yuan straightened his clothes and turned around to walk out of this restaurant. Su Tanxiang, on the other hand, sat back down. A pair of bright eyes kept looking at Lin Mo Yuan's departing direction, not knowing what she was thinking. Lin Mo Yuan had just returned to his car, and a victor's smile appeared on his face. No matter what, in this encounter, it was always himself who had the upper hand. With such a backer as Su Tanxiang missing, Xiao Fan would have no means to rely on in the entire Yunhai University. After driving back to Dongsheng Huating, it was already sunset. Tang Euro was going to stay at the school tonight because the club had a bit of an event that was going to end late, so Lin Mo Yuan naturally agreed. Lin Mo Yuan's real age added up, has nearly more than 40 years old. Naturally know that even if you like a person again, both sides are also each other to leave a little private space. Looking at the splendid villa in front of him, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes slowly became sharp. Just at this time, Lin Mo Yuan's cell phone rang. The moment he saw the caller ID, Lin Mo Yuan instantly focused his attention. The call was from Ji Kun. Obviously he had already found out about that business expo. Hello, young master, this business expo, it's really something. Hearing these words, Lin Mo Yuan instantly raised his eyebrows. How so? Ji Kun's voice, once again, came out from the cell phone receiver. The lineup of the expo this time, it's very powerful. Many of the world's top 500 ranked companies are going to participate, and the Qin family of Yunhai City is also going to come to participate, and there is a project above the expo called Gambling Stone. This stone gambling program is organized by the Qin family. The Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Yixian, your nominal fiancé, will be coming to the scene. Gambling? The Qin family? Fiancé? After briefly organizing the memories in his mind, Lin Mo Yuan instantly understood the context. Originally, his own father had already found himself a fiancé, and this fiancé's identity was not simple. It was a young lady from the Qin family, the second largest group in Yunhai City, and also the second largest family. Named Qin Yixian of this woman, is also a business elite level of existence. Set up a capital company. A year down there is $1 billion or so of capital income, so that many of the Qin family's peers, very red. But I do not know how the Qin family in the end is the head of the family. Even ghostly find Lin Mo Yuan's father put forward the idea of wanting to marry the two families. The Qin family as the original Yunhai City's first family. The heritage is naturally needless to say, and Qin Yixian the miss looks is not to be picked, and smart and capable. Lin father is naturally very satisfied. This way, this pile of inexplicable marriage, even in the case of the two parties are unaware of the situation. Settled. After Qin Yixian learned of this matter, he naturally tried his best to resist, but it didn't have much effect. The Qin family's interior was very complicated, with factions, and Qin Yixian had a handle that was firmly grasped by her father, the head of the Qin family, so naturally there was no way to resist. Lin Mo Yuan Lin young master learned about this matter, but a look of indifference. Anyway, this type of thing, are not their turn to make the main, so basically do not put on the heart. is still everyday foppish appearance. This time the gambling stone, rather than the organizer, is the Qin family, rather than Qin Yi Xian himself. Qin Yi Xian's capital company, due to being suppressed by the family, was strapped for cash and was in dire need of a sum of money to fill the company's financial hole. After organizing his thoughts, Lin Mo Yuan frowned. Why on earth did Xiao Fan go to the expo? Right now, there was only one most likely reason, and that was gambling on stones. Xiao Fan also had only one path, such as gambling on stones, that would allow him to rise quickly. Since Xiao Fan had this idea, then Lin Mo Yuan naturally had to do everything in his power to stop it. There was also this fiancé called Qin Yixian. Actually Lin Mo Yuan didn't have this matter on his mind right now, but he still had to be on guard, so as not to let Xiao Fan reach a cooperation with this Qin family's eldest lady. At that time, it would be difficult for himself. As a reborn person, how could Xiao Fan not know Qin Yixian's identity? Since he knew about Qin Yixian, then finding an opportunity to encourage Qin Yixian and make her stand against himself was something that wasn't likely to happen, but was bound to happen, so everything still need to make more preparation. Lin Mo Yuan decided, tonight we'll prepare. With the help of this expo, ruthlessly hit Xiao Fan. Arriving inside the villa's living room, Lin Mo Yuan looked at the pointers on the wall that kept moving. His eyes gradually became like a falcon, making people not dare to look directly at them. Ji Koan, keep an eye on Xiao Fan for me. Report to me immediately if there is any movement. Get ready. When the expo starts, you will go in with me. I want to see what other tricks this Xiao Fan can play. Ji Koan promised before hanging up the phone. Listening to young master's meaning, Xiao Fan could potentially mess things up at the expo? Good boy. He really has guts, but as long as young master is around, I'll see how you can turn the tables. Chapter 37, Crazy Woman, Qin Yixian. Yunhai City, as one of the cities with the largest rise in the GDP index of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally became the center of economic development in the Dragon Kingdom, and the city's prospect, to describe it as limitless, was no exaggeration. Among them, Yunhai City's newly developed commercial plaza, the largest commercial center in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The center plaza was just completed and put into use this year. This time, the World Business Expo will also be held in this very place. Lin's group, as the main force of this project and also the general contractor, was naturally qualified to be invited to this expo. Among these companies ranked in the top 500 in the world, there were 7 companies that had already come to Yunhai City, and the hotels that had collapsed were all Lin family's properties. According to Lin Mo Yuan's identity, no one dared to stop him even if he walked horizontally in the middle of the venue. Wanting to enter the expo was just too easy. Xiao Fan was the opposite. In fact, this time the expo, that is specially used to display to those high-end enterprises to see, have the right to have money, can only be in the center of the venue to visit, and only qualified to participate in the session of the stone gambling. Many entrepreneurs, for the gambling session, is still very much looking forward to. After all, they really do not have much fun. Gambling is considered one of the most attractive. Just as the expo had just begun, a figure also appeared at the periphery of the exhibition hall. The owner of this figure was naturally Xiao Fan. This entry ticket of Xiao Fan was still bought from wherever the security guard of the exhibition hall was, because according to common sense, he could not buy this kind of ticket at all. That was only allowed to enter the site if he was invited. It was only after going through some scrutiny that Xiao Fan was able to walk into the exhibition hall. However, what he didn't realize was that on a Rolls-Royce not far away, there were 2 pairs of eyes that were looking in his direction with burning eyes. Young master, that's Xiao Fan. He went in. The owners of these 2 pairs of eyes were naturally Lin Mo Yuan as well as Ji Koan. When Lin Mo Yuan saw Xiao Fan's figure, the corner of his mouth pulled up a smile and said, "Let's go. Let's go in as well and see how this young master wants to play." Ji Koan held back his laughter and nodded, then opened the car door and walked out of this Rolls-Royce. Lin Mo Yuan also opened the car door, but the moment he opened it, his eyes immediately locked onto a direction. Not far in front of the exhibition hall, there was a long fleet of cars, clear of BMWs, and in the middle of this fleet, there was a Maserati President. And looking at the shell of this car, it was obviously modified. This kind of car in the entire Yunhai City, there was only one, in the hands of that big miss of the Qin family. Needless to think, the one sitting in the car right now was none other than the Qin family's eldest Miss Qin Yixian. Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but slap his forehead, and immediately cursed a bad luck. This woman and himself are not dealing with each other. The location of his Rolls-Royce was so obvious, it would definitely be seen. With Qin Yixian's fiery temper, she would definitely come up to criticize herself and damage herself. For this woman, Lin Mo Yuan has always been respectful, not only because good men don't fight with women, but more importantly, this woman's identity was special. If you messed with her, You didn't even need someone else to take action. That cheap old man of your own family would be able to break your own legs, because Qin Yixian was the daughter-in-law that the old man had found for him. Worrying giving Ji Kuan a wink. Lin Mo Yuan then directly sat back in the car. I can't afford to avoid it. Anyway, they have almost guessed Xiao Fan's purpose. There is no hurry. The Maserati president slowly stopped in front of the exhibition hall, and a slender figure, wearing a khaki-colored trench coat, slowly appeared in front of the crowd. The owner of this slender figure, wearing a pair of expensive sunglasses, was just about to walk into the exhibition hall, when out of the corner of his eye, he saw the Rolls-Royce on the parking lot that had just turned off its engine. This car, it looks familiar? Hearing his lady's words, a bodyguard in a suit respectfully replied, Miss, this car belongs to the young master of the Lin family, also known as the Ant. Before the bodyguard could finish his words, he was interrupted by Qin Yixian. Alright, I know, let's go meet this young master for a while. I want to see if this punk is still as disheveled as before. Seeing their own young lady in an angry stance, the suited bodyguards also sighed and could only follow up with their heads. Ji Kuan of course saw this young lady, and seeing this young lady's face of anger, Ji Kuan sighed in his heart for Lin Mo Yuan. This Qin Yixian looks very beautiful indeed, but this temper is really. The young master of his own family could only seek his own happiness. At this time, Qin Yixian was already standing in front of Ji Kuan. Of course she recognized Ji Kuan. This was the number one dog leg beside Lin Mo Yuan. Ji Kuan, where is your young master? Where did he hide? Ji Kuan gently coughed twice, then said, This is not hidden from Miss Qin. I really do not know. I am also looking for my young master. When Qin Yixian heard Ji Kuan's words, she just rolled her dainty white eyes, then directly bypassed Ji Kuan and came to the front of the Rolls-Royce. Lin Mo Yuan, I know you're right inside. Hurry up and get the hell out. Lin Mo Yuan, who was sitting in the car, when he heard these words, he immediately pulled the corner of his mouth. What's wrong with this young lady? What's wrong with this young lady? She's like eating gunpowder as soon as she comes up? Lin Mo Yuan naturally chose to turn a deaf ear, so he directly picked up his cell phone and brushed up the short video. Qin Yixian saw that there was no movement in the car, and was also furious. Good, Lin Mo Yuan, you won't come out, right? I'll burn your broken car today. I'll see if you come out. While saying that, Qin Yixian turned to look at his bodyguard, who brought a lighter. Bring it to me. Also, bring me some gasoline. The bodyguard in the lead helplessly handed over his lighter to Qin Yixian's hand, and then called for someone to fetch the gasoline. They all knew that their own young lady was mostly scaring Lin Mo Yuan, so they acquiesced. Ji Kuan saw Qin Yixian's appearance, but a burst of heartbeat. This young miss, it couldn't be that she was going to come for real, right? Soon, an oil drum was brought over, and at Qin Yixian's signal, the bodyguards took the oil drum and poured it around the Rolls-Royce's perimeter, and then placed the oil drum next to the car. Lin Mo Yuan was sitting in the car, and seeing this powerful scene, he was also shocked. Was this woman crazy? There were so many people in the exhibition hall, she had to come up and play such a hand? Lin Mo Yuan saw this scene. Naturally he would not continue to hide in the car, so he directly pushed open the car door and walked out of the car. Qin Yixian, you crazy woman, what do you want to do? I just can't understand. What kind of deep hatred does young master I have with you? Seeing Lin Mo Yuan walk out of the car, Qin Yixian then sneered, and then was about to put away the lighter in his hand. But at this time, a little spark was detached from the top of the lighter and fell on the ground full of gasoline. Instantly, the ground was directly on fire. Chapter 38, Explosion. Everything happened in a split second, so even Lin Mo Yuan, who had the system in place, didn't react, and the fire instantly spread to the side of the Rolls-Royce car. The fuel tank that still had its lid open. The place where the bodyguards in suits were located was very far away from Qin Yixian, located on the other side of the body, and Ji Kuan was also in front of the body. The closest one to Qin Yixian was Lin Mo Yuan alone. The moment he saw the fire, Lin Mo Yuan immediately shouted, all back away immediately. The bodyguards subconsciously wanted to rush up, but it was obviously too late. Before Qin Yixian himself could react, he was directly pounced on by Lin Mo Yuan. The impact of falling to the ground caused Qin Yixian's head to buzz a little, and right at this moment, a deafening explosion rang out, and the entire fuel tank directly turned into a ball of fire. The Rolls-Royce didn't have anything to do, just some damage to the body. The only thing that exploded was the oil drum. After all, as the sole heir of the Lin family, the Rolls-Royce that Lin Mo Yuan was traveling in was not a simple commodity, but a Rolls-Royce Gusto. The windows, glass, and doors were all bulletproof. After the explosion, the bodyguards standing on the other side of the Rolls-Royce immediately came to the side of the Rolls-Royce, took out the fire extinguisher, and began to spray dry powder on the remaining flames. Ji Kuan also immediately came to Lin Mo Yuan's side. carefully observed. After confirming that there was nothing serious, then he was relieved. If you don't die from a great calamity, there will be a blessing afterward. This was simply a blessing amongst misfortunes. Lin Mo Yuan reached out and helped this Qin family's eldest miss, who had a stunned face, up from the ground with some helplessness in his tone. I say, Miss Qin, I'll speak to my old man as soon as possible to cancel the marriage contract between us. This kind of thing must be implemented as soon as possible. Otherwise with you by my side, I'm such a small life. Maybe one day it will be accounted for. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Qin Yixian surprisingly didn't retort. Her mind was filled with the scene where Lin Mo Yuan defiantly protected her under his body. As a disciple of a great family, would Qin Yixian completely change her opinion of Lin Mo Yuan because of such an incident? Of course not. Things like a hero saving a beautiful woman and a beautiful woman falling in love at first sight with a hero would only happen inside a storybook. In reality, even if a knight saved a princess countless times, that wouldn't stop the princess from marrying the prince. The reason why Lin Mo Yuan turned around and left was precisely because he knew this. Although the truth was just so cruel, this time, Lin Mo Yuan's behavior still caused his image in Qin Yixian's heart to change dramatically. Young master, you're this. Ji Koan, who was walking beside Lin Mo Yuan, gave a thumbs up to Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan, however, pulled the corner of his mouth and then said, this matter of breaking off the engagement must be put on the agenda. Otherwise, if I don't wait for Xiao Fan to make me die, this stupid woman will also make me die sooner or later. Right at this time, in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, a system beep suddenly sounded. Drop. The host has successfully changed the female lead Qin Yixian's opinion. Villain value plus 999,999. What the hell? This Qin Yixian was actually a female main character. At this moment, Lin Mo Yuan's mood can simply be described as 7 up and 8 down. It seemed that this marriage, for the time being, could not be returned. Lin Mo Yuan let out a long sigh before he continued to walk towards the inside of the venue. Ji Koan, who was following behind Lin Mo Yuan, saw Lin Mo Yuan's change in demeanor and was a little puzzled, but still followed closely behind Lin Mo Yuan. Just when Lin Mo Yuan had just entered the venue, Xiao Fan had already roughly mapped out the layout of the venue and also knew where the location of the stone gambling was, so he just sat on a row of chairs and rested his eyes. For the sake of this time's stone gambling, Xiao Fan had taken out nearly $200,000, so as long as he could buy that piece of over $1 billion worth of raw stone and wait for it to be cut, he would be foolproof if he took the emerald himself and left the scene immediately. And Lin Mo Yuan for these expositions and things like that, always do not care. It is impossible to follow yourself to the exhibition hall, right? What Xiao Fan doesn't realize is that Lin Mo Yuan has not only come here, but also knows what he is going to do. When the organizers of the expo saw Lin Mo Yuan's figure, it was natural to give a warm welcome. Of course they heard the explosion outside, but Lin Mo Yuan explained to them that it was his Rolls-Royce tires that couldn't withstand the high temperatures, and that's why it exploded. The organizers, who originally wanted to call the police, chose to put the matter to rest. With the guests gradually arriving, the business expo was naturally held as scheduled. Each company took out their own company's highest-end research and development achievements for the year, and introduced them in a colorful manner. But young Master Lin, who was standing in the crowd, still couldn't help yawning. The organizers directly chose to turn a blind eye to this. What is Lin Mo Yuan's status to them? He was the god of wealth. Lin Mo Yuan's father single-handedly pushed the Lin's group to the top of Yunhai City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. For this proper prince, that can be well received. When the expo started, the leaders of many companies had already arrived at the venue and were chatting around a long table. But when Lin Mo Yuan's figure appeared in the hall, everyone's gazes immediately gathered. Who is this young man? You don't even know this one. Ha, isn't that the crown prince of the Lin group? Oh, that's him. I heard that this kid's losing money, but it's reached a certain level. These comments naturally all fell on Lin Mo Yuan's ears, but he just smiled and shook his head, not putting it on his mind. There are a lot of people in this world who look at him in the wrong way, and it's not so bad as this one or two. They all said that having a lot of money was good, but there were also people who said that having a lot of money was bad. Even money couldn't make everyone like it, let alone this loser himself. The process of the expo, for Lin Mo Yuan, was really a bit boring, so he simply listened to a brief introduction for a while before taking out his cell phone and starting to run out of time. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had just passed, and along with a burst of applause, a voice that made Lin Mo Yuan very familiar, however, rang out. Next, it is the long-awaited gambling session. In order for this session to fulfill everyone's needs, so our Qin family has selected for everyone. All of them are good raw stones, which can definitely make everyone gain a lot. The owner of this voice was naturally Qin Yixian. Chapter 39, The Gambling of Stones begins. Qin Yixian's voice, echoing in the large exhibition hall, was clearly crisp and pleasant to the ears. The emotions of everyone in the exhibition hall were mobilized. All the people here, basically all, are some powerful people. To their level, they like to play some exciting things, like gambling. This kind of play mind activity, they like it the most. They don't care if they can get something good or not, or how much money they have to spend. All they care about is the process of enjoyment. As a matter of fact, Lin Mo Yuan also enjoyed this stone gambling session, but today's main purpose was not to gamble on stones, but to find Xiao Fan and trip him up. This Xiao Fan person's appetite was not small, so he was definitely coming for the trump card. Lin Mo Yuan stood on the second floor of the exhibition hall, his sharp gaze sweeping over every person's cheek, and was trying to find Xiao Fan's shadow. Just at this time, Lin Mo Yuan saw a figure wearing a suit and hiding in the crowd. If it wasn't Xiao Fan, who else could it be? Xiao Fan didn't know that Lin Mo Yuan was already locking him down, and he was now searching for the piece of raw stone that was worth more than $1 billion. Finally, his eyes landed on a very unremarkable looking stone that could not produce good goods at first glance. These stones were all placed inside the display cabinet, and only after the price was offered and paid could one go up and take down the stone of one's choice. Xiao Fan took a look at the price displayed on the stone, and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. The pricing is not high. 120,000 yuan. Xiao Fan's entire body value now added up. There is a 5 or 600,000 to take down such a piece of stone, or in no way. However, Xiao Fan is now worried about, will someone kill out halfway? Will buy this piece of stone away? After all, there are still some variables. Xiao Fan is looking around. The gambling stone has already come to the link of stone selection. Each person can pick a stone to pay. Later will be concentrated together for cutting. The first one to go up to the stage to make the selection was none other than a local rich merchant in Yunhai City, who was in the real estate business. I want number 16, number 17, 2 stones in one go, and both are of good color? The crowd looked at each other and immediately had a plan in mind. It seems that these stones, absolutely 9 out of 10, can be shipped, because the name of this rich businessman, called Dong Yunfeng, is a famously cautious businessman. Every investment are well thought out. Such a cautious character in the circle is not common. Dong Yunfeng's face did not change much. In fact, there are still a few nervous in his heart, because he is also considered to have participated in the previous session of the gambling. A few experience. The first to go on stage to choose the original stone. The chances tend to be a little more. These 2 pieces of raw stone look good color, and the probability is that there are good things in it. So in the moment they were brought to the stage, Dong Yunfeng was in the right place. Qin Yixian was also a little surprised, obviously not expecting Dong Yunfeng to give the impression that he had one, and said with a smile, "Boss Dong looks like he has a good idea about his choice. Then Yixian is here to congratulate you first." Dong Yunfeng smiled and nodded to Qin Yixian before he walked off the stage and returned to his seat to start resting his eyes. These 2 stones, respectively, were priced at 550,000, as well as 600,000, and judging by their size, if something was opened out, it would definitely be worth the price of admission. With Dong Yunfeng buying 2 stones at a time, the business giants behind them also began to pick and choose among the remaining stones. "Miss Qin, I want the 7th and 9th raw stones. Miss Qin, I want numbers 20 and 12. Miss Qin, I want number 1 and 3. As he watched the raw stones being bought away one after another, Xiao Fan's heart was also a little hesitant. Should he make a move now or not? But they were all choosing 2 pieces at once. If he chose one, what would these people think? Would his own identity be revealed? Xiao Fan's observed a glance at the few remaining pieces of raw stone in the display cabinet. The one worth over $1 billion was number 4. Number 4 was lying alone on the display cabinet, as if beckoning to Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and was just about to make up his mind to put up a fight when a voice that made him unexpected rang out in the venue. "I'll take all the remaining raw stones." "Young master, Lin Mo Yuan." Surprisingly, it was Lin Mo Yuan's voice. Why did Lin Mo Yuan appear here? How did he know he was here? Could it be that he had sent someone to follow him all along? When Lin Mo Yuan saw Xiao Fan's shocked and angry eyes, the corner of his mouth pulled up a mocking smile. "Ms. Qin, for the rest of these raw stones, I'll give you $1 million for each one. How about it?" Qin Yixian's eyes became a little strange. $1 million for each piece? What was this young master smoking? Such a price, even if the stones were opened out, it would still be a big loss. And the rest of the raw stone has more than 100 pieces. That is an astronomical amount of money. Qin Yixian's side is still hesitating. The following a group of business giants, but is not willing. "I say, young Master Lin, aren't you going a bit overboard?" "Yeah, we're still waiting. You can't make us come for nothing, right, young Master Lin? How can you let us have a bit of an experience?" Xiao Fan was also relieved when he heard these people's words. If Lin Mo Yuan didn't take these people's thoughts into consideration, then it would inevitably make it very difficult for the Lin family to do well in Yunhai City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. But does Lin Mo Yuan really have no backhanders? The answer was of course no. Lin Mo Yuan had long anticipated this situation. Lin Mo Yuan cleared his throat and then said loudly, "Everyone be quiet. I have a new play here. I don't know if everyone is interested." Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, the noisy voices in the arena slowly calmed down. These business giants were all very curious as to what kind of playstyle Lin Mo Yuan could come up with. Lin Mo Yuan saw that the field had quieted down. Then he smiled and said, "Although I'm going to buy all of these raw stones, we can continue playing. It's still gambling, betting on whether or not something can be opened out of each raw stone. You guys can bet whatever you want, and the ratio will be 1 to 10. I will also participate." Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, the eyes of these business giants below all lit up. This is good. Even if you don't have to buy the original stone, it still sounds quite exciting. Good. This method is good. Mr. Lin really knows how to play. Mr. Li, am impressed. I'm in. I'll join too. First time I've heard of such a way of playing. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan nod his head and then looked at Xiao Fan, who had a gray face. Chapter 40, This is a bureau. Xiao Fan's eyes were filled with indignation as he looked at Lin Mo Yuan. He didn't expect that Lin Mo Yuan would use this way to cut off all the billions of dollars that should have had already arrived. But things couldn't end like this. Xiao Fan would definitely not give up this billion or so until the last moment. After all, with this amount of money, Xiao Fan was able to quickly rise. Lin Mo Yuan had already walked down from the upper floors at this time and stood in front of Qin Yishian with a gentlemanlike smile. "Ms. Qin, how is the consideration going? These raw stones, if something is opened out, then I'll give you half of the share. How's that?" Qin Yishian was originally hesitating, but when she heard Lin Mo Yuan's words, she instantly strengthened her confidence. Sold. Wasn't the reason he organized the stone gambling session at the expo to raise funds? Now that there was such a great opportunity, then of course it was something to be grasped tightly. Good. Then it's a deal. Lin Mo Yuan, I'll trust you for once. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan put his lifted heart down. He was really afraid that this young miss would not agree. As long as he gave an opening to someone like Xiao Fan, he would achieve his goal if he didn't pay attention. This was not the result Lin Mo Yuan wanted to see. Then can we just jump to the next part and start cutting, right? Qin Yishian nodded, then said, "Everyone, come with me. Let's go to the backyard and see if there are any harvests that can be uplifted within these raw stones." The crowd stood up from their seats and walked towards the backyard. Xiao Fan, who was in the middle of the crowd, had obscure eyes and was obviously thinking of a way out. That more than $1 billion. It absolutely could not be left like that. One must get it back. Subsequently, Xiao Fan's mind was struck with an idea. According to his memories from his previous life, there would be a gang of bandits that would appear at the expo with the purpose of rushing towards that 1 billion or so of raw stones. And this group of people had an inside man amongst the merchants below. As long as when those bandits come in to grab the raw stone, they go up and directly take down a few pieces, then it would be worth the price of admission. Holding this thought, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth also pulled up a smile. Lin Mo Yuan, who had already arrived at the cutting site, saw that Xiao Fan was still standing amongst the crowd with a few moments of doubt and contemplation in his eyes. Now that these raw stones belonged to him, why was this Xiao Fan still here? Why is he still here? Could it be that there is something else going on? Lin Mo Yuan's heart once again rose a strong vigilance. Xiao Fan's nature, he has long been taught. It seems that things will change. However, at the moment there was no omen or evidence, so Lin Mo Yuan could only press the suspicion in his heart. Qin Yishian had been walking in front of Lin Mo Yuan, and when he glanced back at Lin Mo Yuan, he realized that there was something not quite right with his complexion. Lin Mo Yuan, what are you thinking about? Why does your face look so bad? Lin Mo Yuan sniffed back and then sighed. Miss Qin, I have an ominous premonition, and when I stand with you, this premonition will always appear. When Qin Yishian heard these words, he was instantly enraged. This brat with this mouth is really exasperating. In vain, this young lady is still kind and wants to care about you. The more she thought about it, the more angry Qin Yishian was. She stepped on Lin Mo Yuan's leather shoes, causing Lin Mo Yuan to grin in pain. I say, can you not be so violent? Be careful that you won't be able to marry in the future. When Qin Yishian heard this, he was about to step forward, but Lin Mo Yuan directly dodged it, and this scene fell in the eyes of the crowd like a flirtation. However, when the crowd thought about it, originally, these two people had a marriage contract. It suddenly dawned on them. Qin Yishian didn't know what these people were thinking. She just adjusted her mindset, and then had the workers in charge of cutting the stones ready. All of these woolen materials would be cut by these specialized workers, the purpose of which was to make the entire process transparent in order to prevent anyone from thinking that the woolen materials would be tampered with. Everyone, please take a seat. The first thing we'll be cutting is boss Dong Yunfeng Dong's stone. Will his stone fill him up or not? Let's wait and see. It had to be said that Qin Yixian was worthy of being the only face of the Qin family in Yunhai City, and his style of doing things was also 8 winds of motionlessness and watertightness. No one of his peers was able to reach this level. Lin Mo Yuan, who was standing on the side watching the fun, was a bit strange in his heart. According to reason, there is such a precious daughter, the Qin family, that the family head should naturally be well cherished, only right. But why would this daughter, rushing to marry himself, this lazy, playboy, unbearable people? Is it just to get the Lin family property so simple? Lin Mo Yuan was a bit puzzled, but right now the cutting process had already reached the ending stage. Lin Mo Yuan's attention was directly attracted to the past. What is that? There's actually something in this stone. It's definitely jadeite. Looking at the color, it can't be said to be top grade, but it can barely reach the level of top grade. This piece of emerald start with 250,000, but it's still a loss. Dong Yunfeng's piece of rough material had produced a piece of jadeite with an estimated value of $250,000, and although it was not as good as he had hoped, he had not lost his money after all. Sighing, Dong Yunfeng focused his attention on the next stone. As a matter of fact, Dong Yunfeng had lost all hope now. Although this amount of money was only a small amount of money, it didn't allow Dong Yunfeng to get the kind of pleasure he wanted. Compared to Dong Yunfeng, Lin Mo Yuan's demeanor was very calm, because he really didn't lack money, and buying all these woolen materials was simply a trivial matter in his opinion. As long as he didn't let Xiao Fan have his way, even if he bought this entire center square, it was all necessary. Xiao Fan stood in the crowd, his eyes firmly fixed on Lin Mo Yuan's face as a few points of killing intent flashed through his eyes. He really wanted to get rid of Lin Mo Yuan. Where there was Lin Mo Yuan, his own reborn person's advantage could not be utilized at all, but whenever Lin Mo Yuan appeared, the plot would definitely change. The development of all things would become unpredictable. Without these advantages, Xiao Fan was nothing more than a college student with some business acumen. Raising his hand and glancing at the time on his watch, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth pulled up a sinister smile. There were still more than 20 minutes to go. After 20 minutes or so, the gang of bandits would break in. At that time, if he took the things and withdrew, surely no one would notice. And this empty backyard, there was no surveillance at all, so it could be said that this robbery was basically a dead end. 20 minutes passed quickly, and Xiao Fan's eyes slowly became sharp. Chapter 41, Unexpected Incident. Lin Mo Yuan had been watching Xiao Fan from the corner. The location he was in was a cubicle. Inside the cubicle, Qin Yixian was sitting behind him. His eyes had been staring at Lin Mo Yuan's back with some thoughts. After seeing Lin Mo Yuan, Qin Yixian had a feeling that Lin Mo Yuan and the rumored playboy were simply like two people. The rumored Lin Mo Yuan was a loafer, a typical loser, and also frequented nightclubs without doing anything serious. But the Lin Mo Yuan standing in front of her now was elegant and graceful, and in his bones, he looked like a person who had received a high aristocratic education. Not everyone can be called an aristocrat, even if you are rich. Without a broad mind and a compassionate heart, then you can only be a thug. A true aristocrat is not materially rich, but spiritually rich. The feeling Lin Mo Yuan gave Qin Yixian was just like that. Lin Mo Yuan didn't know what Qin Yixian was thinking. His attention was all focused on Xiao Fan. If he knew what Qin Yixian was thinking, he might have a few moments of tears and laughter. Noble, young master, I am a righteous villain, okay? Have you ever seen which aristocrat would have a villain system? This is simply a huge misunderstanding. Just at this time, a loud bang came from the gate of the backyard. Then, a pickup truck rushed into the courtyard, and Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, too, went cold. It seemed that what Xiao Fan was waiting for should be this group of people, but just don't know. What kind of connection does Xiao Fan have with this gang? Is it a coincidence or was it arranged long ago? But right now was not the time to think more. Lin Mo Yuan just silently took out his cell phone and turned on the video function of the phone. The sound of the pickup truck breaking through the door was just too loud, and Qin Yixian, who was sitting on the sofa inside the cubicle, naturally heard it. She quickly stood up and came to the window, and instantly understood what had happened. Surprisingly, someone had come to rob. Qin Yixian, who was in a hurry, pushed open the door and was about to rush out, and was then pulled back by Lin Mo Yuan's quick eyes and hands. What are you doing? Don't want to die. Qin Yixian had an anxious look on his face, then said, how important are these raw stones? Do you know? Lin Mo Yuan, however, directly pushed Qin Yixian back, then said with a serious expression, I don't know. I don't want to know either, but I know one thing, there is only one human life. Remember that. After throwing down such a sentence, Lin Mo Yuan pushed open the door of the cubicle and walked out, leaving behind a disbelieving Qin Yixian, frozen in place. Drops. The host has changed the hostess's opinion. Villain value plus 99,999. Lin Mo Yuan was already in the middle of a panicked field at this time. The reason why he dared to strut out so much was because in the hands of this group of bandits, there were no guns or anything like that. There were only some controlled knives. Dragon Country has a ban on guns. For the management of firearms, has always been very strict. Like the movie Those Who Do Not Move with hot weapons to rob the bank scene, basically has become history. This group of robbers have a total of 4 people. Their purpose is to come to rob these wool. Hope to be able to open some good things to all the businessmen present. In the pickup truck rushed into the backyard of the moment. All birds and beasts dispersed. Of course they do not care about what the raw stone, wool and other things. In their view, these things are not worth as much as their own lives. These people left, but let the robbers become more relaxed. One by one just to the car to carry wool can be. However, none of them noticed that in a corner of the backyard, there was a pile of clutter. Between the clutter, Xiao Fan's figure was hiding here, carefully observing the situation in the field. The piece of raw stone that Xiao Fan had his eye on, which cost over $1 billion, was not far in front of him, inside an inconspicuous corner. This angle was invisible to the robbers, so as long as he waited for the robbers to leave, then Xiao Fan would have every opportunity to take the stone and leave again. As for Lin Mo Yuan, he was probably already lying under the table, shivering, right? This is a heavenly opportunity. While these robbers were busy in a frenzy, a figure that wasn't too tall slowly stood in front of them. I say, there are so many ways to get money without breaking the law, but you guys have to look for ways to make money in the criminal law. Isn't there something wrong with your brains? The 4 robbers who were still holding the wool in their hands, immediately looked at each other with a bit of confusion. What does this kid mean? This is not respecting his profession at all? How dare he come up and talk like this? After a moment of silence, the black-hooded robber who looked like the boss, opened his mouth and said, "Young man, I advise you not to mind your own business. Turn around and leave now. We'll spare your life." Lin Mo Yuan slowly shook his head. He knew that reasoning with these people would never make sense, and he didn't want to cause all this trouble, but Xiao Fan was definitely not going to let go of such an opportunity. So the only thing to do now was to settle these robbers first, and Xiao Fan would naturally know what to do. Since you guys aren't going to put down the raw stones in your hands, then I'll be impolite. Afterward, Lin Mo Yuan picked up the dry powder fire extinguisher at the back and directly turned on the safety. With this maneuver, not only were the 4 robbers a bit bewildered, even Qin Yi Xian, who was inside the cubicle with a worried look on his face, as well as Xiao Fan, who was hiding behind a pile of miscellaneous items, were all confused. Why did Lin Mo Yuan pick up the fire extinguisher? Lin Mo Yuan sighed. On the other hand, used practical actions and gave the answer. The dry powder sprayed out from the dry powder fire extinguisher immediately caused the 4 robbers to close their eyes and put down the raw stones in their hands, and then Lin Mo Yuan took an arrow step forward and rushed into the white dry powder that filled the sky. Qin Yi Xian's eyes, with a strong surprise, and hands clenched, somewhat worried about Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan was after all a rich second generation. Where had he experienced any training? Even if those few robbers were dry powder temporarily controlled, but they are still 4 people in the end, in case of any accidents. Xiao Fan, on the other hand, was the opposite. He couldn't wait for Lin Mo Yuan to die in the hands of these few robbers. That way, the entire Yunhai city is not all his own world. A few moments later, the smoke caused by the dry powder slowly dispersed, and a figure standing upright appeared in front of Qin Yixian. It was Lin Mo Yuan. As for the 4 robbers, all of them were lying on the ground, unconscious. When Xiao Fan saw this sight, he immediately cursed a waste in his heart. 4 robbers? Not even a dude who was addicted to alcohol and sex all day long could not be taken down. It was simply a disgrace to the profession of robbers. Chapter 42, Winning Another Game. Xiao Fan's mood at this moment was very complicated. He didn't expect that the cooked duck would just fly away. Everything was because of this Lin Mo Yuan. All of his plans had been disrupted. However, Xiao Fan's eyes lit up when he saw a piece of white-colored wool scattered on the ground not far away. This piece of wool he remembered. There was a jadeite raw stone worth more than $10 million inside. With this in mind, Xiao Fan immediately took action, and with the help of the cover of the cluttered field, he rolled forward and held the piece of wool in his arms. Got it. Subsequently, Xiao Fan no longer made any stops and left the expo site straight away. On Lin Mo Yuan's side, he was looking at the anxious Qin Yixian in front of him, his face full of helplessness. I say Missy, I'm really fine. There's no need to call any ambulance. Really? Qin Yixian disbelievingly up and down again carefully checked once more. After determining that there was really no major obstacle, only then did he let go of his heart. Subsequently, this great lady slammed her fist on Lin Mo Yuan's chest. You bastard, do you know what kind of people these are? They'll kill you. Lin Mo Yuan nodded and said, that can't be helped. Didn't you say that these wools are important? I'm naturally obligated to do so. Qin Yixian sighed, then hugged his knees and slowly squatted down. Was this the feeling of being cared for? Ever since she was a child, in the entire Qin family, who would be so considerate of her, other than her mother who truly wanted the best for her? That father, he only thought about how to use his daughter to gain benefits for the Qin family. Lin Moyuan was somewhat confused by Qin Yixian's sudden silence, but just at this time, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Drop! The host has successfully disrupted the plans of the son of Qi, causing the son of Qi's Qi to suffer a blow. Villain value plus 99,999. It seemed like his plan had worked. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Lin Moyuan's mouth. Xiao Fan had made sufficient preparations this time, but he still failed to achieve his goal, and this was Lin Moyuan's greatest victory. However, what Lin Moyuan did not anticipate was that although Xiao Fan did not manage to take away the biggest piece of stone, he still gained something after all. The last piece of wool that Xiao Fan took away. The value of the raw stone is also tens of millions of dollars. The second best thing, but still have such a harvest. Have to say that Xiao Fan in the end is still the son of luck. Lin Moyuan pulled Qin Yixian, who was crouching on the ground, up and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, the money promised to you won't be missing for a single penny. But I'm a little curious. Your Qin family's status in Yunhai City isn't too low, so how could you let you come out to prepare the funds by organizing a stone gambling?" Qin Yixian, who was originally in a somewhat depressed mood, heard Lin Moyuan's question and his attention was immediately diverted. "You don't know. My relationship with my family isn't very good, so instead of entering my family's business, I opened my own company called Falling Leaves Capital." Fallen Leaf Capital? The name of this company, Lin Moyuan has a little impression. In Yunhai City is also considered a little famous company, the so-called Capital Company. In fact, is to provide investment consulting services investment limited company, and this kind of company currently belongs to the Emerging Enterprises, as the Qin family's eldest daughter will go to establish such a company, obviously is a great risk, because this kind of company development prospect is very unstable, basically have 60 to 70% of the risk of closure. Right now, Qin Yixian even came out for the company to open a gambling session at the expo, thus showing that this company was indeed stepping into an extremely dangerous stage. You, a Qin family's eldest miss, would even come out to open your own company? What does the Qin clan think? Qin Yixian skimmed her mouth and just kept her mouth shut. Lin Moyuan sighed and stopped caring. In this year, every family has a difficult scripture. These big families that seem to be in a good mood may have to go downhill someday. Waiting for Lin Moyuan and Qin Yixian out of the exposition location, that is, the exhibition hall, Ji Kuan and the Qin family's bodyguards have surrounded up. Since the police had already arrived at the scene and blocked off this exhibition hall, they couldn't even enter. "Young master, how is it? Is it all right?" Patting Ji Kuan's shoulder, Lin Moyuan said with a smile, "What can I have done? Let's go. Let's go to Yunhai University first." Counting the time, Euro will soon be getting out of class as well. Ji Kuan confirmed once again, after determining that Lin Moyuan was indeed unharmed. Then he let out a sigh of relief. Luckily nothing really went wrong, or else how would he go back and explain to his old man as well as the chairman of the board? Lin Moyuan turned to look at Qin Yixian. Coincidentally, Qin Yixian also happened to turn to look in Lin Moyuan's direction. Lin Moyuan just smiled faintly before turning around and entering this Rolls-Royce Gusto that had almost been blown up by an oil drum earlier. Qin Yishuan's gaze, on the other hand, was watching this Gusto until this bulletproof fortress disappeared around the corner of the street. This Lin Moyuan is really an interesting person. Lin Moyuan sat in the car. His face could not be seen as happy or sad. This person, Qin Yixian, was a person that must be fought over, because this was a heroine-level character. Obviously, in Xiao Fan's previous life, this Qin Yixian was obviously included in his harem. The source of all this should be this unexpected robbery today, right? Fortunately, he came to the scene and promptly changed Qin Yixian's previous opinion about the original owner of this body. Otherwise, Xiao Fan would not only have gotten his way today and taken the most valuable piece of wool, but he would also have had the opportunity to hold a beautiful woman. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Moyuan's mouth lifted up a smile. "Xiao Fan, fight with me? The game has only just begun. I hope you won't let me down." The exhibition hall, which was also the location of the Yunhai Center Plaza, was not very far from Yunhai University, so this Rolls-Royce quickly arrived at its destination. At this time, it also happened to be time for classes to end. Lin Moyuan opened the car door and instructed Ji Kuan to park the car before he walked down from the car. In an international metropolis like Yunhai City, there were definitely not a few luxury cars, but not everyone could qualify to drive a customized Rolls-Royce Gust. So when the university students of Yunhai City just saw this Rolls-Royce, they knew that the young master of the Lin family had come to school again, walking all the way towards the school building where Tang Yuro was attending classes. When he passed by the playground, Lin Moyuan stopped in his tracks. On the playground, there was a girl being stopped by a man, and in this man's hands, he was holding a bunch of flowers. Chapter 43, A New Chance. In reality, this kind of scene couldn't be more common amongst college campuses, but this time was different, and that girl was none other than Tang Yuro. Lin Moyuan's face immediately sank. From his position, he could clearly see Tang Yuro's expression. Tang Yuro had an annoyed look on her face, clearly very impatient with this man. Lin Moyuan directly rolled over the railing at the side of the stadium and walked over in Tang Yuro's direction. Tang Yuro looked at the man in front of her who was 28 or 89 years old, but in her heart, she felt nothing but disgust. This man was a physical education teacher at Yunhai University, called Chen Hua, but what he did was not worthy of being a teacher at all. Chen Hua often used his position to threaten some good-looking girls and make them sleep with him. This kind of situation had already appeared in the last session, but Tang Yuro had never thought that one day she would also become the target of this beast. Chen Hua's meaning was very obvious. If Tang Yuro didn't agree with him, then she wouldn't be able to pass this semester's physical education class. Tang Yuro naturally ignored him, so she turned around and wanted to leave. But how could Chen Hua let go of the prey that was delivered to his mouth? He directly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Yuro's hand. Tang Yuro just wanted to break free, but Chen Hua let out a miserable scream. Tang Yuro fixed her eyes on a familiar figure, standing in front of Chen Hua, with one of Chen Hua's arms still clutched in her hand. Chen Hua's expression was already a bit distorted. It was clearly the person standing in front of him who had dealt a vicious blow. This figure, naturally, was Lin Moyuan. Lin Moyuan's expression was very flat, because for this kind of person, using any expression was a waste. You seem to be a physical education teacher inside the school, right? Chen Hua gritted his teeth as he looked at Lin Moyuan and nodded. Of course he knew Lin Moyuan, so he hadn't even dared to say a single swear word until now. Who hadn't heard of Lin Moyuan's reputation? Inside the entire Yunhai University, this one just walked horizontally and no one dared to say anything. As a teacher, accosting your own students, what do you think? To look like you're great? Chen Hua couldn't say a single word, just lowered his head, beads of sweat clearly visible on his forehead. This is the last time. Let me see you act similarly again and I'll sink you in the river. Is that clear? Chen Hua nodded again, indicating that he understood. Only then did Lin Moyuan let go of his hand, then turned to Tang Yuro's side and pulled up her hand. Tang Yuro had been standing by the side watching, and in her heart, there was a warm feeling that flowed along her heart. Lin Moyuan's threats filled with viciousness had instead given Tang Yuro a greater sense of security. With that, the hand that was being pulled by Lin Moyuan was slowly clenched. Lin Moyuan seemed to have sensed something. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, but he didn't say anything. Yuro, let's go eat hot pot in a while. Ha! Tang Yuro nodded, her eyes full of smiles, covering his still vaguely painful hand. Chen Hua's eyes filled with unwillingness as well as indignation. Chen Hua had always been very disgusted with these rich people since he was a child. No matter what these people did, they always looked superior. Why can they do whatever they want just because they have such ability, power and influence? This was the typical hatred of the rich mentality. Just at this time, a hand slowly rested on Chen Hua's shoulder. Teacher Chen Hua, you can even tolerate this? When Chen Hua heard this voice, he immediately felt a little surprised. Then he turned his head to look at it, and the one standing beside him was actually Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, what are you talking about? While speaking, Chen Hua pulled Xiao Fan's hand off his shoulder and was about to turn around and leave. Since Chen Hua knew Xiao Fan and Lin Moyuan, he naturally understood the grudge between Xiao Fan and this only son of the richest man in Yunhai City. He didn't want to get involved in it. A fight of this level was simply not something that a small physical education teacher like him could casually get involved in. Xiao Fan's eyes, however, still carried a few moments of teasing. Teacher Chen, I know what you're worried about, but right now, I have a chance here to get back at this pair of dogs. It's up to you to grasp it. Chen Hua's figure instantly stiffened in place. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth pulled out a cruel arc. What you can't get, you have to destroy. Half an hour later, when Xiao Fan returned to the dormitory again, it happened to be dinner time. Xiao Fan, as well as his roommates, were all senior students in Yunhai City and would soon be facing graduation. Once they graduated, they would have to go out and look for a job. So what was on their desks now were all rental advertisements, job postings and such. Casually picking up a rental advertisement, Xiao Fan immediately froze, because he suddenly remembered that in his previous life in Yunhai City, there was once a man who had just bought a second-hand house and found 5 boxes of gold bars under the floor tiles. Inside one box, there were roughly 50 rhubarb fish, and the price of one rhubarb fish was a full $100,000 or so. In other words, This man was directly rich, with a flying fortune of $25 million. The jadeite raw stone that Xiao Fan had brought back from the expo, at the risk of being discovered, was only $10 million. If he got this amount of money, then Xiao Fan could completely try to establish his own business. Only when he had this amount of money could he have the capital to have a confrontation with Lin Mo Yuan. So Xiao Fan immediately turned on his computer and started searching for news about the house on his computer. Right at this time, Xiao Fan's roommates happened to return to the dormitory. "Brother Fan, what did you do today? Surprisingly, you came back so late." "Right, Brother Fan. I was going to invite you out for a drink." "Brother Fan, what are you looking at? Rental information?" "Ah." Xiao Fan smiled as he nodded his head. "Isn't it time to graduate soon? That's why I'm thinking of finding an apartment in advance, and waiting until graduation to move directly." The oldest two inside the dormitory, also known as Li Yang, said with a smile, "Why don't we just forget about it like this? Let's a few of us go and rent a house together. A whole house, so we can save a lot of rent as well." When Qi Jinyu heard Li Yang's words, he immediately nodded his head in agreement. This method is of course no better, so that every day what Xiao Fan is doing, he himself is clear about it. It was also good to report to Ji Kuan in time. Ji Kuan's side of the word, has his girlfriend's side owed all the medical expenses, all settled, and the girlfriend's family side, but also very satisfied with their own, very grateful to themselves to solve the problem of medical expenses. Take people's hands short, eat people's mouth soft, so of course Qi Jinyu will not let go of such an opportunity. Chapter 44, Target, Gold. Xiao Fan's eyes became a little wandering. Obviously, it was indeed a good choice for him to follow these housemates to rent a house, but if he found that house, what about those gold bars? So Xiao Fan's eyes, once again, became firm. He decided that he must rent that house by himself, but where exactly that house was, Xiao Fan could no longer remember. He just remembered that in the neighborhood of Yunhai University, there was an upscale residential area, which had a few very old residential buildings, and that house was in it. "Forget it, my workplace isn't quite the same as yours, and there's still a possibility that I'll be working the night shift, so I won't be staying with you." Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Qi Jinyu however narrowed his eyes slightly. Intuition told him that Xiao Fan was definitely hiding something from them. As the class bully level character, and with his dual quotient online, Qi Jinyu wanted to find out the loopholes from Xiao Fan's words, which was not a difficult task. The other two inside the dormitory, the second Li Yang, and the fourth Yang Shi, didn't care about these details, but said with a smile, "That's fine. How about this, Brother Fan? Tomorrow is Saturday. A few of us will go outside to look around and help you find a suitable place. What do you think?" Hearing Li Yang's words, Xiao Fan's eyes immediately lit up. This would be good. After all, more people are more powerful, and it would be easier to find that house. "Alright, then it's decided. After it's done, I'll treat you guys to dinner." Li Yang nodded at once and said with a smile, "Just waiting for you to say this. Come on, tomorrow we find the house. At night we will directly hit the landlord and share the land." A burst of laughter. The sky slowly darkened. The evening sun replaced the azure sky. In the dormitory, when the other three people including Xiao Fan were busy, Qi Jinyu pushed open the door of the dormitory and walked out. After walking all the way out of the dormitory building, Qi Jinyu repeatedly made sure that no one was following him before he breathed a sigh of relief and then took out his cell phone. Finding Ji Kuan's number in his address book, Qi Jinyu did not hesitate and immediately dialed. After the phone rang a few times, it was quickly answered. "Hello? I'm Ji Kuan." Qi Jinyu let out a sigh of relief and then informed Ji Kuan in full about Xiao Fan's suspicious behavior of wanting to go out and rent a house. Ji Kuan frowned after hearing Qi Jinyu's words. Just such a small thing? But on second thought, the young master had instructed that if Xiao Fan made any move, he should keep a close eye on it and report it to him in time. Ji Kuan then relieved. Since the young master said so, he did as he was told. Afterwards, picking up his cell phone, Ji Kuan continued, "Very well, I know, you continue to keep an eye on it." After saying these words, Ji Kuan cut off the communication. Qi Jinyu looked at the cell phone in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a tinge of guilt rise in his heart. Qi Jinyu understood that this behavior of his was tantamount to betraying the feelings between brothers, but for the sake of his girlfriend, he had to do this. This is a very realistic society. It was, it is, and it will be. Dongsheng Huating. Lin Mo Yuan was currently lying comfortably on the sofa, playing a game on his cell phone. Tang Euro, on the other hand, was sitting beside Lin Mo Yuan, letting Lin Mo Yuan's head rest on her thighs, holding a tablet in her hand, doing the homework left behind in class. The game was being played to the point of excitement, but Lin Mo Yuan's cell phone suddenly sent out an incoming call tone. Lin Mo Yuan frowned and realized that it was a call from Ji Kuan, so he directly pressed the answer button. "Hello, Kunzi, if you don't have anything important to do, then I'm going to scold you." being in the dragon pit to start a group. Are you trying to piss me off? Ji Kuan's voice rang out over the phone. Young master, don't intervene. It's like this. That Qi Jinyu, Xiao Fan's roommate, just called me. He said that Xiao Fan is going out to rent an apartment tomorrow, but it's still far away from their graduation, so I thought, I'll give you a call. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, at once, became a little bit gloomy. Going out to rent an apartment? Although this matter, for college students who had just graduated, was really more than usual, but at the bottom of Lin Mo Yuan's heart, an ominous premonition still rose. This kid, is he playing something in his heart again? Holding the mentality that it was better to kill 10,000 by mistake than to let one go, Lin Mo Yuan said, follow them tomorrow. Remember, whichever house they look at, you use a higher price and take it for me. Definitely can't have any of the houses fall into that kid's hands. Ji Koan heard Lin Mo Yuan's serious tone and could only respond to express his understanding. When Lin Mo Yuan hung up the phone, he happened to see Tang Yuro's puzzled gaze. What did you say about a house or not a house? Of course Lin Mo Yuan would not say that it was Xiao Fan who wanted to rent a house, but said with a smile, it's nothing, it's just a real estate agent that looked at my store and wanted to buy it. No big deal. Only then did Tang Yuro nod her head, indicating that she understood. At this time, Tang Yuro suddenly thought of something and said to Lin Mo Yuan, right, Mimi is also going out to rent an apartment tomorrow. I'm going to go with her to take a look. Do you want to come along? Lin Mo Yuan of course wanted to follow, but before that Qin Yixian called and said he wanted to discuss something with him, so he could only say, I have some things to do tomorrow. How about I pick you up at night? Tang Yuro just smiled and nodded, and wasn't dissatisfied. This was one of Lin Mo Yuan's favorite things about Tang Yuro. This girl was always so reassuring. The next morning, when Lin Mo Yuan woke up, Tang Yuro was already downstairs preparing breakfast. Lin Mo Yuan had of course suggested that he didn't know how many houses he had in his name, so it would be fine for me to go and live there directly. But Tang Yuro shook her head, because me was a girl with a strong character and wouldn't like the feeling of being given charity. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan come to a realization, and then told Tang Yuro to call if there was anything. Before turning around and leaving the house, Lin Mo Yuan followed the address Qin Yixian sent over and found a tea house. This tea house was the largest tea house in the entire Yunhai city, with no less than 1,000 people coming and going in a day. The decoration style of the tea house, worthy of the word tea house, looks ancient, and inside and outside there are a lot of people who come to take pictures, just like has become a net red card location. Arriving at the third floor of the tea house, within an elegant room, Lin Mo Yuan saw Qin Yixian's figure. With a smile on his face, Lin Mo Yuan sat directly opposite Qin Yixian. Chapter 45, Establishing a Company. Looking at this young master of the Lin family in front of him, Qin Yixian's face was a little complicated. Yesterday, at the expo, the incident where he organized the stone gambling session, he went back and let his father know about it. His father was originally furious, but then after hearing his bodyguard say that he had a good conversation with the young master of the Lin family, his father immediately changed his face. Not only did he start to warm up to himself, asking if he had any injuries, but he also announced that he was going to divide the family's industry into his own name, and as soon as he got engaged to Lin Mo Yuan, he would sign the contract right away. According to the former Qin Yixian's character, most likely to be sullen and rebellious, but unexpectedly, Qin Yixian did not say anything, as if he had acquiesced. When Qin Yunhai, the head of the Qin family, saw his daughter behave like this, he subconsciously thought that Qin Yeshuan had already recognized reality. Unbeknownst to him, after meeting Lin Mo Yuan, Qin Yixian's heart had already lost the previous resistance towards Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan, who had just sat at the table, casually picked up a piece of dessert and said with a smile, Ms. Qin, is there something you want to find me for, and in such a hurry? Qin Yixian once again scrutinized Lin Mo Yuan for a moment before speaking. I want to break away from the family as soon as possible, so I'm going to establish my own company. How about we work together? When Lin Mo Yuan heard this, he coughed twice, and the dessert that was inside his throat was stuck for a split second. Seeing this, Qin Yixian cried and laughed a little, and was just about to go up and pat Lin Mo Yuan's back, but was rejected by Lin Mo Yuan with a wave of his hand. Miss Qin, do you mean that you want to cooperate with me and open a company? Looking at Lin Mo Yuan with an intensely puzzled expression, Qin Yixian however nodded seriously. That's right, that's what I mean. I wonder what you think. Lin Mo Yuan took a sip of tea before he reacted, then looked at Qin Yixian who had a serious face, and after repeatedly confirming that this Qin family miss was not joking, he said, Miss Qin, right now how fierce the competition in the industry is in the entire Yunhai city, I believe you know better than me, right? Just last week, Longfei Group completely closed down and all of its employees were demobilized. I'm sure you've also heard about this matter, right? Qin Yixian nodded. indicating that he understood. Seeing this, Lin Mo Yuan placed his own hands on the tabletop and poked his body in Qin Yixian's direction, his eyes carrying a strong skepticism. I'm not saying that your ability is not good, but the current situation is so severe. Almost every day there is a small company that goes into bankruptcy and liquidation. Not being able to keep up with the times is going to be eliminated. Under this kind of situation, how did you think that I would be able to help you? I, Lin Mo Yuan, am just a dude without the slightest bit of business acumen, and I've never accomplished anything before. How dare you come to me? After hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Qin Yixian but smiled. Seeing Qin Yixian smile, Lin Mo Yuan was a little puzzled and opened his mouth to ask, what is Miss Qin smiling about? Is there something I, Lin, said wrong? Qin Yixian's eyes burned at Lin Mo Yuan, surprisingly making the sky unafraid young Master Lin, unprecedentedly, a little flustered. Young Master Lin, you claim to be an uneducated dude, but on your cell phone, you have 24-hour software on stock market developments, and you still have financial dailies in your car from time to time. And I also noticed that you yesterday in the stock market opening and closing time, all used to pay close attention to the movement. From time to time we'll also put a little money into it. This is a dude, should have the appearance? And the outside world is rumored that you once snatched a girl's innocence inside the hotel, but I have long sent people to probe. That is simply false. That everything, it's all because of that fiancé of yours before. After listening to Qin Yixian's explanation, Lin Mo Yuan's cynical expression slowly converged, and in its place, there was an undisguised gravity. This woman's powers of observation had simply reached an astonishing level. Originally, the owner of this body did have a fiancé, but since that incident, that marriage was naturally put down. However, the one sitting in front of him was the true terror. Just by meeting him once, he had directly discovered some doubts in himself. Having reached this point, if one were to pretend any longer, it would be meaningless. Thinking of this, a smile also appeared on Lin Mo Yuan's face. I have to say, Miss Qin's observation skills are indeed considered meticulous. I never thought that I would be seen by a nominal fiancé like you. Tell me, what are your thoughts on the matter of setting up a company? Seeing Lin Mo Yuan react like this, Qin Yixian was also relieved. She was really afraid that Lin Mo Yuan would be annoyed and directly brush his sleeve away. Then his plan would have no room to use. It's like this, my plan is. This conversation was very long and lasted for almost an hour, and it was only within this hour that Qin Yeshuan truly recognized Lin Mo Yuan's terror. Lin Mo Yuan's unique insights into business development trends were all at the top level. 1 hour down, Qin Yeshuan's questions and concerns, not only were all solved, even the company's future development trend, were analyzed thoroughly by Lin Mo Yuan. Qin Yeshuan personally sent Lin Mo Yuan to the entrance of the tea house, watched him drive away, before turning back to his car. This hour allowed Qin Yixian to see the hope of getting rid of his family. In the end, the company named Mo Xin Capital was located in a suburb of Yunhai City, and this address was set by Lin Mo Yuan. The other matters of setting up the company were handed over to Qin Yixian to deal with. For Lin Mo Yuan's behavior, Qin Yixian didn't have the slightest dissatisfaction. In her opinion, this is to become a great man who doesn't bother about small details. While Lin Mo Yuan was discussing with Qin Yixian about setting up a company, Tang Yuro and Sumi also came to the agency to look for a house. Houses in Yunhai City were similar to other cities. Those close to the business district and those close to schools would naturally have much higher rents. The job Sumimi found was a translator for a multinational company, so the salary package was naturally good. But the problem lies in the fact that the price of this agent's house is set too high. Isn't 5,000 a month too expensive? You guys are robbing money, right? Hearing Sumi's voice, the agent's face was also written with helplessness. This young lady, why don't I take you guys to meet the homeowner and you guys talk to the homeowner? Chapter 46, Sound East, Sound West. Hearing the agent's words, Tang Yuro and Sumimi looked at each other in dismay, then nodded in agreement. The location of this house was very favorable, and it was right near Yunhai University, and very close to Sumi's company, so it could be said to be the best choice. But this rent was too outrageous. If it could be lowered a bit, then of course Sumi did not make any other choice. This landlord, where is he now? The agent heard Tang Yuro's words and said with a smile, where this homeowner lives. It's also this neighborhood. He has 3 houses in this neighborhood, 2 for rent, and 1 left to live on his own. The reason why the asking price is so outrageous, most likely also see a lot of rich students in Yunhai University. Before there are also students came to see, looks like a rich second generation, quite rich, but then the asking price was a bit tough. Angered that student, the student got someone to clean up this landlord, which reduced the rent to 5,000. After hearing the agent's explanation, Sumi and Tang Yuro glanced at each other, somewhat crying and laughing. This was called an evil person's own evil person's grind, right? Yuro, I think it's better to call your boyfriend over. Who doesn't know up and down Yunhai University? Your boyfriend is the first dude in Yunhai. Ah, Tang Yuro's face darkened, then gently disliked Sumi's shoulder with a punch. Alright, you stop for a while. Only then did Sumini stop. In Sumi's opinion, it didn't really matter what others said about Lin Mo Yuan. What mattered was how Lin Mo Yuan treated Tang Yuro. Now it seemed that the outside world was saying that Lin Mo Yuan was how much of a loser, how much of a playboy. But that time at the mall, Sumi was the one who realized that Lin Mo Yuan was a real man. What he could give Tang Yuro was exactly what Tang Yuro needed. That's why Sumi doesn't resent Tang Yuro being with Lin Mo Yuan. After a bout of laughing and joking, the group of three finally arrived at the landlord's place in this house. The agent went up and knocked on the door, and before long, the door was opened. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s appeared in front of the three people. Do you guys need something? The agent said warmly with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, these two girls want to see the rental apartment. I wonder if it's convenient for you now. As soon as the middle-aged man heard these words, he immediately changed into a smile and then said, no problem, it's convenient. Then you guys wait for me. I'll go change my clothes now. Just as Tang Yuro and Sumini side were looking at the house, Xiaofan's side also started to act. Xiaofan searched the map for a night, and finally determined the specific/location of the house that hid the gold, where it was located. This house is in the vicinity of Yunhai University, a district called Tianfu Garden. This district belongs to the high-grade residential district, but the district was built in the early years. But basically the quality of the problem do not have to worry about. This neighborhood is divided into one phase and two phases. One phase is considered an old building. The second phase was just handed over last year. So there are a lot of empty rooms. Due to the location is in the vicinity of the university, so basically homeowners have chosen to rent out the rooms. Xiaofan's side is considered to have some clues, but turned around and frowned again. The reason was very simple. In case he made a move on his side, then the people Lin Mo Yuan sent to spy on him would definitely be right behind him. At that time, if they made any moves to rob the house, wouldn't their plan be exposed? While Xiaofan was fretting, the conversation that Li Yang and the others were going out to look at the house was what caught Xiaofan's attention. Yangzi, where are you guys planning to go to look at houses? I don't know. We just had this plan on our side. We'll just go wherever we see. I've heard that there are quite a few good houses over at Tianfu Garden that are being rented out, and this neighborhood was just built and only handed over at the end of last year. So why don't we? Qi Jianyu's words were clearly heard by Xiaofan. Subsequently, an idea emerged from Xiaofan's heart, sounding the east and striking the west. That's right. Xiaofan then got down from the bed and said with a smile, that's a good idea. Why don't we do this? We'll just go to the Tianfu Garden to take a look first, and in case we really find any good houses, we'll just take them. It's best to start moving today, because all the students in this class are about to graduate as well, and the housing stock is definitely getting smaller and smaller. After hearing Xiaofan's words, Li Yang's eyes instantly lit up. Brother Fan has a point. Go. Brothers, let's go to Tianfu Garden and take a look now. As soon as the words fell, Xiaofan was flanked by Li Yang and Qi Jianyu and the others as they walked out of the school gate and rushed in the direction of the Tianfu Garden. This scene was naturally seen in the eyes of Ji Koen, who had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. Ji Koen pulled out a cigarette from inside his pocket and held it in his mouth before he carelessly followed them. The direction that Xiaofan and the others went was the direction of Tianfu Garden, and Ji Koen immediately narrowed his eyes. Xiaofan's goal, could it be in Tianfu Garden? This entire heavenly mansion garden. There were not a few rooms. To find Xiaofan's target amongst these rooms could be said to be a needle in a haystack. However, Ji Koen tugged at the corner of his mouth. The last thing the Lin family lacked was money. He had reason to believe that if he couldn't find the target, the young master would be able to buy all the rental properties in this neighborhood. It was at this time that Ji Koen realized something was wrong. After these few people walked into the Tianfu Garden, Xiaofan unexpectedly took Qi Jianyu and walked in another direction. What kind of tactic is this? The moment he realized that something was wrong, Ji Koen immediately took out his cell phone and directly called Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan had just driven back to Dongxing Huating at this time, and the car hadn't even been turned off when he received Ji Koen's call. Hello? Kunzi, what's the situation? Xiaofan and their side, have they started moving yet? What Lin Mo Yuan heard was Ji Koen's somewhat hesitant voice. Young master, they have indeed started moving, but there are some problems. Xiaofan and their side, they are splitting into two teams to act. I'm afraid that this kid is deceitful. Do you think I should continue to follow Xiaofan and Qi Jianyu now, or follow those housemates of his? Hearing Ji Koen's words, Lin Mo Yuan frowned. Xiaofan even took Qi Jianyu in another direction? It seemed that this brat had indeed sensed something. That was why this was to come with a hand of sounding out the east and striking the west. But then, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled up a hidden smile. With this level of trickery, Xiao Fan could also play it? Qi Jinyu has long been my man. Xiao Fan. You've gone around in such a big circle, but it's all in vain. Chapter 47, Man's plan is not as good as heaven's plan. Xiao Fan looked at these majestic buildings in Tianfu Garden with a few mesmerized eyes. Once when he was studying at Yunhai University, he thought that he could one day also have a house of his own in this upscale neighborhood. At that time, the dream was so simple, not the slightest bit mixed with quality, but the good times didn't last long. Then there was the incident of Tang Euro jumping off the building in the hotel, which also led to Xiao Fan's whole life after that. All of them were living for revenge. But in this life after being reborn, everything was different. Tang Euro had actually gotten together with Lin Mo Yuan. She had actually moved on. However, Xiao Fan instead relaxed a bit. After all, his goal now was just to find the opportunity and then completely trample Lin Mo Yuan and the Lin group under his feet. Xiao Fan was very much looking forward to the day when Tang Euro would kneel in front of him and beg for forgiveness. As for Lin Mo Yuan, Xiao Fan had no intention of letting him go. At this time, Qi Jinyu's voice, however, pulled Xiao Fan's attention back. Brother Fan, there are dozens of listings here. Where do we start looking? Xiao Fan took over his cell phone and looked at the photos on it, which were all basically in the same style one after another. There was also a headache. For some reason, his memory had turned out to be a little fuzzy lately, so right now, he could only look through them one by one first. Let's start with the first one. On Ji Kuan's side, he was following closely behind both Li Yang and Yang Shi, and according to what Lin Mo Yuan had conveyed, Xiao Fan's side let Qi Jinyu continue to keep an eye on it, while Li Yang let him follow. In order to prevent Xiao Fan from letting out smoke bombs like this behavior, and Lin Mo Yuan directly transferred $1 million to Ji Kuan. If found Li Yang and Yang Shi these two, there is any sign of wanting to rent a house, sign a contract, directly with the money to smash. In this world, after all, only money is hard currency. Li Yang and others are after all school students. On the body can have a few money. Landlords and intermediaries are also discerning people. Who gives more money, will naturally choose who. Li Yang and Yang Shi are not aware that they have been targeted. They were still excitedly picking out houses right now. Soon, these two people were led by the agent to a house that looked like it had just been renovated in the second phase. The agent smiled and said, "You guys wait for a while, I'll give the landlord a call, then we'll go in." Li Yang and Yang Shi looked at each other and nodded. The orientation of this house was very good, and it had a north-south perspective. And the pictures the agent showed them earlier showed that the furniture and appliances were all complete, and the rent was also at a reasonable price, so it could be said that it was exactly the ideal type of housing. What do you think of this house? Hearing Li Yang's words, Yang Shi nodded and replied with a smile, "I think it's very good. And look, this house even has 2 restrooms. It's really quite convenient compared to the one in front." For these two people's conversation, Ji Kuan of course heard everything, only he is now a little puzzled. These two people do seem to really come to rent a house. If so, that is to say that Xiao Fan sighed. It was at this time that the intermediary walked back with a smile on his face and said in a warm voice, "Both of you, the landlord has basically agreed to your request, so let's go in and take a look at the house now, shall we?" After seeing Li Yang and Yang Shi nodding their heads in agreement, the agent took out the key to the house and opened the door. The inside of the room was no different from the picture. The agency also used its heart. After all, nowadays, many of the pictures hanging on the room finding and renting software are all false. This agency is obviously still considered sincere. 3 people simply in the room inside the circle twice. The house is not big nor small. More than 90 square meters, 2 bathrooms, 2 bedrooms, there is a study. The living room and the kitchen naturally need not be said, but also can be regarded as a complete set of all the organs. Around turned down, Li Yang and Yang Shi are very satisfied, but just when the price is about to be negotiated, the agent's phone is ringing. "Sorry, I'm going to take a call." The intermediary apologized and then walked towards the outside of the room. Ji Kuan, who was standing downstairs, but the corner of his mouth pulled up a smile. This call, of course, was not made by him, but it was related to him. Ji Kuan directly found the homeowner's information on the software and then called the homeowner. The rent for this house was at $2,500 a month, but Ji Kuan was coming up with a price of $5,000 a month. This couldn't help but make the landlord a little strange. There are still people like this? Isn't this a case of too much money burning a hole in your pocket? But since someone wanted to give away money, the landlord naturally wouldn't refuse. So after Ji Kuan painfully transferred a portion of the deposit over, the landlord directly called the agent. Inside the room, the agent, who had just hung up the phone, walked in with an apologetic face and said to Li Yang and Yang Shi, "I'm sorry, you too. This room has just been rented to someone else by the landlord, so I can only trouble you guys to go with me to look at the next one." Li Yang and Yang Shi looked at each other. There was such a coincidence? They had just arrived here, and they were already ready to sign the contract. but the house was rented to someone else. The two of them shook their heads helplessly before turning around and leaving the room. Neither of them took it to heart, and they both obviously took this matter as a coincidence. The agent brought these two people, again, to an apartment building in front of them, which was all duplex residences and was not small in size, with 2 bathrooms on the top and bottom as well. The typical 2-story design of the duplex was also very popular in these years, although it looked a little less spacious, but overall, there was still nothing wrong with this house. The rent of this house, how much is it a month? Hearing Li Yang's question, the agent smiled and replied, this is relatively much cheaper. It's $1,900. How about it? A rent of $1,900 is not very expensive in general. This kind of price is very reasonable in the whole Tianfu garden. There is a house upstairs. The rent is $3,000 to start with. So after looking around, Li Yang and Yang Shi conferred and decided to sign the contract directly. Just at this time, the agent's cell phone was ringing again. This time, it was a message tone. After reading the message, the agent's eyes became somewhat strange, and then he said with some embarrassment, both of you, I'm really sorry, we have some problems with our system, and this house has also been rented out. How about we change another one? This time, Li Yang and Yang Shi both felt that something was wrong. What is this situation? Chapter 48, Xiao Fan stealing joy. Li Yang and Yang Shi looked at each other and both frowned. For something like this, meeting it once could be said to be a coincidence, but for it to be so coincidental twice, then it was questionable. Could it be that someone had their eyes on them and was deliberately making things difficult for them? But what was the identity of the two of them? Was it worth making such a big deal out of it? With this skeptical mindset, Li Yang whispered to Yang Shi, I don't think it's right. There's definitely something wrong here. In this case, let's go and look at the next house first. If it's still the same situation, then someone is targeting us. Yang Shi also nodded at his words. Amongst their dormitory, the smartest one should be Xiao Fan and Qi Jinyu without a doubt. But since they could also get into the prestigious school of Yunhai University, their intelligence naturally wouldn't be any worse. After making up his mind, Li Yang's face put up a smile. It's fine. We'll just go check out the next room again. What's the big deal? But it's true that today's luck is just a bit bad. While saying that, the agent led the two out of the building. Ji Koen, who was sitting on a bench not far away and wearing a pair of sunglasses, saw this scene and the corner of his mouth revealed a smile, even if it was detected. So what? In fact, if Li Yang and Yang Shi had told Xiao Fan about the situation here, then things would have been even better. The reason was simple. The reason why Xiao Fan had split his army into two was to attract his attention. The purpose was to attract his attention, and to attack the west from the east. Now that Li Yang's side had encountered the phenomenon of someone robbing the house, Xiao Fan was bound to think that his plan had worked, so his side would be relieved to carry out his plan. And only when Xiao Fan had actually found that house, was the time for Lin Mo Yuan to strike. Thinking of this, Ji Koen could not help but admire Lin Mo Yuan's intelligence to even come up with this kind of method, worthy of being a young master. Subsequently, Ji Koen snuffed out the cigarette that was dangling from his mouth before he stood up and once again followed far behind the two brothers. 1 hour later, inside the office of the housing agency, Li Yang and Yang Shi were sitting on the sofa with heavy faces, looking very depressed. The reason was very simple. This morning was like an evil spirit. Every time they went to look at a house, it would be rented before signing the contract. A full 4 houses. Every one of them was a temporary notice from the landlord that the house was rented out. Now even the agents feel a little evil, but there is just nothing to do. As for finding the landlord to inquire about the tenant's information, such things, the agent is not even think about it. The reason is very simple. The disclosure of personal information is illegal. 2 people, drink a cup of tea, my side, and then think of a way for you. We still have a lot of housing. Li Yang, however, just waved his hand and said, it's fine, don't worry about us, we won't rent it for now. After that, Li Yang took out his cell phone and made a call to Xiao Fan. Hello, Yangzi, have you guys found a house yet? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Li Yang said with a bitter smile, found is found, but apart from some accidents, we found the house and also looked at it favorably, and are preparing to sign the contract. Li Yang briefly recounted what he had encountered, and then Xiao Fan's surprised voice came out from inside the phone. There's such a thing? You didn't ask the agent what the situation was? It's just normal on my ingenuous side. Li Yang shrugged helplessly and said, I did ask the agent, but the agent doesn't know what's going on either. It seems like it's just bad luck, but I always felt that there's something wrong here. What about your side? Has anything similar happened? The real estate agent that Xiao Fan and Qi Jinyu both looked for was not the same as the one that Li Yang and his duo looked for. So Li Yang didn't know what the situation was on Xiao Fan's side. Xiao Fan's voice, once again, sounded in the telephone receiver. No, our side has been looking at houses. This morning is the 7th one, but have not found a satisfactory one yet. Xiao Fan's tone sounded a little lost, but was in fact ecstatic. He didn't expect that his plan had worked so quickly. Who was the person who grabbed the house with Li Yang and Yangshi? Wasn't it Lin Mo Yuan? It seemed that Lin Mo Yuan should have thought that his real purpose was to get Li Yang and Yangshi to help him rent the house, suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. Xiao Fan continued, then you guys look for it again this afternoon. If it doesn't work, we'll go back to the school to get it together and see what's going on. Li Yang nodded and said that he would go look for 2 more houses in the afternoon to see. If it was really someone targeting them, then they could only go back to the dormitory first and think about it in the long run. The person who could rent so many houses in one breath, was it an existence they could afford to mess with? Putting down the cell phone in his hand, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth lifted up a smile. The two of them, he and Qi Zhenyu, had basically run through all of these 2 neighborhoods and had finally found a clue to that house. That house was not in phase 2. This was the result of Xiao Fan and Qi Zhenyu searching all morning, and just after arriving at the first phase, Xiao Fan saw at a glance the building that looked a bit old standing at the end of the neighborhood. Xiao Fan almost instantly determined that the room where the gold was hidden was in this building. Qi Zhenyu of course noticed Xiao Fan's change and asked tentatively, Brother Fan, you're looking at that building? Where are we going next? Xiao Fan was in the middle of his euphoria. Where did he care about keeping secrets? So he said with a smile, see that building at the end? I feel that building is good. Let's go. Go and ask if there is anyone renting a house in this building. Qi Zhenyu skimmed his lips, then quickly followed. That building was the oldest building in the entire neighborhood. There were so many good choices that had just been handed over. Why did Xiao Fan choose the most remote one? There was definitely something fishy in this. It was only that Xiao Fan didn't tell himself the truth. Walking behind with his head lowered, Qi Zhenyu silently took out his cell phone and edited a message to send out. Afterward, this was followed closely behind Xiao Fan as if nothing had happened. Ji Kuan was resting inside a coffee shop. At this time, his cell phone suddenly rang with a beep. He took out his cell phone and glanced at it. The corner of his mouth pulled out a smile. It was not in vain that he had been tossing and turning over here for the whole morning. Xiao Fan, this little brat, was finally making a move. Thus, Ji Kuan immediately forwarded the photo of that building, as well as the location, sent by Qi Zhenyu to Lin Mo Yuan. Chapter 49, Coincidence. Dongsheng Huating Villa. Lin Mo Yuan was currently sitting at the dining table, savoring a glass of champagne. This glass of champagne was a gift given to him by the Qin family's first lady. Everyone in Yunhai City knew that Lin Mo Yuan, the young master, usually had 3 hobbies: cars, women, and champagne. Now the car and women are not so enthusiastic, but for the love of champagne, but half did not reduce. At this time, the phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo Yuan held a glass full of champagne in one hand and picked up the cell phone on the table with one hand. Hello? What's the situation? In the phone receiver, Ji Kuan's voice rang out. Young master, there's an opening. The location and photos Qi Zhenyu sent me. I've forwarded them to you. Xiao Fan's purpose should be Tianfu Garden Phase 1 Building 13 is correct. I checked the entire Tianfu Garden. There is only this building, which has properties for rent to the public. When Lin Mo Yuan heard this, a smile also appeared at the corner of his mouth as he chuckled. Mission accomplished well. $1 million left over, you take it yourself. Turn around, I will personally go and take a look. After saying that, Lin Mo Yuan hung up the phone, and then took a sip of the champagne inside the cup and drank it all. Of course, the champagne is not actually so drink, but for the young master Lin, follow those what red tape, is really unnecessary? Originally is already thirsty. Who cares about those? After going out, just sitting into the driver's seat of a sports car, Lin Mo Yuan's cell phone rang again. Lin Mo Yuan opened his cell phone and looked at it, but it was a message from little girl Tang Yuro. It was a photo. It turned out to be the little girl and Sumi, the two of them, looking at the house, from the layout and decoration style above. There is no big problem, except for the house looks a bit long time, but it is still very satisfactory. But then, Lin Mo Yuan felt that this photo, there are a few familiar, but exactly where it was familiar, Lin Mo Yuan couldn't tell. After briefly making an objective evaluation of this house and sending a message back to the little girl, Lin Mo Yuan then held the steering wheel in his hand, pulled the handbrake and stepped on the gas, accompanied by a roar from the engine. The shadow of the sports car instantly disappeared in front of the villa. Xiao Fan did not know that his true intentions had been completely exposed and that his target had been targeted by Lin Mo Yuan, who was now with the two of them. Qi Zhenyu, listening to the agent's introduction. Mr. Xiao, although this building has not been built for a short period of time, its safety is something you absolutely do not need to worry about. This building currently has 7 listings, of which there are 3 above 100 square meters. The other 4 are also all 89 10 square meter units. But I think that this 120 square meters is very good. The rent is a bit expensive. It costs $5,000 a month. But the feng shui of this lot is definitely first class. Xiaofan nodded with a smile while listening to the agent's introduction. But in his heart, he cursed that landlord. Holy, $5,000 a month rent. Why don't you just go rob a bank? 120 square meters. The one next to the 150 square meter house was only over $3,000 a month. Although he was very dissatisfied with the rent, Xiaofan had no other choice. This house was the one that hid the gold. Xiaofan sat on the sofa, looking at the information of thise houses in his hands, looking like he was in a difficult situation. But in reality, he was thinking about how to open his mouth and take this house down. At this time, Qi Zhenyu, who was on the side, was speaking. Brother Fan, what are you looking at? There's no need to consider this 5,000 rent anymore, right? This is too outrageous. Look at others who only want 3,000 for 150 square feet. This landlord is clearly ripping off the customers. This problem, Xiaofan naturally knew. But the problem was that there was gold in it. Right at this moment, the intermediary's cell phone was ringing. The intermediary looked down and then sighed. Both of you should change to another house. This house has already been rented out. Hearing these words, Xiaofan's entire body was like a duck that had been struck dumb by lightning. What the hell? It has been rented out? But how is this possible? Could it be that he had also been firmly targeted by Lin Mo Yuan? It shouldn't be. He clearly didn't find any similar signs of being followed on his own side. Xiaofan did not suspect Qi Zhenyu, because in his opinion, it was impossible for Qi Zhenyu to cross paths with Lin Mo Yuan. Under such a 1-2 punch, Xiaofan naturally wouldn't know that the person who betrayed him was hiding by his side. Xiaofan, why don't we just forget about it like this? Let's just change a house. Anyway, there are a lot of properties. Know that 150 square meter house. What do you think? Xiaofan did not listen to Qi Zhenyu's words, because this house, he had to get his hands on it, no matter what. Those gold were too important to him. Just at this time, Xiaofan's eyes turned and he thought of an idea. That was to go and find a few punks and other characters to scare the tenants who were going to rent this house. This idea had just risen, and it was surprisingly out of control. Thus, Xiaofan's face, once again, put up a smile. In that case, then we won't rent it for now. But if there are any changes to this house, please feel free to inform us. The intermediary smiled and nodded, then sent the two people, Xiaofan and Qi Zhenyu, out the door. As Xiaofan and Qi Zhenyu walked on the road, their minds were wondering where they could find a few trustworthy punks. Immediately, Xiaofan thought of the neighborhood of the school. Those few social people who often drank in front of the school. The man in the lead, who seemed to be called something like Scar, was exactly the type of person Xiaofan wanted to look for. Zhenyu, you go back with Liang Yangshi and the rest of them first. I still have some things to deal with. Hearing Xiaofan's words, Qi Zhenyu had no choice but to nod his head and finally left the first phase of Tianfu Garden. Xiaofan sighed. On the other hand, walked straight towards that barbecue restaurant where Scar was often at. Qi Zhenyu of course also wanted to know where Xiaofan went and what he wanted to do, but now is obviously not the best tracking opportunity, so he had to tell Ji Kuan the direction that Xiaofan finally left. Ji Kuan's side of the task has basically completed. Li Yang and Yang Shi, these two immediately want to return home, just at this time, but received a message from Qi Zhenyu. Ji Kuan opened the message and looked at it, and was instantly surprised for a few moments. The house that Xiaofan wanted to rent had already been booked? Xiaofan messing around this morning was basically playing for nothing. But would Xiaofan really stop like this? Chapter 50, Misadventure. Ji Kuan looked at the top of his cell phone. Xiaofan's last departing back. His eyes narrowed slightly. Then he directly called Lin Mo Yuan over. Hello? Young master, there is a new situation on Xiaofan's side. A few minutes later, this Lamborghini sports car stopped straight on the side of the road. What did you say? The house that Xiaofan wanted has been rented out? Lin Mo Yuan's voice was filled with doubt. What kind of situation was this? His side hadn't even made a move yet, but Xiaofan's side had already returned in defeat? Then this brat's point of view was too bad, right? Didn't you go and check who rented that house? Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Ji Kuan immediately replied, I'm going to check right now. But listening to Qi Zhenyu, it seems like Xiaofan won't let go of the case so easily. What should we do next? Of course Xiaofan would not simply give up. Lin Mo Yuan knew Xiaofan's character too well. Once this kid recognized one thing, then he would definitely use all kinds of methods to reach his goal. Lin Mo Yuan asked Ji Kuan to look up any news about the tenant of this house while continuing to rush towards the location of Tianfu Garden. In the first phase of Tianfu Garden, Tang Yuro and Sumi, both of them, had just walked out from inside the neighborhood. They have and the owner of the house to talk about the price. The rent is also reduced to 3,000, but the owner of the requirements given is must be a year from the rent. This requirement is not very excessive. Taking into account the problem of convenient transportation, Sumi finally paid the money painfully. This house, so fell into the hands of Sumi. Things are so coincidental. The house that Su Xiaomi rented happened to be the one that Xiao Fan looked at. It was also the one that hit a staggering number of gold bars. However, when Tang Yuro and the others came out, they had already missed the time, so they didn't meet Xiao Fan head-on. Under the circumstance, the gold bars that could have been in Xiao Fan's hands just disappeared. Xiao Fan's mood could be imagined. From the first phase of Tianfu Garden back to Yunhai University, one had to pass through a long alley, which was still from the 1980s and 1990s. So it was relatively remote and there was no surveillance. There were also things like thefts and robberies that happened here from time to time. However, it was just noon now, so it looked peaceful. The two women were joking while passing through the alley, and didn't realize that behind them, there were a few punks dressed strangely, with tattoos on their bodies, who had already blocked the alley. At this time, Sumi found a bald man wearing an undershirt standing in front of them, and at the neck of the bald man, there was a long knife scar. This bald man, who didn't look like a good person, saw that the target was actually such two pure and beautiful female college students. Naturally, he was very surprised. Su Xiaomi was 2 years older than Tang Yuro and was also a student at Yunhai University, but the relationship between them was very good. Su Mi, who realized something was wrong, directly protected Tang Yuro behind her, her eyes filled with vigilance. Yuro, the situation isn't right. Quickly send a message to Lin Mo Yuan. Tang Yuro then realized that the atmosphere was grave. Hearing Su Mi's words, she naturally didn't dare to delay, and directly took out her phone to call Lin Mo Yuan. The bald man took a look at the situation and shouted, "Snatch that little girl's cell phone for me and smash it." While saying this, the bald head had already rushed over. Sumi was facing the direction where the bald head was rushing from, picking up the brick at her feet and directly slapping it. Sumi Ni this time is also under the dead hand. Bald obviously did not expect this girl is so bold. Directly into the road. Brick slapped on the bald head, broken into 3 pieces. But the bald just feel a little dizzy. After all, Su Xiaomi, even if she used even more strength, there is no way to directly knock down the bald head. The physical gap is placed here. After the bald man received this, his eyes became a little vicious. This bald head, naturally, was the one that Xiao Fan had found. His purpose was just to let the bald head scare the tenant of that room, so that he would know how to retreat. The bald head first led the people to the real estate agent. The agent and the bald head under the threat. Naturally will Tang Yuro and Su Xiaomi's news bamboo tube poor beans, all accounted out. Only then did the bald head take his men, followed these two girls all the way to the location of the alley, which found the opportunity, and chose to strike. What made the bald man very angry was that this girl with a ponytail dared to hit herself with a brick. What Xiao Fan didn't realize was that this bald head had a previous record, having been in for a few years, which had only just been released not long ago. Seeing the bald head's angry eyes, Sumi Ni also realized that the situation was not right, and just when she wanted to give him another blow, she was grabbed by the bald head's wrist, and then slapped on her face. Sumi Ni's originally clear and fair cheeks were instantly imprinted with a slap mark that was tinged with a greenish-purple color. "Ay yuck, you bunch of scum." At this moment, Tang Yuro was also brought before the bald head by a punk. Tang Yuro's abdomen also received a punch, although it wasn't serious, but it still made her directly lose her fighting strength. These punks were originally regular fighters. They didn't care if their opponent was a girl or not, and they had a black hand. The bald head looked at the two girls whose hands were tied behind their backs. A fierce smile appeared on his face. "Originally, someone asked me to deal with you guys. Just want you guys not to rent that apartment. A simple warning and forget it. But this chick even dared to make a move, so I'll have to teach you guys what it means to be polite." While saying that, the bald head pushed open the gate of the courtyard next to him, grabbed Sumi's ponytail, and directly dragged it in. Seeing that the situation was not right, Tang Yuro immediately began to struggle. Just at this time, a punk standing at the very back fell straight to the ground. Tang Yuro subconsciously looked back, and then tears immediately flowed out of her eyes. The one with the throwing stick in his hand was none other than Lin Mo Yuan. Behind Lin Mo Yuan, there were more than a dozen bodyguards in suits, each with a throwing stick in their hands. This group of punks immediately turned from the arrogance of a moment ago into a lost dog. "Drag all the people to the side for me. Come 5 people. Show me if there are any more of them in the alley." While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan untied the ropes that bound Tang Yuro's hands. Tang Yuro directly jumped into Lin Mo Yuan's arms. Lin Mo Yuan gently patted Tang Yuro's back, but his eyes were solemn. At this time, Tang Yuro's choked voice rang out from Lin Mo Yuan's arms. Me is in the courtyard." Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then pulled Tang Yuro's hand and led a few bodyguards into the courtyard. Chapter 51, Tracing the Roots. Among these bodyguards beside Lin Mo Yuan, the one who led the way was that Captain Li Quan. Li Quan saw the courtyard in front of him, which was already locked from the inside, and immediately signaled everyone to step back a bit, and then kicked on the door. Originally, The gate of this courtyard was a wooden gate, which was already some years old, and then after Li Quan's kick, it was directly kicked into pieces. Li Quan took out the throwing stick on his waist and directly rushed in. Right behind him were the other 3 bodyguards, as well as Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro. In the room inside the courtyard, the bald man was holding a stick in his hand. In front of him was Sumi, who was kneeling on the ground. Sumi's body already had a few bruises on it. It looked like he had already been beaten. Li Quan just rushed in from inside the courtyard, directly saw this scene, and then without any further ado, he directly landed on the bald head with a flick of the stick. I go to your grandfather. Little girl, you are not spared. I have to teach you a lesson for your ancestors today. While talking, Li Quan's hand movements are not slow. Hard to the strong body bald head, beat cannot fight back. After all, Li Quan was a professional security officer, naturally much stronger than this kind of street gangster. Lin Mo Yuan followed behind Li Quan and naturally saw the bruised Sumi. Without further ado, Lin Mo Yuan directly went forward to untie Sumi, and only then did he help her up. Tang Yuro greeted her with a worried face and embraced Sumi in her arms. Sumi unexpectedly fainted directly. Seeing this scene, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes, too, were immediately gloomy. Going forward and pulling Li Quan, who was still venting, Lin Mo Yuan said, "Alright, don't beat people to death, go call an ambulance, send Yuro and that girl to the hospital, I'll do the rest." Li Quan sniffed, then he put away the throwing stick in his hand, then still feeling unrelieved, he spat a mouthful of spit on the body of the bald head, then he turned around and took Tang Yuro and Sumi to leave the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, only Lin Mo Yuan and the 3 bodyguards remained. Looking at the bald head on the ground, Lin Mo Yuan slowly squatted down and pulled out a cigarette to light it. "I'm going to ask you once. If you don't get an answer, you and your good brothers, you're going to sink the river." Lin Mo Yuan's tone was very flat, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. In fact, Lin Mo Yuan really wasn't joking. This kind of thing, he really could do it. People all had a bottom line. Originally everything in this world, Lin Mo Yuan didn't care about, because it wasn't his own world after all. But along with the passage of time, Lin Mo Yuan also had a lot of people and things that he cared about. Tang Yuro was one of the few. How many simple girls with such a gentle nature who didn't care about money could there be in this world? So Lin Mo Yuan had always cherished this girl. But today, he nearly lost this precious girl. If Tang Yuro was really tainted, Lin Mo Yuan was sure that this silly girl would definitely go and throw herself into the river. In an instant, it was as if Lin Mo Yuan understood something. In that instant, Lin Mo Yuan's heart had already determined that there was nothing that could replace this girl's position in his heart. This time, if it wasn't for Tang Yuro's quick thinking and pressing the SOS distress signal on her cell phone, it was absolutely impossible for Lin Mo Yuan to be able to find this place so quickly. Lying on the ground, bald head, at this time has been a little blurred by Li Quan beating down. Bald head can be said to even intestines are repenting green. At that time, how could he be that $100,000 lost his eyes and agreed to that kid? It turns out that in this world, there really is retribution. At this moment, when he heard Lin Mo Yuan's threat, his entire body was immediately scared and trembling. Grandpa, you just let me off. I'll tell you everything. It was a young man who approached us. I really don't know his name. He just gave me $100,000. Let me come and give those 2 tenants a little scare. I swear. Young man? Lin Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he directly unlocked the cell phone in his hand and found Xiao Fan's picture. Is it this person? The bald head subconsciously looked at the cell phone screen, then immediately nodded. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes immediately became chilly to the core. Xiao Fan, you, little master, I declare that you kid is considered to have hit the jackpot. These punks, as well as this bald man, were all taken away by the police, but Lin Mo Yuan did not tell the police that Xiao Fan had found the people. This matter will become Xiao Fan's biggest handle. Lin Mo Yuan is waiting for an opportunity to completely destroy Xiao Fan in one fell swoop. Moreover, even if this matter was to be shaken out, at most, Xiao Fan would end up being expelled. The power of the Son of Qi is not something to be talked about. If Xiao Fan is brought in, there will definitely be a noble person to bail him out. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the several punks who were taken away by the police and extinguished the cigarette in his hand, then looked in the direction of Tianfu Garden with a little doubt in his eyes. This Tianfu Garden house, in the end, what is the mystery that can make people like Xiao Fan desperate and so unscrupulous to get it? Greeting the 3 bodyguards beside him, Lin Mo Yuan walked straight towards the first phase of the Heavenly Mansion Garden. Arriving at the entrance of Tianfu Garden, the doorman subconsciously wanted to stop these few people, but at a glance at what these few people were wearing, he instantly dropped the idea. Lin Mo Yuan walked in the forefront. A sportswear surprisingly couldn't find where the trademark was, but it didn't look cheap. Behind Lin Mo Yuan are 3 bodyguards. Everyone is a clean suit. This suit is not simple. That can be bulletproof. After Lin Mo Yuan walked into the neighborhood, he came to the agency office downstairs of that house. As soon as he pushed open the door and entered, he realized that there weren't many people. Hello sir, are you renting or? Lin Mo Yuan coughed gently and then asked. Building 13, Unit 3, 1203. Do you have the key to this room? 1203? Why is it 1203 again? A helpless smile appeared on the agent's face, then apologized. Sir, there have been two groups of people who have come before and after. This house has already been rented out. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then said, of course I know, this house is rented by my friend, but my friend had an accident on the road, so I want to ask, you guys here, did someone reveal any information? My friend's injuries are very serious, and he's lying inside the hospital right now, so I hope that if any of you have revealed information, you can take the initiative to come forward. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, this intermediary was immediately sweating. Chapter 52, so it's like this. Seeing this agent's reaction, Lin Mo Yuan instantly realized that this agent definitely knew Tang Yuro and Sumi, and it was highly likely that he was the one who had leaked the information. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes immediately sank, not expecting that this time it was the right thing to do. Directly found the right person. Seeing the bad situation, the intermediary wanted to escape immediately, but was pressed to the ground by the bodyguards behind Lin Mo Yuan. Kid, did you leak the information? The intermediary's face turned white and he stammered. What news? I don't know I really don't know anything. Lin Mo Yuan squatted down and looked at the man's expression, his face indifferent. You should know that if I call the police, how much repercussions this matter will cause, right? And if I want to, I can make you disappear in Yunhai City at any time. Either you take me to that house, or I'll waste you. Choose one. The intermediary sniffed without any hesitation and said in a loud voice, I'll take you guys there. I'll take you guys there. I really didn't mean to. Lin Mo Yuan slapped the back of the agent's head and said impatiently, shut the hell up. One more word and I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. Only then did the agent shut his mouth, but his legs were still trembling. At this time, in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, it was the system's beep that rang out. Drop. The host's violent behavior has frightened Tan Xiaoying. Villain value plus 99. Drop. The host's intimidation frightened Chang Jingxiu. Villain value plus 199. Drops. The host's behavior meets the definition of a villain. Villain value plus 999. Lin Mo Yuan raised his head, only to realize that the surrounding area was all filled with employees of the agency. Yunhai City's #1 playboy, the famous Lin Mo Yuan, young Master Lin, who didn't recognize him. Now this Yunhai City's #1 villain is standing in front of himself and others. Who dares to say one more word? Besides, this beaten intermediary originally had a bad reputation within the company, so to have this kind of ending was a bit gratifying. This is the so-called evil people have their own evil people. The agent, who had been severely taught a lesson, lowered his head and took the key to the house, and only then did he silently lead Lin Mo Yuan and the others towards the upper floors. The 12th floor is not too high, not too low, but the lighting is just right. Plus this house is also north-south. The scenery is also good, although the time is a little long, but it is still ideal. Breathing the air in the middle of the room, still with a light floating dust, Lin Mo Yuan turned to the agent and said, get lost, this won't happen again. When those two girls are discharged from the hospital, go apologize to me. Remember, what happens to you depends on the attitude of those two girls. After hearing these words, the intermediary was like an amnesty. He immediately nodded his head for a while and respectfully left this room. Lin Mo Yuan slowly walked to the floor-to-ceiling window of this room and took a deep breath. At this time, one of the bodyguards behind him finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and opened his mouth to ask, young master, what are we doing in this room? Aren't we going to see Miss Tang in the hospital? This bodyguard was called Li Shuwei, the younger brother of Captain Li Quan, except that Li Quan was 3 years older than Li Shuwei. Lin Mo Yuan smiled at his words and replied, this house is not right. There must be something wrong inside. You three search this house properly. If you really find something, there's a bonus on my side. Hearing the word bonus, the eyes of the three bodyguards immediately lit up. The entire Yunhai City knew that although Lin Mo Yuan's behavior could be said to be very animalistic, but to the people under him, there was no excuse, especially the bodyguards who protected Lin Mo Yuan. Their wages were simply frightening, and if there was a serious injury, this bodyguard's family, Lin's group, would take on the responsibility of supporting them. This alone made many people rush for them. After receiving Lin Mo Yuan's nod, the three bodyguards started looking for clues in the room. This house wasn't too big, but if they talked about places to hide things, there were too many. Li Shuwei was the one who searched the most seriously and carefully out of the three. He even went so far as to carefully knock on each wall tile. When Lin Mo Yuan saw this sight, he also cried and laughed. Soon, nearly an hour had passed, and the three people still didn't have the slightest gain. Lin Mo Yuan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Could it be that he even guessed wrong? It shouldn't be. According to Xiao Fan's reaction at that time, this house was indeed something he was aiming to win. If this was Xiao Fan's ploy, then wasn't Xiao Fan this person a little too terrifying? Right at this moment when Lin Mo Yuan had deep suspicions, Li Shuwei knocked a very delicate-looking vase to the ground, but fortunately the vase was metal, so it didn't break. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes immediately looked towards the position on the ground. The sound was not right. Underneath this floor tile, it was surprisingly empty. Thinking of this, Lin Mo Yuan immediately went up and squatted on the ground and gently knocked with his knuckles. Underneath the floor tiles, there was indeed the sound of an empty drum. When Li Shuwei saw Lin Mo Yuan's actions, his mouth also opened wide in surprise. Young master, this underneath shouldn't be. Lin Mo Yuan nodded with a serious face and then said, lift up this floor tile. Li Shuwei sniffed, turned around and looked for a screwdriver, then inserted it straight into the gap of the floor tiles, gently prying. Under the principle of leverage, the floor tiles were immediately warped up. The other two bodyguards stepped forward and also grabbed a corner of the floor tile, lifting the entire floor tile. Lin Mo Yuan looked at what was revealed underneath and narrowed his eyes slightly. It was a few tiny boxes. The appearance was already almost weathered, and after carefully counting them, there were about 5 of them. This box should be Xiao Fan's target. Lin Mo Yuan directly reached in and carried out a box. What surprised him was that the box did not look big, but it was actually heavy and had some weight to it. Take it all out and see what's inside. While saying that, Lin Mo Yuan had already opened the box he carried up. Out of Lin Mo Yuan's expectation, what came into his eyes was a golden glow. Young master, holy, this is all gold. That's right, young master. This is a genuine Republic of China rhubarb fish. Young master, I have 10 of them in this box. Inside these 5 boxes, all of them were gold bars. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and he secretly said that this was the case. This was what Xiao Fan wanted. The gold bars in the 5 boxes added up to a total of 50. By mistake, they had all been gotten into his hands. Lin Mo Yuan really wanted to see Xiao Fan's expression at this moment. Chapter 53, System Reward. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the entire 5 boxes of gold bars in front of him with a very complicated expression on his face. Unexpectedly, Xiao Fan had worked hard for such a long time, but these gold bars ended up in his hands. As for why Lin Mo Yuan's expression was complicated, it was because in this one encounter, the one who had taken the initiative had surprisingly always been Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan, as a son of Qi, and a reborn person, he definitely knew much more about the chances than himself. It could be said that this advantage of Xiao Fan in seizing the first opportunity was something Lin Mo Yuan did not possess. So Lin Mo Yuan became very passive and could only keep his people watching Xiao Fan's every move. However, there was really no way around these situations. It wasn't something Lin Mo Yuan could change. At this time, the system's beep also sounded again. Drop. Congratulations to the host for successfully thwarting the plans of the son of Qi. The value of Qi fortune plus 20. Drop. The host has successfully struck down the son of Qi. Villain value plus 999,999. Hearing the system's reward, Lin Mo Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Up to this point, Xiao Fan's plan was completely thwarted by himself. Lin Mo Yuan came to the floor-to-ceiling window and said in his mind, System, how much villain value do I have now? As soon as the words fell, a virtual panel appeared in front of Lin Mo Yuan's eyes. Host, Lin Mo Yuan. Identity, only son of the richest man. Traveler, bound to the system. Camp, villain. Physique, 65, average 80. Peak 100. Battle strength, 70, assessed by a combination of physique, skills, and real-world experience. Skills, intermediate Chinese. Intermediate driving. Temple-level music skills. Warehouse, elementary inverted luck charm x1. Elementary smiling powder x1. Luck value, 79, when the luck value is zeroed. The host will be subjected to heavenly reversal. Villain value, 1035546. Currently encountered son of luck, Xiao Fan. Reborn type son of luck. Current luck value, 251. After reading this data, Lin Mo Yuan was even more relieved. Xiao Fan's Qi luck had decreased significantly after these few encounters. In other words, by the time Xiao Fan's Qi luck value had decreased to a certain level, he himself would be able to finish him off completely. If it wasn't for the reason that Xiao Fan was a son of Qi, Lin Mo Yuan wouldn't have put such a small character in his eyes. Even if he was a reborn person, that would be the same. In a sense, Lin Mo Yuan's identity didn't have to be as bad as Xiao Fan's, because Lin Mo Yuan was a traveler. Between the two, each had their own points, but Lin Mo Yuan had an even greater advantage, and that was the system. With the existence of the villain system, even if Xiao Fan had more chances, Lin Mo Yuan didn't have to worry. At this time, Li Shui's voice sounded behind Lin Mo Yuan. Young master, that Miss Su in the hospital has woken up. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then walked out of this room. Behind him, the 3 bodyguards followed, carrying boxes with gold bars in their hands. Lin Mo Yuan didn't intend to leave these gold bars behind. In fact, according to his worth, the value of all these gold bars was just a hair's breadth. So these gold bars, Lin Mo Yuan intended to give them to Sumi to deal with. Yunhai City First Hospital, Intensive Care Ward. The 2 women, Sumi and Tang Yuro, were wearing a hospital gown with the same stripes, lying on the hospital bed. Su Xiaomi didn't have any major injuries. According to the doctor, the injuries on her body were just some superficial wounds, not fatal, and didn't have any effect on her daily life. Both women had suffered some shock, and were now receiving glucose infusion. Outside this double ward, there were a few people standing in black suits, looking like fierce gods. The patients passing by chose to go around, afraid of getting into a mess. When Lin Mo Yuan came to the hospital, it was already more than 40 minutes later. The traffic jam on the road. Even if Lin Mo Yuan was rich again, it wasn't something that could be solved in a moment. Seeing Lin Mo Yuan's figure, Li Quan immediately greeted him. Young master, you're here. The doctor said there's nothing serious, just some shock. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then gently knocked on the door of the ward before walking in. Li Quan and Li Shuwei, who was following behind Lin Mo Yuan, exchanged a look, and immediately had some strangeness in their hearts. What's going on with young master lately? It's getting more and more different from before. At least the young master in the past never knocked on the door when he entered. Inside the hospital room, Tang Yuro and Sumi, who were chatting, heard the knocking and turned their gazes to the door. The moment Lin Mo Yuan's figure appeared, he felt that the atmosphere was a bit off. Lin Mo Yuan smiled and said, "Looks like I came at a bad time. Did I disturb you guys?" Tang Yuro shook her head slightly and said, "Brother Mo Yuan, things are all settled?" Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then beckoned, and the bodyguards standing at the door carried those 5 boxes in. The person behind this, even I didn't expect it. While saying that, Lin Mo Yuan sat down on the escort chair inside the hospital room. Yuro, it's not quite appropriate for this matter to come out of my mouth, but I'll say it anyway. In Tang Yuro's heart, an ominous premonition immediately rose. Subsequently, the 2 of them, her and Sumi, saw that Lin Mo Yuan received a cell phone from the bodyguard's hands, and then a picture appeared on the screen. In the video, it was the scene where Lin Mo Yuan was crouching on the ground, asking questions to that bald guy, and the image of the bald guy admitting that it was Xiao Fan who had bought them off with $100,000 also fell into Tang Yuro's eyes. Tang Yuro's face was full of unbelief. How could this be possible? How could Xiao Fan do such a thing? As for Sumi's eyes, they also gradually became gloomy. The moment she saw this video, she knew that Lin Mo Yuan had definitely not lied to them, because there was simply no need for it either. What was Lin Mo Yuan's identity? The future sole heir of the hallowed Lin Group. And what was Xiao Fan's identity? Just an ordinary college student. Why would Lin Mo Yuan waste so much time and effort on him? Simply put, is Xiao Fan worthy? Sumi had known Tang Yuro for quite some time, but she really didn't see that Xiao Fan was such a person. This matter, the blow to Tang Yuro could be imagined. Lin Mo Yuan did not make any comments about Xiao Fan, but instead placed a box on the floor and opened it. Instantly, there was a golden glow in the ward. The reason why Xiao Fan wants this house so much is because underneath the floor tiles of the house, there are 5 whole boxes of gold bars, 10 bars per box, totaling to 50 bars. All of this adds up to nearly $25 million. That's what he's after. Looking at the very blinding gold bars on the ground, Tang Yuro's heart was a dead gray. Chapter 54, totally disappointed. Lin Mo Yuan certainly noticed Tang Yuro's change in demeanor, but didn't say anything. This kind of feeling was déjà vu, because Lin Mo Yuan had once been like Tang Yuro. His heart was like ashes, being betrayed by one's own brother and lover. That kind of tearing up of the heart and lungs, no one can empathize with it. Sumi didn't know how to comfort her. She was only happy. Fortunately, Tang Yuro had left Xiao Fan. She met Lin Mo Yuan. This person, Lin Mo Yuan, was really too much more reliable than Xiao Fan. After a few minutes, Lin Mo Yuan was the first to speak, breaking the silence. These gold bars, they will be given to Sumi. The house was rented by you. These things should also be handled by you. Also, I've already contacted the owner of this house and bought this house, so there's no need to pay any more rent. Don't worry about living here. If you feel overwhelmed, then I'll take a gold bar and consider it as rent. While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan probed his hand into the box in front of him and took out a large yellowtail, gently knocked it and turned his hand to the bodyguard behind him. Watching this scene, Sumi's heart was very complicated. Lin Mo-yuan's way of dealing with things gave people a feeling of watertightness, and the rumored playboy was simply very different. Lin Mo-yuan's various behaviors and mannerisms were more like an aristocrat with a gentleman's cultivation. Tang Yuro finally came back to her senses at this time, looking at the gold bars in front of her with complicated eyes. All along, the impression Xiao Fan had given her was that he was a gentle and kind big brother, letting her go and pampering her in every way, making her only feel that there was no one better than Xiao Fan in this world. But today this matter, let Tang Yuro's impression of Xiao Fan, all collapsed. For the sake of 50 gold bars, Xiao Fan even hired a group of punks to do such a thing. On the other hand, the original Lin Mo-yuan, whom he hated with a passion, was always in front of him in danger. And that time in the hotel, himself and Lin Mo-yuan really did not happen. This point Tang Yuro heart clear very much. Lin Mo-yuan not only did not give up on her, but instead stood up for her to block the gossip. Who is the person who is really good to herself? This still need to say? From this moment on, Xiao Fan's shadow was completely and utterly erased from Tang Yuro's heart. Tang Yuro didn't have any major injuries, but proposed that she wanted to stay in the hospital and take care of Sumi. Lin Mo-yuan naturally agreed. This academic year at Yunhai University would soon come to an end, and what would soon be ushered in would be the summer vacation phase. This stage would also be Lin Mo-yuan's biggest headache. The reason was simple. Xiao Fan would never let go of these nearly 2 months of vacation. He would definitely go and try to find opportunities by all means. Lin Mo-yuan looked at the scenery outside the car window. His eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Fan next. What kind of action would he take? Yunhai University, in Xiao Fan's dormitory. Xiao Fan was lying on his own bed at this moment with a gloomy face. He did not expect that his plan would be defeated just like that. However, up until now, there was still no one looking for him, which meant that those punks did not give themselves up. Thinking back now, Xiao Fan was still in a cold sweat. If he let Lin Mo-yuan catch himself this time, then he would be restricted in every way in the future. Xiao Fan did not know that Lin Mo-yuan now knew the truth, but did not choose to shake this matter out, but rather to use it as a bottom card. The purpose of playing chess with someone like Xiao Fan was to find enough weaknesses and subsequently kill them with a single blow. This was Lin Mo-yuan's purpose. Xiao Fan turned around and suddenly had a plan in his mind. Although his purpose was not achieved this time, he had some savings in his hands through the last jadeite raw stone incident, and now that the school vacation was coming up soon, he could totally use this deposit to travel to another city to find some chances of his own. However, for some reason, Xiao Fan felt that his memories were becoming more and more fuzzy, as if there were many things that he could not remember. Xiao Fan didn't realize that along with the drop in his luck value, many of his original clear memories were also becoming fuzzy one after another. Casually flipping open the map on his cell phone, Xiao Fan began to check out some of the surrounding cities. Subsequently, Xiao Fan's eyes noticed the name Suijiang City. Then a memory slowly unfolded in Xiao Fan's mind. In his previous life, Xiao Fan had once traveled to Suijiang City during his summer vacation with the purpose of doing a market research report left behind by a school. It happened that a large auction was held in Suijiang City. It was a charity auction. The proceeds of the auction would be used to build the school, and some business celebrities, for the sake of their own reputation, it was inevitable that they would go to participate in this kind of auction. Xiao Fan was still a poor student, so he didn't get the chance to enter the auction, but later heard a tutor say that the lowest price at the auction was 100,000 yuan, and someone spent 100,000 yuan to buy a strange-looking stone. Xiao Fan felt at that time that this person must have a brain problem. The result was that he later got the news that the stone in this person's hand was a strange kind of memory metal, and later on, a technology company found this buyer and took the stone at a price of $2 billion. 100,000 had turned into a huge sum of $2 billion in just a few days. It was also because of this that Xiao Fan remembered this matter especially well. Thinking of this, Xiao Fan immediately sat up from his bed and finally began to check the recent train tickets to Suijiang City. This opportunity was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With this 2 billion, Xiao Fan could even register or invest. And as long as he came into contact with this aspect of stocks, Xiao Fan was completely certain that he could make this 2 billion turn into 30, 40 or even 5 billion. In his previous life, Xiao Fan was a notorious business genius in Yunhai City. Even when the Ling Group was overthrown, Xiao Fan was still one of the main forces. As long as he got these 2 billion in this life, packing up a Lin Mo-yuan would still be no big deal. Tomorrow the school would be entering the examination week, so Xiao Fan had to make a good plan of action. Xiao Fan had long known that Lin Mo-yuan's side had sent people to keep an eye on him, so he had to come up with a plan to deal with it so that he could get rid of Lin Mo-yuan's line of sight. As long as he succeeded in reaching Suijiang City, then the sea would be wide enough for the fish to jump, and the sky would be high enough for the birds to fly. For the sake of his own safety, Xiao Fan did not tell anyone about the fact that he had bought a train ticket and was preparing to travel to Suijiang City. Even his roommate was blissfully unaware. By mistake, Shi Jinyu was also unable to get the information. Chapter 55, The Arrival of Exam Week. Today was a very difficult and special day for the students of the entire Yunhai University. This was because this day represented the beginning of exam week. Before every vacation, there would be a week like this, where the exams of all majors and disciplines were gathered within this week. The word failing was the nightmare hanging over the students' heads. Of course, there are only two kinds of people who don't put the word fail in their eyes at all. The first kind of person was the school bully. Similar to girls like Tang Yuro and Sumi, they were proper schoolmasters. Even if they missed a few days of class, their grades were still among the top 10 in the entire major. For them, failing a course was impossible. The other kind of person is someone like Lin Mo Yuan. That is to say, a rich second generation with power and influence behind them. Lin Mo Yuan's identity is naturally needless to say. No teacher dares to fail this young master. Lin Mo Yuan's father, the chairman of the Lin's Group, is a member of the board of trustees of Yunhai University. More than half of Yunhai University are the chairman of the construction of the funds. So Lin Mo Yuan's behavior of not coming to school all year round, basically all the teachers are turning a blind eye, as if they didn't see it. But ever since Lin Mo Yuan established a relationship with Tang Yuro, Lin Mo Yuan was so diligent that he came to send Tang Yuro to school every day. Lin Dishao himself of course wouldn't enter the classroom, but today was an exception. Yunhai University, classroom 312. This was one of the regular classrooms of Tang Yuro's class, and right now inside the classroom, there were students doing everything, discussing gossip, discussing where to go to play during the holidays, online hacking, a youthful flavor spread out. Have you guys heard? Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro have officially established a relationship. I say Li Zi, did you just get internet at home? Weren't these two together a long time ago? I heard about it too. But this time it was Lin Mo Yuan's social account that just made the official announcement. At this time, the chatter came to an abrupt end. It turned out to be Tang Yuro slowly walking into the classroom. The person following her was even more shocking to the others inside the class. Lin Mo Yuan. It seemed like that wasn't just some rumor. There was no doubt about any of this. Soon, someone took out their cell phone and frantically recorded the scene in front of them. The boys inside the class were jealous of Lin Mo Yuan, that he was able to chase the school flower into his hands. And the girls inside the class were just as jealous. They were jealous of Tang Yuro, who could actually obtain the favor of the crown prince of the Lin Group. This was something that how many girls could only dream of. Lin Mo Yuan of course noticed the change in atmosphere, but didn't put it on his mind in the slightest. The reason was simple. The reason why he appeared inside the class today was because of Tang Yuro's request. Originally, after sending Tang Yuro to the school entrance, Lin Mo Yuan was ready to go back. After all, he had just reached a partnership with Miss Qin Yixin Qin, and was preparing for the establishment of the company's affairs. So these salty and uninteresting lessons in school were really of little interest to young Master Lin. But when Tang Yuro just got off the bus, Lin Mo Yuan was ready to drive the car back. Tang Yuro asked, somewhat shyly, if Lin Mo Yuan could accompany her to a class. Tang Yuro, who originally only had one class this morning, spoke out such a request for the first time, making Lin Mo Yuan somewhat unable to believe his ears. However, since Tang Yuro had such a request, Lin Mo Yuan was naturally happy to oblige. At the same time, his heart was also a bit relieved that Tang Yuro had only begun to accept herself completely until now. This is a good sign. Along the way, there were quite a few students who were looking at Tang Yuro's beauty as a commoner, while the girls were looking at Lin Mo Yuan's good looks as the crown prince of the Lin Group. Lin Mo Yuan's father was a beautiful man when he was young, plus Lin Mo Yuan's cheap mom is also the top stream of the entertainment industry. So the combination of these two excellent genes, Lin Mo Yuan's own appearance, naturally, there is no choice. However, although those girls to Lin Mo Yuan interesting, Lin big young master but did not have the intention to get flowers. Kidding aside, within this entire school, Tang Yuro was much prettier than the truly vain girls like them. Sitting down in the seat near the podium, feeling the warm sun in the morning, Lin Mo Yuan instantly felt like he had returned to the time when he was in college. At that time, Lin Mo Yuan was already a little famous person inside the school, and the woman who betrayed him later on was also met at this time. When he came back to his senses, it was already time for class. Seeing this slender figure that pushed open the door and walked into the classroom, Lin Mo Yuan instantly froze. Surprisingly, it was Su Tangxiang. How could this woman be Tang Yuro's teacher? Su Tangxiang had just stood on the podium and put down the folder in her hands when she happened to also see Lin Mo Yuan's surprised gaze. Su Tangxiang was also a little surprised. Why would Lin Mo Yuan appear in this class? He wasn't even in this major awe. Also, in his 4 years of college life, how many times has this young master come to school? He didn't even enter the classroom, right? Why did he suddenly appear in this class? But after all, he was still a director-level character. Su Tanxiang immediately calmed down, and then changed into a warm expression. I'm sure you all know that we're about to start entering exam week this week, so I hope that everyone can take the exam seriously and get a good grade as well. Let me help your homeroom teacher by announcing the exam time. Your homeroom teacher is currently out of town on a business trip, and won't be back until 3 days later. During this period, if any of you want to take a leave of absence, you can come to my office to find me. In the next half an hour, Su Tanxiang introduced in detail the time and scope of the exam, as well as some of the most basic instructions for the exam room and so on. After half an hour, today's class was basically considered to be over. The earliest of the exams for this class would have to start tomorrow. Lin Mo Yuan, this half hour is quite boring. A moment to yawn, a moment to look at this, a moment to look at that. The girls in the class, the moment they see Lin Mo Yuan looking over in their direction, have some secret glances of meaning, but Lin Mo Yuan skimmed his mouth and didn't bother. Tang Euro was the most durable scenery inside this class. Soon, Su Tanxiang finished reading everything inside the document, and after saying that class was over, she came to Lin Mo Yuan's body, stretching out 2 fingers that looked like green onions, gently tapping on the table. Su Tanxiang said, "This student, you come with me for a moment." Lin Mo Yuan immediately frowned. What was the Su Tanxiang doing? But so many people inside the class were watching. Lin Mo Yuan was not good enough to not give people face. At least it was a big lady from a big family. In case this woman took the opportunity to give Tang Euro small shoes in the future, wouldn't it be troublesome? Chapter 56, Chao Fan's disappearance. Lin Mo Yuan followed Su Tanxiang to the office. Looking at the empty room, Lin Mo Yuan was a little curious. The decoration of this office looked very stylish. It should be European style. And the desk didn't look like a cheap item. It should be something that couldn't be bought on the market. The other thing was the half-covered curtains. When the sunlight shone in, it gave off a medieval style. Teacher Su, you came looking for me. What's the matter? Su Tanxiang opened the office window, letting all the fresh air pour in, before she said with a few flirtatious smiles, I'm really honored to be able to see the image of young Master Lin sitting in class one day. Lin Mo Yuan shook his head very breathlessly, then said, Teacher Su, Miss Su, I can guess that you must have something in mind when you look for me. Stop beating around the bush and just say it straight. Su Tanxiang's character, Lin Mo Yuan, did not yet understand it very well, but he understood one thing. This woman definitely didn't just call herself to the office just to have a couple of words with her. She definitely had something she wanted to discuss with herself. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, a few difficult looks appeared on Su Tanxiang's face as well. You guessed correctly. I do have something to come and find you. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes slowly narrowed. Then he came to the desk, picked up the teapot on the table, and poured a cup of tea for himself, but did not have the intention to speak. This kind of meaning had already been expressed very clearly. Now it was Su Tanxiang who had a request for herself. So before Su Tanxiang said the specific thing, Lin Mo Yuan would not rush up to ask. This was not about any poise or lack of poise. It was just pure prudence. Su Tanxiang naturally understood Lin Mo Yuan's meaning, and then a bitter smile appeared on her face. This Lin Mo Yuan, just what kind of monster was he? How could a brat who was only in his early 20s know so much about dealing with people in the world? Young Master Lin should know my identity, so I won't hide it then. I have a brother called Mo Feng. He is the leader of half of the underground world in Yunhai City. He has a casino over in the industrial park, but for some reason, he was targeted by someone to compete with him, but that person's gambling skills are just too superior, and I'm afraid that person is a partner with your Lin group, so I want you to step in and mediate. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan had basically come to understand Mo Feng's current situation. There must be some big shots that had their eyes on Mo Feng's casino. The casino's revenue wasn't really high, but after all, the prospect of development was right here, so there was no way that any big shot wouldn't be moved. Once Lin Mo Yuan heard about this matter, he actually didn't want to care. After all, Lin's group was Lin's group. He was him. It was simply not possible to speak on the same day. Some people were very respectful to Lin Mo Yuan. Why? That was for the face of Lin Mo Yuan's old man. Otherwise, with Lin Mo Yuan's rotten nature, who would put on a good face to him? Miss Su, don't you think that this idea of yours is a bit naive? Su Tanxiang froze for a moment at this question, then subconsciously repeated it. Naive? Lin Mo Yuan sat down on the sofa in his office, nodded solemnly and said, That's right, naive. First, we're not familiar with each other. You came to me for help and you think I'll definitely help you? Secondly, even if I agreed to help, why would you think that people would definitely give me face? I, Lin Mo Yuan, am nothing more than a rich second generation who is just waiting to die. What qualifications do I have to be on par with others? Third, is this casino? If it's a last resort, what's the point of throwing it away? After saying that, Lin Mo Yuan picked up the tea in front of him and drank it all in one go, and then sat on the sofa in a four-footed manner, his eyes burning into Su Tanxiang's eyes. At this time, Su Tanxiang was already in a state of confusion. After listening to Lin Mo Yuan's words, Su Tanxiang only then reacted to the fact that she was indeed naive. Lin Mo Yuan indeed has nothing to do with herself, and that big shot, although he has some relationship with the Lin group, but in this kind of matter, could he possibly give Lin Mo Yuan face? These big shots usually look like they're all in good spirits, but when it comes to interests, who knows what tricks they're playing behind the scenes. The problem was that Lin Mo Yuan was even younger than himself. How in the world did he figure out all these twists and turns? However, after this conversation, Su Tanxiang instead had more confidence in Lin Mo Yuan. This candidate to solve the problem really had to be Lin Mo Yuan. Thinking of this, Su Tanxiang's eyes became firm. Seeing Su Tanxiang's eyes, young Master Lin secretly said in his heart that it wasn't good, then stood up and wanted to leave, but it was always a step too late. Su Tanxiang's voice sounded behind Lin Mo Yuan. Young Master Lin, don't rush to leave first. Lin Mo Yuan sighed, then turned around to look at Su Tanxiang. I say, Miss Su, of all the people in the entire Yunhai city, why did you come looking for me? I have a girlfriend, okay? Tang Euro, you should recognize her, right? She's my girlfriend. I really don't want to get involved in your Mo family's problems. The corner of Su Tanxiang's mouth tugged. What nonsense this kid was saying. Do you think that I have a crush on your kid? But right now, after all, she was begging someone, so Su Tanxiang could only endure. Young Master Lin, as long as you help my brother this time, I can guarantee that in the future, the entire underground world of Yunhai City will be on your side. Lin Mo Yuan's figure lurched as a brilliant light shone in his eyes. This was somewhat like a villain. Basically, in all novel plots, it was the villain who had the upper hand. Although the situation would later be reversed by the protagonist, the villain's power was always very strong. There was no doubt about it. What's the thing that bothers you the most right now? Not enough manpower. There were only a few bodyguards under his command, and the loyal Ji Koen. There wasn't enough time to cultivate one's forces from scratch. But if one had the assistance of Su Tanxiang, his older brother, then one's certainty of dealing with Xiao Fan would have to be increased to at least 80%. Lin Mo Yuan slowly calmed his mood down before he turned around, still with a calm expression. Miss Su, this kind of thing, can you make the decision? Su Tanxiang clenched her teeth, then nodded. In fact, this matter was something she had never even mentioned to her brother Mo Feng. Mo Feng was in order to protect his sister Mo Tanxiang, which is why he established an underground force, and now he has just become the godfather of Yunhai City. However, this time the trouble was extraordinary, so Su Tanxiang was eager to get Lin Mo Yuan's help. Only the so-called conditions are Su Tanxiang's own initiative set. Chapter 57, Out on a Limb. Godfather Mo Feng. The atmosphere in the office seemed very grave. Lin Mo Yuan was thinking carefully about the gains and losses, while Su Tanxiang was sitting somewhat nervously in her office chair, as if she was just a student. After a few moments, Lin Mo Yuan finally came to a decision. Help! If after this outburst, it could be exchanged for the friendship of a character like Mo Feng, no matter how one looked at it, it was all blood money. Miss Su, I would like to ask, your brother's opponent, who is it? Su Tanxiang sniffed and immediately replied, it's someone from the Qin family. Someone from the Qin family? Lin Mo Yuan's eyes immediately sank a few points. The outside world knew that the Qin family's relationship with the Lin family was very good, and that the Qin family's eldest young lady, Qin Yi Xian, was Lin Mo Yuan's fiancée, but only the two families themselves know. Although each other on the surface seem to be peaceful, but behind the scenes cannot say how they are calculating, want to break each other. Qin Yi Xian's own relationship with the Qin family was also very tense. Gently coughing, Lin Mo Yuan asked, I say Miss Su, you can't be thinking that I have a good relationship with the Qin family, right? Su Tanxiang surprisingly nodded as a matter of course and said, the head of the Qin family is going to marry his daughter to you. Is there any need to say such a relationship? Lin Mo Yuan sniffed, slapped his forehead with his palm and said, all right, leave this matter to me. You send me the location of the casino. I'll find the time to go and take a look. While saying that, Lin Mo Yuan pulled open the office door and walked out. When he was leaving, he also muttered something, only that Su Tanxiang didn't hear it. Only then did Su Tanxiang let out a complete sigh of relief. It seems that her own brother's side should not need to worry. When Lin Mo Yuan returned to the classroom, the other students had long since left, leaving Tang Euro alone, still sitting in her seat quietly waiting. The sunlight, the desk, the young girl. The moment he saw this scene, Lin Mo Yuan's heart had such an impulse. What son of Qi? What system? What villain value? All go to hell. Take this simple little girl and go far away to the ends of the earth. But this kind of thing, for the time being, can only think about it. If Lin Mo Yuan really did this, then one day, everything would be destroyed by the son of Qi. Lin Mo Yuan suspected that there might be more than one son of luck in this world. Xiao Fan was merely the first of them to appear, and in order to make yourself powerful, then you need helpers. Which villain doesn't have hundreds of minions and a dozen or so powerful generals by his side? Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but reflect deeply for a moment, and instantly felt that he had been incompetent as a villain. Then, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth lifted up a smile. From today onwards, it was time to be a qualified villain. You're back. What did Mr. Su tell you? There won't be any punishment, right? Lin Mo Yuan touched Tang Yuro's head and said with a smile, what are you thinking? Which teacher in this school dares to punish me? Let's go. Let's hurry and eat. I'm starving. While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan pulled Tang Yuro's snow-white jade hand and walked out of the classroom. Although the school's cafeteria's food was also very good, it was never as good as the food made by outside restaurants. Almost every university's students would have such feelings. After simply having a bite at the Western restaurant, Lin Mo Yuan sent Tang Yuro back to the dormitory. Since it was recently exam week, Tang Yuro would have various exams starting tomorrow, so it was more convenient to stay at the school. After Lin Mo Yuan walked out of the school gates, he then followed the address given by Su Tanxiang and groped his way over. Su Tanxiang's brother Mo Feng, in the entire Yunhai city, is also a prominent figure. But Lin's group is with this godfather-level figure does not have any interactions, which makes Lin Mo Yuan a little embarrassed. Mo Feng is a kind of person. What kind of character? How to do things style? These Lin Mo Yuan all do not know. Lin Mo Yuan didn't think that this kind of character could be met simply, so if he wanted to lure this big brother out, he would have to plan well. Casino opened in the suburbs of a manor, said the manor, when Lin Mo Yuan arrived at this place, but some cannot believe their eyes. This manor is clearly like a castle. Basically, such a large piece of land, even in the suburbs, it was a sky-high price, and in the back was an open golf course. This kind of standard casino-style castle made 3 words appear in Lin Mo Yuan's mind: Pinjin Grotto. Such a luxurious place must be the favorite of those big bosses, especially with the existence of a golf course like this. It must be very popular in the entire Tianhai city. Lin Mo Yuan was a bit surprised that there was such a place. The original owner of this body didn't have any impression of it. This was very strange. Could it be that this kid was not interested in golf? Parking the Lamborghini Aventador at the entrance of this manor, Lin Mo Yuan took off his sunglasses, opened the car door and stepped out of the car. A parking junior in a suit immediately came forward and respectfully took the keys from Lin Mo Yuan's hands. This master's identity was not ordinary at first glance. This was the common thought in the minds of all the receptionists and attendants. They all had professionalism, and a situation like looking down on the poor would never occur. But one had to admit that a young man with temperament like Lin Mo Yuan was indeed comfortable to look at. Is Mo Feng at the manor? Lin Mo Yuan was always adhering to the character of not being shocked, so the moment he opened his mouth, he directly cut to the chase. There was no way. If Mo Feng wasn't in the casino, then even if he was more powerful, it was all for nothing. His purpose was to find Mo Feng and talk to him face to face. If the people weren't even there, then it would be a waste of time. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's question, the several receptions glanced at each other, all trying their best to hide the surprise in their eyes. Where did this kid come from? Why is he so bold? This kind of words just came right out of his mouth. This, gentlemen, you're looking for our general manager. May I ask if you have an appointment? General manager? It seems that Mo Feng understands and knows that the godfather is not a proper identity. As for an appointment, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled out a smile. When did he, young Master Lin, need an appointment to see someone? Don't ask so much. You can't interfere in this matter. Just tell me if your general manager is in or out. Lin Mo Yuan's words made these receptionists a little puzzled. Could it be that this young man in front of them really had some kind of extraordinary status? Chapter 58, Making a Scene in the Casino. The few receptions at the entrance of the manor didn't dare to stop this young master after all. Lin Mo Yuan's temperament and status, as well as the tone of his voice, really bluffed them. Coupled with that Aventador, the set-off Lin Mo Yuan was really not like an ordinary person. Walking on the road, looking at the scenery inside the manor, Lin Mo Yuan suddenly somewhat understood why the Qin family was going after this manor. This was simply a money tree, not to mention, just this golf course alone, the income is sky high. Not to mention that there is a casino in this castle-like building, even more of a deep, bottomless money-sucking hole. The casino is on the 3rd floor of this European-style building. There are no people blocking the way, but Lin Mo Yuan can see the patrol team coming and going, no less than hundreds of people. From the looks of it, these people should be Mo Feng's men. Although these people were wearing security uniforms, Lin Mo Yuan could still see the fierce aura on their bodies. It seems like this Godfather-level figure is also taking the whitewashing route. This manner should be the means used to whitewash. Came to the third floor. There is a reception standing at the door waiting. Saw Lin Mo Yuan's figure. Thoughtfully pulled open the heavy wooden door. This door has a height of 5 or 6 meters. The layer height is around 7 or 8 meters. Really very atmospheric. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes did not fluctuate much from the beginning to the end, because in his previous life, he had seen even more majestic sights than this. Since it was now daytime, there were only a sparse dozen or so people inside the casino, all dressed in suits, with extraordinary bearing, obviously top-ranking figures in the business world. These people Lin Mo Yuan had no impression. It seemed like they should have never seen it before. Lin Mo Yuan slowly came to a gambling table and realized that these people were playing nothing more than the simplest shaking of the dice. For this kind of luck-spinning gameplay, Lin Mo Yuan was still very fond of it. The reason was simple. The Qi luck value. He possessed Qi luck value, and so did the sons of Qi luck. So the opportunities and achievements they could obtain were ultimately a bit higher than ordinary people. As for whether it worked or not, that would have to be tried to find out. Mr. Yang, Mr. Li, big or small? The two men in suits glanced at each other. Then the man wearing glasses chose small, while the other man, who was somewhat slightly chubby, chose large. Afterwards, this latter bashfully announced the results. 3 dice, 2 deuces, 1 point, properly small. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan, who was standing behind the two men, but opened his eyes, his face full of smiles. The result was the same as he had guessed. It seemed that the luck value could indeed change luck. Lin Mo Yuan then murmured in his heart, "System, using a mid-level luck charm. Object of use, Lin Mo Yuan." Along with a white light that only Lin Mo Yuan himself could see lit up, the lucky charm had begun to work. Feeling a burst of relief in his body, Lin Mo Yuan stepped forward and said with a smile, "Both of you, Mr. Yang and Mr. Li, right? Little brother, I'm also watching with very itchy hands. Which one of you can bet with me?" Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, the two people's attention was drawn over. This kid looked too young, right? But looking at the clothes on this kid, he should also be a child of a wealthy family. It's not likely that he's following his parents here. Just at this time, a cry of surprise came from the pool table next door. "Yo, isn't this young Master Lin? You didn't even tell me you were coming, so that I could go out and pick you up." When Lin Mo Yuan heard this, he raised an eyebrow, obviously not expecting that someone in this place would recognize him. Raising his head to look in the direction of the billiard table, it was an old butler with gray hair, hurriedly walking this way. In an instant, Lin Mo Yuan's mind had a few impressions. This old butler was the butler of the Ji family. When he was young, Lin Mo Yuan often went to Ji Kuan's house to play. This old housekeeper could be said to have watched Ji Kuan and himself grow up. The old butler was very amiable and loyal to the Ji family as well as the Lin family, and had never taken a wife in his life. Although he was a butler, the Ji family treated him as half an elder. "Uncle Li, you're saying this out of the ordinary, aren't you? Who are you here to find?" Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, this old butler said with a smile, "I'm here to find General Manager Mo Feng Mo. He has some cooperation with the group. His secretary said that he is receiving guests. Let me wait here a little bit." Receiving guests? Lin Mo Yuan's eyes instantly sank a few points. How dare he let the Ji family's butler wait outside? This Mo Feng, I'm afraid that he didn't put the Lin clan in his eyes. This was an opportunity, a chance to test Mo Feng's thoughts. While thinking like this, a plan slowly formed in Lin Mo Yuan's mind. Afterwards, the corners of this young master's mouth pulled up slightly, and he walked straight in the direction of the general manager's office. The security guards standing in front of the office, seeing the situation is not right, immediately wanted to go up to stop Lin Mo Yuan. But these two security guards were no match for the system-enhanced Lin Mo Yuan, and were knocked down in 3 or 2 hits. "Mo Feng, you come out here. Are you not putting my Lin group in your eyes? I'd like to see what you kid really means." Mo Feng sat in the large office with some doubt in his eyes. Of course he had heard the angry curses coming from outside the office, but who on earth would have such guts? There were only 2 scenarios. The first, this person had a brain problem. The second, is that he does have an identity. After thinking about it, Mo Feng still stood up and walked towards the door. The one who was sitting in front of Mo Feng was a middle-aged man wearing a tang suit. Seeing Mo Feng's movements, he also curiously stood up and followed behind him. At this time, outside the door of the office, there were already 5 or 6 bodyguards lying down, as well as several batons scattered on the ground. Lin Mo Yuan was sitting on a chair of Hainan yellow pear wood, with an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Not to mention the bodyguards under Mo Feng. Such an arrogant stance. Even if it was one of their own people, they all wanted to get their hands on this young master to teach him a lesson. The door of the office was pushed open. Wearing a vest, Mo Feng, naturally, saw Lin Mo Yuan at a glance. Seeing this kid's arrogant appearance, Mo Feng immediately frowned. This little brother, I don't know where Mo Feng offended you, what are you going to do? Although Mo Feng's words were spoken very politely, anyone could hear the anger contained within this godfather's words. As long as there wasn't a reasonable, tenable explanation, then Lin Mo Yuan was definitely going to go out horizontally from inside the manor. Lin Mo Yuan didn't rush to answer, but instead placed his gaze behind Mo Feng, on the middle-aged man wearing a tang suit. This person, Lin Mo Yuan had some impression. Chapter 59, Cursing at the Old Man. This middle-aged man was a member of the Qin family, to be precise, the head of the Qin family. In other words, this was Qin Yixian's father. Surprisingly, he was his own old husband. The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled up a smile. This was interesting. General Manager Mo. I heard that you're receiving a very important guest. I'm sure this one behind you. Is it? How does it look? Just average. I thought it was really some big shot. What a bummer. Dropping. Your arrogant remarks have angered Qin Rufeng, the head of the Qin family. Villain value plus 99,999. When the Qin family had heard this kid's conspiratorial tone, his face became a bit ugly. Lin Mo Yuan, what's your brat's madness here? Do you know what kind of place this is? Lin Mo Yuan instantly raised his eyebrows and said, isn't this the territory of General Manager Mo? Could it be that General Manager Mo sold this place to the Qin family? This is big news. Dropping. Your comments have angered the godfather of the Sea of Clouds, Mo Feng. Villain value plus 99,999. When Mo Feng heard these words, his face instantly became gloomy as well. This Lin Mo Yuan, he had long heard that his character was not correct, and today, when these words were said, they were even more clipped, clearly not having good intentions. Lin Mo Yuan, seeing as it's your first time, I'll let you off this time. Hurry up and leave from my manor. When Lin Mo Yuan heard Mo Feng's words, the smile at the corner of his mouth became even more pronounced, only to fall in Mo Feng's eyes. It made him extremely uncomfortable. This brat was clearly mocking him. Mo Feng, you really know what it means to know what's right. Losing your sister's hopes for you. What kind of dog/fart Yunhai City godfather? Living is not as comfortable as a loser like me. While saying that, Lin Mo Yuan turned around and stood up from his chair, and spat the cigarette held in his mouth onto the expensive carpet in the hall. Was Lin Mo Yuan really angry? Obviously not. This was all just a provocation. His purpose was to provoke Mo Feng's anger and bloodlust. In fact, after just arriving inside the manor, at the sight of Uncle Li, the butler, standing outside the office waiting, Lin Mo Yuan could see and understand. Why was Uncle Li, the housekeeper, here? That was clearly at the behest of Ji Kuan's father. Which side is Ji Kuan's father on? Of course it was the Lin clan. That also meant that the Lin clan was interested in cooperating with this manor under Mo Feng. And why is Qin Rufeng, the head of the Qin family, here? Of course it was also for the manor. Lin Mo Yuan's heart was clear as day. His relationship with this old father-in-law was not good now, and it would be even worse in the future. And Lin Mo Yuan found a detail. That is, this old husband, and Qin Yixian, is not like a father and daughter. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that something was wrong. But this problem has to be left for later. Now the main thing is how to find a way to make Mo Feng return to his heart. He also didn't know if his handful of provocative methods would work or not. Unbeknownst to him, Mo Feng's heart was also in a heavenly battle. What Lin Mo Yuan said was not completely without reason. Mo Feng came to Yunhai City to fight for what? Wasn't it to protect his sister so that she wouldn't be found by the family and taken back? That's why he had fought so hard to establish his own power in Yunhai City, just to make his sister's life a little better. But once an agreement was really reached with the Qin family, then all the results of his own hard work for many years could all go down the drain. Although the Qin family has also made a guarantee that it will not interfere with Mo Feng's side of things, but Qin Rufeng is a kind of person. There is no need to say more. The Qin family's ambition was not something that Mo Feng had not seen before. For a while, Mo Feng had a thought. It seemed that cooperating with the Lin group was the better way out. Mo Feng looked at Lin Mo Yuan's back that was walking towards the door, sighed and finally opened his mouth. Lin Mo Yuan, elder brother Lin, stay back. Drops. Congratulations to the host for successfully getting the plot reversed. Villain value plus 99,999. If Mo Feng's words made Lin Mo Yuan breathe a sigh of relief, then the system's beep was considered to have completely and utterly let Lin Mo Yuan put his heart down. The system wouldn't lie to people. This was something Lin Mo Yuan already had a guess in his heart. Regardless of what the system was from, it was now the only existence that he could trust. Slowly stopping his steps, by the time he turned around, Lin Mo Yuan's face was already hanging a smile once again. General Manager Mo, what's wrong? Compared to Lin Mo Yuan's current ease, Qin Rufeng's face wasn't so good anymore. As long as Mo Feng's determination wavered, the Qin family's plan to take control of this manor, and even take control of Mo Feng, would go down the drain. Qin Rufeng saw Lin Mo Yuan, who seemed to have a smug look on his face, and gritted his teeth for a while. At this time, Mo Feng also turned around and said to Qin Rufeng with a smile, "Qin family master, excuse me for a moment. This young master Lin and we still have some things to talk about, so make yourself at home for now." Qin Rufeng nodded and turned towards the location of the stairs. Anyway, the matter of acquiring the manor as well as the casino was considered to have fizzled out, so staying here would be self-defeating, so it would be better to go and find another way. Just after walking out of the casino, Qin Rufeng seemed to remember something. Listening to Lin Mo Yuan, this kid's words inside the meaning, Mo Feng seems to have a sister? In other words, they can do something about Mo Feng's sister. The corner of Qin Rufeng's mouth pulled up a sinister smile, then adjusted his pace and left the manor. The atmosphere inside Mo Feng's office was somewhat strange. At this moment, Lin Mo Yuan was sitting on the sofa, sipping a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Mo Feng, on the other hand, was looking at the calm Lin Mo Yuan with a few curiosities in his eyes. This brat, it seemed like he was far from being as simple as the rumors had made him out to be. Everyone said that there was a big pest in Yunhai City, and that was Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan had been spoiled since he was a child, and there was nothing he wanted that he couldn't get. That's why Yunhai City is a household name for Lin Mo Yuan. People who have daughters, especially those who have daughters of good looks, can't wait to keep their daughters inside their homes forever. But the one sitting in front of him right now really didn't look like an idol. Lazy dude, is it my sister? Who has gone to look for you? Hearing Mo Feng's sudden question, Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. It seems that this Yunhai City godfather knows his sister very well. Putting down the latte in his hand, Lin Mo Yuan replied blandly, "That's right, it was indeed your sister who went looking for me. To be precise, it was her who begged me." Hearing these words, Mo Feng's eyes immediately became sharp. The gaze was like a sharp sword, plunging straight into Lin Mo Yuan's face. Chapter 60, Reaching Cooperation. Lin Mo Yuan naturally noticed Mo Feng's eyes, only he didn't retreat, but instead, he met them without flashing. "Are you kidding? Playing this kind of trick with little master? Who needs help now? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Besides, if it wasn't for the fact that Su Tanxiang's chick is so pathetic, why would I care about your business? Young master? It's just a small underground force. Can it be compared to the company in the hands of your own father?" That's why Lin Mo Yuan's bottom line is not worse than Mo Feng's at all. Since Mo Feng let himself into the office, it was tantamount to offending the Qin family. The Qin family was the second largest family in Yunhai City. If the forces under Mo Feng went up against the Qin family, it wouldn't be able to hurt them. Therefore, Mo Feng had no other choice but to cooperate with the Lin group behind him. Unless Mo Feng wanted to dissolve his forces on the spot and send his sister, that is, under the alias of Su Tanxiang, back to the Mo family with his own hands. Mo Feng looked at the suddenly different Lin Mo Yuan in front of him, not to mention how shocked he was in his heart. How is it that this kid is like a different person in an instant? What's with this air of superiority? When Lin Mo Yuan saw Mo Feng retract his gaze, he naturally relaxed again, giving off a very lazy, defenseless feeling. However, Mo Feng's eyes were still very grave. The Lin Mo Yuan from just now, and the current Lin Mo Yuan, were basically two people. Lin Mo Yuan himself didn't notice this situation. In fact, this was the reason why the original owner's character was slowly fusing with the current Lin Mo Yuan. It was absolutely impossible for two souls to coexist in one body, otherwise it would never be as simple as schizophrenia. And this was the role of the villain system. Lin Mo Yuan sighed softly before saying, "Mo Feng, you're older than me, but right now let me call you elder brother Mo. Can't call, our relationship hasn't reached that point yet. I'll call you Mo Feng. Think carefully, what kind of style is that of the Qin family? To put it bluntly, what these grandchildren are best at is unloading the donkey. If you give them the casino and give them the manor, will they treat you as a partner? Wake up, they will only treat you as a fat sheep." With Qin Rufeng's character of even selling his own daughter, what can't he do? Listening to Lin Mo Yuan's words, Mo Feng's face became more and more grave. Previously active in the underground world, Mo Feng didn't have any deep understanding of the Qin family, and in this regard it was clearly the Lin family who had been doing battle with the Qin family for many years who knew best. Lin Mo Feng stood on the opposite side of the Qin family. Naturally he was biased against the Qin family, but what he said was clearly the truth. Mo Feng had already realized that something was wrong when he was talking to Qin Rufeng, the head of the Qin family earlier. At that time, he talked about how much of a cut he could get if he handed over the casino as well as the manor to the Qin family. Qin Rufeng did not hesitate to pat his chest and assured to, "Don't worry, elder brother Mo. We'll just split it 40% to 60%. My Chin family will take 40% and you will take 60%. It was also from here that Mo Fong was a little wary of the Chin family. Mo Fong would like to ask, you Chin family such a big family, go through all the trouble to negotiate business, and then give out a full 60% of the benefits. Do not want to? I don't know what to say, but I'm not sure if I want to. Until now, Mo Fong reacted to the fact that this Chin family's family head was not even in his heart. He said these words, all without evidence, just full of words. Instantly, this godfather of Yunhai City was ashamed of himself. He had almost fallen for an old fox. Seeing Mo Feng's expression, Lin Mo Yuan knew that his persuasion had worked, so he immediately struck while the iron was hot. Mo Feng, I came to help you for the sake of your sister, and you know what kind of person I am, so I'm here today, not to talk to you about cooperation. I'll mention this to my old man later. As long as you don't eat in the same rice bowl as the Chin family, you can do whatever you want, and if you run into trouble in Yunhai City, you can just report our Lin Group's name directly. But there is one thing, when I need your assistance, you have to lend a helping hand as well. How's that? Is this a good deal? Mo Feng's eyes widened when he heard this. Is there even a way to talk about business? Why was it like a child's game? But then, a smile appeared on Mo Feng's face. In fact, this is only like talking about business, talking to Lin Mo Yuan. This kid was surprisingly comfortable. No need to make false pretenses. No need to exchange pleasantries and courtesies. Keep it simple. That's the way to go. Kid, I found that I am more and more appreciate you. This way, why don't you be my brother-in-law? At that time, not to mention help. Is that you want my Mo Feng's life? I also do not blink an eyebrow. How about that? Lin Mo Yuan was obviously taken aback by this master. How is it that just now he was talking business with a serious face, and now he suddenly wants to give his sister away? And that Su Tan Xiong. Posture is naturally nothing to say. Is that serious character? Who can stand Think about it or forget it. Lin Mo Yuan still likes a girl like Tang Euro. I say surname Mo. Let's talk about business. Don't play the affection card for me. Besides, to be with your sister, my Lin group will have to take on the Mo family. Aren't you pulling me to jump into the fire pit? As soon as he spoke of the Mo family, Mo Feng's face became gloomy once again. The Mo family's side was always a big problem. If this problem wasn't solved, could it really be that his sister would spend her entire life hiding in the east/west/hiding? Seeing Mo Feng's face, how could Lin Mo Yuan not understand what he was worried about? Putting down the coffee in his hand that had gotten a little cold, Lin Mo Yuan said with a smile, Mo family side, you don't have to worry. Lin's group still has some status in Yunhai City. Mo family's people definitely don't have the guts to look for trouble in my territory. Having received Lin Mo Yuan's promise, Mo Feng then put his heart down. The truth was this, the Mo family and the Lin family group were about the same strength. The Mo family naturally couldn't afford to offend such a behemoth as the Lin family. Since you're so sincere, elder brother Lin, it would be a bit ungrateful for me to refuse. Happy cooperation. Lin Mo Yuan looked at Mo Feng's outstretched hand and shook it tightly without hesitation. Happy cooperation. At this time, the system's beep also sounded. Ding. Successfully obtained the key character's recognition. Changing the direction of the plot. Chi luck value plus 10. Villainous value plus 999,999. Mo Feng turned to the wine cabinet behind him at this time, took out a bottle of champagne and said with a smile, I know you love champagne and have quite a collection at home, but this bottle of mine, that's top quality. While saying this, Mo Feng placed the bottle in front of Lin Mo Yuan. Chapter 61, Xiao Fan escaped. Lin Mo Yuan had just received the bottle of wine in his hands when he was given a small shock. Surprisingly, it was the flower of Paris, and by the looks of it, it was still an original import. This type of wine was actually not very rare in the country, but this bottle in his hands was the leading level amongst the flowers of Paris. I say Mo Feng, you can is this the champagne set that was released last year? The one that cost 35,000 pounds? Mo Feng smiled and nodded, then was about to open it. Just at this time, Lin Mo Yuan's cell phone suddenly rang. Lin Mo Yuan frowned and said to Mo Feng, sorry, I'll take a call first. Afterwards, he took out his cell phone and glanced at the caller ID. It was Ji Kuan calling. In Lin Mo Yuan's heart, an ominous premonition immediately rose. Hello? What's going on? What happened? Ji Kuan's voice seemed a bit rushed, obviously on the street, because the sound of hawking could be vaguely heard over the phone. Young master, something has gone terribly wrong. That kid Xiao Fan has run away. Can't find anyone. When Lin Mo Yuan heard these words, his voice instantly raised extremely several points. Ran away? Aren't they taking exams these days? Where did this kid run off to? Ji Kuan's voice once again rang out over the phone. I'm also wondering. I followed this kid to the school's cafeteria. This kid turned around and disappeared. Chi Jinyu is also wondering. Xiao Fan didn't tell them where he was going at all. I've already searched all the streets around the school by now. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed and his face became increasingly grave. Obviously, Xiao Fan's disappearance this time was definitely planned long ago, and he was also suspicious of the people around him. Otherwise, it was impossible that even his roommates did not know where he was going. Lin Mo Yuan sighed. It seemed that this time Xiao Fan finally had the upper hand. This could not be blamed on anyone, but on Xiao Fan for being too chicken-hearted. It's alright, no need to look for it. You take a few people to the train station to check the surveillance or something. Maybe we can find some clues. Lin Mo Yuan didn't need to think about it to know that Xiao Fan was definitely going to run to another city. The reason was simple. As long as he was in Yunhai City, then according to his own forces, it wouldn't take long to find him. It was simply pointless, so he could only go. Seeing Lin Mo Yuan's expression, Mo Feng instantly raised his eyebrows. It looked like Lin Mo Yuan was looking for someone? Is old brother Lin looking for someone? I might be able to help. Lin Mo Yuan, who was frowning tightly, immediately widened his eyes when he heard Mo Feng's words. Right, the one standing in front of him, that was the head of the underground forces that was a big name in the entire Yunhai City. That was a godfather-level figure. Finding someone shouldn't be much of a problem. Thus, Lin Mo Yuan simply explained Xiao Fan's situation and made it clear that Xiao Fan had taken a very important thing from himself, which was why he had to spare no effort in searching for it. When Mo Feng heard this, he naturally wouldn't get to the bottom of it and just nodded his head in agreement. Don't worry, elder brother Lin. The people under my command are spread out around various bus stations, train stations, and airports. This group of people are specialized in keeping an eye on people. I'll have them assist with all their might. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, but in fact did not hold much hope. The reason was simple. Xiao Fan was after all a son of Qi Luck. Although Xiao Fan's Qi Luck value had taken a few hits during this period of time, he was always a person chosen by the heavens. Simply evading the tracking of a few people, that was still a breeze. Lin Mo Yuan had a premonition that Xiao Fan had walked out of this city this time, and when he came back again, it would become a very tricky problem. Slowly putting down the champagne glass in his hand, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes gradually became firm. No matter what, his strength must increase as soon as possible. One of the ways to increase his strength was the company that he had teamed up with Qin Yixian to establish. This company would become the backbone of the fight against Xiao Fan. At this time, Xiao Fan had already arrived at the bus station. The Yunhai City bus station looked a little old, and had been built for nearly 20 years, due to the rapid development of railroads and aviation, causing the bus station to basically have a weaker and weaker presence. There weren't many people at the bus station. It was already almost noontime when Xiao Fan arrived here. After observing around and making sure that no one was following him, Xiao Fan came to the window where he bought a ticket. A ticket to Lingshan City, please. After the ticket agent handed the ticket to Xiao Fan pulled down the brim of his baseball cap and sat on a chair in the waiting hall. The city Xiao Fan was really going to was Suijiang City. Lingshan City borders Suijiang City, and the two places are less than 100 kilometers away. So this is a smoke bomb that Xiao Fan threw. In case Lin Mo Yuan could check his ticket, he would only send someone to Lingshan City to look for himself. However, what Xiao Fan didn't notice was that in the middle of the waiting hall, there was a man wearing glasses who took out his cell phone from his bosom and took a picture of Xiao Fan and then sent it out. The bus to Lingshan City arrived very quickly, and Xiao Fan was very lucky. Of course, because of the luck value. When he was checking the tickets, Xiao Fan seemed to have sensed something. Glancing back, he saw a few men wearing masks, moving towards his side from the entrance to the station. Discovered. This was Xiao Fan's first thought. Then Xiao Fan surveyed this waiting hall, and after seeing the sign for the restroom, he had an idea in his heart. So he lowered his head and walked quickly in the direction of the bathroom. Those few men wearing masks were naturally the people under Mo Feng. The man wearing glasses was with them, or a hall master under Mo Feng. When the few of them saw Xiao Fan walk into the restroom, they immediately relaxed their guard. Then they came to the door of the restroom, ready to block Xiao Fan inside and catch a turtle in a jar. However, after a few minutes, they sensed that something was wrong. Why is this kid taking so long to go to the restroom? Maybe it's a big number? Why don't we wait a little longer? Nope, let's go in and take a look. While saying this, the leading man with glasses kicked the toilet door open and found that all the pits, all the doors, were all open. This restroom was simply empty. Asterisk. The windows are open. We've been fooled. It turned out that there was a skylight for air exchange above the toilet, and there was a footprint above the skylight. Obviously, it was someone who had jumped out of the window and escaped. By the time the few of them followed the tracks to the inside of the station, Xiao Fan was already sitting in the car, and looking at the several people who were furious. The corner of Xiao Fan's mouth pulled up a mocking smile. Lin Mo Yuan, you're still a step too late after all. Chapter 62, Arrival in Suijiang City. Inside the manor office, Mo Feng put down the phone in his hand. his face a little ugly. Elder brother Lin. The man was found, but my men weren't able to intercept him. He got on a bus at the Yunhai City bus station and headed to Lingshan City. I'm going to continue to send my men to follow him. What do you think, old brother Lin? Lin Mo Yuan sat on the sofa, savoring the champagne in his hand, and replied blandly, forget it, big brother Mo. We won't be able to catch this kid for a while. I'm almost certain that as long as you send someone to follow behind, even if we reach the station in Lingshan City, then we will definitely pounce. His purpose definitely won't be any Lingshan City. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Mo Feng couldn't help but frown. This kid, is he really that shrewd? Isn't he just a brat who hasn't even graduated from college yet? Lin Mo Yuan also had a bitter smile on his face. He suddenly understood why Xiao Fan was so difficult to deal with now. There was actually a part of himself in this. It was the fact that he had sent his own people to constantly follow and constantly work against Xiao Fan, which caused Xiao Fan to learn a lot of vigilance that he originally did not possess. But then, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes were once again firm. If the opponent was strong enough, then this game would be fun to play. Isn't that right, Xiao Fan? I'll be waiting for you when you return. Let me see how much you kid can grow. Suijiang City. Xiao Fan stepped off a bus and looked at the blue sky of Suijiang City and took a deep breath of the fresh air. Suijiang City was a third-tier city, so the air pollution was not that serious, and Suijiang City's science and technology industry had been developing very rapidly in recent years, and it was just like it was heading towards a first-tier city with its head held high. Xiao Fan arrived at the entrance of a five-star hotel, and after organizing his appearance, he walked into the lobby. According to Xiao Fan's memory, the auction in his previous life would be held in the Suijiang City exhibition hall across the street, and this five-star hotel was just a road away from the exhibition hall. Once he had this stone in his hands, then he would have enough capital to go and open a company of his own. As long as he had this capital, then the plan to deal with Lin Mo Yuan as well as the Lin Group could be put on the agenda. Yunhai City. The bored Ji Koen was sitting in his car, looking at the crowded Yunhai University with a sad face. This kid Xiao Fan had gotten away from his own tracking. This was simply a strange shame. Ji Koen was originally a idle dude. Usually when Lin Mo Yuan went out to spend his time, Ji Koen naturally followed him around. But now Lin Mo Yuan was like a different person. Every day he just stayed in Dongsheng Huating and didn't come out. When he received the task of following Xiao Fan, Ji Koen was simply ecstatic. The reason was simple. There was finally something to do. Ji Koen felt like he was about to get sick from idleness. However, the good times did not last long. This Xiao Fan kid could be said to be getting more and more shrewd, and was actually looking for an opportunity to get rid of his own tracking. This made Ji Koen very unhappy, but after searching for Xiao Fan's trail for some time, Ji Koen had to admit this fact. Xiao Fan had indeed disappeared, and Lin Mo Yuan had also called him to do whatever he wanted to do during this period of time, and when Xiao Fan returned to Yunhai City, he would naturally notify him. So Ji Koen Ji young master became nothing to do again. Ji Koen looked at the students coming and going in front of him, and even thought about whether to go back to take a class and forget about it. Just at this time, Ji Koen's cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who is it? A voice that was very familiar to Ji Koen came from inside the phone. Yo, young master Ji, you're really a nobleman. My name is Yen Koxiang. I don't know if you still have any impression? 3 years ago, you and Lin Mo Yuan Lin young master, but together to take away my GTR. I say so, clear enough? When Ji Koen heard these words, he immediately raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be this brat. 3 years ago in Yunhai City, there came a group of foreign dudes that came from Jiangjiang City. These dudes were very arrogant and basically didn't put the anointed kids of Yunhai City in their eyes. In fact, it was true. At that time Lin Mo Yuan was in the field and had not yet returned. Along with Ji Koen's family, they had gone on vacation abroad. This group of rich daughters from Jiangjiang City then organized a race on the Yunhai City's mountain ring road, and the loser had to leave his car behind. Of course, the rich second generation from Yunhai City were furious and participated in it, with the purpose of letting these dudes from Jiangjiang City know that they are not a soft touch either. But Jiangjiang City, this batch of rich second generation, there is a leader, is Yen Kaxiang. Yen Kaxiang's background is not as powerful as the Lin Group behind Lin Mo Yuan, but it is also a well-known presence in the Dragon Kingdom. His father created the Shengtian Group, but it is also ranked in the top 50 levels in the Dragon Kingdom. Yen Kaxiang, this person, from a young age is obsessed with sports cars. The home of the sports car has more than 20, of which more than half are limited or collector's edition. The most representative is a GTR 50 in his hands. This car is already in the stage of mass production, but Yen Kaxiang hands of this car, the entire car's rear part, all gold-plated, and as the original design version of the GTR 50, this car model is perfect, and Yen Kaxiang also directly to the manufacturer to apply for a series of modifications. Eventually Yen Kaxiang invested in this car, a total of more than $20 million. Originally had a good car skills in the evening Yen Kaxiang. Naturally the Yunhai City, the playboys pressure to raise their heads, and Yen Kaxiang himself, is also obtained a small car god's title, but the good times don't last long. Just on the last day of the racing held, Lin Mo Yuan and Ji Kuan, the two families, came back from abroad. The dudes in the Yunhai City circle, after hearing the news of Lin Mo Yuan's return, had looked for the door, wanting Lin Mo Yuan to step in. This kind of battle of wills between the second generation of rich people was naturally Lin Mo Yuan's favorite scene to get involved in. Lin Mo Yuan immediately looked for a foreign famous racing driver, indicating that he wants to compete with Yen Kaxiang. Lin Mo Yuan's own car skill is naturally compared to Yen Kaxiang, but he will drill a leak. This game also has no provisions to show that must be my participation. Seize this loophole, coupled with the Ji Kuan on the side of the excitement, said Yen Kaxiang is general, not dare to be arrogant in front of Lin Mo Yuan. Car skills is also mediocre, but just get a driver's license level cloud. The young and vigorous Yen Kaxiang, of course, cannot listen to these words, a hot brain agreed to. The result is no accident. Yen Kaxiang lost a thorough. Chapter 63, Setting Up. Although Yen Kaxiang has two brushes, but in front of a real racer, it is still not enough to look at. This GTR 50 limited edition in his hands naturally fell into Lin Mo Yuan's hands. This duel between the two cities of the playboys, Zhangjiang City, ended with a gray-headed defeat. I didn't expect that after 3 years, Yen Kaxiang would make a comeback and take the initiative to contact Ji Kuan. After recalling everything all over again, a smile appeared on Ji Kuan's face. Who did I think it was? It turned out to be the defeated little Yen Z. What? Want to take your GTR back? Ah? That's really sorry. My young master won't agree. I say you better call my young master directly. While saying this, Ji Kuan was about to hang up the phone. Just kidding. This kid is clearly not having good intentions. Do you really think that I, Ji Kuan, am a little cutie? What? But then, the other side of the phone rang Yen Kaxiang's voice. Don't hang up the phone. Ah, young master Ji. I came this time without any malicious intent. Just want to simply compete with you again. One more match? Ji Kuan immediately raised an eyebrow when he heard these words. What kind of medicine is this kid buying inside his gourd? But on second thought, anyway, he has nothing to do right now. Why don't we just see what this Yen Kaxiang really wants to do? As for the competition, these years they are not less honed car skills. Not to say that reached the level of professional level, but at least not under Yen Kaxiang. I listened to your tone. Is the losses not convinced? Ah? What's the matter with our race? You are ready to car, did not? Yen Kaxiang heard Ji Kuan's tone, and immediately gripped the phone in his hand. Why did he lose back then? Wasn't it because of these two shameless guys who found professional racers? Otherwise how could he lose to these two guys? Other than that, just by looking at the technology, Yen Kaxiang was sure that Lin Mo Yuan and Ji Kuan could not even see their own taillights. So this time to Yunhai City, Yen Kaxiang can be said to be fully prepared. His goal, not only to get back his GTR 50, he also want to get Lin Mo Yuan hands of Lamborghini hardtop poison. Lin Mo Yuan's car, that is the manufacturer for its customized, and the whole body is bulletproof, high-density materials, heat and fireproof. This type of design, the world is only 3. Yen Kaxiang agreed to compete with Lin Mo Yuan, but also to get this car. As long as Ji Kuan is tricked out, then the next thing is very simple. Yen Kaxiang took a deep breath and tried his best to stabilize his emotions, then said with a smile, Young Master Ji, this sentence of yours is wrong. I came here this time only to simply spar, but it looks like you are serious? That's good. After all, I've long wanted to get my car back. How about this? I'm in Yunhai City right now. Jinjing Garden, you come to me. Let's talk face to face. How about it? Ji Kuan heard. The corner of his mouth pulled up a mocking smile, then said, Since you have this idea, then this young master will respectfully comply. After determining a time to meet, Ji Kuan hung up the phone. Originally, Ji Kuan was planning to tell Lin Mo Yuan about this matter, but thought better of it. Young master's time is very tight these days. This small matter, Ji Kuan can completely handle it himself. Lin Mo Yuan at this time is sitting in the middle of a restaurant. Opposite is the Qin family's eldest daughter, Qin Yixian. Qin Yixian received Lin Mo Yuan's phone call 10 minutes ago, saying that he wanted to invite himself for dinner, which made the young lady feel very surprised. Lin Mo Yuan took the initiative to invite himself for dinner? What was the meaning of this? After meeting Lin Mo Yuan, Qin Yixian was more and more interested in this so-called playboy young master. There was internal news that Lin Mo Yuan had even entered into a partnership with Mo Feng over at the manor. Once this news came out, this young lady was instantly even more shocked. What kind of character was Mo Feng? The business circle of Yunhai City was clear about it. Mo Feng's hands were in control of several safe sea routes, which for some companies that had import and export trade needs, was simply a good thing that could not be replaced by 1,000 pieces of gold. However, what Miss Chin didn't expect was that Lin Mo Fong said he wanted to treat himself to a meal, but what he came to wasn't some star hotel, or a Western restaurant, but a simple little restaurant on the side of the road. All that was done in here was some home-cooked food, a place that ordinary people often came to. I say, young Master Lin, you're just treating me to dinner here? Would it be too insincere? Seeing Qin Yixian's helpless gaze, Lin Mo Yuan but said with a smile, what's wrong with this place? I personally still like it very much. After all, it's only here that you can see the human touch. Humanity? Hearing this word, Qin Yixian's eyes instantly became somewhat deeper. A young lady like her who came from a family. Every day she had to engage in all sorts of struggles for her own status, for her own freedom, just so that she could reach her own ideals. And this will inevitably face a variety of business battlefield hook and corner, for the word of human feelings has long been faded. But on the contrary, Lin Mo Yuan is not the slightest bit of these worries, because the Lin family, only he saw a single seedling, who to give the company to. Still need to think about it? Lin Mo Yuan's father did not ask Lin Mo Yuan to be so competitive. As long as Lin Mo Yuan sat in the chairman's chair, there would naturally be someone to take care of everything for him. However, from the current Lin Mo Yuan, Qin Yixian was able to see a lot of things that he couldn't see before. For example, hope. The hope that allowed Qin Yixian to break away from the Qin family. Miss Qin, I've met your father. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Qin Yixian suddenly froze in place. When did you meet him? How come I didn't know? Lin Mo Yuan picked up a pickled vegetable with his chopsticks and placed it in his mouth to chew on it before saying, at Mo Feng's manor. He also went to Mo Feng and wanted to annex Mo Feng's manor. Qin Yixian sniffed and frowned. Qin Ruffeng wanted to annex the manor? It was not strange to have this idea. However, there was not a single piece of news from the entire Qin family. This would be very strange. Then what did you say to him? Lin Mo Yuan said with a smile. You don't have to care about that. Anyway, the Qin family master's face shouldn't look very good as all. Then there's the fact that the marriage contract between us, the Qin family master is going to start getting anxious. As soon as the word marriage contract was mentioned, a touch of redness flew up on Qin Yixian's cheeks. Why do you say that? Lin Mo Yuan's eyes became a little strange. What was wrong with this young miss? Wasn't her head usually very smart? How come she couldn't figure out such a simple question now? Of course it's because of the manner matter. Wasn't the Qin family master's original intention to control my Lin family through you? As long as the two of us are married, even if we are engaged, the Qin family lord can get his hands on this manor and casino through you. Qin Yixian also came to a realization after hearing Lin Mo Yuan's explanation. Chapter 64, Mo Xin Capital. Lin Mo Yuan and Qin Yixian had a very enjoyable meal. Both of them didn't drink, but simply ordered sodas. The dishes that Lin Mo Yuan ordered were all ordinary, home-cooked dishes, pot-boiled pork, shredded pork in Beijing sauce, spicy tofu, etc. But these were the dishes that Qin Yixian had ordered. But it was these dishes that Qin Yixian ate with relish, exclaiming that he was addicted to them. Yunhai City is located in the south of the Dragon Country, so these northern dishes, Qin Yixian basically did not have much contact. This was the first time he had tasted it, and then Qin Yixian fell in love with the flavor. Our company has been registered, but we don't have many employees yet. Lin Mo Yuan took a sip of the soda, then looked at Qin Yixian and said in a serious manner, that company of yours? Just merge it over directly and save yourself the trouble of looking for employees again. Qin Yixian sniffed and sighed, not expecting to come to this step after all. Qin Yixian once asked Lin Mo Yuan, if Mo Xin Capital was established, his original company, there is still no possibility to stay. Lin Mo Yuan's answer is simple, 2 words, cannot. If Qin Yixian and Lin Mo Yuan teamed up to set up Mo Xin Capital, it would mean that she had already stood on the same line as Lin Mo Yuan. So the Qin family would definitely use all kinds of reasons to snatch this company away from Qin Yixian's hands. Instead of that, it would be better to just declare bankruptcy or go through a merger. Although this company was of extraordinary significance to Qin Yeshuan, it was better than falling into the hands of other Qin family members. The news that Mo Xin Capital was going to be established, Lin Mo Yuan and Qin Yixian didn't tell anyone else, so up until now it remained a secret. Many of Qin Yixian's employees had only heard the news that the company was going to undergo a merger, and everything else was unclear. I know what you're worried about. Lin Mo Yuan looked at Qin Yixian with a somewhat serious expression. Don't worry, this company won't have anything to do with the Lin Group, or the Qin family, so Qin Ruffeng can't interfere at all. However, I'm very curious about one thing, and that's what kind of relationship you have with Qin Ruffeng, the head of the Qin family. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Qin Yixian slowly put down the chopsticks in his hands. This question, I don't have the means to answer you right now. Wait until the day I completely break away from the Qin family. I'll tell you. When Lin Mo Yuan heard this, He didn't continue to pursue the question, but nodded his head and went on eating. Seeing that Lin Mo Yuan had no intention of pursuing the question, Qin Yixian breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to say something when Lin Mo Yuan's cell phone rang. Lin Mo Yuan picked up his cell phone and looked at it. It was Ji Kuan calling. He didn't even think about it. He directly connected. Young master, something happened on my side. Hearing Ji Kuan's words, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes immediately gloomy. After receiving Yan Kishan's call, Ji Kuan followed the address he gave and came to the entrance of a cafe. Originally the specified time is an hour later, but Ji Kuan still came to this cafe early. Left and right are idle boredom, so might as well come to the scene early. He wanted to see this Yan Kishan. In the end, what tricks to play. As a result, under the misadventure, also really let Ji Kuan found wrong. In the time from the meeting time is still half an hour. There is a large group of people entered the coffee shop, followed by the coffee shop employees. All have changed off the uniform, left the cafe. Ji Kuan immediately smelled the smell of a conspiracy. Ji Kuan then put on a baseball cap, as well as a black mask, and secretly stopped a cafe employee, asking, "What are you guys going for? Are you not doing business?" The employee saw Ji Kuan in this outfit and didn't care, thinking that Ji Kuan was mostly a donkey who came to travel. So he patiently explained, "If you want to go and drink coffee, I think it's better to forget it." Just now a man came to the store and gave the boss more than $100,000, saying that this cafe he wants to requisition for a day. The boss took the money and let us get off work. Consider today a vacation. Followed behind that person came in. There are more than 20 people. One is fierce. After we left, they stayed in the cafe. Do not know what they are doing. Ji Kuan's eyes instantly became gloomy. Damn. I knew that Yan Keshung, this kid, did not have a good heart. Sure enough, he was setting up a trap. If he really came to the cafe on time, what might happen? Casually let the employee leave. Ji Kuan back to the car. Looking at the cafe face, Yan Keshung picked up the hands of the cell phone. "Hello? Ji young master, are you on your way yet? I've arrived at the cafe," Ji Kuan said with a smile. "Yan grandson, it seems that you just don't have any sincerity." Yan Keshung sniffed. His face instantly grimaced, but his tone was still relaxed and said, "Ji young, how do you say this? I came this time that is full of sincerity. Other than that, just a Dodge modified version. On the market are rarely seen." Dodge modified version? The corner of Ji Kuan's mouth pulled up a smile full of mocking flavor. Yan Keshung, the Dodge you bought back at wholesale price, casually modified, but only more than $3 million. Just want to trade with our young master for that hardtop poison? I think you're blinded by lard. Also, do you think I don't know what's going on here at the cafe? Don't you give me this. Let's meet somewhere else. The time and place are all up to me. Hearing Ji Kuan's words, Yan Keshung's face became more and more ugly. Cafe this side of the arrangement. Ji Kuan is how to know? And that Dodge. Ji Kuan a layman how to find wrong? But now is obviously not the time to think about these. The first priority is to stabilize Ji Kuan. If Ji Kuan is really angry and doesn't want to use his car for the race, then wouldn't his trip to Yunhai City be in vain? Alright, Ji Xiao, you have the final say. You have the final say. You name a location now. I'll rush over right away. Ji Kuan smiled and said, "That's right. I really like the attitude you have now, Mr. Yen. I hope you keep it up." 2 hours later, the hot pot city opposite Jingtian Mansion. Whether or not you have the guts to go, it's up to you. Opposite Jingtian Mansion. Good for you, Ji Kuan. Count yourself tough. Yan Kuxiang's expression gradually became vicious. Jingtian Mansion is a place that is not only a household name in Yunhai City, but it's pretty much the same in the entire Dragon Kingdom, because there, it is where the headquarters of the Lin Group is located. Ji Kuan, in order to prevent Yan Keshung from pulling any more tricks, directly set the meeting place at the entrance of Lin's group. This move cannot be said to be not absolute. Directly let Yan Keshung's plan turned into a useless beautiful vision. Chapter 65, Threats. In the cafe, Yan Keshung tightly gripped the cell phone in his hand with a worried frown. Ji Kuan played this hand. Indeed, Yan Keshung was somewhat caught off guard. The reason is very simple. Yan Keshung originally only intended to bury manpower in the cafe, coercing Ji Kuan to agree to let Lin Mo Yuan personally appear to race with him. Ji Kuan as long as the good cooperation. Yan Keshung did not have the guts to put him how. After all, if a bad, Yan Keshung will directly face the wrath from the Lin group. Although the strength of the Ji family, Yan Keshung completely did not put in the eyes, but the Lin family is very different. If his father learned, he was just for the sake of the battle of wills, offended Lin's group such a behemoth, not to break their own legs. Strange. Just at this time, a man wearing glasses came forward and said with a lowered head, "Yan Xiao, the person you asked us to check on Ji Kuan's side just got results." Yan Keshung's eyes instantly went up. "Xiang Xian, it's true that you are still reliable. Tell me, what kind of people are around him? Are there any we can utilize? The man called Xiang Xian pushed his glasses and said with a smile, the one who has more contact with Ji Kun is basically only Lin Mo Yuan, but when we were investigating, we found a problem. And that is that Ji Kun has an unusual relationship with a girl from Yunhai University. At first we thought that this girl was just having an unknown one-night stand with Ji Kun, but then we realized that Ji Kun had been seeing this girl for over a year, and this more than a year. Ji Kun did not have intercourse with any other members of the opposite sex. Basically we can determine that this girl and Ji Kun's relationship is extraordinary. Should be a boyfriend and girlfriend. After listening to Xiang Xian's analysis, Yan Kexiang nodded with a serious face and then said, that is to say, we can now grasp and utilize only this girl? Xiang Xian nodded with a serious face. This was of course. Ji Kun's father was a shareholder of the Lin Group. They simply didn't have the guts to touch that. Ji Kun himself was even more needless to say. Once they moved Ji Kun, it was a clear declaration of war. But that Yunhai University female students are different. Ordinary family, no background. Xiang Xian also cannot understand why Ji Kun alone on this girl. But these are not important. Yan Kexiang sighed, then propped his hands on the table and said, okay, this matter will be handed over to you guys. Convince this girl to cooperate with us? If not, then direct action first take down. After the matter is accomplished, a little compensation for moral damages will suffice. Xiang Xian, I'll leave this matter to you. Just don't cause any deaths or anything. Xiang Xian held his eyes and nodded his head in agreement. Afterward, he took the two people with him and left the cafe. Yan Kuxiang looked at Xiang Xian's departing back, still frowning. He only hoped that this matter would not become a big deal. He only wanted to make Ji Kun agree to compete with him. According to Lin Mo Yuan's relationship with Ji Kun encountered this kind of thing. That kid would definitely not stand by and do nothing. As long as Lin Mo Yuan agreed, their side will be much better. Yan Kexiang on their own technology has been very confident, this time without a professional driver. Lin Mo Yuan will be their own defeat. By then, not only can you get back your own GTR 50, but you can also get Lin Mo Yuan's hardtop poison. Thinking of this, Yan Kexiang's mouth pulled out a smug smile. Xiang Xian took two bodyguards and arrived in a neighborhood on the outskirts of Yunhai City. This neighborhood is called the Red Star District and has been around for more than 30 years. Since the time when Yunhai City started its economic reforms, this neighborhood has been built. Looking at the gate in front of him that had already lost its paint, Xiang Xian frowned. It was really hard to imagine that the girl that Ji Kun liked actually came from such a place. In fact, the buildings inside this neighborhood have been properly repaired. At least within 20 years, there will be no problems. Xiang Xian brought two bodyguards and after asking around inside the neighborhood, he finally found the girl's home. According to the neighbors, this girl is called Yang Wenwen. Her parents are both workers, and they work in the factory during weekdays, and now it happens to be Sunday, so the girl is at home by herself during the day. Yang Wenwen is Yunhai University interior design students, is now a junior. Ji Kun is a senior. The reason why Ji Kun every day to the school to run, is because of this girl. The information that can be understood is basically almost understood. Xiang Xian then with two bodyguards, came to the building where Yang Wenwen lives. Although the building was not built for a short period of time, the building was obviously repaired, and the hallways and elevator rooms were very clean. Yang Wenwen lived on the 6th floor, and when Xiang Xian and the others arrived on the 6th floor, they happened to see an innocent-looking girl, who was cleaning up the garbage inside the hallway. Xiang Xian observed that it was all some construction garbage, and it seemed that Yang Wenwen's home had just been renovated. Hello, may I ask if you are Yang Wenwen? The girl heard the voice and turned around in confusion, looking towards Xiang Xian. I am. Who are you? What's the matter? Seemingly sensing that something was wrong, Yang Wenwen took a thin wooden board with nails and clutched it in her hand. I'm Ji Kun, Ji Xiao's assistant. It seems that Ji Xiao hasn't mentioned me to you. This is so sorry. Ji Kun? Ji Xiao? This man was Ji Kun's friend? Hearing this, Yang Wenwen couldn't help but drop a few points of caution. What Ji Kun's identity was, Yang Wenwen didn't know very well. She just knew that Ji Kun's family was in a very good condition. In fact, some of Yang Wenwen's roommates and classmates all know Ji Kun's identity. That is Lin Mo Yuan's side of the most powerful assistant. But these people have met with Ji Kun in private, and Ji Kun deliberately emphasized not to let Yang Wenwen know her identity. After receiving a large amount of money worth of hush money, these people are very smart to choose to keep their mouths shut, as if they do not know. Joking aside, who would have a problem with money? As for why Ji Kun did this, perhaps only he himself knew the reason. Girl, we're here to talk to you about the matter regarding Ji Kun. Can you let us in to talk? Xiang Xian looked like a peaceful person, so Yang Wenwen's guard slowly lowered, then nodded and said, alright, follow me. Following Yang Wenwen to her home, Xiang Xian carefully surveyed the room. The room wasn't big, but it was chic and exquisitely decorated. Rather petty, like a girl's room. Did something happen to Ji Kun? Xiang Xian asked as he opened the door. Chapter 66, Playing Mean with Me? Hearing Yang Wenwen's words, Xiang Xian replied with a smile. No, Ji Kun himself hasn't encountered any problems. It's just that right now, someone wants to talk business with him. He's a person, right? I believe you're also clear about it, girl. There are some shafts, so we would like to ask you to persuade him to think about this business. After all, this business is also beneficial and harmless to him. Hearing this, Yang Wenwen's vigilance, which had already been put down, rose once again, although Xiang Xian's words inside, hiding a lot of mystery. But how could Yang Wenwen not understand? These people clearly want to use themselves to threaten Ji Kun. Yang Wenwen was able to get into Yunhai University. Naturally, she had a double quotient online. Listening to the meaning of this glasses man's words, it was clear that it was not a serious business. This matter I still need to ask Ji Kun himself what he thinks, because I have no way to interfere with Ji Kun's choices. I'm very sorry. If you guys don't have anything else, I would like to clean the room. No, farewell. Xiang Xian shook his head inside when he heard Yang Wenwen's words. The situation he least expected to see had finally appeared, so he waved his hand at the two bodyguards behind him. The two of them immediately expressed their understanding, and then directly stepped forward and covered Yang Wenwen's mouth and nose with a piece of towel. Yang Wenwen naturally kept struggling, but in this instant, the other bodyguard directly took out a thin syringe and stuck it straight onto Yang Wenwen's white neck. Soon, Yang Wenwen's hands hung down helplessly. Xiang Xian signaled the two men to bring the girl to the car, but suddenly found a cell phone on the table, and the top of the phone showed that a video had been sent out. It was exactly the process of himself and the others, conversing with Yang Wenwen, and adding the moment when they just started to do it. The moment she was covered by the towel over her mouth and nose, Yang Wenwen pressed the send button. At the moment, it hadn't even reached the 2-minute mark, so Xiang Xian immediately clicked the retract button. What Xiang Xian didn't realize was that it was this instant that Ji Kun had already seen all of the process. He was one step too late in withdrawing it after all. Ji Kun looked at the video with a bit of killing intent in his eyes, especially after the video was withdrawn. The killing intent in Ji Kun's heart became even more obvious. In every person's heart, there was a bottom line, even if they were even more of an asshole. Ji Kun could follow Lin Mo Yuan and spend his days drinking, but he had never been point blank about women, because Yang Wenwen is the bottom line in his heart. Ji Kun knew Yang Wenwen a long time ago. It was in high school. Yang Wenwen was the language class representative of the next class. Lin Mo Yuan was in the same class as Ji Kun at that time. In fact, these two brothers from kindergarten has always been very iron relations, can be said to be so good that you can wear the same pants. Although Ji Kun called his young master, he always regarded Lin Mo Yuan as his big brother. Lin Mo Yuan likewise treated Ji Kun as his own brother. The time Ji Kun saw Yang Wenwen was in gym class, when he and Lin Mo Yuan, as always, skipped class to come to the playground to look at beautiful women. Ji Kun saw Yang Wenwen at a glance, can be said to be love at first sight. At that time, Ji Kun turned to Lin Mo Yuan and said, "Young master, I must chase this girl." The Lin Mo Yuan of that time was not the Lin Mo Yuan of now, and treated Ji Kun's words as a mere joke. Even if you can catch it, what can you do? That girl Lin Mo Yuan no. When the clouds see one of the most beautiful a school flower, but the family is not very good, barely can be considered ordinary. Don't need to think all no. Ji Kun's father is absolutely will not agree. So this thing, Ji Kun has never told anyone, but see this video in today's cell phone. Ji Kun can no longer endure. From this girl's last eyes, Ji Kun can see that he is her only hope. Tightly pursed his lips, Ji Kun punched the car's LCD screen. The screen was hit out a deep trace. Spider web general cracks. From the side of the Ji Kun internal struggle, took a deep breath. Ji Kun did not care about the wound is already full of blood. Took out his cell phone. With ease, Ji Kun found the address book. Lin Mo Yuan's phone number. Again after hesitating for a while, Ji Kun finally dialed out. "Young master, something happened on my side." The other side of the phone was silent for a moment. Then Lin Mo Yuan's voice came out. "What's the situation? You say slowly." Ji Kun mentioned the matter of Yan Kexiang 3 years ago briefly, and then explained that Yan Kexiang had come to seek revenge this time, with the purpose of getting back the GTR 50 that he had lost to Lin Mo Yuan 3 years ago, and also forcibly took their own a good relationship with friends, as a blackmail. A few minutes later, Lin Mo Yuan sort of figured out the ins and outs of the matter. "So, Yan Kexiang, that little man is now on his way to Zhengtian Mansion Hot Pot Restaurant?" Ji Kun nodded with a complicated expression, his mind wandering for a few moments. He couldn't confirm Lin Mo Yuan's attitude. Because a girl who could be said to be unknown and insignificant. Would Lin Mo Yuan take out that very golden GTR 50? According to Ji Kuan's understanding of Lin Mo Yuan, this possibility was really too low. For so many years, he hadn't seen Lin Mo Yuan fake it with any girl. As a result, Lin Mo Yuan's next sentence nearly brought Ji Kuan to tears. Damn, this kid wants to ride on my head? Kunzi, go back and get that broken car with me. We're going to switch. In addition, find a few more brothers. After the replacement, that dog/day broken car to me in front of that little face smashed. No one is qualified to threaten me yet. Ji Kuan took a deep breath and then answered. What moved him the most was that Lin Mo Yuan was about to take out that car without hesitation and use it to exchange hostages. Just at this time, Lin Mo Yuan's voice once again came out from inside the phone. Kunzi, even your boss I wanna hide. Say it, is the one who was taken away your girlfriend? Ji Kuan was asked for a moment. After uttering a moment, said, young master, I am not trying to hide it from you. The main thing is that this girl's family history. I am afraid that my father does not agree. Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan instantly understood Ji Kuan's meaning. These things, I'll help you out. When this time I save the other girl, I'll go talk to uncle. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Ji Kuan's heart burst with ecstasy. Alright young master, then what should we do now? The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled up a smile. A plan. Of course. Chapter 67, System Upgrade. Lin Mo Yuan briefly elaborated on his plan over the phone before hanging up. Qin Yixin's eyes became a little strange as he looked at Lin Mo Yuan. Eldest Miss Qin was sitting right across from Lin Mo Yuan, so she naturally heard all of these things clearly. I think this matter. Shouldn't we call the police first? With this approach, aren't you afraid of being caught in the act? Lin Mo Yuan sniffed. With a few moments of curiosity in her eyes, she looked at Qin Yixin and opened her mouth to ask, Miss Qin, that Yan Kexiang has come to my territory and laid his hands on my brothers. At this time, you're even thinking about the pros and cons? It's not without reason that your company will encounter difficulties and be restricted at every turn on the Qin family side. Learn well from me. This time, I won't let you pay tuition fees. While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan left the restaurant on his own, got into his sports car and left, only leaving behind a puzzled Qin Yixin, as well as a bill of more than $200. Didn't you say you'd treat me to dinner? Why did you run away without settling the bill? Qin Yixin was in tears and laughter, and then could only pick up the bill on the table, and went to settle the bill himself. Lin Mo Yuan was already at the location where Ji Kuan was at this time, precisely near the Zhangtian mansion. Behind Ji Kuan is the GTR 50 that originally belonged to Yan Kexiang. This Yan Kexiang, with how many people? Ji Kuan recalled the sight he had seen at the cafe and then replied, probably 20 to 30 people. That's all I saw. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then turned sideways to his bodyguard Captain Li Quan and said, Li Quan, go to the company's security department and call all the brothers who don't need to patrol over here for me. Yan Kexiang wants to compare the number of people with me. Let me see what kind of backbone he has. Li Quan nodded with a fierce smile and turned around to walk towards Zhangtian mansion. Lin Mo Yuan, on the other hand, brought Ji Kuan and a group of bodyguards and slowly walked into this hot pot restaurant. From the moment he entered, Lin Mo Yuan noticed some details. There was something wrong with the atmosphere inside this hot pot restaurant. Downstairs was not an elegant room, but rather a loose seat. These diners sitting on the chairs. From the time they entered, their gazes fell on Lin Mo Yuan and Ji Kuan's body. It seems that downstairs, all Yan Kexiang's people are. However, Lin Mo Yuan's heart is not a trace of nervousness. Downstairs sparsely, sitting probably more than 20 people. However, Lin's group's security department, but there are more than 300 people. Even if you throw away the ones that are patrolling and standing guard, that's still a number of more than 200 people. What did it mean to be a villain? Traditionally, villains have always been stronger than the protagonists. Arriving at the location on the second floor, Lin Mo Yuan saw Yan Kexiang sitting inside the elegant room at a glance. For Yan Kexiang, this person, there was actually no understanding, and the original owner's memories were also very vague. You are Yan Kexiang? Sorry, my memory is a little bad. Where are you from again? The bodyguard beside Yan Kexiang, when he heard this sentence, immediately wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Yan Kexiang. Back off. What is the identity of this one? Do you know? Yan Kexiang then stood up with a smile on his face and said to Lin Mo Yuan with a smile, Lin Xiao, you don't mind? My bodyguard doesn't know what he's doing. I'll apologize for him. Lin Mo Yuan sat down on the seat opposite Yan Kexiang with a big horse. Ji Kuan also sat down on the other side. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the table empty, nothing dishes, smiled and said to Yan Kexiang, I say, that. Yan, what? What is this place? This is Hot Pot City. What's it like to talk about things in Hot Pot City and not eat hot pot, right? When Yan Kexiang heard Lin Mo Yuan's words, He also put away the smile on his face and his expression became serious. Lin Xiao, I don't want to waste time with you either. Let's do it this way. I only have one condition. As long as you agree, we can talk about everything. Lin Mo Yuan heard this. His eyes narrowed slightly, then probed forward. His eyes looked at Yan Kexiang, and said in a cold voice, Yan Kexiang, little master does not have time to bull asterisk with you here. Release the person first, I will give you the car, and then talk about the rest. Yan Kexiang heard, raised his eyebrows, obviously did not expect. Lin Mo Yuan directly opened the door. Lin Xiao, what release the person? How can I not understand? Yan Kexiang's words had just gotten halfway through his sentence when Lin Mo Yuan directly picked up the cup with tea on the table and slapped it directly on his face. Let's play dumb with little master me here. Do I look like a good person to you? What kind of person you little don't have a point in your heart? Drops. The host's behavior matches the villain's setting. Villain value plus 99,999. Drop. The host's fanaticism angered the bodyguard Qin Shun. Villain value plus 999. Drops. The host's behavior has angered bodyguard Nieyu. Villain value plus 999. Drops. The host's behavior has angered Yan Kexiang. Villain value plus 9,999. This series of electronic beeps echoed in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, causing a cold smile to appear at the corner of his mouth. Those who dared to count on themselves, of course they had to pay the price. The so-called villain should precisely dare to love and hate. Yan Kexiang's mood at this time was simply difficult to express in words. Since he was a child, no one dared to treat him like this. Never. Lin Mo Yuan, I think you're not going to eat the penalty wine. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed, still with a very beat-up smile on his face, and said in a very open manner, just with you, you also want to toast me? You don't even piss on yourself to see if you're worthy. If your father was here, maybe I could give him some face. Cut the crap and tell me where he is. Otherwise, let your father personally come to Yunhai City to collect people. Yan Kexiang was in a state of anger. Where did he care that this was in Lin Mo Yuan's territory? With a wave of his hand, he signaled the bodyguards around him to rush up and take down Lin Mo Yuan. However, behind Lin Mo Yuan, Li Shuwei was quick to take the lead, directly behind Yan Kexiang's two bodyguards down on the ground. The bodyguards around Lin Mo Yuan, that can be the top level of the dragon country, because Lin Mo Yuan's old man, the care for his son, has reached an extreme degree. The bodyguards around Yan Kexiang naturally also have two brushes, but in the face of someone like Li Shuwei, in the end, it is still inevitable that a defeat will occur. Yan Kexiang saw the situation is not good. Directly on the table of the wine glass fell on the ground, slamming the glass as a sign. This is the code word that Yan Kexiang agreed with his men below. But after he saw the mocking expression on Lin Mo Yuan's face, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Chapter 68, take it down directly. Young Master Yan is quite cultured. He also knows the phrase of dropping a cup as a sign. Yan Kexiang frowned when he heard Lin Mo Yuan's conspiratorial remark. Lin Mo Yuan, what do you mean? In Yan Kexiang's heart, a few ominous premonitions rose. There was still no movement for such a long time. Something was definitely wrong. Lin Mo Yuan, on the other hand, said with a smile, Yan Kexiang, I think you don't have a brain. What is this place? Across the street is Lin's group. You in the eyes of Lin's group and I move. You are when my Lin's group security department. All is not a pose? When Yan Kexiang heard these words, his heartbeat seemed to skip a beat. Afterwards, a sound of footsteps came from the position of the stairway. Yan Kexiang's eyes immediately looked to the direction of the sound, hoping to see as their own bodyguards. The result of course disappointed him. The one who came to the second floor was Lin Mo Yuan's bodyguard, Li Quan, and behind Li Quan was the manager of the Lin Group's security department. Behind this manager, there stood two bodyguards wearing black uniforms, and above the armband was none other than the logo of the Lin Group. Young master, you came here to the company, why didn't you tell me in advance? Seeing this manager's fawning face, Lin Mo Yuan waved his hand, signaling this manager to wait for a moment, and then turned his head to Yan Kexiang and said, Kid, as you can see, it's not that I don't give you a chance. This young master has always been very merciful, so I'll give you one last chance. Man, where did you hide it? Don't answer first if you can't consider it clearly. Seeing the evil smile at the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth, Yan Kexiang couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. What is this situation? This Lin Mo Yuan looks like he is not the same person as the Lin Mo Yuan from 3 years ago. Yan Kexiang frowned, then said, no problem, I can release the person, but I have one condition. You, Lin Mo Yuan, must have a match with me. I'm talking about you personally taking the field. Compete with me in a car race. I lost 3 years ago. If you have the guts, you'll compete with me again. If you win, I'll even give you my car downstairs. The car downstairs? Lin Mo Yuan frowned, Looking at Yen Qixiang's eyes gradually became a few points of impatience. This kid can't understand his own meaning? What more do you want to compare? This is to get an inch. He did not do it now. Is already in his father's face. Is this kid does not know his own temper? Yen Qixiang, think clearly before you speak. You see, young master, I look like a person who lacks a car? Drive your piece of garbage GTR? Immediately release the person to me, or I will personally give your dad a call. Ask him if Xingtian Group is going to start a war with my Lin's Group. The manager of the security department, who was standing on the side, was sweating like a pig as soon as he heard these words. My goodness, young master, you really do have the guts to say it. Who is Lin's Group at war with? Is that something that can be said with a touch of the upper and lower lips? Even the chairman of the board wouldn't dare to make a decision so easily. However, this manager also knows that although Lin Mo Yuan is a playboy, he is still afraid of the chairman of the board. So these words, basically that is to say out to play. But what this manager did not anticipate is that what Lin Mo Yuan said may not necessarily not become reality. Yen Qixiang was naturally also scared by Lin Mo Yuan's words and swallowed a mouthful of saliva, but he definitely would not give up his purpose. This might be the fault of arrogance. Lin Mo Yuan, I have just one request. You and I have a match. Otherwise I can't guarantee that my men won't do something to that girl. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed and went up and slapped him. I'm going to you, kid, you successfully angered me. Alright, just as you said. But first let's see if the girl is safe. Yen Qixiang covered his cheeks. A flash of viciousness swept through his eyes. Then he quickly hit it. Right now, it was completely Lin Mo Yuan who held the initiative, so he still had to endure it himself. But when the match started, he would definitely try his best to put Lin Mo Yuan to death. What Yen Qixiang didn't realize was that his expression had all fallen into Lin Mo Yuan's eyes. When Lin Mo Yuan saw Yen Qixiang's sinister eyes, he just disdainfully skimmed his mouth. Kid, you are still tender. Yen Qixiang took out his cell phone from his pocket and made a video call to his men. Behind Lin Mo Yuan, Ji Kuan stepped forward and stared at the cell phone screen in Yen Qixiang's hands, as if he had taken this as his last hope. Soon, the phone was connected. The first to reveal, is a break white pretty face, is a clear girl. The moment Lin Mo Yuan saw this girl, the memories in his mind came flooding back. It turned out to be the girl that Ji Kuan liked when he was in high school. It was surprising that the relationship between these two had been maintained for so many years, and no wonder in the original owner's memories. Ji Kuan, this person, was always very mysterious. Every time he called him to go to a nightclub or something to dash around, Ji Kuan would keep his distance from the opposite sex. It seems that Ji Kuan should have moved sincerely. When the girl in the video saw Ji Kuan's face, she immediately turned her head away, not wanting Ji Kuan to see her. Obviously, this girl is very kind-hearted. Do not want to let Ji Kuan pay the price because of himself. Yen Qixiang's expression gradually calmed down, no longer the mania he had before. Then he directly cut off the phone in his hand, then looked at Ji Kuan and said coldly, don't worry, within 24 hours, I won't do anything to this girl. As for you guys, this time tomorrow, we'll meet at the Ring Mountain Highway. After saying these words, Yen Qixiang turned around and walked out of this hot pot city, came downstairs. Yen Qixiang's pupils slightly tightened. Downstairs in the not-so-big space, all are Lin's Group security, and their hands, all holding a stick. The bodyguards that he brought with him were sitting on the chairs, not even daring to move. Yen Qixiang in his heart cursed a waste, which is a face of calm out of the hot pot city. Those bodyguards, naturally, also followed behind, with the appearance of a lost dog. Give me some spirit. All of them are downcast. What a look! Yen Qixiang's heart became more and more angry, and he directly kicked the stool at the door away. Lin Mo Yuan on the second floor saw this scene, but his eyes gradually became dangerous. Now the biggest problem is their own car skills. Lin Mo Yuan's car skills in his last life is just ordinary, belonging to the kind of driver's license. Not much touched the steering wheel of the existence. Yen Qixiang's car skills, even if not good, that is always better than their own. He simply did not have the opportunity to defeat Yen Qixiang. Chapter 69. You don't understand the life of an open man. Lin Mo Yuan sighed, but suddenly remembered something. That was that his own villain value should be enough to open a treasure chest once. So was it possible to directly open out a driving skill of some sort? Lin Mo Yuan thought carefully and realized that it wasn't impossible. As long as he had enough lucky charms, it might not be possible to get whatever he wanted. It seemed like there was indeed a need to open the chest once. The incident at the hot pot restaurant. Lin Mo Yuan's old man certainly knew about it, but he didn't put it on his mind. He just thought that Lin Mo Yuan was fighting with whoever he was jealous of again, so he treated it as if he didn't know about it. Anyway, it wasn't once or twice that Lin Mo Yuan had this kind of ridiculous behavior. When Lin Mo Yuan returned to Dongsheng Huating Villa, it was already an hour later. Before going back, Ji Kuan had been very worried, because he had grown up with Lin Mo Yuan since he was a child. What kind of car skills Lin Mo Yuan had? Could he not be clear in his heart? Lin Mo Yuan's car skills are far worse than his own. Not to mention compared to Yin Kaxiang. Lin Mo Yuan just waved his hand and told Ji Kuan not to worry, then returned to the villa. Tang Euro is currently taking exams, so they live in the school, the large villa. Only Lin Mo Yuan is left alone, but it is also considered quiet. Lin Mo Yuan came into the room and slowly closed his eyes. System, I want driving skills. Is there any good method? Drops. There was no shortcut to take. It can only be obtained by drawing treasure chests. Lin Mo Yuan sighed when he heard these words. Although he had long predicted this ending, he was still a bit unwilling. Although the explosive rate of the treasure chest wasn't too low, whether or not it could open up a skill was still a toss-up. Although it is nothing to lose the game, but just send out a sports car. But Lin Mo Yuan cannot swallow this breath. What kind of person is Mr. Lin? He was a villain. He was a villain. And only villains robbed other people. But no one dared to rob the villain's things. If he can't draw out the skills this time, then Lin Mo Yuan plans to directly let his men ambush the mountain highway, and then contact Mo Feng's side. In case he loses, then he will snatch all the people and cars back. However, all of this is based on the case of not being able to draw out the driving skill. If this time if really so lucky, a wave of European emperor directly drew out the driving skill, Lin Mo Yuan does not need to go through so much trouble. Wait, lucky? Lucky talisman. Lin Mo Yuan suddenly thought of this magical setting. He realized that as long as he used the lucky charms, when he went to draw treasure chests again, the burst rate would increase a lot, and along with that, the quality of the rewards was also a lot higher. It seemed that this system, too, was still considered humane. System, I want to draw a lottery. Drops. Host's current villain value is 236000324. Is it certain that you want to draw a prize? Okay, give me 10 intermediate lucky charms. Drop. Intermediate lucky charms have to be redeemed with the villain value. Do you want to exchange them? Okay. Drop. 10 intermediate lucky charms have been put into the backpack. 10 lucky charms. All used. Target, Lin Mo Yuan. Along with the familiar 10 golden rays of light, Lin Mo Yuan suddenly felt a wave of relief over his entire body. It turned out that the glow of the intermediate lucky charms was actually golden in color. I wonder what a high-level lucky charm looks like. Putting this thought in the back of his mind, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes slowly became determined. System, give me 2 10 million level treasure chests. Drops. Confirm that you want to spend 20 million villainous values in exchange for 2 10 million grade treasure chests? Once this operation has been carried out, it will not be able to be changed. The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled slightly when he saw the figure of 20 million lucky values. This was all of his savings over this period of time. Lin Mo Yuan couldn't help but think that if he could exchange money for villain values, wouldn't that be awesome? But this thought was mercilessly blocked by the system. Drops. Currently this system does not support exchanging real money for villain values. Dog system, I'm just thinking about it. Why are you so serious? Without further ado, hurry up and open the box for me. Dropping. Command received. 2 10 million treasure chests have been placed in the backpack. Do you want to open them now? Yes. Open them all for me. Drops. The treasure chests have been opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a gold level scroll. Category, Business. Drops. Treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining hall level driving skills. Holy, surprisingly, it really came out. This thing is a golden legend level equipment. Lin Mo Yuan looked at the skills in his backpack and his face burst with excitement. I didn't expect that he had really opened up the Hall of Fame level driving skill. This can really solve the urgent need. Yen Kaxiang, you kid is ready to wash your car and leave in disgrace. While thinking like this, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes were looking towards this gold level scroll. System, why is this scroll still a business? Doesn't this thing still have any precepts or categorization? Drops. The content contained within each scroll is different, so there will be various classifications. After figuring out this matter, Lin Mo Yuan opened his mouth. System, use the hall level driving skill. Drop. Command received. Hall level driving skill has been used. A burst of light flew out from Lin Mo Yuan's body. Then after circling around Lin Mo Yuan a few times, it violently entered into Lin Mo Yuan's chest. Lin Mo Yuan immediately felt a huge change in his entire being, but where the change occurred was without any knowledge. That's all done? This is too easy, isn't it? Lin Mo Yuan looked up and down at his body and didn't find anything unusual. Solely coming to his underground garage, Lin Mo Yuan wanted to see what kind of effect this hall level driving skill could have. Just coming to the garage below, the moment he saw these cars of his, Lin Mo Yuan's mind was filled with many more data. Each car is made by which family? How many kilometers per hour the fastest speed? How many seconds to accelerate 100 kilometers? How the engine works? Lin Mo Yuan knew all of it. Ha 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 ha, the system really doesn't lie. While saying somewhat excitedly, Lin Mo Yuan pulled open the door of his Lamborghini Reventon and then drilled in. The moment his hands just gripped the steering wheel, Lin Mo Yuan instantly had a strange feeling that this car and himself were one. This system is really powerful. Hall-level driving skills, and it's not blown away. Afterwards, slowly opening the door of the garage, Lin Mo Yuan drove this Reventon and directly rushed out of the garage. Chapter 70, Templar-level skills show their power. Dongsheng Huading Villa. The villa's fine iron gate was slowly opened, followed by an ink-blue sports car that flew out. The sports car even floated for a few seconds before it managed to land on the ground. Obviously, the one who drove the car was none other than Lin Mo Yuan, Lin's eldest young master. Now it was almost dusk, so the sky was dark, and it wasn't rush hour, so there wasn't much traffic on the highway. Therefore, the Lamborghini Reventon that Lin Mo Yuan was driving was like flying close to the ground, and people could only see a blurry shadow. Holy, what the hell is that thing? So fast? It looks like a Lamborghini. How can it go so fast? Is this kid crazy? Look at that. That's a right angle. He can actually drift. This can't be a movie. Lin Mo Yuan's car can be said to have caused a big stir in the city. After all, Lamborghini, this kind of car, good looking is good looking, but many aspects are limited. One of them was the speed aspect. Inside the city the vehicles were all flowing endlessly. Basically no one could make the sports car run at a real speed. But Lin Mo Yuan was different. With his hall-level driving skills, he could completely manage this level of speed. And even if there were more vehicles coming and going, no one could stop Lin Mo Yuan's speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Mo Yuan had already arrived near the south gate of Yunhai University without realizing it, where it originally took nearly an hour to arrive. Lin Mo Yuan had unexpectedly only used more than 20 minutes. It had to be said that this was simply a miracle. Even the Lin family's driver didn't dare to say that he could have such skill. Since he had come, Lin Mo Yuan slowly opened the car door, stepped out of the car, and walked towards the school. According to the time, Tang Yuro should have just finished her exams, so it's a good idea to take her for a ride and a meal. Just as Lin Mo Yuan thought, Tang Yuro had just arrived at the cafeteria. Mo Yuan, why are you here? The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled up a smile and said with a laugh, there's nothing to do, can't I still come to see you? How was it? How did you play on the exam? Tang Yuro nodded and said rather confidently, of course there's no problem. What is it that you came to see me about? Lin Mo Yuan tugged at his collar and said, letting you go see the car skills of a world-class racing expert. Any interest? A racing expert? Or world-class? Hearing this, Tang Yuro couldn't help but feel some curiosity in her heart. What world-class expert are you talking about? Where is the person? Lin Mo Yuan reached out to take the bag on Tang Yuro's shoulder and said with a smile, you'll know if you follow me. Miss Tang. Tang Yuro was called by this Miss Tang's heart, naturally nodded her head and agreed. Arriving at the school entrance, Tang Yuro realized that something was wrong. Just the two of us? Where's that what world-class racing expert you said? Lin Mo Yuan put Tang Yuro's bag on the car and thoughtfully pulled open the door for her, saying, standing right in front of you, just watch it later. With a hint of a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, Lin Mo Yuan also sat in the car, his hands gripping the steering wheel. Tang Yuro hadn't never seen Lin Missouri Yuan drive, but the way he drove, how could he look like an expert? Where did Lin Mo Yuan get his confidence? Just as Tang Yuro was wondering, Lin Mo Yuan had already stepped on the gas. Along with a roar from the engine, the body of the Lamborghini Reventon immediately turned into a black shadow, speeding off in the direction of the city. Tang Yuro directly let out a cry of alarm. Mo Yuan, what are you doing? You drive slowly. The corners of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth were still tinged with a bad smile as he said softly, don't worry, Yuro, everything is with me. With me, no accidents. While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan's hand movements were not slow at all, shifting gears, pulling the handbrake, all in one go. And finally the Lamborghini came to another perfect drift at the intersection, accompanied by an ear-splitting sound of tires rubbing the ground, in the back of the car, leaving 2 long brake marks. There were naturally people on the road who noticed this person's wild behavior, but when they saw the license plate number of this car, they chose to keep their mouths shut. The reason was simple. This car belonged to young master Lin Mo Yuan Lin. There was no one in Yunhai City who didn't recognize it. Isn't this that young prince of the Lin family? What kind of madness is this? I don't know. But this car skill is really not bad. Look at this maneuver. It's just flowing. Maybe he didn't drive the car. Who knows? Can that kid have such good car skills? I don't think so. 10 minutes later, the Lamborghini was already getting farther and farther away from the city and came to the vicinity of the Mountain Ring Road. Dumping the car in a beautiful swerve and parking it in front of a bar, Lin Mo Yuan looked at the highway in the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. Tomorrow at this time, it will be the time for himself and Yin Kexiang to fight it out. Yen Kishan's car skills. Lin Mo Yuan is not very understanding. Just listen to Ji Koen said. Yen Kishan once put the national third rider over even the car taillights cannot see. That is to say, Yen Kishan this playboy. Absolutely not what the playboy. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan's cell phone rang. Hello, boss, I just got a message. Ji Koen's words seemed a little afraid to open his mouth. Say it, what news? As for being so difficult to speak, Ji Koen swallowed a mouthful of saliva before continuing. I just inquired about Yen Kishan's master, and it turned out to be Li Yunxian. Li Yunxian is the first player to represent the country in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and in this aspect of car skills, it is the proper first. Li Yunxian? Of course this person Lin Mo Yuan had some impression. The Dragon Country ranked first racing driver, once in the Cross-Sea Bridge took the world's second good results, can be said to be the Dragon Country racing world of warsealing. Yen Kishan even worshipped him as a master. That is really some tricky. At this time, Tang Yuro also seemed to have sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and slowly stretched out her hand and held Lin Mo Yuan's palm. It was this grip that caused Lin Mo Yuan's tightly frowned brows to stretch out. What are you afraid of? He himself was the one with the system in place, and the hall-level driving skills had already arrived. The people in this world whose real car skills surpassed his own simply didn't exist. All of a sudden, a power called confidence slowly filled Lin Mo Yuan's heart. As for what car to use during the competition, Lin Mo Yuan had long had a plan. Just use that Lamborghini to hardtop the poison. The purpose of Yen Kishan's visit was also for this car. Chapter 71, Peak Showdown. On the following day, at 5 in the afternoon, Yunhai City's Mountain Ring Highway. The originally sparsely populated highway was a bit crowded at this time. A luxury car that was enough to blind people's eyes was parked in rows and rows. Those who came here were all the rich second generation of Yunhai City. From 10 million to 1 million, all levels of sports cars were in abundance, so it was not lively. Ji Koen took off his own glasses inside. Immediately to the time of the competition, Yen Kishan and Lin Mo Yuan, the two heavyweights, but late to come to the scene, which cannot help but make Ji Koen a little worried. After all, Yang Wenwen is still in the hands of Yen Kishan. Ji Koen had to worry. At this time, a burst of engine roar sound rang out. This sound sounds very special, obviously modified vehicles. Looking in the direction the sound came from, Ji Koen's brows immediately locked up. Surprisingly, it was the Plymouth. How did the beast in this vehicle appear here? And on the driver's seat was none other than an old acquaintance, Yen Kishan. Yen Kishan actually took out a modified Plymouth to participate in the battle. This Plymouth is also called GTX, a typical muscle car. Yen Kishan stepped out of the car in the midst of the envious gazes of a crowd of rich second-generation people, slowly came to Ji Koen's body and said with a smile, "Young Master Ji, came quite early. Where is Lin Mo Yuan? Wouldn't be afraid, right? But you know the agreement between us. Only when Lin Mo Yuan comes, I can release him." Just as Ji Koen was about to speak, an even more ear-piercing engine sound rang out. A dark gold-painted beast slowly appeared in people's vision. It was the Lamborghini hardtop poison that Yen Kishan thought about day and night. When Yen Kishan saw this car, he immediately narrowed his eyes. This car, surprisingly, was also a modified existence, and Lin Mo Yuan was sitting in the driver's seat at this moment, with a bland face. This kind of blandness fell in Yen Kishan's eyes. That is to pretend kid, wait for me to dump you cannot even see my car taillights, then you will cry to go. The corner of Yen Kishan's mouth pulled out a touch of cruel smile. Lin Mo Yuan of course noticed Yen Kishan's demeanor, but did not put it in mind. Arriving in front of both Yen Kishan and Ji Koen, Lin Mo Yuan's eyes looked around, then said with a smile, "Quite lively, young master, I like this kind of place." The corner of Yen Kishan's mouth revealed a cold smile as he looked at Lin Mo Yuan's eyes gradually became morose. "Lin Mo Yuan, young master Lin, it looks like you are very confident. Say it, how do you plan to compete with me?" Lin Mo Yuan laughed coldly. This was obviously Yen Kishan knowing that he didn't know much about racing at all and wanted to deliberately embarrass himself. "Yen Kishan, you first release the person to me. As for how to compare, just draw a path. No matter what, I, Lin Mo Yuan, will take it." Yen Kishan was obviously very surprised. Why does Lin Mo Yuan look so confident? Could it be that this kid has really secretly practiced these days? But so what? His own master was one of the top 3 in the entire Dragon Kingdom. In this regard, Lin Mo Yuan simply couldn't see his own taillights. Yen Kishan slightly narrowed his eyes, then waved his hand at his bodyguard, who immediately walked to a van at the back and opened the door. Ji Koen's gaze was dead on the car door, while Lin Mo Yuan was staring at Yen Kishan's direction. With a few precautions in his heart, Ji Koen can relax vigilance, but Lin Mo Yuan cannot, because in case Yen Kishan if there is any action, now is the best time. But fortunately, Yen Kishan did not mean to play any tricks. At first, Lin Mo Yuan suspected that this Yen Kexiang and Xiao Fan have a relationship, and even very likely to be Xiao Fan to find helpers. But on second thought, Xiao Fan is simply not qualified to know Yen Kexiang this level of male, so also dismissed this idea. Yen Kexiang watched Ji Kuan remove Yang Wenwen's hood and shielded her behind him, and a smile appeared on his face. How is it, Lin Mo Yuan? Are you satisfied with this? Lin Mo Yuan nodded and exchanged a look with Ji Kuan. After determining that Yang Wenwen was only in shock and hadn't suffered any substantial injuries, he then said with a smile, Yen Kexiang, I didn't expect you as a person to be a man of your word. This is out of my expectation. Okay, don't be grating, draw a line. Let's see if you take away my hardtop poison, or I even take your Plymouth home with me. The corner of Yen Kexiang's mouth pulled up a smile, falling in Lin Mo Yuan's eyes. It was the meaning of mockery. It's very simple. We'll follow the foreign ratio. Very easy. Quarter mile. That's the standard distance for a straight line acceleration race. A quarter mile is 400 meters. We'll compare these 400 meters. Lin Mo Yuan was surprised for a few moments when he heard this. I didn't expect Yen Kexiang to like this kind of race system, but this is also quite good. It doesn't require much skill at all. All that is looked at is the configuration of the sports car. Lin Mo Yuan behind this Lamborghini hardtop poison. That is the domestic straight line acceleration of the number of top level. 100 kilometers of acceleration to 8 seconds of existence. Not the general sports car can be compared. And there is another point. This car has been modified. The specific speed in the end can reach how much? This point is still a secret, but will soon be revealed. Alright, just compare. I have no problem. After throwing down such a sentence, Lin Mo Yuan turned around and sat back in his driver's seat. The leather seat on the driver's seat reflected a bit of luster, making Lin Mo Yuan's entire person look confident. Yen Kexiang frowned, and had a few unknown premonitions in his heart. But then, Yen Kexiang revealed a sinister smile. No matter what, Lin Mo Yuan today is absolutely impossible to win, because Yen Kexiang has long had a countermeasure. Chapter 72, Brother, go home and practice for a few more years. The competition time was set 5 minutes later. Lin Mo Yuan was sitting in his car, making a very grave appearance. Of course, in order to make Yen Kexiang relax his guard, Lin Mo Yuan's acting skills are at the level of a small gold medal, so naturally he won't reveal anything. At this time, Ji Kuan brought Yang Wenwen to the side of Lin Mo Yuan's car, and reached out and knocked on the window. Lin Mo Yuan lowered the window and Ji Kuan said with some apprehension, Boss, why don't you let me get on? I'll go talk to that person? Lin Mo Yuan, however, waved his hand, full of unconcern. Don't worry, it's still simple to clean him up. This is the younger sibling, right? What's her name? Yang Wenwen glanced at Lin Mo Yuan, but said with a big smile, Lin Xiao. Hello, my name is Yang Wenwen. Lin Mo Yuan sized up the girl and couldn't help but feel very satisfied with Ji Kuan's vision. This girl seemed to be a child of a good family, knowing manners and being polite. Her family background instead became secondary. Kunzi, you are quite blessed. Treat people well. Your father's side doesn't need you to worry. I will go to uncle's place tomorrow to sit and talk to him. When Ji Kuan heard Lin Mo Yuan's words, he immediately nodded, his heart infinitely grateful. Subsequently, there was a thought that rose up from Ji Kuan's heart. Even if Lin Mo Yuan told him to die, then he would not hesitate. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan's mind was resounding with an electronic beep. Drops. Detected that someone's loyalty to the host has reached 100%. The Eye of True Vision function has been turned on. Drops. This function can now be used. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes widened when he heard these words. System. What's this? What is the Eye of True Vision? Drops. The Eye of True Vision is one of the system's functions, through which you can check how loyal the target is to the host, as well as the camp they belong to. Holy, there's this kind of magical function? Lin Mo Yuan looked at Ji Kuan by his side and said secretly in his heart, System, open the Eye of True Vision for me. A string of data was then displayed in Lin Mo Yuan's eyes. Name, Ji Kuan. Age, 22. Height, 181. Formation, villain, own side. Loyalty, 100, can be completely trusted. After reading this string of data, Lin Mo Yuan was instantly excited. With this function, it would be easy to tell if it's a friend or foe, and it was also possible to be on guard at all times so that there wouldn't be a mole on one side. I didn't expect the system to have such a high-tech function. At this time, a man in a suit walked over and said with a smile, Young Lin, my young master asked me to remind you that it's time for the match. Only then did Lin Mo Yuan hear this and looked a little impatient as he waved his hand, signaling that he knew. Before turning the car around and driving towards the competition venue, the hardtop poison with a value of up to $90 million is the absolute king in this venue. Even Yen Kexiang's modified Plymouth is definitely not as dazzling as Lin Mo Yuan's ride. Parking the car behind a yellow line, The corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth pulled up a smile. It said it was a quarter-mile straight-line acceleration, but Yen Kexiang definitely wouldn't be unprepared for anything else. Lin Mo Yuan looked at Yen Kexiang face-open smile. The heart has also raised a few points of vigilance. At this time, one of Yen Kexiang's bodyguards came to the middle of the two cars and inquired, "Are you ready?" Lin Mo Yuan and Yen Kexiang looked at each other and both nodded. This bodyguard then came to the position of the yellow line, waved his hands quickly downwards and said, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, Lin Mo Yuan's hardtop poison, and Yen Kexiang's Plymouth, simultaneously transformed into two phantoms. Yen Kexiang's speed is obviously a step faster than Lin Mo Yuan. This is where the advantage of the modified car lies. After all, Lin Mo Yuan's side is not a muscle car, but a supercar, so in the beginning slightly inferior, but soon caught up, and even with Yen Kexiang began to drive side by side. Yen Kexiang frowned, did not expect Lin Mo Yuan's technology is not bad, really can threaten himself, but then, his face hung a gloomy smile. Only Yen Kexiang pressed a few times on the laptop placed on top of the passenger seat, and then the Plymouth let out a roar. Then, at the location of the exhaust pipe, two long blue jet flames appeared. In an instant, the Plymouth surpassed the hardtop poison around it. Lin Mo Yuan naturally noticed this scene, and his brows tightly furrowed. This kid had actually installed nitrogen acceleration. This car of Lin Mo Yuan's, although it didn't have nose acceleration, it was precision modified. Among them was the computer configuration modification, making this car's performance more superior than most supercars. The nitrous acceleration was very short, but Lin Mo Yuan's sports car hadn't used all its strength yet. Lin Mo Yuan simply clicked a few times on the LCD display, and then this sports car began to accelerate even more exaggeratedly than nitrogen acceleration, directly catching up and overtaking it. Yen Kexiang saw that he was about to reach the end of the line, but Lin Mo Yuan was catching up, and immediately frowned. How can this kid catch up? Yen Kexiang tightly clenched his teeth, and then pressed a key again. On the side of this car, a black hole tube-like object stretched out, and then directly sprayed out a javelin head. Behind the gun head, there were also steel cables. Lin Mo Yuan obviously did not expect that Yen Kexiang had hidden such a hand behind his back, but Lin Mo Yuan's reaction is not slow. After all, has the Hall-level driving skills plus body, so adrift will be this javelin perfect dodge. This javelin straight inserted in the highway next to a class of sky-high trees. Yen Kexiang's car was also brought flying. Hard hit the tree. This hardtop poison of Lin Mo Yuan, on the other hand, reached the finish line unscathed. Ji Kuan saw this scene from a distance and was relieved and somewhat gloating. Yen Kexiang's small-mindedness had ultimately gotten him into trouble himself. No matter what, the real winner of this match, Lin Mo Yuan, deserved it. Lin Mo Yuan drove to Yen Kexiang's neighborhood, then squatted on the side of the road and looked at this male with a good smile. "I say, often walking by the river, where is there not wet shoes?" This reasoning is understood even by me. Why do you have to be bent on having your own way? Racing or anything else? What can you do if you just win? Sooner or later, someone will drive you down from the altar. Nonsense. Also do not say, "Hurry out of the car." According to the rules, this car also belongs to me. I still have to take it to repair it. Yen Kexiang's expression, although still gloomy, but is not even a word of retort. This car's safety performance is still good, so Yen Kexiang did not suffer any injuries. Only the heart is not happy. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan but threw a car key to Yen Kexiang. Yen Kexiang received a face of confusion, and found that above this car key, there is a GTR logo. This broken car for me to drive away. Next time you want to come to compare with me, just say directly, "The whole thing is so big, there is no need." Yen Kexiang's gaze changed from anger to strangeness, looking at Lin Mo Yuan's back as he got into the car and left, and pursed his lips tightly. Which car this key belonged to? He was more than familiar with it. It was none other than his GTR 50. Lin Mo Yuan actually returned this car to himself? But why? Yen Kexiang's mood, very complicated. Chapter 73, Yen Kexiang's apology. Early in the morning, the sunlight fell in the courtyard of the Dongsheng Huading Villa, and there was a small man-made waterfall on the wigwam inside the courtyard, which had some poetic meaning. Lin Mo Yuan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already around 10 in the morning. Picking up his cell phone and scanning it, there was no news, just a few entertainment news. After the match last night, he took Ji Kuan and his girlfriend Yang Wenwen to have a drink, but what he didn't expect was that Yen Kexiang, the head of the Playboys in Jiangjiang City, had followed him. Ji Kuan was immediately on guard and looked like he was about to make a move. As a result, Yen Kexiang is to show that he came to apologize, and said he lost the heart to convince. Ji Kuan is still in a daze, but Yen Kexiang directly drank down 3 cups of white wine, said to make amends, and Lin Mo Yuan got a hint from the system, successfully changed the plot direction, gained an ally, and also had 99,999 villain value. At the same time, Lin Mo Yuan was also able to see the anomaly of Yin Kexiang, so he directly opened the eye of true vision. The data, however, showed that Yin Kexiang's camp was surprisingly also a villain, and also had a loyalty of 20, reaching the level of an ordinary friend. Lin Mo Yuan then realized that this should be because he also gave Yin Kexiang a car, so that Yin Kexiang's perception of himself improved a lot, with a GTR 50 in exchange for the friendship of the number one dude in Jiangjiang City. No matter how you look at it, it's all blood money. In this way, dealing with Xiao Fan, the son of luck, was also more certain. Lin Mo Yuan immediately let Yin Kexiang also seated. Ji Kuan saw Yin Kexiang is indeed also sincere apology, and Yang Wenwen also did not suffer any harm, so sex on this matter over. 3 people have been drinking until 2 o'clock in the evening, only then each dispersed. After Lin Mo Yuan finished washing up, his cell phone rang, picked up the cell phone screen and took a look, but it was Ji Kuan's call. After picking up the phone, Ji Kuan's voice seemed a little anxious. Young master, help there's really no way out on my side. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed, frowned and asked, Kunzi, what's wrong with you again? Is it Yin Kexiang looking for trouble again? Ji Kuan however said, no, young master, it's my dad. My dad knows about me in Wenwen, and wants to talk to me today. Young master, boss, you hurry up and think of a solution for me. Lin Mo Yuan sniffed and was relieved, then said with a smile, I thought there was something. No problem, this matter is wrapped up in me. Just wait for my good news. Ji Kuan's father, called Ji Xingxin, is Lin Mo Yuan's father's right arm. Back then was also followed Lin Mo Yuan's father to fight the world together. So the position in the Lin's group can be said to be under one person, 10,000 people up. The reason why Ji Xingxin knew about this matter was because of the match that was held last night at the Mountain Ring Road. At that time, the Ji family's old butler was there and naturally followed his young master. After seeing Ji Kuan and Yang Wenwen being intimate, he came back and told his own young master about this matter. Ji Xingxin had been looking for a suitable young lady for his son, and after hearing about this incident, he was naturally curious about Yang Wenwen, so he directly sent someone to check out Yang Wenwen's details. After finding out that Yang Wenwen was from an ordinary family, Ji Xingxin was somewhat against this marriage. Ji Kuan's meaning, as his father, how could Ji Xingxin not understand? So early this morning to his son called, obviously to talk about this issue. Ji Kuan had no choice but to do so, so he called Lin Mo Yuan. When Lin Mo Yuan arrived at Ji Kuan's house, it was already an hour later, just in time to see Ji Kuan in front of the steps of his villa with an anxious face. When Lin Mo Yuan saw this sight, he felt a few moments of amusement. Ji Kuan was considered one of the infamous rich second generation in the entire Yunhai city, but in front of Ji Xingxin, he was as honest as a kitten. Kunzi, what are you doing standing outside? Returning to your own home and still so restrained? When Ji Kuan heard Lin Mo Yuan's words, he immediately had a bitter smile on his face. Boss, you can finally come. I really have no choice. Where is this like your own home? This is simply hell. Lin Mo Yuan laughed and patted his shoulder, saying, alright, just don't think about this and that. Just look at brother me. Yang Wenwen is yours. She can't run away. When Ji Kuan heard Lin Mo Yuan's words, he was relieved. I don't know why. With Lin Mo Yuan by his side, Ji Kuan felt very grounded. After ringing the doorbell, the door was immediately opened, and what Lin Mo Yuan saw was none other than the old housekeeper that he had once met at the manor. Uncle Li, good morning. The butler saw Lin Mo Yuan and said with a smile, so it's Mo Yuan who's here. And young master, come in. Master has been waiting for you for a long time. Hearing the butler's words, Ji Kuan's face instantly turned as bitter as a melon. Uncle Li, what does my father mean? Can you reveal it? Butler Li shook his head with a smile and said, Master has his own thoughts. How would I know? Lin Mo Yuan said with a smile, alright Uncle Li, you busy yourself. Kunzi and I will go see Uncle Ji. Steward Li smiled and nodded, then left. Lin Mo Yuan, led by Ji Kuan, arrived at the door of a study on the second floor. Apparently, Ji Xingxin was inside. Boss, what's up? Should I go in first or? Lin Mo Yuan patted his shoulder and said, if you go in, I guess it'll be yellow directly. Look at me. After saying that, after organizing the suit on his body, Lin Mo Yuan then knocked on the door of the study. Come in. From the inside of the study, a magnetic voice came, and only then did Lin Mo Yuan push open the door and walk in. Ji Xingxin was reading a newspaper at the moment. Although it was already the internet age, Ji Xingxin still liked some nostalgia. Mo Yuan, my family's bastard boy. He's here to use you as a shield again? Lin Mo Yuan said with a smile. Uncle Ji, what are you talking about? My relationship with Kuan Zi. Who of us comes to be different? Ji Xingxin raised his eyebrows. Today's Lin Mo Yuan, How come he didn't look quite the same as before? But then Ji Xingsen laughed and shook his head, saying, "Stop it, Mo Yuan, you call that kid from my house over, and when it's over, you stay home for a lunch." Hearing this, Lin Mo Yuan didn't say anything, but came to the table and glanced at the newspaper in Ji Xingsen's hand. "Uncle Ji, reading the news? Can you show me the newspaper?" Chapter 74, Shocking Ji Xingsen. Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's words, Ji Xingsen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. "Mo Yuan, when did your brat become interested in newspapers?" Although he said this on his lips, he handed the newspaper to Lin Mo Yuan. Lin Mo Yuan took the newspaper and briefly scanned it, saying as he read it, "Door to door. This word is right, and it's also true in the present, but I personally prefer investment, venture capital. I've read about those families, the Li family in Yunhai City, the Shangwan family in Yunhai City, and the diversion group in Yunhai City, right?" Hearing this, Ji Xingsen's eyes but narrowed slightly. These three families were all marriage options that he had identified for his son. The daughter of the Li family's head, the second miss of the Shangwan family, and the sister of the chairman of the diversion group were all good choices, and they could also help the Ji family, as well as the strength of the Lin clan group, rise to the next level. However, Lin Mo Yuan's character, Ji Xingsen knew, if it was normal, this young master wouldn't have interfered in this matter at all, and he wouldn't have gone to gather information at all. "What's wrong with this kid today, Mo Yuan? What do you mean by this?" Lin Mo Yuan said with a smile. "What do I mean? Uncle Ji, you'll know in a moment." Afterwards, Lin Mo Yuan took his cell phone out of his pocket and sent a file to Ji Xingsen. Ji Xingsen looked at this document on his phone and frowned. Before this opened it, his intuition told him that what was in this document would most likely shock him greatly. The moment he opened the document, what entered his eyes was the sentence, "The Li family of Yunhai City has reached an agreement with the Qin family of Yunhai City." The Li family actually had a connection with the Qin family? Right now the entire Lin's group up and down. Everyone knew what kind of attitude the Qin family had. It was simply Sima Zhezhao's heart that everyone knew. Immediately, Ji Xingsen looked down again, and all he could see were details about the negotiations between the Li family and the Qin family. Further back is the second document. Above the title is clearly Tianhai City Shangwan family and the Qin family to reach a united front. Looking back, there was indeed all the evidence. Basically the Shangwan family appeared how many people, when to the Qin family, and when to leave, are clearly listed. Seeing this, Ji Xingsen no longer need to look down. The following is definitely evidence that the diversion group has some connection with the Qin family. Ji Xingsen took out a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table and silently lit it. Lin Mo Yuan looked at Ji Xingsen's expression, did not rush to speak, but sat on the sofa, a calm. The one who held the initiative now was already himself. Sure enough, Ji Xingsen looked at Lin Mo Yuan and opened his mouth to ask, "Mo Yuan, all this information, where did you get it from?" Lin Mo Yuan smiled and said, "Uncle Ji, of course these are my own channels. Don't look at the fact that I've been a mixed-up virtue for so many years, but I also know that there must be a lot of people within this group that don't want to see me accept that position, and not a few." Ji Xingsen once again sized up Lin Mo Yuan, and was instantly impressed for a few moments. This Lin Mo Yuan was definitely not as simple as he appeared. The disguise he had been wearing for so many years had actually fooled even himself. "I'm surprised, really surprised. It seems that Uncle Ji did underestimate you before." Ji Xingsen's face was filled with relief. He and Lin Shengtian, the chairman of Lin Group, who was also Lin Mo Yuan's father, were life and death friends. The two had fought side by side in the business world for so many years, and their relationship went without saying, treating Lin Mo Yuan as if he was his own son. He was just as doting as Lin Shengtian, but seeing such a Lin Mo Yuan today, Ji Xingsen only wanted to get properly drunk. Originally for the future of the Lin Group, both he and Lin Shengtian were very worried, because Lin Mo Yuan really didn't have the ability to take on the important position of heir. So Lin Shengtian tried to find a way out, and even went so far as to marry the Qin family. How could Lin Shengtian not understand the Qin family's ambition? But he has no other choice, because the Qin family miss Qin Yixian itself and the Qin family have some disagreement. This point is the best bargaining chip, but after seeing the calm Lin Mo Yuan in front of him, Ji Xingsen immediately felt that the future of the Lin Group was bright. Lin Mo Yuan of course saw Ji Xingsen's meaning, and only then did he continue to say with a smile, "Uncle Ji, all these families have dealings with the Qin family, and that's still part of it. The Qin family is already contacting various families in Yunhai City now, and their purpose, too simple, is to bring down my Lin clan group. So for you to allow Ji Kun to link up with these families is equivalent to giving the Lin clan group to outsiders. I hope you can think it through. In my opinion, this Yang Wenwen's bottom is very clean, and I've seen this girl before. She's very intelligent. she's a virtuous assistant, and will be a capable helper for Koan and I in the future. Hearing this, Ji Xingxin had completely understood Lin Mo Yuan's meaning. Yang Wenwen was a potential stock. Instead of placing all of his own bets on those few clans, it would be better to turn his attention to potential stocks. Most importantly, Yang Wenwen was reliable. Mo Yuan, your meaning, uncle already understands. A smile surfaced on Ji Xingxin's face. To be honest, you really gave me quite a shock today, but it was worth it. Tell that bastard to come in. I agree with the two of them. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Lin Mo Yuan's face. This matter, up to here, was considered completely resolved. At this time, in Lin Mo Yuan's mind, a system beep sounded. Drop. The host's words and actions shocked Ji Xingxin. Conforms to the behavior of a villain. Villain value plus 9,999. When Lin Mo Yuan walked out of the room, he ran into Ji Koan, who was hovering in front of the study. Ji Koan saw Lin Mo Yuan come out and hurriedly greeted him. Boss, how's it going? Did it succeed? Lin Mo Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, alright, there shouldn't be any problems. You go in. Ji Koan excitedly gave Lin Mo Yuan a direct hug and said, Boss, you are simply too divine. I love you to death. Lin Mo Yuan smiled and shook his head, then turned around and left the Ji family villa. Today was the last day of exam week, which meant that Tang Euro would be on vacation in the evening. So naturally Lin Mo Yuan had to go and prepare for it. What Lin Mo Yuan didn't know was that Xiao Fan, who was far away in Suijiang City, had also started his actions. Xiao Fan came to Suijiang City in the past few days, also did not idle, has been promised to have about the previous life, the acquisition of the stone, the technology company news. Chapter 75, Auction. Xiao Fan gets it. Xiao Fan found out the name of this company 2 days later, called Qi Yun Shangshi Group. This company was like the leader in Suijiang City. Basically all the companies in Suijiang City had to bow down to it. And the background of this company is also extraordinary. The chairman of this company is a woman called Qi Yenyu. Qi Yenyu is the daughter of the Yinjing Qi family, and is also the daughter of the head of the Yinjing Qi family. This kind of identity makes the rich second generation of the entire southern region are crazy about it. Qi Yenyu itself is a fish and geese, the moon and flowers, plus the back of the distinguished family, can be said to have become the entire business circle, the hottest existence. After briefly understanding the background of this company, Xiao Fan made a plan to wait until after he took that mysterious piece of metal at the auction, and then sell it to Qi Yuanyu's company. And with the help of this money, he found some network water army to first shake out the matter of Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Euro. Once this matter was exposed, then Lin's group's stock would definitely be affected in some way. If you think about it, Lin Shengtian was so indulgent towards his son. Once he had to hand over the company to him in the future, what would happen? Xiao Fan's plan could not be said to be not vicious. In this era of rapid development of network information, the network water army was really too scary. As long as there was enough price, they dared to make everyone feel the terror of network violence. At this time, there were still 2 hours to go before the auction started. Xiao Fan had arrived early at the location where the auction was being held. His purpose was very clear, and that was to stop the person who, in his last life, had auctioned off that mysterious stone. What was that person's name? Xiao Fan could no longer remember, but Xiao Fan did remember what that person looked like. As for how to get him to leave the venue, this was not difficult. Just tell him that his wife had a car accident. This matter is of course true, because in Xiao Fan's memory, in his previous life, he read in a newspaper that this man was originally a small boss of a company, and the reason why he bought this stone was just a momentary headache. After buying it, this man regretted it. After leaving the auction, he received another call. It was said that his wife had been in a car accident and was very seriously injured and was being resuscitated. His wife was later resuscitated without any major problems. According to the time, this would be the time when his wife should have been in a car accident, but since cell phones needed to be muted during the auction, the man was about to miss the first call. Thinking of this, the corner of Xiao Fan's mouth pulled out a smile. Just at this time, a familiar figure, which appeared at the entrance of the hall, was Xiao Fan's target. Xiao Fan simply organized his clothes before he slowly walked forward. Sir, can I disturb you for a moment? The man's gaze was a bit strange as he opened his mouth and asked, Hello, what's the matter with you? Xiao Fan sighed and then said, Sir, I'm sorry, but your wife was in a car accident and is now being rescued. The man's gaze grew stranger as he shook his head and said, You've recognized the wrong person. I'm pretty sure. My wife is currently on vacation at home. I have things to do right now. Please make way. Thank you. Xiao Fan vaguely glanced at his watch, then stretched out his hand to stop the man and said, Sir, no matter what, you have to trust me. May I ask what your wife's name is? The man subconsciously replied, Ran Huafei. What is it? Just at this time, the man's cell phone suddenly rang. The man looked down at his phone. It was an unfamiliar caller, and just as he wanted to hang up, Xiaofan immediately said, "Sir, this is a call from the hospital side. I suggest you answer it." The man once again raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaofan's appearance, which did not look like a joke, before he picked up the phone. A minute later, the man's face became very grave. "Thank you, young man. I'm sorry, I have to go to the hospital right now." While saying this, the man quickly left the auction venue. Xiaofan looked at the man's departing back and gently waved before walking into the venue. The first step of the plan was considered a perfect success. The next thing to do was to enter the venue and wait for the auction to begin. The starting price of this stone was $100,000, so the appearance should not be backward. As long as one gets the stone, Xiaofan will immediately retreat. Auction this kind of occasion. It is better not to stay more, or else in case Lin Mo Yuan gets any news, then it will be the end of the world. After finding an empty seat and sitting down, Xiaofan was ready to close his eyes and recuperate. At this time, it was a sudden cry of alarm that came from the field. Xiaofan subconsciously looked towards the place where the shouts came from, only to find that there were many bodyguards in black suits, pouring in from outside the arena. Xiaofan's first reaction was that he had been exposed. These people, it was not likely that they were the ones sent by Lin Mo Yuan. But then, Xiaofan gathered his guard. The reason was simple. A tall and bright figure walked in from outside the venue. This woman, Xiaofan had some impression. She was the chairman of that technology company, Shi Yenyu. Xiaofan's gaze narrowed slightly, not realizing that this chairman would also come to participate in this whatever auction. Later on, upon careful consideration, this auction was of a charitable nature, and as the head of a leading company, it was certainly inappropriate not to come. Xiaofan's gaze did not linger on Shi Yenyu's body for too long as he felt a threat. It turned out that beside this beautiful chairman, there was actually a man dressed in ordinary clothes who looked similar to himself. That is, in his early 20s, but at a glance, he was an expert. At this moment, this expert was looking around, obviously responsible for keeping Shi Yenyu safe. Xiaofan's gaze landed on Shi Yenyu's body, and in just 5 seconds, the man beside Shi Yenyu cast his sharp gaze over. What a sharp gaze! For a moment, Xiaofan had a strange feeling. He felt that he and this man were like good friends who hadn't seen each other for years. Xiaofan frowned and instantly felt a little strange. How could he have this feeling? This man, however, looked like a person to befriend. The man also slowly withdrew his gaze, and at this time, Shi Yenyu, who was walking in front, opened her mouth and said, "Yi Feng, what are you thinking about? Hurry up and keep up. Don't embarrass me on this occasion." If Lin Mo Yuan was here and heard this man's name, he would definitely jump straight to his feet and curse. Chapter 76, The Second Son of Qi. Yi Feng, this was clearly a proper decent character, a proper protagonist. This kind of person was either an expert who practiced in the mountains or a soldier king who returned from the battlefield. Unfortunately, Lin Mo Yuan wasn't here, and Xiaofan didn't care much. Under the planning of fate, the two sons of Qi were hastily meeting on such an occasion. Xiaofan didn't know who Yi Feng was, and Yi Feng likewise didn't recognize Xiaofan. But who could say about these things? After all, the son of Qi Luck was the favorite of the heavens. Of course Qi Yenyu would not sit with the people below. As the chairman of the leading company, she had her own elegant room, so Xiaofan only saw Qi Yenyu come in. Where Qi Yenyu went after that, Xiaofan did not know. However, Xiaofan heard the chatter in the hall clearly. "Let me tell you, the person who came in just now, do you know who it is?" "Of course I know. Isn't that Qi Yenyu? Who doesn't recognize the entire Suizhong city? Do you know who the person beside Chairman Qi is? Isn't that just a small bodyguard? Could it be Chairman Qi's little white boy?" "This you don't know. I have insider information here. It is said that this person's background is not simple. He was in the army. He's an officer at such a young age. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it true? Then why is he here with Chairman Qi? It's said to be arranged by the Qi family head. He said that he asked him to protect his daughter. I'm not sure about what happened after that. It looks like the Qi family head wanted to set up his daughter with this young officer." Hearing this passage, Xiaofan suddenly came to a realization. It turned out that Qi Yenyu, as the chairman of the board, would also be urged by her family to get married, and that young man really did have something to offer. I just don't know why I have a familiar feeling towards him. Perhaps it's an illusion? At this time, the loudspeaker in the hall suddenly sounded the melodious music. The auction officially began. Xiaofan's eyes gradually became firm. That mysterious piece of metal was already a sure thing. The host of the auction was a woman who looked to be 27 or 18 years old. Not as beautiful as Qi Yenyu, but it could be said to be a national color. Very eye-catching. The woman looked towards the crowd sitting on the stage with a professional smile on her face. "Welcome, elites of the business world, to our charity auction today. My name is Yating. I am the auctioneer for this auction. Everyone rest assured that I have gone through a professional qualification assessment. I believe that a portion of my friends should not be unfamiliar with me. This auction is a charity auction. The proceeds of the auction will be donated to charitable organizations. Absolutely no one will interfere. Below, I won't say anything that's not nutritious, so I'll directly show you the first lot of the day. As soon as Yating's words fell, two men in suits pushed a cart up. The first lot is a bottle of wine, and it's red wine, the top red wine that has the reputation of being the king of wine. Top grade red wine? The king of wines? Instantly, Xiao Fan's mind had a calculation. Romanée Conti, a fine product of the Burgundy winery. To be able to bring it out for auction, it must be the best of the best. As expected, Yating had already lifted the red cloth covering the top of the trolley at this moment, and it was none other than the Romanée Conti. This bottle of Romanée Conti is the private collection of a red wine collector, but when he heard that we are going to hold an auction, he specially donated this bottle of wine. Hearing this, Xiao Fan could not help but skim his mouth. This collector had obviously brought out the most common bottle of wine in his collection. Xiao Fan had already guessed the identity of this collector. He had also met this collector in his previous life, and the real collection in his home was never taken out for others to see. Yating took this bottle of the king of wines and showed it to the people around him before speaking. Chateau Burgundy Original Romanée Conti, 2005 vintage, starting price $300,000. Now the bidding begins. $300,000 for the 2005 vintage? This price was obviously lower than the market price, but in an auction house, there would be no such thing as selling at the original price, especially the vintage of this bottle. It was the most suitable vintage for tasting. $400,000, $500,000, $550,000, $600,000. Hearing the frantic sound of people raising the price, Xiao Fan just enjoyed the free dessert provided by the auction house and did not get involved. One was because Xiao Fan did not need this bottle of wine at all, and the other was because, in his previous life, Xiao Fan had already tasted it. The bottle of Romanée Conti that he had tasted was from 1999. That was the true king of wines. Soon, this bottle of red wine was taken by a foreign wine collector at a price of $750,000. For those foreigners, this kind of wine was simply as precious as the relics of the heavenly gods. Xiao Fan just skimmed his mouth when he saw this. The truly valuable things in the auction had not appeared yet. Yating looked at the expectant eyes of the people on the stage and said with a smile, "The second lot, I think you all already know some of the rumors, is none other than the chairman of the Qi Yin Shangshi Group, and my good sister, Qi Yenyu, their group's newest product. That would be the levitating wall clock." Subsequently, the same trolley was pushed out, but this time the top of the trolley was not covered with a red cloth, but a peculiarly shaped seat clock. This seat clock looked very miniature and revealed a flavor of handicrafts all over its body. Xiao Fan was also attracted to this clock, but he really couldn't see what this contraption had to offer. What is this? Just a little gadget like this? Right, this gadget can also come to the auction? I don't know, but I feel like there should be a mystery here. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd on stage, Yating smiled faintly and said, "Let me introduce to you all. This very small-looking seat clock in fact utilizes the latest magnetic levitation technology. Just press the red button on the back, and everyone will naturally see its effect." While saying this, Yating directly reached out and pressed this red button. Only the lower part of this seat clock was seen to light up with a burst of light, and the part with the clock on it actually slowly flew up. Holy, surprisingly so magical? Yeah, how did this happen? I don't know, but if you buy it back and go back to see, won't you know? In fact, the people sitting here are not cuties. They could naturally see that just such a small magnetic levitation seat clock had no practicality at all. Chapter 77, Mystery Metal. Arrival. Although this what's-his-name seat clock didn't have much utility, everyone here saw the power of Qi Yenyu's technology company. The reason was very simple. This was the first time ever that a magnetic levitation device was actually used in life. This was an epoch-making technological achievement. More importantly, as long as they acted positively, there was a chance that Qi Yenyu would find them and work with them. With this in mind, the auction naturally went very hot. In the end, this magnetic levitation clock, at a price of nearly $900,000, was taken by the director of a multinational company. After the auction, are some very common things, such as antiques, paintings and other things, until it came to the seventh lot. Xiao Fan's eyes instantly lit up. This seventh lot was none other than that mysterious stone. As expected, Yating's smile on the stage became even brighter. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to bring out our seventh lot of the day, but this lot is very special as it has been unsold nearly 5 times. Xiao Fan immediately frowned. He didn't expect this auction house to be honest enough to tell all about the aborted auctions. If at this time, he went up and took this lot down, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. A lot that had been aborted so many times, but he was determined to take it down. There was definitely something fishy about it. However, for the sake of his own plan, Xiao Fan could only go for it. If he wanted to set up his own company, he naturally needed to have a large amount of money as a base. Xiao Fan only had so much to go on right now. This stone, a full $2 billion. This amount of money could basically completely reverse the current passive situation. Xiao Fan gritted his teeth and looked towards the tiny card on the stage, his eyes gradually becoming unwavering. This lot is very special. It looks like a stone, but we don't know what material it is. We can only say that it is a substance between metal and stone. Its starting price is $100,000. Is there anyone who wants to auction it? Yating swept a circle with a smile on her face, but none of the business elites sitting inside the hall said a word. According to reason, even if this stone really does not have any effect, it should not be really no one is interested in it. After all, this price of $100,000, for everyone here, is just rain. The real reason was because this stone was very evil. Basically, the person who got this stone would have very bad luck, and no one could give an answer to that. Gradually, this title of Stone of Doom began to flourish in the business circle. Yating's heart was a little bitter. Just when she thought that immediately this stone was going to be auctioned off again, a voice rang out from the back of the hall. I'll bid $100,000. Yating's eyes immediately lit up. This Mr. 397 has bid $100,000. Is there anyone else who wants to raise their bid? $100,000 once, $100,000 twice, $100,000 three times. Sold. As if Yating was afraid that Xiao Fan would back out, she quickly shouted out 3 times before directly finalizing the deal. Xiao Fan also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. No matter what, this stone was finally in his hands. 100,000 in exchange for a full 2 billion. How to look at it is a steady profit. Xiao Fan comfortably lay down on the backrest of the chair, looking at the lavishly decorated ceiling of the auction venue. He could even see the reflection above the ceiling, his own cheeks. At the same time, the VIP room of the auction venue. Little 5. How are our funds prepared? Beside Qi Yinyu, a man wearing glasses lowered his head and replied, Chairman, it's a total of $10 billion. This is all of our liquidity. Qi Yinyu put down the cell phone in her hand and nodded, her eyes narrowing slightly as she looked outside the window, at the blue sky. No matter what, that piece of land in Yunhai City, we must take it. Definitely can't let the Liu family steal the show. Little 5 nodded and then said, but big, Chairman, I've just checked. Our biggest resistance is not the Liu family. Qi Yinyu heard this and frowned, then asked, it's not the Liu family? Could it be that there are other families that want to buy that piece of land? Xiao Wu shook his head again, then said, it's the Lin Group from Yunhai City. This piece of land was put up for auction by them, and I've heard that Liu Evening Feng has some personal connections with the chairman of the Lin Group. I'm afraid it's really a bit difficult for us to take it down. Hearing this news, Qi Yinyu's eyes narrowed immediately. You mean, Liu Evening Feng has more hope of getting the development rights than us? Think of measures for me, or else we're going to return home in defeat this time. After saying that, Qi Yinyu's face was very grave, and then when she turned her head and saw Yi Feng, who had a face of inactivity, a pang of displeasure rose in her heart. Yi Feng, tomorrow, you'll go back to Yanjing. Tell my dad that I don't want any bodyguards. Yi Feng helplessly shrugged his shoulders. The meaning was very obvious. This matter really wasn't something he could make a decision on. Although Yi Feng's background wasn't that illustrious, it was ultimately a family with a reputation in Yanjing. Compared to the Qi family behind Qi Yenyu, it was no better. The reason Yi Feng had been thrown to Suijiang City was because he had a marriage contract with Qi Yenyu. If Lin Mo Yuan was here, then it was unavoidable to sigh. It was really a coincidence. The situation on Yi Feng's side was like the background of the novel Return of the King of Soldiers. The auction soon ended. Xiao Fan had long been sitting on pins and needles. As soon as he heard that the auction was over, he immediately left the venue site. For Xiao Fan, this time was really a blood profit. It was true that it was better to be as far away from Lin Mo Yuan as possible. In that case, whatever he did, he would not be stopped. These chances in one's mind also had a use after all. At this time, Lin Mo Yuan, who was far away from Yunhai City, sneezed. Lin Mo Yuan was sitting on the sofa in the villa's living room, watching an uninteresting variety show. Tang Yuro was upstairs tidying up her room, because Lin Mo Yuan proposed that she could go out and have some fun during the vacation. Anyway, Tang Yuro's side was also just a freshman, and there was no pressure. Tang Yuro naturally happily agreed, and began to cheerfully pack up her things. Lin Mo Yuan rubbed his nose and cursed in his heart, who must be scolding little master behind his back. At this time, however, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Drop. The Son of Luck has successfully obtained a chance. The value of fortune is plus 20. Drop. The host failed to successfully stop the Son of Fortune. Luck value minus 20. Lin Mo Yuan's brows immediately furrowed. Chapter 78, Successful Hitching. After saying that, Xiao Fan opened the box in his hand, revealing inside the stone that he had bought from the auction for $100,000. The moment Yi Feng saw this stone, he immediately frowned. This is the Stone of Doom? Brother Xiao Fan, isn't this the stone from the auction? So you're the one who auctioned off that stone? But isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to take this stone to talk business with Smoke and Rain? When he said this, Yi Feng's eyes gradually became dangerous. Not to mention whether this stone could solve Qi Yinyu's current predicament or not. Just the title of a Stone of Doom was enough to cause him to be wary. In Yi Feng's mind, this Xiao Fan had already become a killer who wanted to plot against Qi Yinyu. Xiao Fan of course saw Yi Feng's meaning and then said with a smile, Brother Yi Feng, I guessed that you would misunderstand. In fact, this so-called Stone of Doom is not a stone at all. It is just a mutated metal. It should be a meteorite. But this metal is not ordinary. It has the ability to memorize. What the 4 words memory metal means, I think Brother Yi Feng knows it very well, right? When Yi Feng heard this, he once again lowered his guard. The memory metal was precisely what Qi Yinyu was currently encountering, the biggest difficulty. Qi Yinyu had already had a headache for nearly a month over this matter. If he could bring Xiao Fan to her and give her this piece of memory metal, there was no doubt that Qi Yinyu's opinion of himself would also change. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Yi Feng's face once again. Brother Xiao Fan, there is no need to be nervous. This is also an occupational disease on my part, and you know that being skeptical is just my duty. Xiao Fan instantly laughed. A all men understand smile surfaced on his face and said in a low voice, It's alright, Brother Yi Feng, how about this? When I see the chairman in a while, I'll say that you're the one who found me and want to pay for this piece of metal. In this way, you will be able to speak well in front of the chairman. No? Yi Feng instantly surfaced a smile when he heard this, patted Xiao Fan's shoulder and laughed out loud. Good brother, it's true that the first time I saw you, I found it very agreeable. How about this? When the deal is done, let's go have a casual dinner. How about it? Xiao Fan also smiled and nodded his head. These days more friends make more roads, don't they? No matter what, if he could develop a character with status like Yi Feng into his friend, then he would be more certain when he fought against Lin Mo Yuan in the future. Yi Feng had a background in Yanjing, and it was also a military background, so where else could Lin Mo Yuan jump to? So as long as he got Yi Feng's help, then he would have one more card. After a flash of thoughts, Xiao Fan said with a smile, Of course I can. I have this intention. I'm afraid that Brother Yi Feng won't be able to see me as a poor college student. Yi Feng once again patted Xiao Fan's shoulder and said with a smile, Old brother Xiao, what are you saying? Listening to you, you are still attending college now? Xiao Fan nodded and said with a smile, Yeah, I'm at Yunhai University now, and I'm about to graduate as well. Yi Feng was full of sighs inside. I really envy you. I grew up inside the army since I was a kid and never went to university. If I have the chance, I really want to go to the university. Without further ado, in front is the president's office. It was only then that Xiao Fan reacted to the elevator they were riding on, which had already reached the top floor of the building. How about it? You can see the whole city from here. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Xiao Fan then noticed that this elevator was external, but it was very strange because this elevator could only see the outside scenery from after the 20th floor. That is to say that before the first 20 floors, the elevator was still inside the building, and it was only after the 20th floor that the elevator was revealed. This design is really very shocking. Hearing Xiao Fan's exclamation, Yi Feng replied with a smile, Isn't it spectacular? Actually, the chief designer of this building is Smoke Rain herself. Smoke Rain is very fond of architectural design, so she just returned from a famous architectural design institute abroad last year. Only then did Xiao Fan realize, and for a moment he couldn't help but sigh a little. It was true that children from rich families could have so many choices from a young age. A family like his own, besides relying on being reborn and coming back with these memories in his head, there was no other background that he could rely on. Between the two conversations, has come to the door of Qi Yinyu's office. Sitting at the door of the office is Qi Yinyu's secretary. In general, even if it is the company's employees, but also cannot casually see Qi Yinyu. They had to go through the secretary's consent before they were able to see the chairman of the board. When this secretary saw someone coming in, he wanted to get up and stop them, but as soon as he saw that the one at the head was Yi Feng, he was a bit surprised. Why did this young master also come? Yi Feng's identity was really a bit special, and it was clear that he could be on par with his own chairman. Moreover, there were rumors that Yi Feng was the chairman's fiancé, and with this alone, the secretary didn't dare to come forward to stop him. Xiao Yang, has Smokey finished the meeting? Secretary Xiao Yang nodded and replied, Brother Yi, the chairman just finished the meeting. He is not in a good mood right now. It's rumored to be because of that material issue. 2 project supervisors have already been dismissed. Yi Feng heard this, but a smile appeared on his face. It seemed that Xiao Fan had come at the right time. As long as this looming problem was solved, This would undoubtedly make his image in Qi Yinyu's mind much taller. Let's go, elder brother Xiao. It seems that we have come at the right time. Xiao Fan nodded at his words, then followed behind Ji Feng and walked directly into the chairman's office. In the office at this moment, Qi Yinyu was frowning tightly, thinking about the issue regarding how to solve the problem of the materials needed for the research. Just at this time, a knock sounded at the door, and Qi Yinyu's frown immediately tightened. Who? A voice with a bit of magnetism soon came from outside the door. Yenyu, it's me. I'm Yi Feng. Yi Feng? What was he doing here? Qi Yenyu sighed. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in the way of her father's face, she would have already told Yi Feng to go back from wherever he came from. Even if he was also from Yanjing, so what? However, Qi Yenyu still said, come in. These faces still had to be given. Yi Feng sniffed, pushed open the office door, and said with a smile, Yenyu, I have good news for you. Qi Yenyu sniffed and immediately looked up at Yi Feng. Chapter 79, Stone of Doom, Memory Metal. Qi Yenyu's gaze fell on Yi Feng's face with a few moments of doubt. What good news? Yi Feng, I'm telling you, without anything else, don't bother me. My time is very valuable right now. Thanks. Yi Feng seemed to be accustomed to this kind of attitude towards Qi Yenyu, and just shrugged his shoulders before continuing. I'm not going to beat around the bush with you either. Yenyu, I've already found a solution to the material problem the company encountered. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Qi Yenyu immediately widened her long autumn eyes, looking Yi Feng up and down, and her voice involuntarily raised a few degrees. What did you say? You found a solution? Yi Feng nodded with a serious face at his words, and then turned sideways, revealing Xiao Fan who was standing behind him. Chairman Qi, hello, I am Xiao Fan. Qi Yenyu took a glance at Xiao Fan, and although she was a bit puzzled, she still nodded politely before asking, may I ask what's the matter with you? Xiao Fan exchanged a glance with Yi Feng, and after seeing the wink Yi Feng threw over, he then stepped forward and placed the box in his hand on the desk in front of Qi Yenyu. Chairman Qi, you can take a look at what's inside this box first. When Qi Yenyu heard this, her face was a little puzzled, but she still stepped forward and opened the box. What met his eyes was a strange-looking piece that looked like a rock. Isn't this the Stone of Doom from the auction house? So it was you who auctioned it off? Why are you showing me this? Xiao Fan sniffed and said with a smile, Chairman Qi, you are wrong. This is not a stone, but a metal. This kind of metal is a memory metal. It's very rare and should be a heavenly object. I know that your company is currently facing a scientific research difficulty and is looking for a material, and this piece of metal can just perfectly solve your problem. When Qi Yenyu heard this, she suddenly came to a realization. It seemed that this so-called Stone of Doom should not have the same effect as the rumors. What with people who got this stone being unlucky and such? Mostly, it was all the rumor mongering that caused the trouble. But then, Qi Yenyu's eyes became a little wary. Mr. Xiao, I think you have a purpose for bringing this stone to me, right? What price do I need to pay? When Xiao Fan heard Qi Yenyu's tone, he knew that Qi Yenyu was also misunderstanding himself. Chairman Qi, I want $2 billion. Do you think this price, is it acceptable? $2 billion? Yi Feng, who was standing on the side, raised his eyebrows. This Xiao Fan's appetite could be considered not small, but for Qi Yenyu, $2 billion was really a small number. If this project under Qi Yenyu succeeded, it would be a full $100 billion of windfall profits. Compared to hundreds of billions, $2 billion really wasn't much. Qi Yenyu let out a sigh of relief and replied, no problem, $2 billion is very simple. I'll notify the finance department right now and transfer money to your bank card. But before that, I have to trouble Mr. Xiao to wait for a few hours first, because I have to let the scientific research department see if this piece of metal can help us tide over our difficulties or not. Xiao Fan naturally nodded his head in understanding. It was normal for Qi Yenyu to make such a choice. After all, no one would spend $2 billion and buy a piece of scrap. Yenyu, then I will take old brother Xiao out for a meal. When there will be a result, you can just call me. Qi Yenyu looked at Yi Feng with a complicated expression, then nodded. This time, it was really thanks to Yi Feng that he was able to find Xiao Fan and that strange piece of metal. If this piece of metal could really succeed in solving the current problem the company was encountering, then she definitely owed Yi Feng a big favor. The two of them, Xiao Fan and Yi Feng, were already taking the elevator to the first floor lobby. Brother Xiao Fan, how about it? Where do you want to eat? Xiao Fan said with a smile. Anywhere, brother Yi. Your call is it? Yi Feng thought slightly and said with a smile. Then let's go to Hot Pot City. That Hot Pot City is the entire Suizhong city, the most famous. Xiao Fan nodded with a smile, then followed behind Yi Feng and arrived at the underground garage. There was a black Rolls-Royce parked in the garage with some dust on it, looking like it hadn't been driven for a long time. This car is Smokey's. I've been driving a Jetta before, but to take you out to dinner, old brother, of course I have to drive this car. Xiao Fan smiled and nodded, but in his heart, He was sighing, obviously a prominent family, but driving a broken Jetta? Sure enough, low profile. Just when Xiao Fan and Yifeng were rushing to the most famous hot pot city in Suijiang City, the airplane that Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro were traveling on slowly landed at the Suijiang City airport. Lin Mo Yuan and Tang Yuro's arrival in Suijiang City could be said to be pure coincidence. Lin Mo Yuan did not know that Xiao Fan was here, and this time he simply came out to bring Tang Yuro to relax and take a break. Suijiang City, as a far-famed tourist city, was very famous in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and just the old town of Suijiang City alone had a full dozen attractions worth seeing. But Lin Mo Yuan still booked the hotel for accommodation in the new city center. This was because Lin's group also had its own hotel in Suijiang City. The name of this hotel was called Jinshi City Hotel, and it had been nearly 5 or 6 years since it opened. This was the beginning of Lin's group's plan to develop the hotel catering industry across the country, and there were already a lot of catering companies in Yunhai City, all with Lin's group's shadow behind them. If this plan could be carried out smoothly, then no matter which city Lin Mo Yuan visited, he wouldn't have to spend money on hotel accommodations. After packing everything up, Lin Mo Yuan smiled and asked, "Yuro, what do you want to go eat? I heard that the hot pot in Suijiang City is still good. Any ideas?" Tang Yuro nodded at his words and said, "Hot pot it is then, but with so many hot pot restaurants, which one to go to?" There was such a street in Suijiang City. From the street to the corner, all of them were hot pot cities. This street was also known as the Hot Pot Specialty Street, so at one point it became a Netflix snagging spot. Almost everyone who traveled to Suijiang City had to go to this place once. Although Lin Mo Yuan wasn't too familiar with this, Tang Yuro had researched it, and before she set off, Tang Yuro had already made a complete tour plan. Tang Yuro pointed to Hot Pot Street on the map and said, "Let's just go here for a stroll. Just find a random one." Lin Mo Yuan smiled and nodded, considered to agree. Chapter 80, Chance Encounter with the Son of Chi Luck. Lin Mo Yuan drove and brought Tang Yuro to Hot Pot Street just as the sun was setting. The afterglow of the setting sun spread on such an ancient street, surprisingly giving people a feeling of having traveled back hundreds of years. Looking at Tang Yuro, who had a smile on her face and was constantly looking around, the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth revealed a smirk that he couldn't hide. The moment he had just opened his eyes from this world, he knew that the previous world no longer had anything to do with him. Originally, Lin Mo Yuan still wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could go back to that world and seek revenge on his brothers and wife. But the longer he was in this world, the more intoxicated Lin Mo Yuan became with this world, until he really began to come into contact with Tang Yuro as a girl. It was only then that Lin Mo Yuan was amazed that in this world, there could be such a kind girl. In the beginning, when he kept Tang Yuro by his side, Lin Mo Yuan was doing it to get the villain value to deal with Xiao Fan. But by now, Lin Mo Yuan had really fallen in love with this girl. Just as Lin Mo Yuan followed Tang Yuro and arrived at the central lot of Hot Pot City, Lin Mo Yuan suddenly saw a silhouette. Xiao Fan? How did he appear here? Lin Mo Yuan immediately frowned as he saw this cool Xiao Fan-like figure, following behind a man, walk into the largest-looking hot pot restaurant. Lin Mo Yuan very much believed in his eyes. He definitely did not see anything wrong, and it was also because of this reason that made Lin Mo Yuan's originally quite good mood sink to the bottom. From the system's reaction, Xiao Fan had clearly gotten the chance. What was the next step after getting the chance? There was no need to even think about it. It was to deal with himself. Xiao Fan was definitely plotting some kind of scheme. Thinking of this, after a burst of thoughts, Lin Mo Yuan turned his head to Tang Yuro at his side and said, "Yuro, let's go to that one. Shangtang Hot Pot City, how about it?" Tang Yuro was holding a bunch of ice candy gourds in her hands at the moment, and when she heard Lin Mo Yuan's words, she instantly nodded. Shangtang Hot Pot City was considered one of the oldest qualified hot pot cities in the entire Suijiang City, and its reputation was naturally good. However, Tang Yuro did not see Xiao Fan's figure, otherwise she would not have followed Lin Mo Yuan to this hot pot city. Lin Mo Yuan brought Tang Yuro to the hot pot city and looked around. Apparently, the decoration of this hot pot city was very luxurious, with carved beams and painted buildings, flying eaves and hanging corners, which could not be described as not spectacular. The hall on the first floor was some scattered seats. Lin Mo Yuan did not find Xiao Fan's figure, which was reasonable. According to this cautious character of Xiao Fan, no matter what, he would not eat in such a crowded place. Lin Mo Yuan's eyes turned around. Then a plan came to his mind. "Yuro, I'll go to the front desk and ask if there are any more elegant rooms. You can have a seat here now, or else it will be full of people in a while." Hearing Lin Mo Yuan's command, Tang Yuro obediently nodded without question. This hot pot city's business was very hot, as could be seen from the fact that there were almost no more seats in the hall. If both people left, it was likely that the next moment the last seat would be gone. Lin Mo Yuan turned to the front desk and asked the waitress at the front desk, may I ask if there are still elegant rooms? The receptionist nodded at once and said with a smile, yes, this gentleman, please follow me, may I ask how many you are? Lin Mo Yuan, however, reached out and stopped this front desk attendant and said with a smile, 2 people, but don't be in a hurry first, this young lady, may I ask if you've seen this person in the photo? While saying this, Lin Mo Yuan reached out and took out his cell phone, found Xiaofan's photo and handed it to the front desk lady's hands. As the receptionist looked at the cell phone in her hand, a few moments of vigilance rose in her heart. However, these few moments of vigilance were directed at Xiaofan on the photo. In the eyes of this receptionist, this handsome little brother was definitely in plain clothes, and this person on the photo, although he didn't look bad, he didn't look like a good person, so he might not be some kind of suspect. To summarize, Lin Mo Yuan's appearance really does determine the direction of things. Scene, there are a total of 2 people. In room number 1 of the DZ, the first room on the 3rd floor to the left is it. Lin Mo Yuan nodded with a smile, then put away his cell phone and said in a very gentlemanly manner, thank you very much, then please arrange for me to be near their room. Is that okay? The receptionist nodded again and said, yes sir, please follow me. I'll arrange for you to be across the street in room number 2 of the heavenly character. Lin Mo Yuan nodded, then turned to the seat at the door and said to Tang Euro, Euro, there are still elegant rooms, let's go eat in an elegant room. Tang Euro smiled and nodded, following behind Lin Mo Yuan. The receptionist of course noticed this scene, but once again, she subconsciously treated Tang Euro as plainclothes as well, bringing the 2 people to the first room on the right-hand side of the 3rd floor. This was the heavenly character No. 2 room. There were only 6 elegant rooms in total on the entire 3rd floor, but other than the heavenly character No. 2 room, basically every room was occupied. Lin Mo Yuan was still very satisfied with the decoration of the Tianzino 2 room. A string of fragmented wind chimes served as the ceiling. The entire room looked like a cavern, and the style was unique. Euro, I'm going to the restroom. You order first. After handing the menu to Tang Euro, Lin Mo Yuan turned around and walked out of the room. The corridor outside the room was very silent. The soundproofing of these elegant rooms was obviously done very well. Lin Mo Yuan slowly arrived at the door of the Earth character room No. 1 and quietly watched for a moment before frowning. The Earth character room No. 1 was closed, so what was being talked about inside? Lin Mo Yuan couldn't hear at all. However, right at this time, Lin Mo Yuan's mind spun, and a plan surfaced in his mind. Putting his hand into his pocket, Lin Mo Yuan took out something that was no more than the size of his thumb. A wiretap. This wiretap is waterproof and drop-proof. But Ji Kuan's latest good thing. It is said that even in foreign countries, it is a very rare thing. Ji Kuan knows that Lin Mo Yuan will take Tang Euro out to play, but let Lin Mo Yuan will bring this thing, in case of emergency. Lin Mo Yuan couldn't argue with Ji Kuan, and also knew that he was concerned about himself, so he naturally casually put it into his pocket. During this period, this pair of Lin Mo Yuan's pants was also washed. Lin Mo Yuan thought of this, couldn't help but pull the corners of his mouth. Ji Kuan said that waterproof and drop-proof. It had better be true. We'll open the Bluetooth on the phone. Really searched the signal of the bug. Lin Mo Yuan this is a little relieved. After turning the bug on and trying the sound, a smile emerged from the corner of Lin Mo Yuan's mouth. Xiao Fan, let this young master listen to what you are talking about.